Chapter 2401, Chapter 2392, The Unbridled Cheater. The yacht, which had been programmed with an automatic navigation system, began its long journey through the galaxy. Other than training, Jiang Fei spent most of his time chatting with Little Nine. One day, when Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the Bavarian galaxy, the pocket watch that Vinlan had given him vibrated again. Jiang Fei opened the pocket watch, and a red dot appeared on the display screen again. However, the red dot appeared in the Zola galaxy. F***CK! Are you playing with me? Jiang Fei slammed the table angrily. At this time, his spaceship was only 3 warps away from his previous destination, the Palau galaxy. However, that D***MN Simon had changed his location. Remap the route. Target Zola galaxy. Jiang Fei suppressed his anger and entered the new destination into the yacht's onboard computer. Route mapping. Route confirmed. Automatic navigation activated. The spaceship is turning. Jumping to the Stargate. With a series of computer chimes, Jiang Fei's yacht turned 90 degrees and jumped to another Stargate. At this time, Jiang Fei was still 7 jumps away from the Zola galaxy. It would take at least 2 days to arrive. The next morning, Jiang Fei's pocket watch rang again. D***MN. Did I change places again? Jiang Fei frowned and opened the pocket watch. D***MN. Is this Simon counting rats? Why is he moving around just for fun? At this time, Jiang Fei was almost mad. Simon's position had been changed again. This time, the distance was even further. They would need to make 12 interstellar jumps to reach him. Change the navigation mark. Jiang Fei squeezed the words out of his mouth. He hated the development team as well as the cheat Simon. I originally wanted to let you live for a few more days. Now, it seems that there's no need. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll send you to the dark room immediately. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. Originally, Jiang Fei had planned to delay this mission as much as possible and use this time to find a way to break through. However, now, he was almost driven mad by Simon. Therefore, he decided to make a move as soon as he saw Simon. Then, he would seal Simon's soul into his inheritance space. After adjusting the interstellar coordinates, the yacht turned again and began to warp towards a new destination. In order to find Simon, Jiang Fei flew in the vast universe for a whole month. Because Simon kept changing his position, Jiang Fei had to change his coordinates 7 times in a row before he reached the edge of the Bavarian galaxy. He blocked Simon's battleship. F***CK! What the hell is this? Jiang Fei saw Simon's battleship through the porthole of the yacht. It was a gigantic spaceship with a diameter of more than 5,000 kilometers. The golden body of the spaceship was shining with a bright light. The triangular body of the spaceship was filled with ferocious cannons. It was obvious that this battleship was a killing machine. Warning! Warning! We have been locked on! Warning! Warning! We have been locked on! Warning! Warning! We have been locked on! Just as Jiang Fei was observing the opponent's battleship, the alarm in his yacht sounded all around. Damn it! Are you going to open fire without even asking? Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. Super high energy reaction 1.2 million kilometers ahead. Take cover. The alarm in the ship's computer sounded loudly. Really? Jiang Fei was shocked. He did not expect the opponent to be the type to shoot first and ask questions later. They actually opened fire without saying a word. After all, Jiang Fei's spaceship was only a yacht. Although its speed was not bad, its flexibility was incomparable to a battleship. As for the strength of the shield, it was even more negligible. In front of such a super large battleship, even if the yacht's shield was fully activated, it would still die in one shot. Swish! At the critical moment, Jiang Fei could only keep the yacht into his ring space. Then, he immediately activated teleportation. Although the energy weapon attacked at sublight speed, it would take 4 seconds to reach a distance of 120,000 kilometers. Therefore, this gave Jiang Fei time to dodge. A golden beam of light flashed past the position of the yacht and blasted an asteroid into smithereens. D***MN. So powerful! Jiang Fei widened his eyes in the distance. With the power of the shot just now, even the main ship would be finished. Even a big guy like the Titan would be seriously injured. It's gone! Interesting! At that moment, a handsome blonde man was smiling as he stroked his chin. Search for suspicious objects in the vicinity carefully. The blonde man was actually using voice to control such a super battleship. This was the same as the other players. Target locked. A moment later, a human image appeared on the big screen in the golden spaceship. It was Jiang Fei. Yo! You bought a pretty good carrier. The blonde man laughed. It seemed that the developers had given Jiang Fei a pretty good disguise. At the very least, these cheat players could not see through his identity. Lock on to the target. Send out the drones. The blonde man smiled and gave the order. Thousands of drones rushed out of the golden spaceship and swarmed toward Jiang Fei. A minute. How did they discover me? Jiang Fei was stunned. With his understanding of player technology, even the best player spaceships did not have such an efficient radar to be able to discover a target as big as a person from more than 1,000,000 kilometers away. This was simply a fantasy. However, the other party had actually discovered him and sent drones to attack him. After all, a distance of more than 1,000,000 kilometers was not a small distance. Even light-speed flight would take 4 seconds to complete. It was even more impossible to send drones to attack a target at such a distance. Not to mention how long it would take for a drone to cross such a long distance. Just the remote control of the drone alone could not cross such a long distance. However, the drone released by the Golden Battleship actually began to make short-distance phase jumps not long after it left the spaceship. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Fei. Then, it formed an attack formation in an orderly manner. Then, it pounced on Jiang Fei. I finally understand why those serious players keep losing. These cheaters are simply unreasonable. Jiang Fei cursed inwardly. These cheaters did not care about the physical laws of this universe at all. They directly set the functions of their weapons. With the strange effects of the spatial dimension, many things that could not be realized became reality. This was a huge damage to the space itself in Jiang Fei's universe. When something that did not conform to the laws of the space did exist, the laws in the space would be shaken. This was undoubtedly the root of the existence of this space. Chapter 2402, Chapter 2393. The Invincible Cheater. Even Jiang Fei did not dare to be negligent in the face of the overwhelming number of drones. God knows if these things had ever been cheated before. Therefore, even Jiang Fei did not dare to try using his physical body. Swish! Swish swish! Jiang Fei continuously used his teleportation ability. His entire body flashed continuously, as he headed straight for the Golden Battleship in the distance. Clang! Just when he was only a few kilometers away from the Golden Battleship, Jiang Fei summoned the Chungying sword. Hee hee! Do you want to fight in close combat? It seems like you are very confident in your carrier. The golden-haired Simon smiled slightly. Then, he ordered the battleship. Activate absolute domain. Boom! A golden light film appeared and enveloped Jiang Fei within it. Slash! At that moment, Jiang Fei's attack arrived. The Chungying sword expanded into a sword aura that was a few kilometers long. Then, it drew a beautiful arc and slashed directly at the Golden Battleship. Boom! As the sword aura came into contact with the Golden Battleship, a terrifying energy wave exploded. How is this possible? Jiang Fei's eyes widened. His full-powered slash actually did not manage to hurt the Golden Battleship at all. Jiang Fei was a little confused. With his strength, even a Titan-level battleship would not be able to survive his attack. However, the Golden Battleship had not only withstood his attack, it had not even left a mark on it. Boom! At that moment, Jiang Fei felt his body sink. He felt as if he was in a gravity chamber thousands of times stronger. That kind of pressure almost made him collapse. This carrier is really strong. Even 800 times the gravity can't break you. Looks like I can still play for a while. Simon smiled and continued to order the battleship. Absolute domain level 2. Boom! Jiang Fei was pressed down so hard that he fell to his knees in midair. Although he struggled to get up, he could not do it at all. Bobbier! Bobbier! Under the extreme gravity, the bones in Jiang Fei's body emitted a series of crisp sounds. Dot! Jiang Fei roared into the sky. However, in the vacuum of the universe, his voice could not be heard at all. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt that his entire body was about to be crushed. The intense pain of every inch of his bones being crushed by a hammer continuously stimulated his nerves. Is it fun? Is this game exciting? Simon's lips curled into a smile. Initially, he was not interested in this game at all. After all, to people in the high-dimensional space, low-dimensional creatures were even worse than ants. There was not much pleasure in torturing them. This was just like humans living in the three-dimensional space. They would use a brush to draw pictures in the two-dimensional space. The pleasure that they could obtain was very limited. However, it was different when they were torturing characters controlled by other people in the game. Because you knew that there was someone who looked exactly like you behind this character. You would obtain a stronger pleasure when you were torturing him. Simon was just like that. When the development team first launched this game, he felt that it was completely meaningless. A group of people were bullying a creature from the low-dimensional space. He even felt that it was very demeaning until this cheat appeared. Only then did it really attract his interest. After all, how could torturing a monster be better than torturing a person? Therefore, Simon joined this game and became a cheat. During this period of time, Simon was obsessed with torturing and killing players. He had been constantly changing directions to find players. He enjoyed the pleasure of torturing people. Because he had a cheat on him, he could easily destroy the players' spaceships and destroy their lifeboats. If he met another paid player with a carrier, it would be even better. Was there anything better than killing rich players in the game? It was the same today. Because of the disguise of the development team, Simon had also treated Jiang Fei as a rich player. Moreover, the more stubborn Jiang Fei was, the more money he spent in the game, the more money he had in real life. This made Simon even more excited when he was torturing him. "Come on! Let's add more spice," Simon said excitedly. Then, he ordered Battleship. "Release the nanobots!" Buzz! A group of nanobots were released. They quickly approached Jiang Fei and began to disintegrate his skin and flesh. "Ah!" Jiang Fei let out a scream. Unfortunately, his voice could not penetrate through. Otherwise, Simon would have been even more excited. Originally, Jiang Fei had already felt that all the bones in his body had been smashed to pieces. Now that the nanorobots were disintegrating, he felt even more ticklish, as if he was being gnawed by ants. Under this torture, Jiang Fei's consciousness was in a daze. F***CK! These cheaters are so powerful! How am I supposed to do this? Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. It was not that he had not thought of using his spiritual power to attack the enemy. However, the golden battleship seemed to have a shielding ability that prevented his spiritual power from penetrating it. "Looks like I can only run first and then think of a way." Jiang Fei realized that he could not defeat Simon. Therefore, he prepared to run first and think of a way to outsmart him. However, just as Jiang Fei activated his teleportation, the golden light barrier was like a wall, forcefully blocking him. Jiang Fei, who was already covered in bone fractures, crashed into the golden light barrier. The intense pain made him want to die. "Brother, let me help you." Just as Jiang Fei was in so much pain that he wanted to die, Little Nine suddenly jumped out. Swoosh! With a flash of silver light, Jiang Fei disappeared from the golden light membrane. "What's going on? How could he break through this light membrane? Did he cheat too?" Simon was shocked. His light membrane was not an ordinary barrier. It was set up using a principle that 3 dimensions did not exist. If he used the rules of 3 dimensions, it would be impossible to break through. "Brother, are you alright?" Little Nine asked with great concern after moving Jiang Fei to a safe place. At that moment, Little Nine had already treated Jiang Fei as her own brother. "I'm fine." Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and expelled the nanorobots from his body. Then, he took a healing pill. The external wounds on his body quickly healed. Even the cracked bones were slowly growing back. "This Simon is simply invincible. How can I kill him?" Jiang Fei realized that he had been too naive. He had thought that as long as he found this Simon, he would crush him to death. Then, he would put his soul into the inheritance space, and it would be over. However, he did not expect that he was no match for Simon. Chapter 2403, Chapter 2394. Asking for help. "Brother, don't be discouraged. You'll find a way." Little Nine comforted him. "These cheaters are unreasonable. How could I possibly have a way to kill him?" Jiang Fei was still a little dejected. "Take it slow. Although that guy looks invincible, he will eventually reveal a flaw," Little Nine said innocently. "Perhaps." Jiang Fei nodded. At this time, his injuries had almost fully recovered. Although Simon had tortured Jiang Fei until he wished he was dead. Whether it was the crushed bones or the flesh that had been gnawed by the nanobots, they were all superficial injuries. As long as there was no residual energy from the foreign body, as long as there were some simple healing potions, he could quickly recover from his injuries. Jiang Fei stretched his legs and felt that he was fine. He looked around and realized that this was probably an asteroid. Although the surrounding environment was not suitable for human survival, it was enough for Jiang Fei to settle down. Jiang Fei took out the pocket watch that Varen had given him and looked at Simon's latest coordinates. This guy had already run to 2 star fields away. "This won't do. I have to get more information from Varen." Jiang Fei frowned and opened the star map through his goggles. At this time, Jiang Fei was still in the Zola Galaxy. However, he was at the edge of the Zola Galaxy. This was the Zola Galaxy near the center of the universe. There were no planets with intelligent life nearby. Search for the nearest colonized planet. Jiang Fei ordered the goggles. Soon, after the search, a planet was highlighted: Camel Planet. Camel Planet was about 1.7 light-years away from the asteroid where Jiang Fei was located. It only required one space jump to reach it. Therefore, it was not particularly far. This was a Vulcan colonial planet. Vulcans were an intelligent race that was similar to humans in the universe. Their appearance was almost identical to humans, except for a pair of pointy ears. Let's go there! Jiang Fei summoned his yacht. He did not care where he went, as long as there was an intelligent race. He would be able to see Vinylin. Very soon, the yacht adjusted its direction and began to think about Camel Planet for a space jump. Boom! As the phase engine started, the yacht entered the phase space. After about 20 minutes, the yacht broke out of the phase space. At this time, the yacht that Jiang Fei was driving had already arrived at the gravity well of Camel Planet. The ship in front. Please show your identity code. As soon as Jiang Fei jumped out of the phase space, he encountered the patrol team on planet Kamal. I am the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei sent out his identity code. Grand Marshal, due to your special identity and the fact that you have not received an invitation to visit our planet, we cannot allow you to enter our territory. The patrol team directly rejected Jiang Fei's request to dock, as the Vulcans did not belong to either the Universe Empire or the Vizari army. They did not accept Jiang Fei as the Grand Marshal of the Empire's army. Moreover, the Vulcans did not want to be involved in the war between the Universe Empire and the Vizari army. Therefore, they would not allow Jiang Fei to set foot on their own land for such a political mission. Otherwise, they would not be able to answer to the Vizari people. If that's the case, I'm sorry. Jiang Fei immediately put away the yacht. After a few flashes, he approached the planet's low Earth orbit and teleported to the inner part of Kamal Planet. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Identity confirmed as the Universe Empire's Grand Marshal Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's yacht suddenly disappeared. This made the patrol team on Kamal Planet very alert. They immediately sent out a global alert. Immediately conduct a global search for Jiang Fei. However, do not use lethal force. Capture him within a short period of time and drive him out of the country. The governor of Kamal Planet frowned when he received the alert. Jiang Fei's identity was too special. If he appeared on Kamal Planet, it would be tantamount to a provocation to the Vizari army. If they were to think that the Vulcans were allied with the Universe Empire, that would bring war to the Vulcans. However, if Jiang Fei was captured and caused irreparable damage to him, the Universe Empire was not something that the Vulcans could afford to offend. Therefore, the magistrate had no choice but to give such a difficult order to the guards. After all, Jiang Fei was a super powerhouse who could teleport directly from the outer space of the planet to the surface of the planet. If they wanted to capture such a powerhouse, but were not allowed to use lethal weapons, they might as well go home and sleep. Jiang Fei, who had forcefully landed on the surface of the planet, did not care about how difficult it was for the guards on planet Kamal. After he landed, he immediately flew on his sword and flew above a city. Wow! A flying person! The civilians below exclaimed. Although it was the era of the information explosion, it was still rare for ordinary civilians to see such a powerhouse in person. Therefore, Jiang Fei's appearance attracted the attention of many ordinary civilians. It even caused a lot of traffic jams. Swoosh! After Jiang Fei circled around once, he landed on a relatively quiet street. Vinylin! Jiang Fei roared. He believed that Vinylin the Cosmic Watcher would definitely be able to see him. Shoo! At this moment, an old man walked to Jiang Fei's side. Jiang Fei did not even need to ask. He could tell from his expression that Vinylin had arrived. F***CK! What kind of lousy quest did you introduce me to? I was almost killed by you! Jiang Fei was dragged into a small alley by Vinylin and cursed loudly. I know. Calm down first. Vinylin was the supervisor of the universe. As long as Jiang Fei was within the space of the main universe, he would be able to see whatever happened. Naturally, Jiang Fei was no exception to the scene of Jiang Fei being brutally tortured by Aaron. I can't do this job. The development team will either continue to help me or just kill me. Jiang Fei decided to act shamelessly. He believed that the development team would not give up on him so easily. After all, he was the only one who could deal with those cheaters. Let me help you communicate with him, Vinylin said after thinking for a moment. With Jiang Fei's current strength, it was indeed impossible for him to hurt those cheaters. Alright. Jiang Fei sighed. He had no other choice now. Although Little Gio had always advised him to outsmart them. In the face of absolute strength, he would not be able to use all his tricks. Vinolin was stunned for about a minute. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, I just talked to the development team. They said that the help they can provide you is rather limited because cheaters use the loopholes in the development team to directly interfere with the game's content. The more help the development team provides you, the more powerful the cheaters will use. When that happens, I'm afraid that you will be the one who will suffer the loss, Vinolin said after the sigh. He also sympathized with Jiang Fei. But there is no help at all. Chapter 2404, Chapter 2395 was back. F***CK. How could I possibly defeat that Simon without any help? Jiang Fei cursed. It's not like they did not provide any help. They designed this for you, said Vinolin as he handed Jiang Fei a small instrument. What is this for? Jiang Fei asked. This thing can detect what kind of cheat the other party has, said Vinolin. And then? Jiang Fei asked. There's no and then. Vinolin shrugged. Actually, the development team was having a hard time. They had to estimate the structure of the universe in order to allow the game to run for a longer period of time. Therefore, they could not directly embed too many laws that were not present in the universe. However, those cheaters did not care about that. They could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, even if the development team provided Jiang Fei with some powerful tools, it would be useless. The other party could easily create something even more powerful. Moreover, that thing would be even more destructive to this universe. Therefore, the only help that the development team could provide Jiang Fei was to create an instrument. It could detect that the other party had broken the rules. This would provide Jiang Fei with the support to request for a report so that he could find the other party's weakness. It would be a targeted attack. Since there's such a thing, why didn't they take it out earlier? Jiang Fei asked. They are also testing your trump card, said Vinolin. Humph. They still need to test my trump card. Didn't they just wave their hands and kill me easily? Jiang Fei sneered. Then, I don't know. Vinolin shrugged. Alright. It's useless to say so much nonsense. Anyway, the development team will not be able to help me anymore. Right. Jiang Fei asked. That should be the case. At least you won't receive any help before you get rid of Simon, Vinolin said. Alright then. You can leave now. Jiang Fei nodded. Vinolin was no longer able to continue to provide help. Then, there was no point for him to stay here. Alright. We shall meet again if we are fated. Vinolin turned around. The old man's eyes went blank. After a moment, the old man looked at Jiang Fei curiously and asked, Young man, are you from outer space? Why haven't I seen you before? Hee hee. Old man, forget about me. Jiang Fei smiled and teleported to a place where no one was around. Marshal Jiang Fei, you are surrounded. Please cooperate with us. Suddenly, a few Vulcans wearing special combat uniforms appeared around Jiang Fei. They were the special police of Planet Kamal. They were here to capture Jiang Fei. It was precisely because Jiang Fei sensed their aura that he teleported to this place where no one was around. Don't worry about it. I will leave Planet Kamal now. Jiang Fei smiled at the special police officers. Thank you for your cooperation, Marshal Jiang Fei. The special police officers heaved a sigh of relief. They were also equipped with a combat strength tester. Jiang Fei's explosive combat strength made them unable to detect him. From this, it could be seen that even if they gathered all the combat personnel on Planet Kamal, they might not be able to capture the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. Therefore, now that Jiang Fei had taken the initiative to cooperate, they naturally had to thank him profusely. Take me to the airport, Jiang Fei said to the special police officers. Yes, Grand Marshal. The special police officers immediately formed a tight defensive formation and escorted Jiang Fei to the airport. When these special police officers escorted Jiang Fei, not many people actually went to defend against Jiang Fei because Jiang Fei's combat strength was too terrifying. If he really made a move, the special police officers would not be able to stop him at all. The real defense of the special police was the troublemakers that might appear. They did not want to let those idiots that might appear provoke Jiang Fei. When that happened, whether it was this man who would go crazy, or when he went back and used the Universe Empire to pressure Planet Kamal, these were not things that Planet Kamal could withstand. Very soon, Jiang Fei was surrounded by a large group of special police. He arrived at the airport. At that time, Planet Kamal's airport had been completely cordoned off. Swoosh! Jiang Fei released his yacht and walked in calmly. General, please take care. a few officials said politely. However, in their hearts, they could not wait for Jiang Fei to get lost. Goodbye. Jiang Fei greeted these people. Then, he entered the yacht and left Planet Kamal. After sending off Jiang Fei, the god of plagues, everyone on Planet Kamal let out a sigh of relief. After Jiang Fei left, he took out his pocket watch and began to lock onto Simon's position again. Soon, a red dot appeared on the screen. Simon was currently in the Carwilla Galaxy. There was a player fleet of the Resistance Army there. Set course, Carwilla Galaxy. Vaudeville Galaxy. Activate automatic navigation. Jiang Fei set the navigation mark again. Navigation mark set. Automatic navigation activated. Following a mechanical voice, the yacht began to adjust its course and warp towards the Carwilla Galaxy. The Carwilla Galaxy was not very close to the Zola Galaxy. It was separated by 2 starfields and 12 galaxies. They needed to pass through 13 stargates to reach it. The long interstellar journey would take at least 7 days to complete. Little Nine, do you think that we can defeat that guy once we know his weakness? Jiang Fei chatted with Little Nine in his free time. Brother, I believe in you, Little Nine said without hesitation. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. Little Nine trusted him unconditionally. However, he did not think that things would turn for the better. Although the development team had provided some help to Jiang Fei so that he could understand that Simon had broken the laws with his cheat, this thing could not directly support his combat power. Therefore, it was still not easy for him to defeat Simon. It was still not an easy task. This time, Jiang Fei went to look for Simon again. He did not want to get too close. As long as he tested Simon's cheat attributes from afar, he would leave. Then, he would think of a way to find Simon's weakness. Before he was certain that he could defeat Simon, Jiang Fei did not plan to blindly try again. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The yacht that Jiang Fei was on had finally arrived at Bonorville Star in the Carwilla Galaxy. At this time, Simon was still active in the galaxy. Perhaps it was because the players here were not chased away. So Simon continued to beat up noobs here. Target Keha Star. Prepare for phase jump. Jiang Fei switched the control of the spaceship to manual mode. The spaceship began to turn under Jiang Fei's control. Then, the phase engine began to recharge. Boom! As the phase engine started, the spaceship entered the phase space and turned towards Keha Star. Chapter 2405, Chapter 2396 Simon, who ignored the rules of power. With a flash of silver light, a spaceship came out of the dimensional space. Jiang Fei arrived at the gravity well on planet Keha. At that moment, Keha was facing one side of the star. A fierce battle was raging. A group of player fleets were fighting against a golden battleship, although they were outnumbered. However, the golden triangular battleship was closing in on them step by step. On the contrary, the player fleet was being beaten into a sorry state. Damn it! Where did these guys come from? How can they be so powerful? A player complained. I heard that it's the game's big boss. Another player said. This was also the news that the development team deliberately released. They didn't dare to tell the player that the game had been hacked. This caused the cheaters to be able to run wild without fear. This was because this would cause a large number of normal players to be lost. So they had no choice but to release this kind of news. F***CK. How long have we been playing for? The final boss has already appeared? The player from before said in dissatisfaction. Maybe it was accidentally triggered by us. Who knows? Another player shrugged and said. All of you trash. You only dared to show off in front of the NPCs. All of you. Surrender to me. Simon happily abused these players. From the back of the planet, Jiang Fei flew the spaceship around quietly. He was very careful. He tried his best not to get involved in the battlefield and also tried his best not to be noticed by Simon. At that moment, Simon's attention was completely focused on the players. After all, the thrill of blowing up a battleship was incomparable to the thrill of blowing up a civilian ship. Therefore, Simon did not pay attention to the civilian yacht that appeared near Keha planet. F***CK. How close must I get for you to react? Jiang Fei said as he stared at the instrument in his hand. At that moment, the instrument in his hand still did not react at all. This ship looks a little familiar? As Jiang Fei continued to get closer, Simon also noticed the yacht. It seems to be the guy that I tortured a few days ago. Why is he following me? Could it be that he is prone to being tortured? Simon muttered to himself. Quick! At that moment, Jiang Fei was a little anxious. The closer he got to Simon, the higher the probability of him being attacked. Swish! At that moment, the instrument in Jiang Fei's hand lit up. Coordinates XXX. XXX. Activate the phase engine. Jiang Fei did not even turn on the automatic navigation. He directly turned on the phase engine. Boom! The phase engine was instantly ignited. As the coordinates that Jiang Fei chose were in the direction of his bow, there was no need to adjust the direction at all. Therefore, the warp jump began immediately. You want to run? Stay here for me. Simon laughed coldly. He quickly operated the battleship a few times. Following that, a light net suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Fei's yacht, instantly trapping his ship. Warning! Warning! The phaser engine has been severely interfered. The warp jump is about to fail. The alarm in Jiang Fei's yacht was loud. Little 9. Help! Jiang Fei did not want to be left behind. These players with cheats were too abnormal. He did not want to be tortured again. Okay, brother. Little 9's hand immediately flashed with a silver-white light. Pa! The light net that was originally attached to Jiang Fei's yacht suddenly shattered like broken glass. Phase engine restored. Warp continue. The alarm in the spaceship went off. With a slight vibration, the yacht jumped into the phase space. Interesting. Simon could not help but smile as he watched Jiang Fei's yacht escape. To be able to break my force field binding. It seems that you are not clean either. Simon muttered to himself. A moment later, Jiang Fei's yacht broke out of the dimensional space once again. As the distance of his warp was not very long, the time it took was also very short. Phew! Jiang Fei let out a long breath. Then, he said to Little 9. Little 9, it's all thanks to you this time. Brother, it's nothing. Although Little 9 said that, he was clearly much more tired than before. Little 9, are you okay? Jiang Fei asked with concern. It's a little exhausting, Little 9 said. Breaking through the force field had consumed a lot of his strength. After I'm done with this matter, I'll go and find a large-scale spatial gemstone mine for you, Jiang Fei said with some heartache. Big brother, I'm fine. It'll be fine after a little bit of time. Quick, look at that guy's weakness, Little 9 said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and took out the instrument. He had been busy running away just now, so he did not have the time to look at the results of the instrument. Apostle number 1. Simon. Law of Destruction Power. This was the brief introduction of the contents of the instrument. Then, Jiang Fei continued to look down. According to the results of the instrument, Simon could ignore the law of power in the universe through the plugin. He could control the power of any attribute at will, whether it was kinetic energy, potential energy, or chemical energy. Simon could increase, decrease, or change the direction of all energy at will, even if it was to make a wave of energy disappear into thin air. The laws of power in the universe were completely ineffective on him. He could change it however he wanted. F***CK. So ruthless. How am I supposed to play then? After Jiang Fei finished reading, he had the urge to flip the table on the spot. This was only apostle number 1. There were still 12 apostles behind him. Putting others aside, this guy was already invincible. He could modify any attribute related to strength. This caused any attack on him to disappear. His attack power was always unlimited. Invincible defense and invincible attack. This was even more of a boss than a boss. Did this guy want Jiang Fei to risk his life to deal with it? Brother, don't be discouraged. There will always be a way to deal with him. Little 9 comforted him. A way? What way? This guy ignores the law. How can I defeat him? Jiang Fei scratched his head. Brother, look. He just ignores the law of power. The other laws are still effective on him. Jiang Fei was a fan of the people involved. Little 9, who was standing by the side, had keenly discovered Simon's weakness. Oh! Jiang Fei looked at the contents of the device again. As expected, the device showed that Simon could ignore the law of power in this universe. But the other laws were still effective on him. But even so, how am I supposed to deal with him? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Brother, I'm not very smart. You'll have to think of a way. Little 9 jumped back into the 9 rotating astrolabe and disappeared. He had used up too much power. Now, he needed to go back and rest. Looks like you'll have to use my brain. Jiang Fei nodded and set the spaceship to autopilot mode. He then returned to his room. Now, Jiang Fei really needed to calm down and think about how to deal with Simon. Chapter 2406, Chapter 2397 reminded him of his dream. Jiang Fei stayed in his room for more than a week. He racked his brain for a long time. But he still could not think of a way to deal with Simon. If Simon had taken the initiative to control his power, Jiang Fei could have used sneak attacks and other means to kill Simon before he could even react. However, this player had used a set method to change the rules of power. In other words, as long as he set his attack power to 0, Jiang Fei would not be able to deal any damage to Simon. He would not be able to deal any damage to Simon. Just as Jiang Fei was frowning, the communication device in the yacht suddenly rang. Who would look for me at this time? Jiang Fei frowned. He had an agreement with the girls. When he was out on dangerous missions, the girls would not disturb him unless it was absolutely necessary. Connected, Jiang Fei said to the onboard computer. Hey! Fei! How have you been? Han Tianyu's head suddenly appeared on the large screen in the cockpit. Brother you! Why is it you? I thought something had happened. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said. He had fulfilled his promise and arranged for Han Tianyu to be a governor on a planet. Moreover, the planet that Jiang Fei arranged for Han Tianyu was a habitable planet filled with bunnies. To Han Tianyu, that place was like heaven. Ha ha! Didn't I miss you? Han Tianyu did not know that the universe was in danger, so he was living a very comfortable life. Through the big screen, Jiang Fei could see that Han Tianyu was enjoying the service of the bunnies. How have you been recently? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. I've been having the best time ever, Han Tianyu said with a smile. He was a playboy himself. Although he was very outstanding in management and operations, this guy was more willing to enjoy life. Hee hee. You really are carefree. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. It seemed that everyone had their own fate. He had risked his life to fight outside just to save himself and the universe. However, a person like Han Tianyu could live a happy life. Of course, if Jiang Fei was given a chance to exchange with Han Tianyu, he would not agree. He was the kind of person who was willing to take his fate into his own hands, no matter how dangerous or difficult it was. He did not want to live in a drunken stupor until one day he would inexplicably die with this world. It seems that you have encountered some difficulties recently. Tell me and see if I can help you think of a solution. Han Tianyu could also see Jiang Fei's worried expression. Jiang Fei was silent for a moment. If it was a battle, Han Tianyu was indeed a piece of trash. His strength was not even enough to be a marine soldier. However, this guy's brain was pretty good. Perhaps he could really give Jiang Fei an idea. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Then, he said to Han Yu, I have indeed encountered some trouble recently. The opponent's identity is difficult to deal with. He has an absolute defense ability. I can't hurt him at all. Do you have any ideas? After Jiang Fei said that, he sighed. To be honest, he did not have much hope for Han Tianyu. After all, he had racked his brains for so many days and still could not think of any ideas. How could Han Tianyu come up with a solution in such a short time? Isn't that easy? Isn't it just invincible defense? Han Tianyu smiled indifferently. Easy? Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had thought for so long, but still could not come up with a solution. How could it be easy when it came to Han Tianyu? If you can't hurt him in the front, haven't you ever thought of poisoning him? Whether it's poison or viruses, all of them should be applied to his body, Han Tianyu said with a ruffian look. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had never thought about this before. Ever since Jiang Fei had stepped into the martial arts world, although he had pretended to be 13, he had never even done a sneak attack during a battle, let alone a dirty trick like poisoning him. Therefore, after meeting the almost invincible Simon, he had never thought about this before. According to the data on the detector, although Simon could ignore the power laws of this space, he still had to obey other laws. It seemed that poisoning was really effective, although it was a matter of careful consideration how to bypass the golden battleship and poison Simon. Han Tianyu's idea had at least solved the problem of the opponent's immunity to attacks. Brother you're really a genius. Jiang Fei had no choice but to give Han Tianyu a thumbs up. Of course, Han Tianyu was not polite at all. Brother I'm still busy. I won't bother you anymore. Enjoy yourself, Jiang Fei said as he cut off the communication with Han Tianyu. The problem now is to lure Simon out of the battleship. Jiang Fei knew that it was impossible for him to destroy the golden battleship that had the same attributes as Simon. However, it was very possible to lure Simon out. What I need to do now is to get the poison that can cure Simon. After Jiang Fei was awakened by Han Tianyu, he had a general idea in his mind. Where can I get the most poisonous poison? Jiang Fei thought hard for a while. In the end, he decided to go to the 5 directions heaven and earth. That was the heaven of cultivators. Similarly, The poison there was much more powerful than the biochemical viruses in the outer universe. After all, the biochemical virus was only effective against ordinary people. The hidden ones were not afraid of these things at all. However, the poison in the 5 directions heaven and earth could easily kill cultivators above the true immortal level. Therefore, they could be used to deal with Simon. It was definitely effective. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei took out the complete 9 rotation astrolabe. Little 9, do me a favor, Jiang Fei said to Little 9. Big brother, tell me. After recovering for so many days, Little 9 looked much better. I want to go to the 5 directions, Jiang Fei said. Big brother, I can't send you back to the previous time and space. Little 9 and Jiang Fei still had to return to the 5 directions from hundreds of thousands of years ago. No need. The current 5 directions will do, Jiang Fei said. That's easy, brother. Just you wait. Little 9 patted her chest and agreed. After that, Jiang Fei put away the yacht that he was sitting on. Then, Little 9 activated her spatial ability. With a flash of silver light, Jiang Fei disappeared into thin air. When his vision returned, he was already in the world of the 5 directions. Brother, we're in the town star. Where are you going? Little 9 was now fully formed. It was no longer random for him to travel through the world of the 5 directions. Instead, he could control it. We're going to the star of suppression, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Little 9 nodded. Then, Jiang Fei felt the scenery around him change. He had arrived at the star of suppression. The teleportation speed was even faster than a teleportation circle. Chapter 2407, Chapter 2398 Poisonous Beast. After arriving at the year star, the cold air hit Jiang Fei's face and made him feel refreshed. Although Simon was still terrifyingly powerful, at least now Jiang Fei had a clue. He knew how to defeat Simon. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and sensed his current position. Soon, he locked onto the position of the endless sea. Brother, where are we going? Little 9 asked curiously. We're going to the endless sea, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Is there anything there that you're looking for, brother? Little 9 asked. Yes, I'm looking for a poisonous beast, Jiang Fei replied with a smile. He had been in the 5 directions for a long time. The most poisonous poison, he knew, was a strange poison called insinuation. This insinuation originated from a strange beast in the endless sea of stars. This kind of sea beast usually lived in the deep sea. It would only come to the shore when it was about to reproduce and needed to accumulate energy. After reaching the shore, this strange beast would hide under the beach and quietly wait for its prey to come to its door. When its prey approached, it would spew out the poison from its body. The poisonous sand would be sprayed out. Needless to say, it would contaminate the prey. Even if it met the shadow of its prey, no one would be able to escape. If a poison master was lucky enough to catch such a strange beast and dig out its poison sac, they would be able to create the most mysterious poison in the 5 directions insinuation. Oh! Little 9 nodded as if she understood something. Then, Jiang Fei rode his sword and brought Little 9 to the direction of the endless sea. Jiang Fei was extremely fast. The endless sea of time star covered more than half of the planet. Therefore, he only flew for half a day before he arrived at the beach. Brother, where is that sea beast? Little 9 asked. I don't know. Jiang Fei shook his head. He came to the endless sea mainly to try his luck. Innuendo was a legendary poison in the 5 directions. Jiang Fei had only seen it once. It was hundreds of thousands of years ago. As for today, Jiang Fei was not even sure if that sea beast still existed. Then, should we search for a needle in a haystack? Little 9 asked. Let me give it a try first. Jiang Fei sighed. He had come here to try his luck. It would be best if he could find this strange poison. If he could not find it, that was fine too. He could settle for the second best. The 5 directions of heaven and earth never lacked poison that could kill experts. This was especially true for the human heart moon sect. They were even more proficient in this poison. Oh! Little 9 nodded. Following that, Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. His mind power radiated outwards. The world of the 5 directions was no longer what it was hundreds of thousands of years ago. There were not many hidden experts here that Jiang Fei was afraid of. Moreover, in this era, Jiang Fei was a true dragon sage. Even if there were some hidden experts who were disturbed by him, they would not dare to make things difficult for him. As Jiang Fei's spiritual power advanced, he found many marine species at the bottom of the endless sea. There were ferocious beasts with intelligence, and there were also ferocious beasts with low intelligence but powerful strength. After these guys felt Jiang Fei's terrifying dragon's might, They all crawled on the bottom of the sea and trembled. Jiang Fei's spiritual power quickly covered the entire endless sea, but he did not find any trace of the sea beast. No way. Could it be extinct? Jiang Fei frowned. In Jiang Fei's era, there were only records of this strange poison in legends. There was a period of time. Jiang Fei even thought that this strange poison did not exist. It was only when he was in Hongyuan that he saw the existence of this poison with his own eyes. Brother, did you not find it? Little Nine asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded with slight disappointment. Brother, why didn't you ask those ferocious beasts in the sea? Little Nine tilted her head and asked. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Little Nine, you're so smart. Jiang Fei stomped his feet. Ever since he had achieved great mastery in his spiritual power, he had been relying more and more on his spiritual power to investigate. However, there were ores under the endless sea that could isolate spiritual power. Back then, the Light of Vengeance had used these ores too. They had built a huge secret base at the bottom of the endless sea. After praising Little Nine, Jiang Fei stomped his feet hard. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to shout, "Those who can breathe, get up here!" With Jiang Fei's shout, the entire endless sea was thrown into chaos. Those beasts that did not have much intelligence were fine. Anyway, they could not understand what Jiang Fei was saying. They were intimidated by Jiang Fei's draconic aura. They were already trembling. Now that they heard Jiang Fei's roar, they only trembled a little more violently. However, the sea beasts that were always intelligent were different. When they heard Jiang Fei shout, they thought that they had offended the dragon race. Therefore, they were all scared to death. However, even though they were afraid, the sea beasts did not dare to ignore Jiang Fei. Therefore, their clan leader could only nervously walk to the surface of the sea and appear in front of Jiang Fei. Greetings, Guru. 7 or 8 sea monster clan leaders greeted Jiang Fei. They were only here because they were closer to Jiang Fei's location. Therefore, they had rushed here faster. The other sea monster clan leaders were still on their way. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he asked the sea monster clan leaders, "I'm here to look for a rare sea monster. If any of you know about it, please tell me. God, don't worry. We will tell you everything we know." The sea beast leaders answered one after another. Very good. Jiang Fei looked at these people with satisfaction. Then, he asked, "I'm here to look for a highly poisonous strange beast. Its poison can poison even the shadow of a person. God, are you looking for the Yu dynasty?" One of the sea beast leaders asked. "Do you know about these sea beasts?" Jiang Fei was delighted. "I have indeed heard about these strange beasts from my elders. Although they do not have much intelligence, they are extremely powerful. Their poison sacs can be used to create a poison called innuendo. This poison is very powerful, and there is no cure for it. Since the ancient times, only a woman named Han Yun survived the innuendo. Everyone else died." The sea beast leader said, "That's right. I'm looking for this poisonous beast. Do you know where I can find it?" Jiang Fei was overjoyed. It seemed that he had found the right person. "Exalted goddess, although I have heard about this poisonous beast from my ancestors, I have lived in the endless sea for thousands of years, but I have never seen any trace of it." The sea beast leader's answer made Jiang Fei, who was originally filled with hope, extremely disappointed. These sea beasts that lived at the bottom of the sea had not seen the waves for thousands of years. Therefore, the existence of these sea beasts was a problem. Chapter 2408, Chapter 2399. The Traces of the Nephilim Race. Whoosh! At that moment, a dragon's aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Moreover, this dragon's aura was rapidly approaching. "I am Chong Wei. Greetings, Sage Lord." The dragon came before Jiang Fei and knelt down on one knee. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded lightly and gestured for Chong Wei to speak. "What? Sage Lord?" The sea beast leaders were all dumbfounded. They had thought that the person in front of them was just an ordinary dragon. They did not expect that this was the legendary Sage Lord of the dragon race. "How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling when you see the Sage Lord?" Chong Wei glared at them. The sea beast leaders were all so scared that they knelt on the ground. Chong Wei was the guardian of Time Star. He was the dragon race that managed these Time Star ferocious beasts. He could be said to have the power of life and death in Time Star. "All right, Chong Wei, don't scare them." Jiang Fei smiled and waved his hand. "Yes, Sage Lord." Chong Wei retreated behind Jiang Fei. "Who else knows about the turbulence?" Jiang Fei asked the sea beast leaders. The sea beast leaders looked at each other. although they had heard of similar legends. No one had seen it with their own eyes. A Neanderthal beast? Chong Wei rubbed his chin as if he had thought of something. You know about it? Jiang Fei felt a little hopeful again. I think I heard someone mention it before. He seems to have seen it before, said Chong Wei. Oh, tell me in detail. Jiang Fei was instantly overjoyed. Let me think about it. Chong Wei frowned and thought for a long time. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Sage Lord, I remember now. Okay, speak. Jiang Fei immediately asked. 2 months ago, I was patrolling the Endless Sea. I met the Supreme Elder of the Single-Horned Shark clan. He was the one who told me about it, said Chong Wei. Single-Horned Shark? Where do they live? Is the clan leader here yet? Jiang Fei asked. He's here. He's here. Please calm down. God! At that moment, a line of water appeared in the distance. Following that, a human figure appeared from the water. Mao Tong, the leader of the Narwhal Shark clan. Greet the 2 gods. The person knelt in front of Jiang Fei and said, This is our sage lord. Chong Wei hurriedly took a step back. He did not dare to stand side by side with Jiang Fei. Greetings, sage lord. Mao Tong immediately bowed again to Jiang Fei. I heard that you have seen the Neanderthal beast, Jiang Fei asked. I have never seen it before. However, I heard that Uncle Mao Xiang has seen it before, Mao Tong said. Bring me to him, Jiang Fei said immediately. Sage Lord, Uncle Mao Xiang has always been crazy. I am afraid that he might offend you, Mao Tong said awkwardly. It's okay. Bring me to him, Jiang Fei said. He did not care if that fellow was crazy or not. His priority now was to find the beast and refine the insinuation. Yes, Sage Lord. Mao Tong nodded, since Jiang Fei had already said so. If he refused, he would be courting death. All right, you all can leave now. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Yes. The sea beast leaders were relieved. They had never met the highest leader of the dragon race. In front of Jiang Fei, they felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They were afraid that their words would offend him. It would bring great trouble to their own people. After getting rid of the sea beast leaders, Jiang Fei said to Mao Tong, Let's go! Yes. Mao Tong nodded. Sage Lord, do you need me to accompany you? Chong Wei asked. No need. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Sage Lord, when will you return to the Dragon Palace? Chong Wei asked. Jiang Fei had left the 5 directions for a long time. The elders of the dragon race could not see him, so they could not help but feel a little shaken. After all, the future of the dragon race was in the hands of the Sage Lord. However, this Sage Lord was elusive and never came home. This made the elders worried all day long. How about this? I will return to the Dragon Palace in a few days, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. It had indeed been a long time since he left the Dragon Palace. Then, I will inform the elders right away, Chong Wei said. Go! Jiang Fei nodded and Chong Wei left as well. Let's go, said Jiang Fei to Mao Tong. Yes. Mao Tong turned around and reverted to his true form. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Sage Lord, please step onto my back. I will carry you there. To a ferocious beast, it was a great shame to be someone else's mount. However, that was also a distinction. If one could become the mount of the dragon race's Sage Lord, one would not only glorify one's ancestors, but also become a hero in the clan. Therefore, Mao Tong took the initiative to ask Jiang Fei to sit on his back. Okay. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He directly sat on the back of the unicorn shark that Mao Tong had transformed into. Then, Mao Tong dived down and sank into the water. After entering the water, Jiang Fei extended his hand and pointed. A bubble wrapped around him. Although Jiang Fei did not care that there was no air to breathe in the water, he still liked the feeling of being dry. Sage Lord, I'm going to speed up, Mao Tong said to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Mao Tong waved his tail and increased his speed instantly. Although he was affected by the resistance in the water and could not be faster than flying, he was still quite fast. After about 3 hours, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the deep sea. Sage Lord, the clan uncle is often active in this area. I will bring you to him, Mao Tong said as he slowed down and began to patrol the nearby sea area. After about half an hour, Jiang Fei sensed a powerful aura in front of him. Found it! Mao Tong accelerated and soon caught up with the single-horned shark in front of him. Ha ha! Tongzi, did you bring a little guy to play with? Mao Xiang laughed. Uncle, don't be rude. This is the dragon race's sage lord. Mao Tong was so scared that his entire body trembled. If the dragon race's sage lord was blamed for this, their entire race would be in danger of being exterminated. TSK! I don't care if he's a sage lord or not. What does it have to do with me? Mao Xiang seemed to be a little strange. He did not buy Jiang Fei's words at all. Sage! My uncle was injured when he was young. Mao Tong saw that Mao Xiang was going overboard. So he quickly explained to Jiang Fei. It doesn't matter. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He went straight to Mao Xiang and said, Old man, I heard that you have seen a Neanderthal beast before. Is that true? Humph. Is that true? Do I need to lie? I saw it yesterday. Mao Xiang looked at Jiang Fei with disdain. Really? Jiang Fei was overjoyed. If the old man had seen the beast yesterday, then the chances of him catching it were much higher. I never lie, Mao Xiang said proudly. Chapter 2409, Chapter 2400, Single dogs are useless. When and where have you seen a beast before? Jiang Fei asked excitedly. Hey! Can I tell you? Mao Xiang said proudly. Uncle! Don't keep me in suspense. This is the dragon race's sage. Mao Tong was anxious. He was afraid that Mao Xiang would anger Jiang Fei. It's all right. Jiang Fei waved his hand and gestured for Mao Tong to step aside. Then, he said to Mao Xiang, Old man, could it be that you have become muddle-headed after getting older? Is that why you remembered wrongly? Bullsh asterisk T. You're the one who's muddle-headed. When Mao Xiang heard that Jiang Fei dared to question him, he was furious on the spot. It's over. It's over. You insulted the dragon race's sage lord on the spot. Now, not only are we going to die, the entire single-horned shark race will be wiped out. Mao Tong suddenly felt his vision darken, and he almost fainted. Hee. Old man, if you weren't so muddle-headed, how could you have seen the extinct Neanderthals? Jiang Fei did not pursue Mao Xiang's offense. Instead, he wanted to provoke the old man. The purpose was to get him to reveal the whereabouts of the Neanderthals. Don't give me that. Don't think that I'm easy to fool just because I'm old. Provoking me is useless to me. Mao Xiang did not fall for Jiang Fei's trick at all. That's right. Old man, you're so smart. How could you fall for my trick? You're just making up a lie to brag in front of others. Jiang Fei did not care about the old man's attitude. He just smiled and said with a nonchalant expression, Hey! I have such a bad temper. Kid, I'm going to fight with you today. Mao Xiang had a strange temper. Although he knew that Jiang Fei was trying to provoke him, he still fell for the trick. If you have the ability, prove it. Jiang Fei laughed. Prove it then. Follow me. Mao Xiang transformed into a single-horned shark again and swam towards the left side of the sea. Well, go too. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Mao Tong transformed into his original form and carried Jiang Fei behind Mao Xiang. The two single-horned sharks swam in front and behind for about 5 hours. Finally, they came to an extremely deep sea. The water pressure here was very terrifying. Normal sea monsters would not come here at all. Even normal sea creatures were very rare. Humph. Today, I will show you. Mao Xiang laughed coldly. Then, he dived down to the bottom of the sea. Mao Tong followed closely behind. He also brought Jiang Fei down quickly. The two single-horned sharks quickly dived to the bottom of the sea, which was nearly 20,000 meters deep. Shoo! At this time, Mao Xiang once again transformed into human form. He motioned for Jiang Fei and Mao Xiang to keep quiet. Then, he quietly moved forward. Jiang Fei had Mao Tong transform back into his human form and waited at the same spot while he continued to swim forward with Mao Xiang. Soon, the two of them arrived at the bottom of a trench. It was pitch black, and the water pressure was even higher. Even someone as strong as Jiang Fei felt a lot of pressure. Fortunately, experts like Jiang Fei and the others no longer relied on their vision to perceive everything around them. Compared to the 5 senses of an ordinary person, they believed in spiritual power more. Under the perception of spiritual power, Jiang Fei quickly discovered a strange sea beast that was invisible at the bottom of the sea. Although it was far away, Jiang Fei could still feel an ancient aura from its body. This thing is definitely an ancient xenogenic, Jiang Fei thought to himself. As he continued to get closer, Jiang Fei could almost tell that this thing was the legendary Nephilim beast. Its appearance was exactly the same as what was recorded in the legends. After confirming that the Neanderthal beast was still alive, Jiang Fei immediately went over to capture it. However, He was stopped by Mao Xiang.
What are you doing?
Mao Xiang asked.
Catching it. I'm here for it.
Jiang Fei said matter-of-factly.
I know that you want to refine innuendo, but if you catch it now, it would be a waste of a Neanderthal beast. If you want to find other Neanderthal beasts, it will depend on your own luck,
Mao Xiang said.
Oh, why do you say that? Old sir?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Humph. You surface beasts are really ignorant,
Mao Xiang muttered disdainfully. Then, he said,
when this Neanderthal beast is at the bottom of the sea, its poison sac is empty. Only when it is in the breeding season and they are ready to go to the shore to hunt will it secrete poison.
Now that you have captured it, its stomach is empty. What use do you have for it?
I see. Jiang Fei humbly learned his lesson. Then, he asked,
then when will it be time for them to breed?
Humph.
Neanderthals are so rare now. It can't even find its other half. How can it talk about breeding?
Mao Xiang sneered.
This.
Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. It was not easy for him to find a Neanderthal beast. He thought that it was a success. However, Mao Xiang told him that a single dog was useless. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable.
All right, kid. Now that you've seen a Neanderthal beast, you should know that I'm not lying.
Right? Mao Xiang said to Jiang Fei.
The old man is right.
Although Jiang Fei was disappointed, he had to admit that the old man had indeed seen a Neanderthal beast.
Then, let's leave quickly. Don't disturb it,
Mao Xiang said. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Since the Neanderthal beast was useless, he naturally did not want to make things difficult for this species that was about to go extinct. After that, Jiang Fei turned around and left the trench to swim towards Mao Tong's location. Mao Xiang followed closely behind. After a moment, Jiang Fei returned to Mao Tong's side and said to him,
all right, let's go back.
Yes,
Sage Lord,
Mao Tong said obediently.
Are you just going to leave like that?
Mao Xiang suddenly asked.
Yes. Don't tell me that the old sir still wants to pay the toll?
Jiang Fei asked.
That's not necessary. I'm just worried that you will make things difficult for Mao Tong.
Mao Xiang spoke clearly at that moment. He did not seem like a strange person at all.
Old sir, you did not lie to me. Moreover, I did see a living beast. Why would I make things difficult for him?
Jiang Fei shook his head and said,
you're different from the other dragons.
Mao Xiang said.
Perhaps.
Jiang Fei replied noncommittally. Then, he turned around and sat on the back of Mao Tong, who had transformed into a single-horned shark.
Take this.
Mao Xiang suddenly threw a small box over. The box was not very big. It was only the size of a palm. However, it was wrapped very tightly.
What is this?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
It's what you want,
Mao Xiang said.
The poison sac of the beast?
Jiang Fei's heart lit up with a glimmer of hope.
No.
However, Mao Xiang's answer greatly disappointed him.
It's a refined insinuation.
Mao Xiang's other words made Jiang Fei ecstatic.
Really?
Jiang Fei was overjoyed.
Do I dare lie to you, Dragon Sage?
Mao Xiang sighed. The insinuation in his hand was very likely to be out of print. Over the past few thousand years, he had only seen that one beast. This kind of thing would not go to the shallow sea until it was time to breed, let alone secrete poison. Once the last beast died, this ancient race would be considered extinct. Chapter 2410, Chapter 2401 Meeting with Yu Ting. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. How was Mao Xiang weird and confused? He clearly saw more clearly than anyone else. He understood everything. Sage Lord, I have nothing to ask of you, as long as you manage your sky well and do not disturb our ocean, said Mao Xiang. You can rest assured. I have no interest in the ocean, said Jiang Fei calmly. He did not have such a strong desire for hegemony, so he had no intention of getting involved in the ocean. Then, I thank you, Sage Lord.
Mao Xiang nodded. Then, he said to Jiang Fei,
Sage Lord, when using this insinuation, you must be careful. Just aim at the enemy and trigger the mechanism. Do not get it on yourself. Yes, I know.
Jiang Fei nodded. When he was healing Hong Yun, he knew how difficult it was to deal with this innuendo poison. If he wanted to clear this poison, he could only change the frequency of the energy string and change the origin of matter. There was no other solution.
Then, Sage Lord, please help yourself. I still have to go swimming.
Mao Xiang turned into a single-horned shark and swam away.
Sage Lord, Clan Uncle, Mao Tong was almost scared out of his wits by Mao Xiang. Every time his uncle said a word, his heart would beat faster. Someone who dared to speak to the Dragon Sage Lord in such a manner. He was probably the only person in the entire Year Star who dared to speak to the Dragon Sage Lord like that. No worries. Jiang Fei was in a great mood after getting the insinuation. Naturally, he would not mind these things. So, where do you plan to go next? Mao Tong asked. Take me up, Jiang Fei said. Yes. Mao Tong nodded. Then, he carried Jiang Fei and swam up the surface of the sea. After dozens of minutes, Jiang Fei finally returned to the surface of the sea from the deep sea. He leaped up and summoned the Chungying sword. All right, you can go back now, Jiang Fei said to Mao Tong. Yes, I will take my leave now. Mao Tong bowed to Jiang Fei and then dived back into the water. After Mao Tong left, Jiang Fei rode the flying sword and soared into the sky. He had previously promised to return to the dragon race. This time, he could go back and take care of some things. Soon, Jiang Fei left the atmosphere of the Year Star and came to outer space. Then, he went straight to the dragon race's territory. After passing through the barrier, Jiang Fei returned to the small satellite that the dragon race occupied. Welcome, Sage Lord! Sage Lord! You're finally back! Jiang Fei's return caused a huge sensation in the dragon race. Due to the time difference, it had been a few years since Jiang Fei left the last time. During this period of time, although the dragon race was still well organized under the management of the Great Elder and the others, there was still a sense of leaderless dragons. Now that Jiang Fei had returned, all the dragons were finally relieved. After all, in the prophecy, Jiang Fei was going to lead them back to glory. When Jiang Fei arrived at the main hall of the Dragon Palace, the elders of the dragon race had already gathered. Sage Lord, you have been away for a few years. Have you found a way out for our race? The Great Elder asked. He asked this on the one hand because he was concerned about the future of the dragon race, and on the other hand, he was pressuring Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei was the leader of the dragon race. It was too irresponsible of him to leave for several years. I have some clues, Jiang Fei said. If he had not been teleported to hundreds of thousands of years ago and met Wei Hao, he would have been at a loss about how to save the dragon race. Now, he finally understood. Saving the dragon race and saving the outer universe were the same thing. Really? That's great. Yeah. We finally don't have to live like this anymore. That's right. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, we're finally going to rule the earth again. The elders of the Dragon Clan were all excited. Although the Dragon Clan had been reborn at this time, and once again ruled the 5 directions of the world, the power of the Dragon Clan was incomparable to hundreds of thousands of years ago. Sage Lord, how are you going to lead us back to glory? The Dragon Queen asked. I have just found some clues on this matter. It is not good to talk about it now. I will tell you in detail later, Jiang Fei said. Both the Dragon Queen and the elders were a little dissatisfied at the moment. However, Jiang Fei was still a Sage Lord, so they did not dare to press him. After that, Jiang Fei asked the Great Elder and the others about the current situation of the 5 directions heaven and earth. When he knew that the 5 directions heaven and earth were very calm and everything was in order, his heart was relieved. After all, this was his big backer. All right, I still have some things to do. You guys can leave first. I still have to leave for a period of time, Jiang Fei said to the others. Yes, Sage Lord. Although the Great Elder and the others were a little dissatisfied with Jiang Fei's behavior, they did not say anything. After coming out of the hall, Jiang Fei directly walked to the back. That was the place to educate the dragon whelps. He wanted to talk to Yu Ting. You're here? Jiang Fei had just arrived outside Yu Ting's room when his voice came from inside. After a closer look, he realized that it was indeed somewhat similar to Wei Hao from before. Yes, teacher. Jiang Fei pushed the door open and walked in. I already know why you're here. Moreover, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yu Ting smiled. Although Jiang Fei did not give him Wei Hao's letter, Wei Hao had written the letter himself. How could he not know that Jiang Fei would come to deliver the letter? Although the former Wei Hao had changed his name to Yu Ting, he was still him after all. Naturally, he would not forget what he had done hundreds of thousands of years ago. Teacher, can a person really go back to the past? Jiang Fei asked. He used to think that he was in a parallel dimension just like Wei Luan. However, judging from Yu Ting's behavior, Jiang Fei knew that he was not in a parallel dimension. Instead, he was in the past hundreds of thousands of years ago. I don't know either. Perhaps only you know about this, said Yuting. This.
Jiang Fei was confused. Yuting was right. Logically speaking, there should not be such a thing as going back in time. However, he had truly experienced it.
All right. Hand the letter over to me, said Yuting with a smile. Oh.
Jiang Fei took out the letter that Wei Hao had written.
Swoosh.
After the letter was written, Yuting opened it directly. What was inside was a piece of white paper. Since Yuting was Wei Hao, there was no need for him to really write a letter to him. All he needed was the process. When the time came, Yuting would naturally know what to do.
Go and find a way to crack it. I have thought about it for hundreds of thousands of years, but I still have not been able to crack the mystery. It seems that this heavy responsibility can only be placed on you, said Yuting. I will definitely do my best.
Jiang Fei nodded and said, Chapter 2411, Chapter 2402, An Ant Seeking Death. After bidding farewell to Yuting, Jiang Fei went straight to a place where no one was around. Then, he said to Little Nine,
Let's go back. Brother, are you planning to leave the 5 directions?
Little Nine asked.
Yes. I have already obtained the insinuation. It's time to end things with Simon,
Jiang Fei said. With the insinuation, he had a chance to kill Simon, who broke the rules of power. As long as this guy's carrier died, he would not be a match for Jiang Fei, who was only left with his soul.
Then, let's go!
Little Nine smiled. Then, Jiang Fei felt the scene in front of him blur. When his vision became clear again, he was already in space.
Swoosh!
Jiang Fei summoned his yacht and teleported in.
Open the star map!
Jiang Fei ordered the ship's computer.
Swoosh!
The star map was projected in front of Jiang Fei. At this time, they were still in the Carwilla Galaxy.
Is Simon still here?
Jiang Fei took out the pocket watch that Varen gave him and found that Varen was no longer here. Clearly, the players here had been tortured by him. He went to find other players to vent.
Expand the search area.
As there was no trace of Simon in the current starfield, Jiang Fei had no choice but to expand the search area. Soon, Jiang Fei found traces of Simon in the Jira Galaxy of the Luo God Seat.
Calculate the route to the Jira Galaxy.
Jiang Fei ordered the ship's computer.
Calculating the route. The navigation mark has been set. Automatic navigation activated. We are warping to the Stargate.
Soon, the ship's computer determined the best route and began to set off for the Gila Galaxy.
How long will it take us to reach the Gila Galaxy?
Jiang Fei asked.
About 12 days.
The ship's computer replied.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Jiang Fei frowned after listening to it. He had almost wasted his time on interstellar travel. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Gila Galaxy was 4 galaxies away from Carwilla Galaxy. There were dozens of galaxies. Being able to arrive in less than 10 days was already the best route. While he was on his way, Jiang Fei hid in his room and began to plan his plan to deal with Simon. Although he had already obtained the innuendo, it was useless to spray it at the battleship. Jiang Fei had to think of a way to lure Simon out of the battleship before he could attack him. However, in space, it was almost impossible to get Simon to leave the battleship. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to think of a way to get Simon to land on a certain planet. Once he landed, Simon would definitely not be able to fly the spaceship anymore. This gave Jiang Fei the opportunity to attack. However, how to lure Simon to the surface of the planet was a problem. After all, Jiang Fei did not know Simon at all. He did not even know what Simon liked, let alone setting up bait to lure him. Just as Jiang Fei was thinking hard, the yacht he was on suddenly sounded an alarm.
Alarm! Alarm! The warp engine has been interfered. Alarm! Alarm! The ship has been locked on. Alarm! High energy reaction detected ahead. Alarm! High energy reaction detected ahead on the left. Alarm! High energy reaction detected ahead on the right.
The continuous alarms told Jiang Fei that his spaceship was not only suppressed by the stasis net, but also surrounded by people. After hearing the alarm, Jiang Fei rushed out of his room and went to the cockpit of the spaceship.
Swoosh!
The large screen projected the situation outside the spaceship. At that time, Jiang Fei's yacht was surrounded by 5 spaceships. One of the spaceships released the stasis net and captured Jiang Fei's yacht.
Listen up inside. Transfer 20 billion to US immediately. Otherwise, we will blow up your ship.
Not long after Jiang Fei arrived at the cockpit, he received a clear message.
Pirates!
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Ever since the Imperial Army and the Resistance officially started a war,
The pirates that had been almost wiped out had started to show signs of revival again. At that moment, Jiang Fei's yacht was sailing to a remote galaxy. This was a place that did not care about anything. Therefore, he had really encountered a wave of them. Serves you right for being blind. You actually brought such a disaster on my head. Jiang Fei was angered by these stupid pirates. The pirates in front of him were all driving broken-down ships. Other than a frigate that had been retired 100 years ago, the other ships were all self-modified armed merchant ships. The frigate was also an old-fashioned model. In the eyes of the regular army, other than being sent to a museum, it had no other use. They had no idea where the pirates had dug it up. Although Jiang Fei's current yacht did not have any weapon system, he had to remember that the person who was driving it was an immortal god with a combat power of more than 65 million. In Jiang Fei's eyes, the pirates' small, broken ships were not enough for him to hack. Naturally, he would not put these pirates in his eyes. Hey! Rich guy inside. Are you scared shitless? Hurry up and transfer the money over and wait for us to board the ship for inspection. The leader of the pirates was very arrogant, because Jiang Fei's yacht was quite luxurious. The person who could afford to drive such a yacht was definitely a rich young master. Perhaps there were many valuable collectibles and beautiful women inside the yacht. Therefore, after the pirates captured Jiang Fei's yacht, they were overjoyed. After all, after doing such a thing, they could retire early. Robbing a rich young master was much more lucrative than robbing a merchant ship. Humph! Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he directly kept the yacht into the ring space. As the yacht disappeared into thin air, the pirates were dumbfounded. Although the yacht was not big, it was still a spaceship. It disappeared into thin air just like that. Could the guy inside be a magician? The pirates' radar was very poor. After Jiang Fei put away the yacht, they could only rely on their eyesight to observe through the porthole. In the vast universe, finding something the size of a person was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Clang! The Chang'ing sword appeared in Jiang Fei's hand. He activated the spiritual energy in his body, and in a few flashes, he arrived in front of an armed merchant ship. Swish! A sword aura that was hundreds of meters long appeared out of thin air, and directly cut through the armed merchant ship. Swish, swish, swish. After a few consecutive flashes, Jiang Fei arrived in front of another armed merchant ship. Then, he waved his sword and destroyed it as well. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Fei had destroyed 4 armed merchant ships. Only the museum-class frigate was left behind. At that moment, the pirates inside had already been scared silly. They were country bumpkins. They had never seen such a scene before. Chapter 2412, Chapter 2403 had a plan in mind. Whoosh! As a white light flashed, Jiang Fei appeared directly in the bridge of the frigate. What just happened? How did those ships suddenly get destroyed? I don't know. That attack seemed to have appeared out of thin air. At that moment, the pirates were looking at each other. No one knew what had just happened. Didn't you guys plan to kidnap me? Now! I'm here for you. Jiang Fei's laughter came from behind the pirates. The pirates were all focused on the outside of the porthole. They did not expect someone to appear behind them out of thin air. Who is it? The pirates turned their heads and saw Jiang Fei looking at them calmly. Who are you? The leader of the pirates asked. Who am I? Didn't you just ask me to send you tens of billions of dollars? Jiang Fei smiled and asked. You? You? Why are you on my ship? The leader of the pirates widened his eyes and asked. Me? If you want to come, you can come. Jiang Fei found a chair and sat down casually. Those 4 ships. Did you do it? The pirate leader asked in fear. What do you think? Jiang Fei answered noncommittally. Kid, why are you talking to our boss? Do you believe that I will kill you? A pirate lackey shouted. No matter where he went, there were still people who were not open-minded. These dog slaves only paid attention to their master. They could not see the situation clearly at all. Therefore, just when the pirate leader was about to pee his pants, this little underling was still shouting at Jiang Fei. Yo! You dog can really bark. Jiang Fei glanced at the pirate leader. Paw! The pirate leader turned around and slapped the underling. Then, he scolded loudly. Shut up, big brother. Aye. The underling still did not understand why he was being beaten up. Shut up! The pirate leader glared at him. Oh! Although the lackey still looked confused, he did not dare to speak anymore. What is your name? Jiang Fei asked calmly. My name is Kracha. The underworld gave me a nickname. I'm called the Scum Harbor Butcher. The pirate leader replied with a flattering smile. Kracha. I've never heard of him. He's not even in the top 100 of the Empire's Navy's wanted list.
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. As the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, he was the one who signed the wanted list. Therefore, he had some impression of those top pirate leaders.
Hee hee. I only have these 5 broken ships. I'm still far from those big shots.
Klacha smiled embarrassedly.
Then, do you know those big pirates?
Jiang Fei asked.
I do know them, but they might not know me.
Klacha replied resentfully. A small pirate of his level could not be compared to them.
You are lucky this time. I think they will hear your name in the future.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Age? Why?
Klacha asked with a confused look.
Because you kidnapped me.
Jiang Fei said with a smile that was not a smile.
You? May I ask who you are?
Klacha gathered his courage and asked.
Don't you know who I am?
Jiang Fei asked casually.
I really don't know.
Klacha was filled with regret. If he knew that Jiang Fei was so powerful, he would not have come looking for his own death.
My name is Jiang Fei. If you have not heard of me, go online and check. The first few 100 pages should all be about me.
Jiang Fei said calmly.
Jiang Fei.
Klacha frowned and thought for a long time. He had thought about all the great pirates in the universe, but there was no one named Jiang Fei.
Big, 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 big brother.
One of the pirate henchmen really took out his optical computer and searched it. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants.
What's wrong?
Klacha turned around and asked.
Look at this.
The henchman handed over the optical computer.
What's this?
Klacha took the optical computer and looked over. Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, the legendary actual ruler of the Universe Empire. And the current emperor was only his puppet. He was a super master, according to the legends. He had the power of a hermit. After just 2 lines, Klacha almost fainted. What was his identity? A little pirate who could not be ranked among the ranks. What about Jiang Fei? He was one of the 2 strongest forces in the universe. The Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. As for his strength, let alone a small pirate of Klacha's level, let alone a hermit-level master. Even if he heard about it, he rarely heard about people of this level because they were too far away from him. But today, he, Klacha, the small pirate, had actually kidnapped Jiang Fei. When he thought of this, Klacha felt as if his calves were spinning.
Great General. It's my fault for not recognizing you. Please be magnanimous and treat me like a fart. Let me go.
Klacha immediately kneeled in front of Jiang Fei. This time, he was really scared.
Hula.
The other little pirates also kneeled down, although they were doing business with no regard for their lives. At the end of the day, no one wanted to die.
Hee hee. Can you all have a little bit of the backbone of a pirate?
Jiang Fei laughed disdainfully.
Sir, we are pirates because we have no other choice. We are only doing it to earn a living. Moreover, although we rob, we never kill. Please spare us this time.
Klacha cried and begged. What he said was indeed the truth. They were all pitiful people. Although they were doing business as pirates, at least they did not have any lives on their hands. However, all the factions in the universe had the same attitude toward pirates. They did not care whether they killed or not. As long as they were space pirates, there was no need to judge them. Once they were caught, they could be executed on the spot.
You want to live? That depends on whether you are valuable or not.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. If he really wanted to kill these pirates, he would not need to spend so much effort to run to the ship and talk nonsense with these guys. Previously, Jiang Fei had been thinking about how to lure Simon to land on the surface of the planet. This made him quite worried. It was only when these pirates appeared that Jiang Fei had an idea. That was why Jiang Fei had gone on the ship to talk nonsense with these pirates. The pirates looked at each other. They would not even dare to think about a person of Jiang Fei's level. He was from a completely different world from them. This was like an emperor asking a beggar if he had anything good. Other than lice. What else could the beggar have that the emperor did not have?
Sir, I know where the bloodbath General Silent's lair is.
Klacha gritted his teeth and decided to give up the lair of a great pirate to buy his life. Although from now on, he might be hunted down by all the pirates. But now, in order to survive, he couldn't care so much anymore. Chapter 2413, Chapter 2404. Earth Wheel.
Bloodbath General Theron. Huh?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He had some impression of this pirate leader. He seemed to be ranked 30th on the wanted list. He was not considered top-notch, but he had some strength.
Yes, I have been summoned by him once, so I know where his lair is,
Klacha said.
All right, then bring me to his lair.
Jiang Fei smiled. At the same time, the plan in his heart became more complete.
Sir, are you going alone?
Kracha asked in surprise. He initially thought that Jiang Fei was going to mobilize the army and then destroy Silin. However, he did not expect Jiang Fei to actually plan to go to Silin's lair alone.
What? Do you have a problem with that?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile that was not a smile.
I don't dare. I don't dare.
Kracha waved his hand repeatedly.
Then, let's set off,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Kracha nodded repeatedly. Then, he said to the first mate.
Adjust the course. The target is Saturn in the NILK galaxy. Yes.
The first mate replied. Then, he immediately controlled the old frigate to turn around and begin to warp towards the NILK galaxy. When the warp drive was activated, the entire ship began to shake violently. Everyone, including Kracha, had no choice but to grab onto the fixed object beside them. Only Jiang Fei was still able to feel at ease.
No one wants this thing anymore. Right. You guys actually dare to use it to warp?
Jiang Fei could not help but laugh.
Sir! Sir! There's nothing we can do. As long as we have some money. We won't do it.
As Kracha's body was shaking violently, he was panting as he spoke.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei smiled noncommittally. Soon, the spaceship had completed a warp and was approaching the Stargate. The old frigate had even lost its control system. The autopilot could not be activated, so they could only rely on manual control. About 2 days later, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the NILK star system. It was very remote, and there were asteroid belts everywhere. If they were not familiar with the route, even the regular army would have a hard time passing through. After all, excluding the asteroid belt was a huge project. Not only was it a waste of time, but it also cost a lot. Therefore, very few people came to this star area. Therefore, this place became a paradise for the pirates.
Sir, we have to slow down,
Kracha said to Jiang Fei.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. When passing through the asteroid belt, even a main ship had to slow down and carefully avoid the meteorites and asteroids. On the other hand, Kracha's broken ship was even worse. Any small meteorite that was more than 2 meters in diameter could disintegrate his broken ship. After almost a day, Kracha used his amazing piloting skills to pass through the narrow route.
Interesting.
Jiang Fei could not help but nod. As the saying went, experts came from the common people. Although Kracha was not very good at other things, his piloting skills were really top-notch. Even among the captains under Jiang Fei's command, there were very few who were better than him.
Thank you for your praise. Sir, we will arrive at Saturn in half a day or so,
said Kracha with a smile. After spending a few days with Jiang Fei, he realized that the Grand Marshal in front of him was not as scary as the rumor said. On the contrary, he was very friendly.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. After a few more hours, a planet that was not very big appeared in front of Jiang Fei. This planet was only about a quarter of the size of Earth. There was a very wide ring of light outside the planet. The origin of Saturn's name was probably due to this earthy yellow halo.
Sir, we're here,
said Kracha. At that moment, Kracha's broken ship suddenly shook. Then, he was captured by a tractor light net.
Kracha, what are you doing here?
A clear message was received. A half-human and half-machine guy appeared on the big screen. It was obvious that he was a cyborg.
Lord Navish, I'm here to visit Lord Theron,
Kracha said.
You want to accompany my boss?
The cyborg Navish said disdainfully. In fact, he was not an important character under Theron. He was just a small captain. Even so, he looked down on a small pirate like Kracha.
Kracha
was at a loss. He had never seen such a scene in his small quest.
Let me do it!
Jiang Fei pushed Kracha away and walked to the big screen.
Who are you?
Navish also saw Jiang Fei at this time.
Me? Hee hee. It seems that my popularity is not high enough.
Jiang Fei smiled and continued.
My name is Jiang Fei. Go and tell Silin that I want to see him. You're not worthy.
Navish was used to being arrogant. When he heard the name Jiang Fei, although he felt that the name sounded familiar, he did not think too much about it, because in the few star regions nearby, his boss, Silin, was the local tyrant. No one was more powerful than him.
Damn it! It seems like talking nicely is not going to work. Violence is the only prophecy that you can understand.
As soon as Jiang Fei finished speaking, his people disappeared from Kracha's broken ship. 3 seconds later, Jiang Fei appeared on Kracha's broken ship again. Following that,
An ultralight frigate in the distance exploded into a firework. F***CK, how is this a human? Kracha and his subordinates were dumbfounded. After all, Navish's ultralight frigate was a military ship in active service. This thing was a priceless treasure on the black market. One ship could kill several small pirates of Kracha's level. However, in front of Jiang Fei, this powerful military ship was destroyed in less than 3 seconds. The pirates inside did not even have time to react, let alone escape in the lifeboat. At this time, the screen in front of Kracha had turned into a snowflake, because Navish's ship had been destroyed. His communication was broken. Beep! In an instant, all the pirate ships belonging to Cylon in the vicinity of Saturn sounded the alarm. F***CK! Who dares to behave atrociously in my territory? The bloody butcher, Cylon, was even more furious. He was the local emperor in the surrounding star regions. No one dared to provoke him. Now, someone actually dared to destroy his battleship at his door. This made his anger rise to the sky. Boss, it's Kracha! The little pirates did not know that Jiang Fei had come. Therefore, they could only determine that it was Kracha based on the spaceship. Kracha? What does he do? Theron frowned. How could he remember a small figure like Kracha? Chapter 2414, Chapter 2405, Seeking Riches Through Risk. He's just a lowly pirate, one of Theron's trusted aides replied. How dare he cause trouble in front of my door? Theron was furious. Boss, I think there's something fishy about this, a guy with a catfish head said. He was Theron's military advisor, Eugene. Oh, what do you mean? Theron asked. He took Eugenie's opinion seriously. Boss, as far as I know, this Kracha is a piece of trash. Other than a few armed merchant ships under his command, he's just an old-fashioned frigate. Not to mention that he doesn't have the guts to cause trouble in your territory. Even if he does, he doesn't have the ability to do so, Eugene said. Yes. Theron nodded. He had just received news that his subordinate had been sunk by a light frigate that was almost brand new. A ship of this kind of active-duty warship level could wipe out Kracha's pirate group dozens of times with just one ship. With just a scumbag like Kracha, he didn't have the ability at all. Then what do you mean? Theron asked. I think you should be more cautious. Since the other party dares to come to our door, they must have some tricks up their sleeves. It's best to get their trump card first, Eugene analyzed. Yes, that makes sense. Theron nodded and ordered the pirates under him. Little ones, surround Kracha's spaceship for me. But no one is allowed to attack without my order. Yes. The little pirates naturally obeyed Theron's orders. Soon, Kracha's broken ship was surrounded by Theron's fleet. Although Theron's strength was already very strong among the pirates, his fleet was mainly composed of armed merchant ships. An old-fashioned cruiser was Theron's ship and also his fleet's flagship. Other than the 2 second-hand destroyers, there were a few light frigates that were bought from the black market. Although these frigates were in active service, they were too small in tonnage. It was only because they were replaced by the regular army that they fell into their hands. Sir! Sir! What should we do? When they saw their own spaceship being surrounded by Cylon's fleet, Kracha and his little pirates were scared out of their wits. They did not know what to do. I'm here. Why are you guys panicking? Jiang Fei did not care at all. Cylon. Kracha, you came to my territory to provoke me. Do you want to die? A clear message was received. Aye. Kracha was so scared that he did not know how to answer. He did not even have the courage to speak when he faced the bloody butcher. Cylon. This has nothing to do with Kracha. He's just a coachman who brought me here. Jiang Fei walked to the big screen. You are? Cylon only took a glance at Jiang Fei, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You recognize me? Right. Jiang Fei smiled and said, You? How did you? Cylon was not a country bumpkin who only knew how to lick the blood from a knife. He often paid attention to current affairs, so he naturally recognized Jiang Fei's face. However, what Theron could not understand was why a big shot like Jiang Fei would personally come and destroy a guy of his level. In Theron's opinion, Jiang Fei should be leading the fleet to fight against the resistance army in a battle. He should not be doing low-level work like killing bandits. Boss, this might be an opportunity. Eugene, who was standing at the side, rolled her eyes. Theron was stunned. This Empire's general is too arrogant. If he came with a fleet, then we would definitely die. But this guy came alone. Isn't he giving us benefits? Eugene laughed. Don't tell me you plan to. Theron was shocked by Eugenie's thoughts. Boss, as the saying goes, The bravest will die at the end of the day, while the cowardly will die from hunger. This business we're doing is a capital offense. But if we kill the Universe Empire's general, then we'll be famous.
When that time comes, even the #1 pirate in the universe, Zheng Zhilong, will have to respectfully address you as Big Brother.
Eugene began to paint a picture for Theron. Theron was still a little hesitant. After all, Jiang Fei's identity was still there. There were not many people who dared to rob him.
Sir, if you have the honor of killing the Grand Admiral of the Universe Empire, wouldn't the pirates from all over the world come and submit to you? When the time comes, your power will grow. And if you kill the Universe Empire's Marshal, would the Resistance treat you badly? When the time comes, we might be able to clear our name and join the Vizari army.
Eugenie's last sentence moved Theron. One had to know that the Vizari army was actually a bandit organization. They had just gone too far. So it was the same as clearing their name. However, what they did was still plundering and collecting protection fees.
Sir, wealth comes from risk.
Eugene continued to persuade.
Let's do it.
Finally, Theron made up his mind. Then, he waved his hand and said to the little pirates, "Fire!"
Yes. As the little pirates replied, almost all the cannons of the pirate ships lit up.
Boom, 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 boom.
The 10,000 cannons of the Theron squadron fired at the broken ship of Kracha. With the defensive ability of Kracha's broken ship, this round of firing could turn his ship into a pile of waste.
What's going on? It's completely vaporized? That's impossible. We're not a regular army. Where did such powerful energy cannons come from?
After a round of attacks, the pirates were all dumbfounded because Kracha's ship had disappeared into thin air.
D*MN. Not bad. As expected of a pirate. He's really ruthless.
At this time, Jiang Fei had already returned to his own inheritance space. He was not the only one. He had also taken in Kracha's spaceship and the pirates inside. Jiang Fei was already prepared for someone like Silent, who opened fire first and asked questions later. Therefore, when his battleship opened fire, Jiang Fei immediately activated his ability and took the spaceship into the inheritance space.
What happened? Did he succeed or did he fail?
Silent was also confused.
No. I don't know.
Eugene was also confused.
Pa!
Theron gave Eugene a slap on the face. Then, he cursed.
You don't know? You mother asterisk cur. Come with me now. You don't know? If that Jiang Fei doesn't die, I'm finished. Do you understand?
Theron was starting to panic. If he could kill Jiang Fei, he would definitely be able to gain the protection of the resistance. When that time came, he would not be afraid even if the Imperial Army wanted to take revenge. However, Jiang Fei had disappeared. If he was not dead and Silent attacked him like this, how could he not take revenge? When the Imperial Army's fleet arrived, not to mention Silent's small fleet, even Saturn would be razed to the ground. Chapter 2415, Chapter 2406, Summon the Pirates.
Don't worry. I will not raze Saturn to the ground.
Jiang Fei's figure suddenly appeared behind Silent.
What?
Silent turned around abruptly. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Fei. His forehead was covered in sweat.
You? How did you?
Eugene was also dumbfounded. His strength was even weaker than Silent's. Therefore, he could not understand why Jiang Fei would disappear into thin air and suddenly appear here. After all, Silent was an expert with more than 10 million combat power. However, he was just a doghead strategist.
Hee hee. You pirates are really bold. You even dare to kill me.
Jiang Fei said slowly, as if the content had nothing to do with him.
Grand Marshal.
Silent felt a great pressure on Jiang Fei. This was not only because of Jiang Fei's terrifying background, but also because of his own strength. As a warrior, Theron knew very well what Jiang Fei's sudden appearance on his spaceship meant. This meant that Jiang Fei was at least an expert of the hermit level. In front of such an expert, he would not be able to resist at all. Even if he wanted to escape, he would not stand a chance.
Let's cut to the chase. Now! There are two options for you to choose,
Jiang Fei said directly.
Which two options?
Silent asked.
The first option? I am an official, and you are a bandit. According to the Universal Convention, any organization or force's fleet has the right to execute the pirates on the spot when they encounter them.
Putting aside the fact that you are trying to assassinate me, just the fact that you are pirates alone means that I can eliminate all of you without passing judgment.
Jiang Fei said.
What about the second path?
Silent asked. He knew that although Jiang Fei said so, he would definitely give him a way out. However, This path would be very difficult.
The second path. It depends on whether you have the ability.
Jiang Fei said.
General, please say it. I will do my best.
At this time, what other choice did Silent have? When faced with a hermit-level master, as long as he did not do as he was told, he would be able to meet his maker in a matter of minutes.
If you want to live, gather the top 50 pirates on the wanted list for me. If you can gather more than 30 pirates, you will be able to live. Of course, among these 30 pirates, all the top 10 pirates will be gathered.
Jiang Fei said.
This.
Silent frowned. He was only ranked around 30 on the wanted list. Therefore, he did not have much of a say in the group of pirates. Although he was compared to a small pirate like Kracha, he was a big shot like a local king. However, compared to the top pirates, he was nothing.
Can't you do it?
Jiang Fei asked calmly.
I can do it. I can definitely do it.
How could Silent dare to say no at this time?
Very well. Then do it. It'll give you a month. It'll come to you in a month. Don't play any tricks. It's too easy for me to get to you.
After Jiang Fei said that, his figure gradually faded from the bridge. Finally, he disappeared.
Boss. Was I dreaming just now?
Eugene rubbed her eyes.
Pa.
Theron slapped back. He hated Eugene to death. If it was not for this guy's bad idea just now, Theron would not have ended up in this situation. Now, it was not easy for him to gather 30 great pirates. After Jiang Fei left Silent's spaceship, he did not care about how he completed the mission. He immediately released Klotch's broken ship and teleported to the cockpit of the spaceship. At this moment, Klotcha and the others had yet to understand what was going on. They had just felt a blur before their eyes. Then, they could not move at all. Everyone stared at each other, unable to speak even if they wanted to. Other than being able to think, they could not even blink their eyes. In such an environment, Kracha and the rest felt as if time was ticking. They did not know how much time had passed, but they had finally regained their mobility.
All right, let's go,
Jiang Fei said to Kracha.
But Theron's fleet.
Kracha was a little worried. After all, before they were imprisoned, Theron's fleet had locked onto them.
Don't worry about them,
Jiang Fei said calmly.
Yes.
Although Kracha was confused, he did not dare to question Jiang Fei's order. Since Jiang Fei had asked him to leave, he would fly the spaceship and leave. On the other side, Theron and his subordinates were also dumbfounded. A huge spaceship had disappeared into thin air right before their eyes, and appeared out of thin air again. This was simply unbelievable.
Boss, Kracha's ship has appeared again? Do you want to continue attacking?
One of Silent's underlings asked.
Don't attack,
Silent quickly said. He did not dare to offend Jiang Fei anymore.
Boss, what should we do now?
The pirate underlings asked.
Spread out and let them leave,
Silent immediately said.
Boss, let them leave so easily.
The pirate underlings did not know what had happened in Silent's flagship. Therefore, they were very confused.
Cut the crap and do as I say,
Theron roared loudly. On one hand, he was afraid that some ignorant underlings would attack him rashly. On the other hand, he also wanted to vent the fear in his heart. Jiang Fei's method just now had indeed frightened Theron. He needed to vent now.
Yes.
When they saw that Theron had lost his temper, the pirate underlings were all silent. They all piloted their spaceships to open a path for Kracha's broken ship to leave Saturn. A few hours later, Kracha steered the ship out of the asteroid belt. Then, he asked Jiang Fei,
General, where are we going next? You guys, go ahead. But I advise you to stop being pirates. Otherwise, the next time we meet, don't blame me for being rude,
said Jiang Fei, because these people did not have any lives on their hands. Therefore, he decided to let them go.
Thank you, General, for sparing my life. I will definitely turn over a new leaf when I get back,
said Karacha as he knelt in front of Jiang Fei. After experiencing this, he was indeed afraid. He was actually not a bad person. He was forced into this path because he had no other choice. Now, Jiang Fei was willing to give him a chance.
Of course, he was not willing to continue being a pirate.
Thank you, General, for sparing my life.
The lackeys of Klacha also knelt down. They were all poor people. They usually did not think much of robbing people. However, when they were faced with the danger of being executed, they were all afraid. Chapter 2416, Chapter 2407. The planet closest to the origin of the universe. After leaving Kracha's spaceship, Jiang Fei summoned his yacht.
This is the product of the technological society. Crotch's broken ship really needs to be rebuilt.
After entering his yacht, Jiang Fei stretched. Compared to Crotch's broken ship, his own yacht was more comfortable.
Next, I have to find a place to set up.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he went to the cockpit of the spaceship.
Open the star map.
Jiang Fei ordered the onboard computer.
Swish.
The star map was projected.
Help me search for a relatively habitable, uninhabited planet.
Jiang Fei ordered.
Swish, swish, swish.
Rows of planets were listed out. There were more than 20 planets that met Jiang Fei's requirements.
Karai star. Can't be too far. Noel star. TSK, TSK, TSK. The composition of the atmosphere is too terrifying. If it's not methane, it's hydrogen sulfide. This mother of asterisk can turn into a star just by lighting a cigarette.
Among the planets listed out, Jiang Fei picked and picked. Finally, there was a planet that he was satisfied with. Balmo star, an Earth-like planet. Its gravity was 1.75 times that of Earth. Its ecological climate was suitable for most carbon-based life forms.
This is it!
Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. This planet called Balmer was very suitable for his needs. Not only was its geographical environment very good, but its location was also very good. It was right at the edge of the Ocelot galaxy. It was close to the center of the universe, the Zavila galaxy. Meanwhile, Balmer planet, which was located at the edge of the OSLU galaxy, was actually very close to the Zavila galaxy. One had to know that the Zavera galaxy was completely different from other galaxies. It was close to the singularity where the universe was formed. Although the space was vast, there were only a few stars. The rest were all dark matter that could not be identified. There was not a single planet there. In other words, Barmore was very likely the closest planet to the center of the universe.
Target Barmore. Confirm the navigation mark.
Jiang Fei made a decision.
Navigation mark confirmed. Automatic navigation activated. Warping to the Stargate. Passing through the Stargate.
Jiang Fei's yacht was many times more advanced than Crotch's broken ship. After entering the automatic navigation program, Jiang Fei did not need to control it at all. Even if there was an emergency, the spaceship would react accordingly. Unless it was attacked by an enemy spaceship like before, the yacht would be able to solve any small problems on its own.
How long will it take to reach planet Balmer?
Jiang Fei asked.
Estimated time of arrival is 243 hours and 12 minutes.
The mechanical voice of the computer sounded.
About 10 days.
Jiang Fei nodded and returned to his room. He had to prepare some things for the next 10 days. After returning to his room, Jiang Fei ordered the factory in the ring space to produce a large amount of materials and equipment. 10 days later, Jiang Fei's yacht finally arrived at planet Balmer.
Scan the planet and update the current state of the planet.
Although Jiang Fei's yacht did not have a weapon system, its radar equipment was still pretty good.
Scanning. Scanning complete. The current state of the planet is basically the same as the record. However, it has been occupied by intelligent creatures. An interstellar transit station has been built on the surface of the planet.
Huh? Jiang Fei frowned. According to the information on the star map, this planet had not been occupied by any organizations or forces. Therefore, the man-made buildings on the planet must have been built illegally.
What are these guys trying to do by building a transit station here? Go to the Xavier Galaxy? There are no resources there. What are they going to do there?
Jiang Fei was very confused.
Forget it. I'll go down and take a look. Maybe I can find something interesting.
Jiang Fei made a decision. Then, he put away the yacht and teleported to the surface of planet Balmo. After arriving at the surface of planet Balmer, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. As the planet was not polluted by industry, the environment was very good. Even the air was very fresh.
Who is it?
Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. His spiritual power spread out and soon, it covered the entire planet Balmer.
Such a small base?
Jiang Fei quickly found the interstellar transit station. However, this interstellar transit station was much smaller than Jiang Fei had imagined. It was only a very small building. The purpose of this interstellar transit station was very simple. It was to provide food for the battleships. Although this primitive planet was not touched by any intelligent creatures, there were many wild beasts on it. These wild beasts were the best source of food. After the wild beasts were killed, they were transported to this building. They were then slaughtered and divided. Finally, they were made into cans and waited for the spaceship to supply them.
Who exactly built this transit station here?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. His mind power scanned the entire planet, but he did not find any traces of intelligent life.
The transit station was filled with intelligent robots. Whether it was those who went out to hunt or those who stayed in the building to be in charge of processing, they were all robots.
D****. I did not bring Maleki.
Jiang Fei cursed silently. Ever since 0541 was turned into Jiangzhong, Jiang Fei was not used to always bringing Maleki, the artificial intelligence. That was because Jiang Fei always felt that Maleki was an outsider. Therefore, he did not want to bring him along to let him know too many secrets. However, Jiang Fei really needed Malachi today. This planet was filled with robots. If Malachi was around, Jiang Fei could easily hack into the control system of these robots and learn their secrets. However, Malachi was not around now. Jiang Fei could only wait. When the spaceship of those people came to resupply, Jiang Fei would know the purpose of these people. Although Jiang Fei was not very good at dealing with robots, he was much better at dealing with living people. Jiang Fei, who was proficient in spiritual power, was not worried that the other party would not be able to defeat him. He could easily understand the secrets of these people with just his mind-reading skill. After all, there were no top-tier experts outside the 5 directions. Therefore, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was almost invincible in the outer universe. There were not many people who could ignore his mind-reading skill. Based on Jiang Fei's observation of the base, he found that there was already a lot of canned food stored here. Therefore, he guessed that those people's spaceships would come to resupply soon. While the other party was not here, Jiang Fei began to arrange his things on this planet. After all, this was the main battlefield that he had designed to ambush Simon. Therefore, he could not afford to be careless in his preparations. Jiang Fei's luck seemed to be pretty good. After just 2 days, a spaceship slowly landed next to the supply station. Chapter 2417, Chapter 2408, was an unexpected discovery.
Finally!
Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He had already prepared everything he needed for the past 2 days. Now, all he had to do was wait for these guys to show up. After a few teleportations, Jiang Fei arrived near the transfer station. At this time, the Stethos-class cruiser was quietly parked next to the supply station. A large amount of supplies were being transported to the ship through the conveyor belt.
The Interstellar Explorers Alliance? Why are they here?
Jiang Fei frowned. This Stasis-class cruiser could almost be considered as the iconic ship of the Space Explorers Alliance. The firepower of this ship was average, of course. This was only for regular warships. Compared to the pirates' broken ships, its firepower was still very terrifying. Its speed was not particularly fast, but it had extremely strong stealth capabilities. It also carried a probe scanning system that was even more powerful than conventional military radars. This system could detect some deeply hidden wormhole access points or sealed death spaces. The Interstellar Explorers Alliance people drove these ships around the universe all day long. Once they found an unknown death space, or found an unknown universe that had not been explored through wormholes, then they would be rich. Whether it was selling the coordinates of habitable planets or secretly occupying resource planets with rare minerals, these could bring them unimaginable wealth.
Could it be a coincidence?
A thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. But he quickly gave up, because the location of Bomber Planet had long been discovered. All the major forces in the universe were not interested in this place. The main reason was that there were no good resource planets near Planet Bomber. Therefore, the price of moving to this place was that all kinds of resources had to be transported from distant galaxies. It was not worth it. Moreover, no one was willing to migrate to this place to live the primitive life of farming society. That was why this planet had been abandoned. Now, the Explorers Alliance had illegally built a transit station here to provide material support to the spacecraft. Their only purpose was to explore the nearby Zavila Galaxy. The Zavila Galaxy was recognized as a dangerous region by all the major civilizations in the universe. There were no planets for spaceships to dock in. There were only a few stars. There were no resources for exploration at all. Moreover, the entire galaxy was filled with extremely terrifying cosmic rays. Even spaceships that were used to explore the unknown space had to use a large amount of energy to fill up the shield. Therefore, Jiang Fei really did not understand what the Universe Explorer Alliance was doing. They were going to the Zavila Galaxy, which had no resources to speak of. Moreover, it was extremely harmful to the spaceship. They must have grasped some secret that Jiang Fei did not know. After thinking about this, Jiang Fei quietly approached the spaceship.
There are a total of 3 people. They are all in the cockpit.
Very soon, Jiang Fei locked onto the 3 people on the spaceship. The spaceship was very integrated. It did not require too many people to control it, other than a few pilots. The rest of the work was done by the robots.
Swoosh!
Jiang Fei teleported directly into the spaceship's cockpit.
Although the technology of the spaceship was very high, and it was not as trashy as the pirate ship, it was currently docked and did not have its shield activated. Therefore, it was unable to stop Jiang Fei's teleportation. The pirate ship's shield generator was of a lower level. Although it could withstand a certain amount of energy supply, it was unable to stop the teleportation.
Big brother, is your mission reliable?
Asked a man who was controlling the robot to transport the supplies. Apparently, they had not discovered the invisible Jiang Fei.
Of course it's reliable. If we find the treasure that person mentioned, we will be rich,
said the man sitting on the captain's seat.
I still think that the feasibility of this mission is not very high. Going to the Zavala Galaxy is too much of a burden for our ship. If we cannot find the treasure that he mentioned within 3 months, our ship will be ruined,
said the man from before.
Mike, why have you suddenly become so cowardly?
The only woman in the ship asked curiously.
I don't know. My intuition tells me that this isn't a good choice.
Mike, who controlled the robots to transport the supplies, shook his head.
You Mayans are just paranoid.
The captain shrugged and said,
Kelly, why do I hear that the Manantic sense is very accurate?
The girl frowned as well. The Mayans were a nomadic race in the universe, and they were best at divination. They were known for their sixth sense.
But I've already taken the deposit. Compared to the sixth sense, I trust the cash in my hands more. Not to mention other things. Just this deposit alone is enough for me to buy another spaceship like this.
The captain called Kelly said. He was the owner of the spaceship, and the other two were only his partners. So he had absolute authority.
All right. And just reminding you.
Mike shrugged and then shut up. Although the Manantic sense was very sharp, it was not always accurate.
Quest. Search for treasures? What kind of treasures can there be in the Zavala Galaxy?
Jiang Fei was even more confused now. Therefore, he activated his mind-reading ability. The 3 people in front of him were not very strong. The most powerful one, Kelly, only had a combat power of over 10 million. Therefore, no one could escape his mind-reading ability.
Core of Will. What exactly is that thing? Why do I have to go to the Zavala Galaxy to find it?
At this time, Kelly was still thinking about this matter. So Jiang Fei heard it clearly.
Core of Will.
Jiang Fei was initially just curious. However, after he caught Kelly's thoughts, his eyes changed.
Swoosh.
Jiang Fei immediately contacted invisibility.
Alert! Alert! Intruder!
The spaceship's central control computer immediately noticed that there was an additional person in the cockpit.
Who is it?
The 3 people in the spaceship were shocked. After all, Planet Balmer was an uninhabited planet. After they docked here, they were very relaxed. Now that the alarm suddenly sounded, they were all shocked.
Who are you?
The girl asked.
It doesn't matter who I am. I have something to ask him.
Jiang Fei went straight to Kelly.
Did someone ask you to search for the Will Core?
Jiang Fei asked directly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Although Kelly was stubborn, Jiang Fei had a clear grasp of everything that he was thinking.
Oh no! How did he know that I'm looking for the nucleus of Will? Could it be that someone has leaked the secret?
Kelly thought as he glanced at his 2 partners. Now, he looked at everyone as if they were traitors. Chapter 2418, Chapter 2409 had another plan.
All right. Stop quibbling.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Through mind reading, he did not even need to torture Kelly. All he needed to do was to lure Kelly into thinking that way.
Who are you?
Kelly asked.
Does it matter who I am?
Jiang Fei smiled.
It doesn't matter who you are because you are going to be a dead man soon,
Kelly said, as he quietly placed his hand on the hidden button on the armrest of the chair. Jiang Fei could clearly see Kelly's little move. Just the ability to read minds was enough to show Kelly's little tricks in front of Jiang Fei.
Pa!
Kelly pressed the hidden button on the seat. Jiang Fei had no intention of stopping him.
Get out of the way!
The moment he pressed the button, Kelly shouted loudly. At the same time, Mike and the girl fell to the ground.
Shoo! 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 Shoo!
Countless shooting holes appeared in the cockpit. High-frequency laser beams shot out from the holes. This kind of laser beam was very powerful. Even an expert with more than 10 million combat power would not be able to withstand it. However, this kind of powerful laser beam did not have any effect on Jiang Fei. A faint light shield appeared beside Jiang Fei. This was his protected chi.
How is this possible? Are you a hermit?
Kelly's eyes widened.
I guess so.
Jiang Fei shrugged. Because there were not many hermit-level masters in the outer universe. They did not have any ranking system for the hermit level. As long as the combat power exceeded 20 million, they were called the hermit-level masters.
However, there was a huge difference in strength between the hermit-level masters and the hermit-level masters. You? Kelly was dumbfounded when he heard Jiang Fei admit his identity as the hermit. They were completely powerless against such a powerful expert. Tell me, what exactly happened? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know what you're talking about. Kelly still gritted his teeth. Although he knew that he was no match for Jiang Fei, he was still unwilling to reveal the secret in his heart. Oh, you're not going to tell me who told you that the Zavala galaxy has a will core? Jiang Fei asked with a smile that was not a smile. I don't know anything about a will core. Although Kelly was still stubborn. When Jiang Fei said that, he could not help but recall the scene of him accepting the quest. I'm giving you a quest now. As long as you can go to the Zavala galaxy and find this thing called the will core, I will give you 20 resource stars as a reward. A fatty said to Kelly on the big screen. The Zavala galaxy? Forget it. It's too dangerous there, Kelly said decisively. No matter how high the price was, he did not want to take this risk. After all, the will core was not a stone on the side of the road. How could it be picked up as he wished? If he could not find it, wouldn't he lose everything? This is your deposit. As long as you agree, it will be transferred to your account immediately. The fatty laughed. What? This time, Kelly was not calm, because the number written by the fatty had indeed moved him. The series of zeros behind the number was like a small hand, tightly grabbing Kelly's gaze. All right, I agree, Kelly said. Very good. The fatty smiled. And then Kelly received a huge amount of money, which was enough for him to buy a new ship. Go and look for it. It's okay if you can't find it, but if you don't do anything after receiving the money, don't blame me for being rude, the fatty said. Don't worry. Kelly, have always kept my word, Kelly replied with a smile. Okay. The fatty nodded. Then, he looked at the ceiling. His eyes were in a daze. Then, the communication was cut off. Kuratsi? When Jiang Fei saw the fatty in Kelly's consciousness through mind reading, he was stunned for a moment. This fatty was one of the high officials of the Universe Empire. He was also Kuratsi, who was once one of the 5 big shots in the Merchant Alliance. So it's you. After a moment, Jiang Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Before the communication ended, he was too familiar with Kuratsi's absent-mindedness. He had seen this scene countless times. Every time Vitolin left, his carrier would be like this. Vitolin! Oh, Vitolin! What are you doing behind my back? Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, on the surface, Jiang Fei did not reveal anything strange. Vitolin was the inspector of the universe. As long as he was in the outer universe, he could be said to be omniscient. If Jiang Fei showed any abnormalities, Vitolin would definitely know that Jiang Fei knew his secret. However, if Jiang Fei showed a blank expression, Vitolin, the inspector, would not be able to see what he knew through mind reading. If you don't say anything, don't blame me for being rude. Although Jiang Fei already knew everything, he still had to force Kelly to see Vitolin. He even had to use some punishment for this. I said, it's a quest that Kuratsi gave me. Finally, Kelly could not withstand the punishment and told him about Kuratsi. Kuratsi, is it? He actually found information about the nucleus of will. When I have time, I will have a good chat with you, Jiang Fei said deliberately. As the supervisor, Velen was finally relieved. This is not a place for you to come. Scram. Stay away from the Zavala galaxy and stay away from planet Balmo. As Jiang Fei spoke, he waved his hand and the entire interstellar transit station exploded violently. In an instant, the entire station was turned into ruins and buried by the collapsed ground. After that, Jiang Fei teleported out of Kelly's spaceship. Big brother, what should we do? Asked Mike. Let's leave this place first, Kelly said dejectedly. Now, he finally believed in Mike's sixth sense. This mission might not be a good thing. Very soon, Kelly's spaceship left planet Balmer and headed toward the distant starry sky. After seeing Kelly and the others leave, Jiang Fei frowned. He did not care if Kelly would listen to him and leave this place. He was not worried that he would continue to search for the nucleus of will in the Zavala galaxy. Since Vitolin had found an adventurer to search for the core of will, Jiang Fei would not only look for Kelly. There must be many adventurer spaceships in the Zavala galaxy right now. Jiang Fei wanted to find them one by one. There was no difference in finding a needle in a haystack. Vitolin, what are you trying to do? Jiang Fei said in his heart. All along, Vitolin and Jiang Fei had been working together. The two of them were not really friends. They were just using each other. However, it seemed that Jiang Fei was not Vinalon's only partner. He had other plans. However, Jiang Fei did not know. Chapter 2419, Chapter 241. Although Jiang Fei did not know what exactly Vinalon wanted to do, he could not confront Vinalon. He still needed to cooperate with Vinalon. He needed Vinalon's help. Forget it. I'll settle Simon's matter first. I'll just pay more attention to Vinalon's matter in the future. Jiang Fei made a decision in his heart. Therefore, he left planet Balmer. He summoned the yacht in space. The target is Saturn. Let's go, Jiang Fei said to the onboard computer. The navigation mark has been confirmed. Automatic navigation activated. We are jumping to the Stargate. After a few days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei's yacht finally returned to the Nilk galaxy. The time limit that Jiang Fei had promised Silon was 1 month. His journey to and from planet Balmer had been delayed by more than half of the time. In addition to the few days he had stayed on planet Balmer. Now that he had calculated it, the time limit of 1 month was actually a little over the limit. As Saturn was surrounded by the asteroid belt, Jiang Fei's yacht could not directly warp into the planet's gravity well. He could only warp to the nearby planet first before proceeding to the planet via the conventional engine. Although Kracha had taken Jiang Fei on the secret route once before, it was impossible to record it down with the naked eye. Therefore, Jiang Fei simply kept the yacht in front of the asteroid belt. Then, he used a few flashes of his own strength to cross the asteroid belt. Compared to the larger spaceship, it was much easier for a small human body to cross the asteroid belt. Jiang Fei could easily pass through any gap. Therefore, he quickly crossed the asteroid belt. He summoned his yacht again. Jiang Fei did not drive the yacht far before he was captured by a few stagnant light nets. After all, his yacht was a civilian ship. It was still relatively weak against such weapons. Ship in front. Please reveal your identity. This time, the little pirates were much more polite to Jiang Fei. It was not because they knew Jiang Fei, but because there had been quite a number of pirate ships coming to Saturn recently. Many of them were existences that Silon could not afford to offend. Therefore, these little pirates had no choice but to lower themselves. Ask Silon to come out and meet me, Jiang Fei said calmly. Please wait a moment. This time, the little pirates did not dare to be arrogant anymore. In the past few days, their leader, the blood-soaked General Silon, had become humble and humble. Therefore, even these little pirates understood. In the vast universe, their leader was not the most awesome. Very soon, Silon's head appeared on the big screen in Jiang Fei's cockpit. How is it going? Jiang Fei asked calmly. Grand Marshal. You're here. Silon was a little afraid to look at Jiang Fei because he had not completed the task that Jiang Fei had given him. Only 15 of the top 50 pirates had come. There was only one of the top 10 pirates. This was more than half of what Jiang Fei had requested. Did you not hear what I asked? Jiang Fei's face showed a hint of displeasure. No. General, please forgive me. I was incompetent. I could not fulfill your great request. Silon immediately knelt on the ground. How many people have come? Jiang Fei still spoke in a calm tone. 15 forces have come. There is only one in the top 10, Silon said, trembling in fear. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded noncommittally. General, please give me a few more days. I have tried my best to persuade them, said Theron. He was really afraid that Jiang Fei would fall out with him. Although this was his territory, and a large number of pirates had gathered here. However, he still had a great deal of respect for the actual ruler of the Universe Empire. All right. Tell them that I will give them 3 days. If they are not here in 3 days, I will send my fleet to destroy them completely, Jiang Fei said. Yes, Grand Marshal. Silon heard that Jiang Fei did not pursue his responsibility. Silon straightened his back immediately. He did not care about the lives of the other pirates. Moreover, he was now working for the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. If he did this well, he might be able to clear his name as an officer. Arrange a place for me on Saturn. Am ready to land, Jiang Fei said. No problem, Grand Marshal. Silon immediately ordered his subordinates to arrange the best airport, the best hotel, and the best service for Jiang Fei. He was not stingy with anything that could be found on Saturn. After that, Jiang Fei settled down on Saturn. Silon indeed treated him very well. It could even be said that he was flattering Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei might be the god of death who wanted his life, or the god who protected his ancestors. Everything depended on Jiang Fei's mood. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Only 2 pirate leaders, who were ranked in the 30s on the wanted list, had arrived. The other great pirates still ignored Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, he could be said to be extremely powerful. However, the pirates were in the business of losing their heads. They were afraid of the officers and soldiers. However, they believed that they had hidden deep enough that the officers and soldiers would not be able to catch them. Therefore, even though Jiang Fei had great power, the top pirates did not care about him at all.
Very good. Are you not coming? Then, I will personally send someone to invite you.
On this day, after Silent finished reporting the situation to Jiang Fei slammed the table angrily. Silent was shocked.
Silent, do you know the lair of those pirates?
Jiang Fei calmed himself down and sat down again.
I know a part of it,
Silent said.
All right. Write down what you know,
Jiang Fei said calmly. However, Silent could clearly feel a strong murderous aura from Jiang Fei.
Yes, Grand Marshal.
Very soon, Silent handed Jiang Fei a set of data. There were more than 10 pirate lair information. 3 of them were the top 10 most wanted pirates. The largest one was ranked 4th.
Can you communicate with the outside world?
Jiang Fei asked Silent.
Yes, there's a relay station here,
Silent replied.
Very good.
Jiang Fei then recorded a video. The content was to have Aurelia follow the coordinates to destroy the pirate hideouts.
Send this to the Universe Empire's network.
Jiang Fei handed the video to Silent.
Yes, Grand Marshal.
Silent was really getting into character. He even had the illusion that Jiang Fei had taken him in. 2 weeks after Jiang Fei's video was sent out, the entire planet Saturn became lively. More than 30 of the top 50 pirates on the wanted list came at once. Other than the dozen or so that Silent had pointed out, all of them were present. As for the dozen or so pirates, they had all been crushed by the Aurelia fleet in the past 10 days. The combat power of the pirate army could not be compared to the regular army. What they relied on was to hide deep and far away. Once the regular army found their nest, it was almost a one-hit wonder. Chapter 2420, Chapter 2411, a chance to clear their names. Because they had rejected Jiang Fei's invitation, more than 10 great pirates had been killed in just one night. How could the remaining pirates not be afraid? Only now did they understand that it was not that the officers could not kill them. It was just that they could not be bothered with them. If the officers were determined to kill these pirates, they would not be able to resist at all. After understanding the situation, the remaining pirates were afraid. If they heard Jiang Fei's summons again, how could they not come? Therefore, all of them obediently went to Saturn and waited for Jiang Fei's summons.
You are really despicable. You don't know how to listen until you are hurt.
Jiang Fei could not help but sigh when he learned from Theron that the pirates had arrived.
General, are you going to meet them next?
Silent asked.
Let's meet them.
Jiang Fei wanted to delay them for a few days. However, his time was more precious. Therefore, he decided to meet the pirates immediately.
Yes, General. I will arrange it for you right away.
Silent nodded and went to gather the pirates. Soon, the pirate leaders came down from their respective spaceships and arrived at Theron's profit-sharing hall. Including Theron, there were a total of 43 pirate leaders. Other than the 35 who were ranked in the top 50, there were also a few pirate leaders who were ranked in the top 60 to 70. These pirate leaders also brought a few underlings. So Theron's profit-sharing hall was packed to the brim.
Quiet! All of you! Quiet!
When all the pirate leaders had arrived, Silent walked up to the front desk. Swish! The entire profit-sharing hall instantly fell silent. Of course, these arrogant pirates were not giving face to Silent. They were doing it out of respect for Jiang Fei. After all, Silent was working for Jiang Fei now.
My name is Silent. My status may not be as high as yours, but I am not talented. I am indebted to the Great Marshal's appreciation. That is why I have gathered all of you here.
Silent said confidently in front of a group of pirates. Many of these pirates were much more powerful than him. In the past, he would not have the right to speak in front of others. Therefore, he treasured this opportunity.
Dot!
The pirates below listened quietly. No one spoke a word. After all, they were not here to give Theron face. They were here for Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. I believe that all of you are very curious about the great general's intention of gathering all of you. Then, I shall not waste any more time. Great General, please.
Theron saw that everyone was ignoring him. He immediately felt bored and quickly invited Jiang Fei over.
Okay.
Jiang Fei slowly walked up to the front desk.
Greetings, Grand Marshal.
The pirates saluted one after another.
Go to H.L. You idiot.
At this moment, one of the pirates suddenly jumped up and charged at Jiang Fei with a dagger in his hand. This guy's strength was not bad. His combat strength was more than 15 million. He could be considered an expert. He was ranked 27th on the wanted list. His power was much greater than Theron's. Moreover, he had a good brother. The pirate who was ranked 29th in the wanted list had been killed because he ignored Jiang Fei's summons. Therefore, he harbored hatred toward Jiang Fei. In fact, the reason he came this time was to find an opportunity to assassinate Jiang Fei. Firstly, he wanted to avenge his friend. Secondly, he wanted to make himself famous. Now that he saw Jiang Fei standing in front of him without any defenses, this guy finally could not hold it in anymore. He suddenly jumped up and charged toward Jiang Fei. "You're courting death." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at the guy. He did not even move his finger. The guy's charging momentum came to an abrupt halt. Thud. The guy with the dagger fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he died. Whoosh. The pirates below were instantly in a mess. Revenge for the boss. The guy brought his own death attendants. They all raised their guns, and were about to shoot at Jiang Fei. However, before their fingers could pull the trigger, they all died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. In front of Jiang Fei's immense mental strength, these small fries were not worth mentioning. Jiang Fei did not even need to make a move. As long as he thought of it, they would be killed on the spot. All the pirates were terrified. Among them, there were many who wanted to assassinate Jiang Fei. However, some pirates were more cunning, so they did not make a move rashly. They had planned to wait for others to make a move and kill Jiang Fei in the chaos. However, they did not expect Jiang Fei to be so powerful. "You reckless thing! How dare you attack in front of the Hermit Lord?" Silen's words made the pirates break out in cold sweat. These pirates could not accept Jiang Fei's summons under the threat of the Aurora fleet. However, they were still bandits who had their heads attached to their belts. How could they be willing to submit to others? Therefore, many people had come here to assassinate Jiang Fei. Now, they were told that Jiang Fei was actually an expert at the hermit level. What were the two of them capable of? If they insisted on attacking, what was the difference between sending themselves to their deaths? "Silent! You actually did not tell us in advance." Many pirates glared at Silent. However, Silent was not moved. "Didn't you all look down on me before? Besides, why would I tell you about the general?" Silent now regarded himself as Jiang Fei's subordinate, so he did not care about these pirates at all. Moreover, there was an old saying, true hoodlums are false. Anyone who did such desperate things was not a true person. They showed a side of righteousness, most likely to win over their underlings. When they were truly threatened, they would not care about their friendship. They would sell out whatever they could. It was just like how Silent had revealed the lair of more than 10 pirates. They did not hesitate at all. "How is it? Is there anyone else who wants to give it a try?" Jiang Fei asked without changing his tone. He had activated mind reading. What these pirates were thinking could not be hidden from him at all. Therefore, Jiang Fei knew very well that someone was planning to assassinate him. However, as the saying went, the skilled are the bold. Even if Jiang Fei stood still and let these people attack him, they would not be able to break Jiang Fei's protective chi. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not care at all about these people's thoughts. The pirates looked at each other. At this time, who would dare to fight back? As for assassinating Jiang Fei, it was even worse. Facing an expert of the hermit level, how could they have a chance? As long as one had the strength of a hermit, who would still be a pirate? "Since you do not intend to continue fighting, let's have a chat." Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he said to the pirates, "All of you are pirates. You should know the attitude of the major forces in the universe towards you. Now, I will give you a chance to clear your name. Let's see if you can seize it or not." Chapter 24:21, Chapter 24:12. Promise. A chance to clear your name? Almost all the pirates were stunned. "That's right. I'm prepared to give all of you a chance to turn over a new leaf," Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. "Sir, do you mean that we can let bygones be bygones?" Several pirate leaders asked excitedly. The reason why these pirates were so eager to clear their names was mainly because they had already earned enough money. The big pirates present were not like the small-time Krasha. They had at least 100 spaceships under their command. Among them, there was no lack of warships that were on active duty. Although they could not be compared to the regular army, these warships were bought with real money. Moreover, the price on the black market was much higher than the purchase price of the army. Therefore, these pirates did not lack money at all. It could even be said that they were as rich as a country. The only thing they were worried about was that they might be wiped out by the regular army at any time. This was especially so after they had previously rejected Jiang Fei's face. Under the leadership of Aurelia, the Cosmic Empire's army had massacred more than a dozen pirate strongholds. Hundreds of thousands of pirates had been killed. This destructive action had completely touched the hearts of the pirates. Let them know that their lives were never their own. Although these pirates were desperados, as time went on, they would get married and have children. They would also have their own families. Although these desperados might not believe in love, women might just be their playthings. But a tiger would not eat its own son. They had to think about their own children. The son of a pirate could not be a little pirate, and they could not have their heads tied to their belts since they were young, living a life where there was no tomorrow. Therefore, the pirates wanted to clear their names, but the major civilizations did not give them the chance. The major civilizations in the main universe had a clear rule that anyone who had been a pirate before would be sentenced to death, unless they were pardoned in certain circumstances. Catching them would be a capital offense, regardless of the size. Even if they were a pirate's baby, it would be a capital offense. That was because they believed that the genes of pirates were evil. Therefore, although these pirates were rich enough to rival a country, they had no way out. Although theoretically, there was a chance for them to be pardoned to clear their names. With their status, how could they gain the appreciation of such a big shot? Therefore, this amnesty was actually useless. Now, Jiang Fei said that he would give them a chance to clear their names in front of these pirates. Therefore, these pirates became excited. In the entire universe, there were less than 10 people who had the right to grant amnesty to the pirates. It was very obvious. Jiang Fei was one of them. Although the Universe Empire had an emperor in name, anyone who was more well-informed would understand who was in charge of the Universe Empire. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei nodded, the Universe Empire, which was one of the two giants in the universe, would grant amnesty to these pirates. At that time, these pirates would have their identities cleared in at least half of the universe. Not only could they avoid the risk of being wiped out at any time, they could also use their accumulated wealth to jump into the upper class. This was definitely a fatal temptation for the pirates. As long as you complete the mission that I gave you, I will provide you with all the supplies that you have previously done, Jiang Fei said calmly. Grand Marshal, are you serious? Although the pirates knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and the mission that Jiang Fei was going to give them was definitely very dangerous, they still planned to take a gamble. After all, as pirates, they were already doing business with their lives on the line. If this deal was successful, they would be completely rid of their identity as pirates. Therefore, it was worth taking the risk. Do you think that you are worthy of being cheated by me? Jiang Fei's tone was full of contempt. But these pirates were very happy. These pirates did not care about Jiang Fei's contempt because Jiang Fei's status was tens of thousands of streets higher than theirs. He was the admiral of the Universe Empire and the ruler of the Universe Empire. What about them? They were just pirates who crossed the street like rats. Jiang Fei was a great hermit-level master. What about them? They were not even ants in front of him. Therefore, no matter which angle one looked at it from, there was no need for Jiang Fei to lie to these pirates. Although Jiang Fei's words were harsh, it was the truth. These pirates were really worthy of him lying. General, may I ask, what do you want me to do? Asked one of the big pirates. It's very simple. I have a batch of treasures on planet Balmer. Recently, I heard that someone is going to rob them. Because that is my private treasure, I cannot use the Empire's army. Therefore, I hope that you can help to protect it, said Jiang Fei calmly. General, can you tell us who is after your treasure? Asked another pirate. These pirates were used to being cautious, so they liked to ask questions. It's just some outsiders, said Jiang Fei. At that moment, the true identity of the players was still a mystery. However, the entire universe knew about the existence of these outsiders. They were even a little used to their existence. All right. I'll take the deal. I'll take it too. As soon as Jiang Fei finished speaking, many pirates agreed. They had all heard of the situation of the players. Although these guys were very powerful, and the spaceship was very powerful, there were very few of them. Therefore, even if there was danger, it was not to the point of wiping out the entire team. If that was the case, they could totally take the risk. After all, if they completed the quest, what awaited them would be the life of the upper-class society. Where are the others? Jiang Fei asked calmly. Although his voice was not loud, many people were sweating profusely. Previously, Jiang Fei had also invited them so calmly. These pirates had always taken it seriously. As a result, more than 10 big pirates had been uprooted. Not a single one was left alive. Now, Jiang Fei's attitude was the same. Who would dare to be negligent? We will join too. Count me in. Under Jiang Fei's pressure, these pirates all agreed to join. This mission is very difficult. I can tell you clearly that the losses of participating in this mission will be huge. Some people might not even have the chance to return. Jiang Fei said calmly. His words made the pirates' hearts rise. Although I cannot guarantee your safety, I can promise you one thing. If you survive, I will clear your names. If you die in this mission, I can guarantee the safety of your family, and the wealth that you leave behind will be inherited by your family. Jiang Fei's words completely moved the pirates. What are they running for? Is it not for the sake of their offspring to have a clean birth? Not to be hunted at birth. Chapter 24:22, Chapter 24:13. Threats and inducements. Grand Marshal, as long as you promise to keep your promise. What does it matter if our lives are lost on planet Balmer? A pirate stood up and said, Don't worry. As long as you participate in this mission, I will fulfill my promise no matter if it's life or death. Jiang Fei said. That's fine. Count me in, the pirate said. Now, he only hoped that his descendants would be able to clear their names and live openly. What could he do even if he threw away his rotten life? Count me in. I'm in. The rest of the pirates also stood up to welcome him. Only a few pirates remained silent. After all, not everyone was willing to die for their descendants. It was not like there were no people who were afraid of death. All right. However, there was something that I have to say first. Since you want to take this opportunity to clear your names, you have to go all out. If anyone tries to play tricks and only brings a small group of people to make up the numbers, or if they try to play tricks on planet Balma without putting in any effort, then don't blame me for being unscrupulous. Jiang Fei warned with a dark face. General, don't worry. Although we are not decent people, we know how to write the word faith. Since we have agreed to your terms, we will do our best. This life will be the price for our children and grandchildren, said an old pirate. The two sons beside him had a determined look on their faces. The three of them had already thought about it. Even if they all died in battle, they had to win a good future for the little ones. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. However, he saw the expressions of the few pirates change. Previously, the pirates had agreed to such a painful task. In fact, many of them had already planned to play dirty. Although they had accepted the task, they did not plan to bring all of their subordinates along. Some of them did not even plan to go personally. They only wanted a small number of their subordinates to join in the fun and get a chance to clear their names. Now that Jiang Fei had said that, many of them regretted it. After all, only a few people like the old pirates would really risk their lives for their descendants. They wanted the pirates to talk about morality and family. It was still a little too whimsical. However, Jiang Fei did not care about it at all. He continued to speak slowly. When I came out, I heard Aurelia mention that the war between the Empire and the Resistance was currently at a stalemate. She was preparing to train the new army. As for the person she was training with, when Jiang Fei said this, he suddenly stopped talking. However, which of the pirates present was an idiot? Even with their eyes closed, they knew why Jiang Fei had brought this up. If the pirates listened to Jiang Fei and carried out his mission, they would obediently go to their deaths and seek happiness for their descendants. If the pirates gave up this opportunity and did not carry out Jiang Fei's mission, would Aurelia's new army be the target of her training? It had to be the pirates. The pirates did not doubt the authenticity of Jiang Fei's words. After all, the previous dozen or so pirates were living examples. They did not buy Jiang Fei's words. Then, they were completely destroyed by Aurelia's army. Everyone in the entire universe knew of Aurelia's reputation. Even the generals of the Resistance were terrified when they heard the name, let alone the pirates. Therefore, when Jiang Fei carried Aurelia out, the effect was surprisingly good. General, don't worry. We will do our best to ensure the safety of your treasure. The pirates all stood up and said. It could not be helped. They had to bow their heads. Now, the two paths in front of the pirates were not easy to walk. If they helped Jiang Fei to protect the treasure, they would face an outsider of the regular army. When that happened, there would be a lot of casualties. It would be fortunate if 1/3 of them could come back alive. However, the other path would be certain death. Facing Aurelia's army, they would not be able to resist at all. Moreover, if they died because of Jiang Fei's quest, at least their families would still be protected. There would also be someone who could inherit the wealth. However, If they were destroyed by Aurelia's army, their children, as the children of the pirates, would also die without a doubt. All their wealth would be confiscated. Since they were going to die anyway, there was still a chance of survival in carrying out the mission. At the very least, they could protect their children and wealth. Then, the pirates had no choice but to fight to the death. Only a fool would fight to the death. Therefore, these pirates did not care what they thought before. Now, they were all willing to carry out Jiang Fei's order to protect the so-called treasure. Very good! Jiang Fei nodded and said to the pirates, "Since you are all willing to carry out this mission, I will briefly explain the requirements of the mission. General, please speak." The pirates all listened attentively. This mission requires all of you to go all out. All of your combat personnel must be in place. If anyone slacks off, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Fei said. General, don't worry. Since we have agreed, we will definitely do it, the pirates said. Okay. Secondly, after your fleet arrived at planet Balmo, only ships of the military grade and above will be left behind. The other ships will all be blown up and sunk in the planet's low Earth orbit to prevent outsider ships from approaching, Jiang Fei said. Okay. The pirates did not have any objections. After all, the armed merchant ships were not worth much. Moreover, they often used this tactic. Blowing up the armed merchant ships in low Earth orbit could create a large amount of space trash. These high-speed space junk was extremely destructive to the spaceship. After that, those of you who have reached the warrior level and above will need to land on the surface of planet Balmo. You must guard my treasure well, Jiang Fei reminded them. Yes, General. Don't worry. Even if we risk our lives, we will not let your treasure be lost. At this point, the pirates had already accepted their fate. In truth, they were resigned to their fate. All they wanted now was for their children and grandchildren to be happy. Their lives were nothing more than that. Yes, we will be counting on you then. Jiang Fei nodded. General, when do we leave? Asked one of the pirates. As soon as possible. I need you to reach planet Balmer in half a month, said Jiang Fei. All right, General. Don't worry. We will go and gather the fleet now, the pirate leader said in unison. All right, everyone. Please disperse. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Soon, the pirates left one after another. These pirates did not stay on Saturn for long. They immediately boarded their own ships and returned to their own nest. After returning to their nest, most of the pirates gathered their forces and led their fleets to planet Balmo. After all, no one wanted Aurelia's army to visit their own nest. However, there were a few pirate leaders who were afraid of death. After they returned to their nest, they immediately packed up their men and prepared to escape with their underlings. They gave up on their own nest and prepared to hide in another place. They would talk about it after they had escaped from the limelight. Chapter 24:23, Chapter 24:14. Killing two birds with one stone. Seeing that the pirate leaders were leaving one after another, Jiang Fei said to Silent, You should also make preparations. You must reach planet Balmoral within half a month. General, don't worry. I promise to arrive on time. Silent promised. That's good. I will wait for your arrival on planet Balmoral. Jiang Fei smiled and left Saturn. After Jiang Fei left Saturn, he drove his yacht straight to planet Balmer. After a few days, he finally arrived at the battlefield that he had chosen. Fortunately, no one from the Adventurer Alliance has come to cause trouble these few days. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he had defeated Kelly and the others the last time, planet Balmer had returned to its usual calm. Jiang Fei put away the yacht and teleported to the surface of the planet Balmer. Then, he took out a large number of construction vehicles and robots from the spatial ring. He had them build according to the blueprint that he had drawn previously. This time, Jiang Fei had spent a lot of money in order to lure Simon to his death. He had spent nearly 2 months just to design this trap. If he still could not get rid of the Simon, then Jiang Fei really did not know how to deal with these cheaters. As the days passed, Jiang Fei's construction on planet Balmer gradually took shape. A week later, the robots driving the construction vehicles finally completed Jiang Fei's blueprint. A huge underground treasure house was finally completed. What should I use as bait? Jiang Fei thought for a moment and then took out a treasure from the spatial ring. Hee hee. Those players will definitely be stunned when they see this thing. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a mischievous smile. At that moment, he was holding a tea egg that was produced on Earth. The treasure vault was a gimmick. Its purpose was to attract those players over. Those players were the real bait that Jiang Fei had designed. They were the key to killing Simon. Previously, Jiang Fei had been worried about the bait, as he did not know Simon at all. He did not know what his hobby was. Therefore, it was very difficult to lure him to the surface of the planet. That was because he did not know what Simon liked. However, after that, a thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. These cheaters like to kill players the most, compared to killing NPCs. Killing players was more pleasurable. Hence, Jiang Fei came up with this idea. He would first set up bait to lure players. Then, he would use these players as bait to lure Simon to the surface of the planet. At that time, the innuendo that Jiang Fei had prepared would come in handy. As long as he was poisoned by the innuendo poison, no matter how much Simon twisted the law of power, he would still die from the poison. Once his carrier was destroyed, the remaining souls would be in Jiang Fei's possession. The pirates that Jiang Fei had summoned to planet Balmo were NPCs to delay the players. Initially, Jiang Fei had planned to use robots to complete the quest. However, when he ran into Klacha and the others, he changed his mind. If he used robots, the defense would be very limited. By then, he might not be able to stall for long. If Simon did not come, the players would break through the defense and see the T-egg. When the players realized that they had been tricked, they would definitely leave. What else could Jiang Fei use to lure Simon? Moreover, these pirates were evil people who wanted to bring disaster to the universe. By using the players to wipe them out, it was considered to be a way to eliminate the harm for the people. Therefore, Jiang Fei had asked the pirates to defend against the players. It was a plan to kill two birds with one stone. After another 2 days, the pirate fleet began to arrive one after another. Jiang Fei drove the yacht and waited for the pirates outside. General, we are not late, are we? The first person to arrive at planet Balmer was Theron. This guy had gathered all his forces and brought all his spaceships. Only the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children were left on Saturn. He knew that this expedition was a narrow escape. However, for the sake of the children's future, he was willing to risk everything. Moreover, in order to not give Jiang Fei an excuse to go back on his words, he brought along all the pirates who could fight. Among them was his eldest son, who had just come of age. Hee, you are the first to arrive. Jiang Fei laughed. My loyalty to the great general can be seen by the heavens and the earth. At this time, Theron still did not forget to show his loyalty. You can tell your men to stand by first. Jiang Fei nodded. Not long after Theron's fleet arrived, the other pirates also arrived at the Barmir planet's gravity field. These pirates had almost the same thoughts as Theron. Since they had decided to come, they definitely did not want Jiang Fei to have an excuse to go back on his words. Therefore, they all gathered all their strength. 2 days later, over 1,000 spaceships were gathered in the gravity well of planet Balmo. Of course, most of these spaceships were armed merchant ships that the pirates had modified themselves. Only less than 300 spaceships were real military ships. Among them, there were only about 100 active-level military ships. Most of them were light frigates. There were less than 20 destroyers and above. All of these ships were the flagship ships of the big pirates. When the deadline of half a month was up, 37 of the 43 pirate leaders who went to Saturn had led their own fleets to reach planet Balmo. Other than the few pirate organizations that had participated in the assassination of Jiang Fei on Saturn, there were 4 other pirate organizations that had not come. Clearly, these pirates had returned after returning. They must have found a place to hide. Jiang Fei did not care about these pirates who were hiding. He issued a high-level arrest warrant to Aurelia in front of the group of pirate leaders. The entire universe was searching for the 4 pirate organizations. Any organization that was related to them, regardless of whether they were protecting these pirates or trading with them, would be killed without mercy. Seeing that Jiang Fei was really angry, the pirate leaders present were all trembling in fear. At the same time, they were also glad that they had made a wise choice. Although they might also die in battle if they joined in to protect Jiang Fei's treasure. At the very least, they would not let their entire family be destroyed. Moreover, they would be able to give their descendants a good future. Very good! Since everyone is here, let's start the arrangement as we said earlier. The experts with a combat power of 5 million will all go to the ground defense treasure house. The rest of you will drive the battleships to stop the invading enemies. Jiang Fei said to the pirate leaders. Yes. The pirates replied and began to carry out Jiang Fei's orders. At this time, Jiang Fei randomly came to a pirate spaceship and shouted among the small group of pirates. Vidalin, come out! Chapter 2424, Chapter 2415, Spending Money to be Tortured. Farron! Come out! Jiang Fei shouted in the crowd of young pirates. The young pirates turned around to look at him. However, they were not privy to much information. Therefore, they did not know Jiang Fei very well. They only looked at him as if he was an idiot. Farron! Come out! Jiang Fei did not care how the young pirates looked at him. He continued to walk among the pirates and kept shouting. A moment later, a little pirate pulled Jiang Fei to a corner and brought him to a quiet corner. What did you call me for? The little pirate had clearly been summoned by Vinolin. Do me a favor, Jiang Fei said directly. What favor? Although Jiang Fei was not the only one who had cooperated with Vinolin, Jiang Fei was clearly the best among the collaborators. Therefore, Vinolin did not want to give up on him just like that. First, I need the movements of the 4 pirates who did not come, Jiang Fei said. He had to kill these pirates who had escaped. Only then would he be able to make an example out of them. The remaining pirates could not take any chances. Okay. Vinolin quickly told Jiang Fei the current coordinates of the pirates and the destination of their escape. As the supervisor of this universe, Vinolin's entire universe was transparent to him. As long as something happened, it could not be hidden from his eyes. Secondly, I need you to issue a quest to the players. Tell them that Planet Balmer has a treasure that is powerful enough to fight cheaters. Jiang Fei said. What do you want? Vinolin did not immediately agree to Jiang Fei's request because this matter involved the players. This was not something that he could easily decide. I want to use these players as bait to lure Simon into taking the bait. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. All right. It'll help you ask. Vinolin did not immediately agree. Instead, he had to ask the development team's opinion. After all, this was a matter of life and death for the players. After a moment, Vinolin replied to Jiang Fei. The development team has agreed to your request. I will issue relevant quests to the players. Third, you have to find a way to let Vinolin know that there are a large number of players gathered on Planet Balmer. Jiang Fei continued to say to Vinolin. Leave this to me. Vinolin nodded and agreed to Jiang Fei's request. He could handle this matter on his own. All right. That's all for now. Go and do it, Jiang Fei said. Then, I wish you all the best. Vinolin nodded. Then, the little pirate's expression became dull. After a moment, his expression returned to normal. However, Vinolin had already left. It really is you. Seeing the little pirate's expression, Jiang Fei was even more certain that Vinolin was the one who had controlled Kuratsi previously. Although he was certain that Virion had other plans behind his back. It was not the time to pursue the matter. Jiang Fei shook his head hard and put the matter aside for now. Then, he left the pirate's ship and teleported to the surface of Planet Balmoral. General, where are we setting up our defenses? Silent asked as soon as Jiang Fei arrived at the surface of Planet Balmoral. The 5 million strong pirates had already arrived at Planet Balmer according to Jiang Fei's instructions. Follow me! Jiang Fei led the group of pirates to the treasure that he had just set up. This is the underground palace. Your goal is to protect this place, Jiang Fei said. General, don't worry. As long as we still have 3 inches of air left, we will not let those outsiders in. The pirates expressed their loyalty. Yes, as long as this quest ends, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, your descendants will have a fair and above-board identity. Jiang Fei promised these people. Thank you, General. These people had come to Balmoral Star to risk their lives for this. Therefore, after Jiang Fei's promise, these people's fighting spirit was even higher. While Jiang Fei arranged for these pirates to defend Planet Balmoral, Vinolin had already given some players a quest to find the treasure. This quest was obviously to find the treasure. However, it was actually a bait to lure Simon into taking the bait. Therefore, the game experience would not be very good. Therefore, when Vinolin chose players, he naturally avoided the rich players, who were more valuable. Instead, he found some unlucky people to die. After all, the development team relied on these rich players to make money. So naturally, they could not let them feel bad about the game experience. Vinolin was very clear about this. As for the game experience of those unlucky people, that was not important. After all, the free players were only a service provided to the paid players. Their main mission was to be abused. The only difference was whether they were abused by paid players or cheater players. What? SSSS level hidden mission? F*CK? This is too awesome. Looks like my luck is turning for the better. Are you serious? I can also receive a 5's level hidden mission?
The unlucky players, who did not know the truth, were ecstatic after receiving Vinalon's mission. They had practically sold all their assets to gather a spaceship that could warp over a long distance. In addition, there was a powerful carrier that they could afford. Although the carriers that these unlucky players bought might be considered trash in the eyes of the top players, to these guys, this was already the limit of what they could bear. After all, they were not rich players. Many of them had not even invested a single cent in the game, so it was already quite difficult for them to piece together this set of equipment. Of course, there were also some unlucky ones, who were even worse off. After they received this mission, they were overwhelmed with joy. They hadn't spent money to play the game before, but now they started to recharge. It was just that their financial resources were limited. They couldn't be as extravagant as the rich players, but they could still invest a small amount of money. At the very least, they could afford to buy a heavy cruiser-level warship. They could exchange it for an ordinary true immortal-level carrier. In this way, although these unlucky people who spent money were not enough to defeat the top-paying players, at least they were much stronger than the ordinary players, who did not spend a single cent. The reason why these people would recharge this time was mainly because they had a gambling mentality. What if they used this small amount of money to exchange for an advantage, and could seize some treasures? These treasures might be able to buy those rich players. By then, they would be rich. Unfortunately, these unlucky players, who had dreams of becoming rich, would never think that they were actually more miserable than those unlucky people who didn't spend money. After all, those unlucky people who didn't spend money only went to Planet Balmer to be tortured. They spent money to be tortured. Chapter 24-25, Chapter 241. On the 9th day that Jiang Fei and the others were waiting for the arrival of the pirates, the players arrived one after another.
Sure enough, there are NPC guards. Looks like this quest will not only get us the treasure, but it will also be a good place to level up.
The players, who did not know the truth, were very happy when they saw the pirates. They thought that this was their paradise.
Come on! Kill these pirates and you'll definitely gain a lot of experience.
A player rushed up in his spaceship. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The player's battleship fired. With the advantage of the battleship's level, the players were very handy when they were torturing the armed merchant ship of the pirates.
Boom! 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 Boom!
A few minutes later, the armed merchant ship caught fire. Its thin shield could not withstand a single blow. Even this poor player was driving a light frigate. This was not something an armed merchant ship could withstand.
Boom!
In the violent explosion, the armed merchant ship was blasted into a pile of space junk. In fact, there were not many armed merchant ships near Balmo Star. The pirates had already destroyed most of the armed merchant ships in advance, leaving only a few at the periphery as a warning. As the armed merchant ship was sunk, the pirates also learned that the outsiders had arrived.
Meet the enemy!
The pirates in space sounded the alarm. Then, everyone formed a defensive formation with their own groups as units, ready to meet the attack of the player warships. At the same time, the pirates also sent messages to the ground. This time, unlike before, the pirate leaders were not on their own flagship, because they were stronger. They were all arranged by Jiang Fei to be on the ground battlefield. After Jiang Fei received the message, he asked the pirate leaders to stay on the surface of Planet Balmoral to protect his treasure. At the same time, he went to a pirate's flagship. He looked at the players' battleships through the big screen. At the same time, he could not help but laugh in his heart.
I can't believe that Vitalin found such a bunch of people.
Jiang Fei pursed his lips. He realized that the players' battleships that attacked him were mainly frigates. There were only a few destroyers and cruisers. Even the heavy patrol-level ships were very few. There was no need to mention the main ship. These grassroots players could not afford to buy a spaceship of that level. However, Jiang Fei understood that if Vinalin really brought in rich players like Amon, he could wipe out these pirates alone. Then, Jiang Fei would not be able to stall for time.
I wonder if Vitalin has notified Simon. Will this guy take the bait?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He had spent so much effort to set up this trap. If Simon did not come, then his efforts would be in vain.
What? The development team has created a program to fight against US and is giving it to the players as a quest?
Simon sat on his throne with a look of surprise on his face.
Yes. The development team has specifically created a program to fight against you. Now, their first experimental program has been put into the game.
A virtual projection appeared in front of Simon.
Then why did you tell me this news?
Simon asked with a faint smile.
My request is very simple. You can just torture the players, and don't use black hole weapons easily. As long as you agree to this, I will provide you with valuable information at any time, the virtual projection said. Okay. Deal. Simon smiled slightly. Then we will have a good cooperation. The Phantom disappeared. What a bunch of idiots. They didn't even know that there was an awakened artificial intelligence in their own game. Simon muttered to himself after the Phantom disappeared. Forget it. Anyway, I'm just here to have fun. Why do I care so much? Let's go have fun now. When we're done playing, we can report them to the Supreme Council. Simon's lips curled into an evil smile. In the beginning, when the players appeared, although they destroyed a few pirate spaceships, they were unable to pass through the pirates' air blockade due to the small number of people, even though these pirate spaceships weren't very powerful. However, there were a lot of them. A large group of ultralight frigates added together also caused a lot of damage to the players. A few unlucky people hadn't even reached the surface of the planet when their spaceships were destroyed by the pirates. They were directly blasted back to the resurrection point. In order to not give up the opportunity to complete the mission, these resurrected players had no choice but to buy new ships and return to planet Balmo. Therefore, during the early stages of the war, the pirates were still able to hold on. They were also able to fight back and forth with the player fleet. However, as the number of players increased, the pirates could not hold on any longer. After all, their main force only had a few ultralight frigates. There were very few old-fashioned destroyers and cruisers. Therefore, they became weaker and weaker in front of the player fleet. 2 days later, the pirate fleet finally could not hold on any longer. They were different from the players. After someone's spaceship was destroyed, they could resurrect and buy new warships. However, if the pirates died, it would be the end of them. They had nowhere to resurrect. So the number of warships was decreasing. On the 5th day, the pirates were almost completely wiped out. Only 2 old cruisers and 7 or 8 super light frigates were still resisting. For the sake of their children and grandchildren, these pirates were willing to risk everything. They never intended to return alive. Therefore, dying on the battlefield was their fated ending. Damn it! We finally got rid of these pirates! As the last pirate ship was destroyed, there was no longer any power in space that could stop the players. Land! Land! Quick! 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 Don't let them get ahead of us! The treasure is ours! The players scrambled to land on planet Balmo. After arriving at the surface of the planet, they immediately abandoned their ship and began to search for treasure. When Vitaling gave them the mission, he only said that the treasure was on Barmore and did not specify the exact location. Therefore, these players began to search for the treasure like searching for a needle in a haystack. For the so-called treasure, some of these players formed alliances, and some plotted against other opponents. They were having a great time on Barmore, but they did not know that behind these mantises, the Oriole had arrived. Is this planet Balmoral? There are indeed quite a number of players here. How interesting! Simon's golden battleship had already arrived at planet Balmoral's gravity well. He looked at the pale yellow planet through the porthole, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a sneer. Chapter 24:26, Chapter 24:17. The Cruel Simon. Charge the main cannon! Lock onto Bomber Star! Simon ordered the battleship. Buzz! The golden battleship's main cannon began to charge and aimed at Balmer Star. What's going on? Jiang Fei suddenly felt uneasy when he was on Balmer Star. A sense of danger that he had never felt before lingered in his heart. It was as if he could be killed at any moment. What exactly happened? Jiang Fei looked into the sky based on his intuition. Although he had great power, it was impossible for his eyes to have the function of an astronomical telescope. Therefore, it was impossible for him to see the golden battleship located in outer space. Forget it! What's the point of killing them just like that? It'll just go down and play with them! Just when the golden battleship was fully charged and ready to attack at any time, Simon gave up on his previous idea. After that, the energy that had been filled up in the battleship's main cannon gradually dissipated. Phew! At the same time, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The threat of death that he had just felt earlier had suddenly disappeared. Swoosh! Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared a few thousand kilometers away from Jiang Fei. So powerful! Jiang Fei's spiritual power was sharp enough to detect the opponent. It was an extremely powerful aura. The opponent's level was at least above the Immortal Lord level. Simon! Jiang Fei instantly identified the opponent's identity. as Vinylin would never pull a tycoon like Eamon to participate in such a suicide mission. A powerhouse of this level would suddenly appear on the planet Balmer. That could only be the cheat Simon. Is it finally here? Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He had spent a lot of effort to set up all of this. His goal was to lure Simon to the surface of the planet. Next, he would only need to use innuendo to hit the opponent, and everything would be fine. Jiang Fei's spiritual power quickly locked onto Simon. Then, he quietly moved in Simon's direction. Whether it was a player or a cheater, they were essentially the same. In the Gamma space, they were all ordinary people. Therefore, even if they exchanged for a carrier, they would only gain superficial power. They were not proficient in spiritual power at all. Therefore, although Simon had the same combat strength as Jiang Fei, he knew nothing after being locked onto by Jiang Fei's spiritual power, let alone using spiritual power to discover Jiang Fei. Originally, Jiang Fei could have used the difference in spiritual power to instantly kill Simon. After all, Simon's ability to break the rules of power could not hinder the flow of spiritual power. Even in the legacy space where time stood still, spiritual power and thinking were unimpeded. Therefore, although Simon had the ability to break the rules of power, he was unable to use this ability on his spiritual power. However, because Jiang Fei had used his spiritual power to kill several players, the development team was on high alert. They had developed a protection program a long time ago. It allowed the players to equip a tool on the carrier to prevent spiritual power damage. As the cheater had cracked a part of the game's core code, he had also mastered this tool. This caused Jiang Fei's spiritual power to be unable to harm Simon before he destroyed the carrier. However, once Simon's carrier was killed by insinuation, his soul would leave the carrier. Under normal circumstances, Simon's soul would return to the Gamma space through the equipment. It was like a player who had died and was reborn. However, Jiang Fei's legacy space could intercept it and detain his soul. This way, there would be an additional vegetable in the Gamma space, and there would be one less cheater in the game. Moreover, as Simon was not a real player, he was not protected at all. His family could not sue the development team just because he had become a vegetable while playing the game. When that time came, the development team could completely deny that it was because Simon had used a pirated device that caused such an accident. It was precisely for this reason that the development team temporarily left Jiang Fei as a hidden danger so that he could deal with those cheaters. When Jiang Fei had locked onto Simon, his every move could not escape his eyes. Hee hee. These guys are really digging for treasure. After Simon arrived at planet Balmoral, he took out a small radar from his body. This thing could search for the location of other players. Who are you going to attack first? Simon smiled. Then, he chose two unlucky guys who were moving together. Whoosh! Simon, who had the power of a celestial lord, immediately activated his teleportation. In the next second, he appeared behind the two players. These two players were a man and a woman. From the looks of it, they should be a couple. They should have come to play together. They were the type of people who played poorly. The carriers that the two of them exchanged for were not very powerful. Their combat power was only around 10 million. At this moment, these two players were moving forward cautiously. In front of them, there was a lone pirate who was on sentry duty. There are NPCs here. They should be very close to the treasure, the male player guessed. Looks like we were the first to discover this place. Looks like we're really going to be rich this time. The female player was also excited. Shoo! Let's get rid of this guy first. The male player made a silent gesture and quietly moved forward. Soon, the male player reached the back of the sentry pirate. This pirate was not very strong, and his combat strength was only around 5 million. So he did not notice that there was someone behind him. Bang! The male player suddenly attacked and grabbed the pirate's neck from behind. Woo-woo! The pirate wanted to scream, but because his throat was crushed, he could only make a low woo-woo sound. Kala! The male player exerted a little strength and broke the pirate's neck. This murderous pirate had died at the hands of someone else. Alright, there's no one here. Come over. The male player called out to his back, but his female companion did not answer. Hey! How did you? The male player turned around. His eyes were wide open because Simon was holding the female player's neck in the same position, although he had not killed her yet. The female player was so scared that she did not dare to move. Let her go. We have something to discuss. The male player obviously thought of Simon as a player
who had come to do the same task as him.
Let her go.
Sure, Simon smiled. Then, he exerted some force with his fingers and directly twisted off the female player's head. A soul flew up and the female player returned to the city for free. Her carrier was completely destroyed.
He'll fight it out with you.
Although the player could resurrect after he died, seeing someone twisting off his girlfriend's head in front of him, a man couldn't stand it. So the male player pounced on Simon like a madman. Chapter 24:27, Chapter 24:18, forming a party.
Risking your life? What a joke,
Simon sneered. He watched as the male player rushed forward and allowed his dagger to stab at him.
Go to H.L.
The male player roared angrily and stabbed his dagger at Simon's throat.
Swish!
Just as the tip of the dagger was about to stab into Simon's throat, the male player's arm could not help but turn. It was as if there was a strange force guiding him. The dagger in his hand drew an arc in the air, and then stabbed towards his own shoulder.
This is impossible!
The male player almost watched the dagger in his hand stab into his shoulder. He almost used all the strength in his body, and it was impossible for the dagger to stop.
Pooh!
The dagger stabbed into the male player's shoulder, and he was completely stunned.
You want to kill me?
You're not worthy, Simon said calmly. He was someone who could break the rules of power. Any physical attack would not have any effect on him.
You?
The male player widened his eyes.
All right. I don't have time to waste with trash like you. Go to hell.
Simon casually waved his hand. The surrounding boulders crazily smashed towards the male player. These boulders had obtained a great amount of kinetic energy. Although the male player had millions of combat power, he was unable to withstand such an attack.
Boom!
Following a loud sound, the male player was smashed into meat paste.
Hiss!
Jiang Fei, who was far away, took a deep breath. Simon's grasp of the rules of power was even beyond his imagination.
It seems that I have to be careful when dealing with him.
Jiang Fei nodded secretly. Then, he used his spiritual power to monitor Simon as he rushed towards his position. In order to quietly approach Simon, Jiang Fei naturally could not fly over directly. He carefully traversed through the forest in order to hide himself so that Simon would not notice him. After Simon had dealt with the two players, he continued to walk forward. As he had tools to search for players, he easily found another unlucky person who was alone.
Hey! Are you also here to look for treasure?
This unlucky guy not only did not have any alertness when he saw Simon, but he even went up to greet him enthusiastically.
Hee hee. I'm not here to look for treasure. I'm here to have fun.
Simon was telling the truth. He played this game with the purpose of abusing other players to have fun.
Really? You're not interested in the treasure?
The player was delighted. If Simon was not interested in the treasure, he would have one less competitor. However, this guy obviously did not expect that although Simon was not interested in the treasure, he was interested in killing these players.
Of course.
Simon smiled calmly. He enjoyed this cat and mouse game.
Then let's form a team. My name is Jeffers.
The player said.
My name is Simon.
Simon smiled. He suddenly had a new idea.
The treasure is about 10 kilometers ahead. I have already scouted it, but there are a lot of NPCs guarding it.
Jeffers shared the information with his teammates. He did not realize Simon's real purpose at all.
Then let's split up the work. You take care of those NPCs, and he'll help you kill the players that are blocking you. As for the last treasure, I don't want it. As long as you have the ability, it's all yours.
Simon laughed. He suddenly felt that having Jeffers help him attract other players over might be a more interesting way to play. Relying on his own cheat, Simon did not put these players in his eyes at all. So now, he could play however he wanted.
Jeffers
hesitated. From the results of his investigation, those NPCs were not easy to deal with. Many of them were even stronger than him. At first, he thought that Simon could help deal with those NPCs. But he did not expect Simon to propose such a division of labor.
What? You don't agree? Then let's exchange. But I have to take half of the treasure,
Simon said with a smile.
It's okay. Well, do as you said.
Jeffers immediately waved his hand. Compared to those NPCs, the players were obviously more difficult to deal with. Moreover, they would have to give half of the treasure to Simon. Jeffers obviously couldn't bear to part with it.
You reckless fellows are really greedy,
Simon said in his heart.
Let's go!
Jeffers didn't know what Simon was thinking, so he led the team forward. Soon, 3 pirates guarding the treasure appeared in front of Jeffers and Simon. These 3 pirates were not weak.
and one of them had a combat value of around 8 million, which was slightly more powerful than Jeffers. You go and get rid of them, Simon said indifferently. He had no interest in killing NPCs. All right. Jeffers gritted his teeth, then braced himself and went forward. Then, Jeffers took out a heavy-duty particle cannon from his storage space. Although he wasn't strong enough. This was the advantage of being a player. When they weren't strong enough, they could use their equipment to make up for it. Soon, Jeffers locked onto the pirate with the highest combat strength. Huh? After being locked onto by Jeffers, the pirate became alert. After all, he was an experienced old pirate, so he had a sense of danger. Boom! At this moment, Jeffers fired. Enemy attack! The old pirate shouted and jumped to the side. However, he was still half a step too late. Jeffers' particle cannon was fired at sublight speed. Unless one teleported, it was impossible for an average person to dodge. The old pirate, who only had a few million combat strength and did not have any space-type abilities, obviously could not teleport. Although he tried his best to jump away, he was still hit by the aftershock of the particle cannon. Pooh! Although the old pirate managed to dodge the core of the attack, he was still shaken until he spat out blood. Although the old pirate vomited blood and was injured, he at least managed to save his own life. The two young pirates beside him were not so lucky. Although they heard the old pirate's warning, it was too late. Before they could make a move to dodge, the particle cannon's energy ball arrived. The two young pirates did not even have time to raise their shields before they were vaporized on the spot. Son! The old pirate's eyes turned red on the spot. Although they had declared their determination to die when they carried out the mission, when their own son died in front of them, the old pirate's eyes still turned red with anxiety. You damn outsiders! The old pirate roared angrily, and then pounced on Jeffers. At this moment, Jeffers wanted to aim and fire again, but it was too late. Although this kind of long-range technological weapon was powerful, its firing speed was low. Its aim was slow. It could be used for sneak attacks, but in a head-on battle, it was useless. Chapter 24:28, Chapter 24:19, Worthy Opponents. Facing the old pirate pouncing at him, Jeffers also drew his short knife, while Simon took 2 steps back. Although these two guys in front of him could not withstand a single blow from him, he did not want to get involved in this kind of extra-personal matter. He had just made an agreement with Jeffers that he would only be responsible for dealing with the players blocking his way. Boom! The old pirate and Jeffers exchanged blows. In just 2 seconds, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Although Jeffers' strength was slightly weaker, the old pirate was injured after all, so they could be considered evenly matched. What a waste! Even such a low-level NPC has to expend so much effort. Simon watched from behind and could not help but despise them in his heart. Although the players had been wreaking havoc in the universe for so long, the development team did not give the normal players too much power in order to extend the game's running time. Only a few rich players, like Eamon, had the power of true immortals and above. For a normal player, a guy like the old pirate with 7 to 8 million combat power was already considered a boss-level character. If this was any other time, they would have to team up to farm. Today, Jeffers was able to solo the old pirate because he had paid up before completing this quest. Although he did not charge much, he had exchanged for a carrier with 7 million combat power, as well as a lot of defensive equipment and equipment. If he did not have these items, with Jeffers' strength, he would have been torn to pieces by the angry old pirate long ago. Ding! Jeffers' body lit up with a golden light again. It was the light of the exclusive defensive equipment of players. This meant that Jeffers had been hit by the old pirate once again. But with the absolute defense of the defensive ball, he could escape with his life. Ding! Ding ding! As the golden light lit up one after another, the number of defensive balls on Jeffers' body continued to decrease. A poor player like him could not afford to buy a defensive circle with a limit of a few hundred times. His defensive circle only had 30 times of defense. Once it was exhausted, he would be finished. Simon, help me! Jeffers shouted loudly. Hee hee. Settle your own matters. If you can't even deal with this kind of trash, then he'll have to consider changing partners, Simon said indifferently. Damn it! Don't let you fall into my hands. Jeffers cursed in his heart. However, he didn't dare to show it verbally. Just an old pirate was enough to make him suffer. If he offended Simon and he stabbed him in the back, then he would spend all his money today. With no other choice, Jeffers gritted his teeth and continued to fight. However, as the battle continued, a glimmer of hope appeared in Jeffers' heart, because the old pirate's attack rhythm was getting slower and slower. He began to pant. Moreover, his nose and temples were already covered in sweat. Ha ha! Old fellow, you can't take it anymore. Jeffers laughed loudly. After all, the old pirate was still heavily injured. Such an intense battle caused his injuries to worsen. Although he had been suppressing Jeffers, his condition was getting worse and worse. Go to H.L. The old pirate was completely relying on his breath to hold on. Because his 2 sons had died at Jeffers' hands, the old pirate only wanted to take revenge at this moment. As for his own injuries, he didn't care about it anymore. Kill! Following the old pirate's angry roar, Jeffers' body flashed with rays of golden light. The number of defensive balls was constantly being consumed. Ding! As the last ray of golden light flashed, Jeffers' defensive ball was destroyed. Oh no! Jeffers cursed in his heart. He didn't expect the old pirate, who was already at the end of his rope, to be able to hold on until now. Go to H.L. The old pirate spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew that he was not going to make it. The injuries in his body made it impossible for him to gather his strength. He had to forcefully raise his breath to launch this attack. After this attack, no matter what the outcome was, he was unable to continue fighting. Bang! The old pirate's fist hit Jeffers' back. Although these players had obtained a carrier, their combat techniques were far inferior. Therefore, even the old pirate, who was at the end of his rope, managed to dodge Jeffers' attack and hit his back. Ding 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 ding. Jeffers was sent flying for a long distance before he fell to the ground and rolled a few more times. He looked extremely pathetic. But that was all. Although the old pirate, who was at the end of his rope, defeated Jeffers, he was powerless. The power of this punch only knocked Jeffers down and did not cause any substantial damage. At most, it would only make him lose face. PFFT. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. The old pirate looked at Jeffers, who had climbed back up. His eyes filled with unwillingness. He was not afraid of death, but he hated himself for not being able to avenge his 2 sons. Ha ha! Old man, you can still do it. You still want to beat me up? Jeffers came in front of the old pirate with a smug look. Bah! The old pirate spat on Jeffers' shoes. It was not that he did not want to spit directly on Jeffers' face, but it was a pity that he did not even have the strength to do so now. You still dare to spit on me? Jeffers raised his leg and kicked the old pirate far away. Then, he caught up with the old pirate in a few steps and gave him a series of punches and kicks. Jeffers controlled his strength very well. While he beat up the old pirate, he did not kill him easily. The old pirate's beating made Jeffers very angry. He needed to vent his anger now. Enough! Seeing Jeffers fight endlessly, Simon could not stand it anymore. He waved his hand, and the old pirate was hit in the chest by a big rock. Then, he was completely relieved. Although Simon was a cheater, he had his own bottom line. He looked down on Jeffers. Although the old pirate lost in the end, in Simon's eyes, this was an opponent worthy of respect. Jeffers' behavior was disgraceful. It was because he looked down on the actions of most players that Simon chose to kill the players instead of attacking the NPCs. How did you? Jeffers saw that Simon killed the old pirate and was a little displeased. He had not vented his anger yet, so he wanted to torture the corpse again. However, when he accidentally saw Simon's cold eyes, he decisively gave up on the plan to torture the corpse, afraid that Simon would suddenly attack him because he despised him. Let's continue moving forward, Simon said expressionlessly. Although he despised Jeffers' actions, he was too lazy to change teammates, so he chose to continue moving with Jeffers. All right. Jeffers shrugged and continued to walk towards the location of the treasure. As Jeffers and Simon got closer to the location of the treasure, there were more and more pirates and more players. Chapter 24-29, Chapter 24-20 Infiltrating the Party. What should we do next? Jeffers asked Simon while hiding in a bush. Same old rules. You take care of the NPCs. I'll take care of the other players, Simon said nonchalantly. Are you going to start a war with all the players? Jeffers asked with his eyes wide open. So what? Simon said nonchalantly. But? Jeffers looked at Simon as if he was looking at a madman. There's no buts. Just do your own thing, Simon said. Okay. It was unknown when Jeffers began to be a little afraid of Simon, especially when he looked like he didn't care at all. Jeffers had a mysterious and powerful feeling in his heart. Looking at the group of pirates in front of him, Jeffers frowned. Although the strength of these pirates was generally not high, there were many who were more powerful than the old pirate. In other words, Jeffers might not even be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. If he fought a group of them, He would not stand a chance even if he launched a sneak attack. Moreover, Jeffers could see that Simon would definitely not help him. Just as he said, he would do his own things. When facing NPCs, Simon would definitely not help him. This could be seen from how the old pirate almost beat him to death before Simon made a move. Phew! Jeffers took a deep breath and waited quietly. He was waiting for the other players to make the first move. Jeffers believed in his patience. There would always be someone who could not hold it in first. Dot! Simon was not in a hurry. He just waited quietly. He planned to make a move when these players were about to get the fruit of victory. He liked to watch these players in despair. At that moment, Simon's tracker showed that a red dot was approaching. This meant that a player was moving towards them. Should I kill him? A thought appeared in Simon's mind. However, before he could make a decision, that guy had already arrived. Hey! Hello! Jiang Fei, who had disguised himself, smiled and greeted the two guys in front of him. Nice to meet you. Jeffers was delighted when he saw Jiang Fei. If he had another helper, it would be much more convenient. At the same time, he gave Simon a look. It was very obvious that he was pretending to form an alliance with Jiang Fei. After they had obtained the treasure, Simon would kill Jiang Fei. Sure, Simon smiled. He liked this game very much. I feel a little lonely. Can I join you? Jiang Fei took the initiative to ask. Sure. Welcome. Welcome. Jeffers smiled. I have no objections. Simon's lips curled into a cold smile. Not to mention Jiang Fei, who had only joined later. Even Jeffers was not going to be spared. That's great. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gordon. Jiang Fei casually gave himself a name. Hello. My name is Jeffers. Jeffers said with a smile. Simon. Simon was still as calm as ever. From now on, we are allies. Jiang Fei said with a smile. At that moment, three people with ulterior motives had formed an alliance. Since we have formed an alliance, let's go over the rules again. Simon looked at Jiang Fei. Then, he said, am not interested in the treasure. Am here to PK. The purpose of forming an alliance is to avoid being disturbed by the NPCs. So, you two are responsible for dealing with the NPCs. And am responsible for dealing with the other players. After we get the treasure, it's up to you two to decide how to divide it. Sure. I have no objections, said Jeffers. He had made an agreement with Simon. Moreover, he had just signaled Simon to kill Jiang Fei with his eyes. Anyway, this kind of verbal alliance did not have any binding force. However, he had forgotten that the alliance between him and Simon was also verbal. It would not be a problem for Simon to kill him. I have no objections either. If we get the treasure in the end, we will split it 40 to 60. I will take 40. Jiang Fei took the initiative to give up some of the benefits because he was not interested in the so-called treasure at all. Then, thank you for your generosity, brother. Jeffers smiled. Then, let's start moving. Jiang Fei said. All right. Jeffers nodded. You guys go and take care of the NPCs. When you meet the players, leave it to me, Simon said calmly. No problem. Jiang Fei and Jeffers nodded at the same time. What do you plan to do? Jeffers asked Jiang Fei after he had explored a distance forward. I don't know yet. Let's wait and see. Jiang Fei frowned. He had wanted to poison Simon when he was not paying attention. However, this guy was very alert. He always kept a distance. Jiang Fei was worried that he would be avoided when he poisoned Simon. Therefore, he did not act rashly. After all, this opportunity could only be given once. Once he alerted Simon, Simon would escape back to his battleship. Then, Jiang Fei would never have a chance to get close to him again. All right. Jeffers agreed with Jiang Fei's point of view. He did not want to rush out and be the first to stand out. Therefore, Jiang Fei and Jeffers continued to wait patiently. Meanwhile, Simon was playing with his fingers behind the two of them. He occasionally glanced at Jiang Fei and Jeffers and could not help but laugh coldly in his heart. What a bunch of greedy guys. Even now, they are still thinking about the treasure. However, they do not know that death is always behind you. Simon laughed coldly in his heart. Kill. After a while, someone finally could not hold it in anymore. 3 players suddenly rose up and attacked the pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The particle cannons kept firing. This kind of energy weapon had indeed killed a few small pirates and injured a few big pirates. However, more pirates rushed over when they heard the news. They charged towards the 3 players. Kill. You damned invaders. Grand Marshal. You must fulfill your promise. For the sake of my family and children. Charge. The pirates charged forward crazily. The 3 players were quickly suppressed. The defensive balls on their bodies were constantly flashing with golden light. These 3 people had underestimated their enemy too much. They felt that they had exchanged for more powerful carriers. Especially one of the players, who had purchased a carrier with a combat power of up to 10 million for a heavy price. They had originally thought that they would be able to slaughter everyone. In the end, they did not expect that there were more than a dozen pirates with a combat power of more than 10 million here. Therefore, other than successfully launching a sneak attack, these 3 players were quickly drowned by the pirates. When the defensive balls were used up, they were all killed on the spot by the pirates. The souls were sent back to be resurrected for free. Chapter 24:30, Chapter 24:21 arrived at the treasure. Although the 3 unlucky players quickly returned to the city for free, their initiative to fight seemed to have lit a fuse. A large number of players rushed out. They charged at the pirates who were guarding the treasure. Kill! 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 The pirates were all red-eyed with killing intent. Before this, the pirates had wanted to clear their identities and complete Jiang Fei's quest. Now, their thoughts were not as complicated as before. Now, there were only 2 paths in front of the pirates. Kill or be killed. If they did not want to be killed by the players, they could only fight back and kill these enemies. Only then would they have a chance to survive. Therefore, the pirates, who were fighting for their lives, exploded with unimaginable combat power. Although they were facing fully armed players who had come prepared, they still fought with great caution. Although the number of the pirates was decreasing, the players were also being killed. How long are you 2 going to wait? Simon was not happy. If the players were all killed by the NPCs, would he not have come in vain? Attack! Jiang Fei and Jeffers looked at each other. Then, the 2 of them jumped out of their invisibility and attacked the pirates. Because Jiang Fei had disguised himself, he had even changed his aura. Therefore, the pirates did not recognize him. Moreover, when dealing with these pirates, Jiang Fei had deliberately suppressed his power. The purpose was to let Simon lower his guard against him. Jiang Fei did not feel any pressure at all to kill these pirates. Although these pirates were working for him, these people were all evil killers. If some of the small pirates were forced to live, then these big pirates were all evil demons. Each of their hands was stained with the blood of countless civilians. These big pirates were powerful. They even dared to plunder some relatively remote planets. If those remote planets were breached by these pirates, then they would definitely plunder the entire planet. The number of civilians who died because of this was no less than 1 million. Therefore, these big pirates were bastards that everyone had to kill. They deserved to die. Jiang Fei had asked them to come this time because he did not intend to let them go back. Therefore, when he killed them, Jiang Fei did not show any mercy. Humph. They are all useless. Simon looked at the players in front of him who were fighting the pirates. His heart was filled with disdain. However, Simon did not plan to attack at this time because these players had not yet gotten close to the treasure. Only when they felt that the treasure was within their reach would they hold their hands and beat them down one by one. Looking at their despairing eyes, only then would they feel even more exhilarated. As the battle continued, the pirates began to be unable to hold on any longer. More and more players came to the entrance of the treasure, forcing the remaining pirates to retreat into the underground palace. They're hiding inside. Chase! Chase after them! The players became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. Those who could survive until now had spent a few pennies to exchange for a decent carrier of players. Those players who refused to spend a single cent were unable to withstand the attacks of the pirates. At this moment, all of them had returned to the city for free. Boom! 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 The sounds of battle continued to come from the entrance of the underground palace. From the sounds, one could tell that the players had already entered. At this moment, there were not many pirates who were still alive. Therefore, they could only slowly retreat into the depths of the underground palace. Let's go in too! Jiang Fei and Jeffers looked at each other and followed them in. Hee hee! It's finally time for fun! Simon, who was at the back, smiled coldly. After entering the underground palace, Jiang Fei and Jeffers did not encounter any obstacles because the players in front of them had already killed the pirates that were blocking them. The remaining pirates were also chased into the depths of the underground palace. Therefore, when Jiang Fei and the others came over, The place was already very empty. Let's hurry up. Don't let those guys snatch all the treasure. Jeffers was a little anxious. At first, he did not want to be the first to stand out. So he hid in the back. Now that the players had killed their way into the underground palace, he was afraid that he would not be able to snatch the treasure. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he also quickened his pace. Simon followed behind the two of them. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the depths of the underground palace. As Jiang Fei had ordered the robots to rush out in a few days, the place was not very big. It was also relatively rough. However, the players did not care about this at the moment, because they had received the official quest. They did not think too much about it. Simon, on the other hand, did not think about it in that way. In his opinion, he was on the game. The players in the game could not hurt him at all. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. For the happiness of our children and grandchildren. Charge! Fight! Killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. Bastards! I'll fight with you. At this moment, the remaining pirates saw that they had no way out. Behind them was the shrine where the treasure was stored. So they could only choose to fight with their lives. Kill! The final battle broke out. The players swarmed forward. And the pirates also fought. Two waves of people fought together. Let's go too! Jeffers roared and joined the battle. If they were still hiding at the back to watch the show, they would definitely be attacked by the other players. After all, no one wanted to have someone behind them when they were risking their lives. Okay! Jiang Fei nodded and rushed over. As Jiang Fei had hidden his strength, he did not want to share the burden of these players. Therefore, he did not put in any effort. As for Jeffers, although he wanted to kill the enemy, he was too weak. Therefore, he could only fight at the periphery. Gradually, the pirates, who were alone, could not hold on any longer. They fell one after another. Although they had dragged a few players along with them, they could not hold on any longer. You won't have a good ending. Following an indignant roar, the last great pirate also fell. Although he was stronger than these players, it was difficult for him to fight against four hands with two fists. A wise man could not hold on any longer. Under the opponent's continuous battle, he finally fell. Ha ha! We can finally get the treasure! A player shouted excitedly. Yeah! We're going to make money this time! Many of the players looked happy. Simon, it's your turn now. Right. Jeffers and Jiang Fei had already retreated to Simon's side. Chapter 2431, Chapter 2422 was wiped out. It's indeed my turn, Simon said in a low voice. At the same time, his lips curled into a cold smile. At this moment, most of the players had already surrounded the shrine. They were preparing to open the shrine and get the treasure inside. Whoosh! Simon flashed to the front of the shrine. Don't worry. Simon smiled and said to the players in front of him. What are you doing? Don't tell me you want to keep all these treasures for yourself? Don't even think about it. It's best if we split these treasures equally. Don't even think about keeping them all for yourself. All the players glared at Simon. Hee hee. I'm not interested in these treasures, Simon said calmly. What are you doing there if you're not interested? Get out of the way. Yeah. Get out of the way. I'm not interested in the treasures. But I like to see you guys in despair. Simon laughed. Are you King stupid? Are you crazy? The players looked at Simon as if he was an idiot. Simon did not care about this at all. He looked at these players as if they were sheep being slaughtered. Get lost quickly. Don't delay me from getting the treasure. One of the players was impatient. He took 2 steps forward and tried to push Simon away. Bang! Simon's speed was like lightning. The player did not even have time to react before Simon's punch pierced through his heart. You? The player stared at Simon with his eyes wide open. He never thought that this madman would actually make a move. Moreover, the first move was a fatal blow. Confused? Desperate? I like the look in your eyes, Simon said with a smile. You madman! Go! Kill this madman! Kill him! The other players were furious. They wanted to get the treasure. But Simon stopped them. This caused an irreconcilable conflict between the two. In addition, Simon killed a player instantly with a single move. This caused the other players to feel fear towards him. Fear often led to attacks. Voila! Other than Jiang Fei and Jeffers, the players surrounded Simon. Then, these players swarmed up and wanted to use their numerical advantage to defeat Simon. Kill! With a roar, The players pounced on Simon. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of attack they used, the attacks would automatically bounce back when they were about to hit Simon. Some of them might even accidentally hurt other players.
What are you doing? Watch out! You almost hit me! F***CK! I didn't do it on purpose either. It's as if this kid's body was smeared with oil. He didn't hold back at all. What the hell?
The more the players fought, the more they felt that something was wrong. No matter if they used energy attacks or physical attacks, none of them could hit Simon. Moreover, long-range attacks would be reflected, and it was easy to accidentally hurt allies.
Who is this guy? Why is he so strange?
All the players frowned.
Have you guys fought enough? When you've fought enough, it's time for me to make my move.
Simon's lips curled up into a cruel smile. Then, he stomped his foot hard, and the gravity around the shrine suddenly changed direction. The gravity that was originally downward turned upward, and these unprepared players were all thrown high into the air.
Bang!
Simon took another step, and the gravity around him changed again. This time, the gravity returned to downward, and it suddenly increased by 10 times. The players, who had just been thrown high into the air, did not understand what was going on, and they all fell rapidly to the ground.
Pa!
Simon clapped his hands, and suddenly, there were spikes on the ground, and the tips of the spikes pointed straight at the players, who were falling.
Hey! F***CK!
The players were not to be trifled with. They were only falling. They tried their best to dodge the spikes on the ground, but they found that they could not use their strength at all, no matter how hard they tried. Once these forces left their bodies, they would dissipate.
Pooh! Pooh pooh!
Along with the muffled sound of leather being pierced. Each and every one of them was nailed to the ground. Instant kill. It was an easy instant kill. Jeffers, who was hiding at the back, was stunned. He widened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him. His legs could not help but tremble.
This ability to change the rules of strength is really heaven-defying.
Jiang Fei was also stunned by what he saw. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei could also do what he did just now. However, he only used his strength to crush Simon. Simon, on the other hand, relied on changing the rules to complete the task. Although both of them could achieve the same effect when dealing with the weak. However, when dealing with the strong or against each other, it was obvious that Simon, who had mastered the rules, had the upper hand.
Cece. Simon, I don't want the treasure anymore. Let me go.
Jeffers was so scared that his legs were weak. He did not dare to think about the treasure anymore.
Dot.
Jiang Fei did not say anything. He turned around and ran away.
You want to run?
Simon's lips curled into a cold smile. He had no intention of letting anyone leave.
Come back!
As Simon shouted, Jiang Fei's charging power suddenly changed direction. This sudden change in power attribute made Jiang Fei unable to adapt to it. His body could not help but fly backward. Swish! A stone wall was erected in front of Simon. Jiang Fei, who was constantly accelerating, slammed heavily into the stone wall.
Bang!
The violent collision made Jiang Fei feel a sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of blood gushed up. Jiang Fei did not suppress it. He directly spat out the blood far away. Then, he tilted his head and fell to the ground. Following that, Jiang Fei's aura rapidly weakened. In the blink of an eye, he lost his vitality.
Please, don't kill me.
When Jeffers saw that Jiang Fei had been killed, he was even more terrified.
In our original agreement, there was no choice but to kill you,
Simon said with a smile.
You?
Jeffers turned around and wanted to run. However, how could he escape with his little strength?
Come back!
As Simon waved his hand, Jeffers flew back in front of Simon. Then, he crashed heavily into the stone wall in front of Simon. The powerful force instantly shattered his internal organs. His neck tilted, and he died on the spot.
Humph! A bunch of trash!
Simon laughed coldly. Then, he was ready to leave the underground palace. However, at that moment, he changed his mind.
What kind of treasure is it that allows them to have the power to fight against me?
Simon's curiosity was aroused. Therefore, he came to the front of the shrine.
Crack!
The shrine was opened, revealing a jade brocade box inside.
Crack!
Simon opened the brocade box, revealing a yellow-brown oval-shaped object inside. At the same time, Jiang Fei, who was behind him, quietly opened his eyes. Chapter 24:32, Chapter 24:23 The Virgin Mary.
What is this?
Simon took out the peeled tea egg from the brocade box.
They can fight me with this thing? Simon muttered to himself. Huh? At this moment, Simon suddenly frowned. He felt that his fingers holding the tea egg suddenly became numb. This is... Simon's eyes were wide open. He knew that he had been poisoned. My leg! At that moment, Simon felt that his legs had also become numb. It turned out that Jiang Fei had not only planted innuendo poison on the tea egg. When Simon was distracted by the tea egg, Jiang Fei had quietly taken out the innuendo spray gun and sprayed innuendo at Simon's shadow. As Simon's carrier was also a powerhouse, whose combat power was close to that of an immortal lord, Jiang Fei was afraid that if he directly sprayed the tea egg with innuendo, he would be alerted. Fortunately, the innuendo did not only affect the opponent's body. Even if his shadow was infected, the poison would cause him to die. Therefore, Jiang Fei's plan worked very quickly. After Simon was poisoned by innuendo, although he had the ability to destroy the laws of power, he was unable to deal with the poison in his body. Damn it! Development team bastards. You actually used poison to plot against me. Simon cursed at the development team. In fact, this method was not even thought of by the development team. Jiang Fei, who was pretending to be dead, watched as Simon's poison took effect. He watched as Simon's body gradually swelled up and his skin turned from its normal color to purple-black. Very soon, Simon fell to the ground. Then, he rolled back and forth on the ground. Jiang Fei quickly retreated far away. He did not want the insinuated poison to infect his body. Although Jiang Fei had a way to remove the poison from the energy cords, the process was exhausting. It's you? At that moment, although Simon was in great pain, he saw Jiang Fei who had come back from the dead. He immediately understood what was going on. Hee hee. It's not easy to kill you. Jiang Fei laughed. Just you wait. I'll remember you. Simon gritted his teeth and said, although he was a cheater, he was just like a player. Even if he died, he would only lose a carrier. After he resurrected, he would definitely settle the score with this player named Gordon. Unfortunately, even if Simon had the chance to resurrect, he would not be able to find the player named Gordon because this person did not exist. Jiang Fei's player identity was just a disguise given by the development team. Suit yourself. My quest is complete. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Just you wait. After Simon left the last harsh words, he died completely. A soul flew up and prepared to return to the gamma space to resurrect. You want to leave? Stay here. Jiang Fei suddenly stood up and opened the inheritance space. Simon's soul was sucked into it. What's going on? Where am I? After entering the inheritance space, Simon was stunned. Ha! Welcome to my world. Jiang Fei also entered the inheritance space. Who are you? Simon's eyes widened. Although time was still in the inheritance space and all matter could not move, souls, consciousness, and spiritual power could move freely. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is what you can tell me. Jiang Fei laughed. Humph. You can forget about learning anything from me. Simon was the toughest. That's not up to you. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Even in the inheritance space, his mind-reading ability could be activated. These skills that were based on spiritual power were not hindered. At this time, Simon's cheat had failed because he was not in Jiang Fei's universe. Moreover, after he lost his carrier, the additional spiritual power buff was gone. He was now just an ordinary person. He was just a loser who had to cheat to play the game. In front of Jiang Fei, his secrets could not be hidden at all. Come on! Tell me what's going on with you! Jiang Fei smiled and used his spiritual power to hypnotize Simon's soul. With Jiang Fei's spiritual power, it was easy for him to hypnotize an ordinary person. Simon did not even have time to react before he was controlled by Jiang Fei. Then, Jiang Fei began to look for the information he needed in Simon's consciousness. So that's what's going on! After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei had finally found the information he wanted after he had gone through all of Simon's memories in the inheritance space. It turned out that the cheaters were all from the same organization. The leader of this organization was actually a mysterious man wearing a black cloak. Your mission is to go to that game and kill those players. They are simply a disgrace to US Gamma people. These people actually take pride in wreaking havoc in the low-dimensional space. They are simply scum. Go and kill them. Ravage them. And let them know how helpless they are being crushed. Let them know how shameless their actions are. A mysterious man wearing a black cloak said. Yes. A dozen other cloaked people answered. One of them being Simon. But after we entered that game, we were just ordinary players. How could we torture and kill others? A person asked.
I will give you a special login device. After you use this login device to enter the game, you can break some of the rules in the game. Then, you can crush those shameless players, said the black-cloaked man. Yes, leader. Everyone nodded in unison. This was a part of the memory that Jiang Fei had read from Simon's consciousness. These people's purpose is to help us. Jiang Fei was completely stunned after reading the memories. Previously, Jiang Fei had thought a lot about apostles. Jiang Fei had also guessed the purpose of these cheaters. However, he had never thought that these people were actually the Holy Mother of the Gamma people. These high and mighty dimensional creatures had actually shown mercy to the people of the three-dimensional world. Therefore, they had come to punish those players. However, the saintesses among these Gamma people were very similar to the dog lovers on Jiang Fei's mother planet. Although their hearts were good, and they wanted to save the weak creatures, what they did was not necessarily a good thing. In the name of saving the dogs, the dog lovers had hijacked the roads and robbed the cars. Although they had saved many dogs, after the dogs were rescued, no one cared about them anymore. In the end, the dogs would starve to death. This might not be as satisfying as killing them with a single slash. It was the same for the Madonna of Gamma space. They thought that they were punishing players and saving the creatures of three-dimensional space. But they wantonly used black holes as weapons in three-dimensional space. Their existence had instead accelerated the destruction of the three-dimensional world. Chapter 2433, Chapter 2424. Norton Star. After figuring out the origins of these apostles, Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Although these people were not good at what they did, at least they had good intentions. If he could consciously guide them, that might really be able to provide Jiang Fei with a lot of help. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not intend to kill all these apostles who were using cheats in the first place, because if that happened, his death would be imminent. As the saying goes, a bird that flies with the bow hides its best. A cunning rabbit that dies will be cooked by a dog. Once Jiang Fei lost his value, he would become the greatest threat to the development team. Therefore, after the development team had dealt with these apostles, they would be the first to deal with him. Therefore, Jiang Fei had already planned to raise the bandits and respect himself. As long as these apostles were still around, he would have a value to survive. When the development team made a move on him, they would have to think twice. After Jiang Fei had grasped the true purpose of these apostles, he finally had a bit of initiative. From the beginning, Jiang Fei had no choice but to follow Vinalon's lead. Although he knew that if they continued to work together like this, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. However, Jiang Fei had no choice. The information between the two parties was not equal, which caused him to be at a natural disadvantage. Whether it was against the development team or working with Vinalon, Jiang Fei could only passively follow the orders of the other party. However, now, Jiang Fei had obtained information that the development team and Vinalon did not know the purpose of the apostles. This way, he could turn the passive into the active. He could no longer let Vinalon lead him by the nose. He could go and make his own plans. Of course, this was on the premise that he could not tell Vinalon the secret. If Vinalon also knew the true purpose of the apostles, then Jiang Fei would have no one to rely on. After understanding all of this, Jiang Fei smiled. He did not erase Simon's last bit of consciousness and left him in the inheritance space. If Jiang Fei encountered anything in the future that he needed to ask, this kid might be able to provide some valuable information. So, what should I do next? Jiang Fei began to think hard after he came out of the inheritance space. As time stood still in the inheritance space, it was only a matter of time before he entered the space and left. Therefore, whether it was Vinalon who was monitoring him or the development team, it was impossible for them to know what Jiang Fei had done to Simon. They only felt that Jiang Fei had used a strange method to destroy Simon's consciousness, turning his physical body in the gamma space into a vegetable. At that moment, Jiang Fei finally understood. As long as he was in the main space, everything that he had done could not be hidden from Vinalon. Even if Jiang Fei could hide from Vinalon in the world of 5 directions, he could not escape the surveillance of the development team. Therefore, the only secret to him now was his inheritance space. This inheritance space was the only way for Jiang Fei to enter the gamma space. How to crack the secret of this space became the key to solving all his problems. After coming out of the legacy space, Jiang Fei saw corpses all over the place. Be it the corpses of the pirates or the carriers left behind by the players. They covered the entire underground palace. At this time, there were no other intelligent life forms left in the entire planet Balmoral. Sigh. Rest in peace. I will do what I promised you. As long as your descendants can abide by the law, They will be able to live a normal life,
Jiang Fei said to the corpses of the pirates. Other than the pirate experts who died on planet Balmo, more pirates had died in space battles. These pirates were not strong individually. They piloted the spaceship to resist the invasion of the players, although the effect was average. However, it had confused the players and Simon. It had made them believe that this was an important quest point in the game. This had created an opportunity for Jiang Fei to assassinate Simon. After leaving planet Balmer, Jiang Fei summoned his yacht and flew towards the nearest immigration planet. After killing Simon, Jiang Fei had to find Vitaland to submit the quest. This quest had taken almost 4 months. It could be said that it was quite a long time. Jiang Fei needed to know what the development team's attitude was. He needed to test the development team's bottom line so that he could better implement his plan. After setting up the automatic navigation for the yacht, Jiang Fei returned to his room and went into seclusion. He needed to make use of all the time he had to study his inheritance space. Although the appearance of the apostles had bought Jiang Fei some time. However, the development team would definitely not tolerate him indefinitely. Therefore, Jiang Fei felt that time was running out. After a long flight, Jiang Fei finally arrived at inhabited planet Norton Star. When the spaceship informed him that he was about to reach the gravity well, Jiang Fei was shocked awake from his training.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. This time, he seemed to have gained some enlightenment in his closed-door training. However, he could not catch anything. It was as if there was something in his mind. However, when he thought about it carefully, his mind was completely blank.
Looks like I still need time to understand the key to breaking through.
Jiang Fei shook his head. He wanted to enter a higher dimension with his three-dimensional posture. This was clearly not something that could be easily figured out.
Forget it. Let's go to Vitaland first.
Jiang Fei walked to the cockpit and controlled the spaceship to fly toward Norton Star. Soon, the yacht entered the gravity well of Norton Star and encountered the planet's guards.
The ship in front. Please show your identification number.
The security team sent a clear message.
I am the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, Jiang Fei.
Jiang Fei sent his identification number over. Norton Star was a neutral planet. It was originally a resource planet rich in Z-metal. After the resources were exhausted, this place gradually became the home of some absentee workers and galactic wanderers.
Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire.
The members of the Norton Guards were almost scared to death by Jiang Fei's identity. Their planet was inhabited by old absentee workers and some homeless galactic wanderers. This place could even be described as a galactic slum. How could a big shot like Jiang Fei come here? However, Jiang Fei's identification would not be wrong. Therefore, the members of the guards were shocked.
Grand Marshal, we will lead you to the airport now.
The guards took out a patrol boat and personally led Jiang Fei to the airport. They also immediately informed the governor of Norton. If a big shot like Jiang Fei was neglected, it would definitely be a disastrous political event for Norton. Very soon, Jiang Fei's yacht landed on the best berth in the airport under the special guidance of the guards. Jiang Fei had just stepped out of the yacht when there were a large number of Norton officials welcoming him. Although the other party had tried their best to make the ceremony as grand as possible, compared to other rich planets, the ceremony was still too simple and crude. Chapter 2434, Chapter 2425. Apostle.
Welcome.
Grand Marshal.
A few Norton officials bowed and said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had been to a neutral planet before. For example, he had been to planet Kamal not too long ago. There, Jiang Fei was welcomed. Although they did not dare to offend him too much. They could not wait for him to get lost. The reason was simple. Planet Kamal was afraid that Jiang Fei's visit would cause a misunderstanding among the Vizari army. The status of these neutral planets was very delicate. They did not dare to offend any of the big shots. They could only seek a balance between the two sides to gain benefits for their own survival. However, the Norton planet was different from the neutral planets. The other neutral planets were very rich. Although they lived in the cracks between the big forces, they could gain a lot of benefits by relying on the advantages of both sides. Therefore, the people were still very happy. As for the Norton planet, it was just a resource planet with depleted mines. The people living here were either old miners or homeless interstellar wanderers. Anyone with a little ability would not choose to linger on such a barren planet. The other planets chose to be neutral because they did not want to get involved in a war or because of their geographical advantage. That was why they chose to strike a balance between the major powers. However, the Norton Star chose to be neutral because they were not willing to do so. It was because their planet was too barren. Not only did they not produce anything, but they also needed external resources to maintain their livelihood. Therefore, no power was willing to accept them. After all, no matter who took over the Norton Star, it was destined to be a money-losing business. As such, the Norton Star was naturally neutral. They were located at the edge of a remote galaxy. They had no resources and production. Rather than calling it a neutral planet, it would be better to call it an abandoned orphan planet. Therefore, when the Norton Star officials saw Jiang Fei, it was as if they saw their own father. They were eager to be annexed by the Universe Empire. After all, they were already very poor. The Universe Empire would not be able to squeeze a single cent out of them. However, if the Universe Empire were to incorporate Norton into their territory, they would at least have to provide food and necessities for this place. When that time came, the Norton Star would be able to eat its fill. As for Vazari's army's revenge, the Norton Star people did not care at all because no one would choose to attack this place. The location of the Norton Star was neither a strategic path nor a resource-rich planet. It was not worth attacking at all. If anyone attacked this place, even if they did not fire a shot and occupy this place, they would still have to pay for the fuel costs of the fleet. Therefore, no one would do such a money-losing business. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a poor planet. In the era of the universe, although some rare resources were still in short supply and the various major forces fought for these rare resources year after year, the basic necessities of the ordinary people were no longer a problem. Cheap nutrient fluids and chemical clothing materials were so cheap that they were almost given away for free. Even if the ordinary people did nothing, the government would not need to spend too much money to support them. However, on Norton Star, Jiang Fei actually saw people wearing patched clothes. Moreover, these people were the officials of Norton Star. From this, it could be seen how poor the planet had become. Alright. I'm just here to take a look around. You guys can go back to whatever you're busy with. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Although Norton Star was very poor, he had no intention of saving this place. Jiang Fei knew that he was not the savior. Moreover, there was definitely more than one poor planet like Norton Star in the universe. It was true that he had the ability to save such a planet. However, he had more important things to do. General, our people have admired the Universe Empire for a long time. Please accept our loyalty. That's right. General, our people are very kind. Moreover, their requirements are very low. As long as you provide them with the Empire's excess production of the worst quality nutrient solution and the most crude chemical clothing, they will be very grateful to you. They will be absolutely loyal to the Empire. Grand Marshal, please have mercy on these people. These Norton Star officials pleaded. Let me think about it, Jiang Fei said faintly. Although the people of Norton Star were pitiful, they were indeed worthless. Originally, the population was also a very precious resource to any cosmic force. However, on a poor planet like Norton Star, their people were old, weak, and sick. For example, on Norton Star, other than the old miners, there were also abandoned cosmic wanderers. Although there were quite a number of them, they were of no value. Sir, these officials did not give up. They still wanted to say something. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei decided not to wait any longer. Vitalin, come out! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. I'm here! At that moment, the expression of one of the Norton Star officials suddenly changed. Bar, why did you change your name to Vitalin? The other Norton Star officials looked confused. We have something to discuss. You can leave now, Jiang Fei said calmly. Yes, Grand Marshal. Seeing that Jiang Fei's expression was not friendly, the Norton officials did not dare to say anything more. They all moved aside. Let's go! Let's talk, Verdant Dragon said to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and followed him. You completed the quest very well this time, Vitalin said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Humph. Why didn't you tell me how much effort I put in? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Hee hee. Of course. I know that it's not easy for you. Vitalin smiled and continued. The development team is very satisfied with your ability. They are also very glad that they did not get rid of you before. Hee hee. It's really an honor. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Alright. Don't be angry. This is the current situation. You can only accept your fate, Vitalin advised. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded and asked. I have already killed Simon. Does the development team have anything to say? Not yet. But after you have solved the second target, there should be a reward, Vitalin said. There really is a reward.
Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, he asked,
"Do you know what the reward is?" "I'm not sure yet. They have not told me anything about it."
Vinolin shrugged.
"All right then. What about the second target?"
Jiang Fei asked.
"The second target is the second apostle. His name is Andre,"
said Vinolin.
"And then?"
Jiang Fei asked.
"No."
Varen shrugged.
F***CK. Are you kidding me? Every time I say a name. Who do you think I am? Am I a god? You don't give me any information, and you want me to deal with these guys. The development team is too much."
Jiang Fei was furious.
"Sai, I know it's not easy for you, but I can't do anything about it. The development team told me so. I will help you lock onto the other party's coordinates as soon as possible and then provide it to you. As for the other party's information, you have to scout it out yourself. Didn't the development team give you the tools?"
Varen said helplessly. Chapter 2435, Chapter 2426 Sunfire Galaxy.
"All right."
Jiang Fei sighed. He knew that no matter how hard he tried to force Vinolin, there would not be any results. Therefore, he ended the conversation. After Vinolin left, Jiang Fei naturally did not want to continue staying on Norton Star. Although the people here were poor, Jiang Fei was not in the mood to save them. Therefore, he drove the yacht away from this poor planet. He flew towards Skoda Star. After a few days of flying, Jiang Fei finally returned to Skoda Star.
"Ah, Fei, you're back."
Aurelia was inspecting the military port. So she happened to meet Jiang Fei, who had suddenly returned.
How are things with the pirates?"
Jiang Fei asked.
"I've given the order. They will take care of it,"
Aurelia said. She had already sent the coordinates of the remaining pirates to the various commanders of the fleet for a battle of the level of destroying the pirates. There was no need for her to take charge of the battle.
"That's good. Let's take this opportunity to clear out the order of the universe."
Jiang Fei nodded. Previously, when the pirates ran amok in the universe, it was not because the regular army could not do anything to them. It was just that the regular army was too lazy to bother with them. As long as these guys did not cause too much trouble. It was basically the local fleets that were carrying out the bandit suppression mission. The regular army rarely spent energy to fight against the pirates.
"Have you finished your business?"
Aurelia asked. Although Jiang Fei had previously said that he was going to carry out an important mission, he had left for a few months. Based on his past experience, he should have already completed it.
"Sigh, I've only completed the first step."
Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he handed over the names of the pirates who had died on planet Balmo to Aurelia.
"This is?"
Aurelia was confused.
"Enlist the descendants and family members of these people into the Empire's citizenship. Give them the treatment of normal citizens. As long as these people do not break the law, their pirate records will be erased."
Since the pirates had died in battle, Jiang Fei would not go back on his word.
"All right."
Aurelia nodded and kept the name list. After that, Jiang Fei told Aurelia a few more things about the direction of the Imperial Army. Then, he returned to his residence to reunite with the girls. The girls were naturally very happy about Jiang Fei's return. However, when they heard that Jiang Fei was going to leave soon, the girls were very reluctant. However, no matter how reluctant the girls were, Jiang Fei was going to leave. On the 5th day after he returned to Skoda Star, Vinlan sent him Andre's coordinates.
"I'm leaving again,"
Jiang Fei said to the girls.
"Can't you bring us along again?"
Bella asked reluctantly.
"No,"
Jiang Fei said firmly. If it was another quest, he could still consider it. He would definitely not bring these girls along when dealing with these cheaters, because even if they were the strongest among them, the Phoenix Spirit, this former female beast queen, was also vulnerable in front of those cheaters. Previously, Jiang Fei had experienced Simon's power. That kind of casual control of power made it impossible for him to fight back. If it was not for the poisonous insinuation that killed his carrier, Jiang Fei had no idea how to defeat him. Although Jiang Fei did not know about Andre's ability for the time being, it was not much weaker than Simon. It might even be stronger. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only carry out such a dangerous quest alone.
"Malachi, go wait for me on the spaceship."
In the end, Jiang Fei brought along a companion, the artificial intelligence Malachi.
"Yes, sir."
Malachi immediately entered Jiang Fei's yacht after receiving the order. After that, Jiang Fei went to bid farewell to his parents. After that, he comforted the girls before leaving Skoda Star.
"Target, Sunfire Galaxy. Sunhead Star. Activate the automatic navigation,"
Jiang Fei ordered.
"Yes, sir."
With Malachi, Jiang Fei did not need to do anything when controlling the spaceship.
He only needed to say the word. Call me when you arrive, Jiang Fei said to Malachi. Yes, sir. Malachi immediately accepted the order. After that, Jiang Fei returned to his room and continued his closed-door cultivation. The Sunflame Galaxy was located at the edge of the universe. This was a unique three-star orbiting system. The three stars maintained a delicate balance under each other's gravity. There were not many planets in this galaxy. There were only 3 planets that could accommodate people. The Sun was one of them. Interstellar travel itself was an extremely time-consuming thing. This was especially true for interstellar travel that required traveling across more than 10 star fields. After nearly a month and a half of travel, Jiang Fei's yacht finally approached the solar system. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei received the latest news from Vinalin. Andre had already left the Sun. He had arrived at the Sub-Sun. The Sub-Sun was the second planet of the solar system. Compared to the Sun, the temperature here was slightly milder. Although it was still hot, it was not so hot that people could only live underground. The humans here could still come to the surface in the evening to get some fresh air. They could still come to the surface to get some fresh air. Adjust the course. Let's go to the Sub-Sun, Jiang Fei said to Maleki. Yes, sir. As they were all in the solar system, there was no need to adjust the course too much. Maleki quickly adjusted the destination to the Sub-Sun. 1 day later, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the gravity well of the Sub-Sun. When the spaceship came out of the dimensional space, the alarm in the spaceship sounded. Alarm! Alarm! The spaceship has been exposed to extremely strong stellar radiation. The pressure of the shield has increased. Please find cover as soon as possible. Malachi, let's go to the back of the Sub-Sun, Jiang Fei shouted. At this time, the energy of the yacht's shield was rapidly decreasing. Although the spaceship's speed and radar were not inferior to a military ship, it was still a civilian spaceship. Therefore, not only did it not have any weapons, but its shield was also far weaker than that of a military ship. Yes! Maleki immediately adjusted the angle of the spaceship and flew toward the dark side of the Sub-Sun. Very soon, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the dark side of the Sub-Sun. At that moment, the radiation of the 3 stars was blocked by the Sub-Sun. Therefore, the alarm in the spaceship had subsided. What are these people thinking? They actually came here to settle down. Jiang Fei could not help but complain. Regardless of whether it was the head sun or the Sub-Sun, when the sun was directly shining on their planet, the temperature on the surface of their planet was more than 700 degrees Celsius. Even silicon-based life forms would find it difficult to survive here. As for carbon-based life forms, it was even more difficult. Sir, the 3 inhabited planets here are all the resource planets of the Nora group. The ones living underground are all the miners of the Nora group. Maleki immediately looked up the information about the 3 planets and told Jiang Fei. Chapter 2436, Chapter 2427 Enter the Mine. I see. Jiang Fei nodded and took out his pocket watch. At that moment, according to the coordinates provided by Vinlan, Andre was on the Sub-Suns. Why is this guy going to the Sub-Suns? Jiang Fei frowned. From the looks of Simon, these apostles probably did not like to go to the surface of the planet. After all, players rarely landed on the surface of the planet. They usually drove their spaceships to fight. The reason why players liked to drive their spaceships to do quests was very simple. Spaceships were much cheaper than high-tier carriers. A carrier with a combat power of 10 million could buy a heavy cruiser. Moreover, the heavy cruiser was destroyed, and the guild gave a subsidy. This was much more cost-effective than buying a carrier. Should I go down and take a look first? Just as Jiang Fei was hesitating, the alarm in the spaceship suddenly sounded again. Space signal detected. A fleet is about to arrive. Someone is here. Jiang Fei was stunned. Then, he immediately put away his yacht. In the vast universe, Jiang Fei's tiny body was impossible to be discovered. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, a wormhole opened. With a few flashes of white light, more than 10 player battleships had teleported over. So many players. What are they doing? Jiang Fei was even more confused. However, at that moment, he also understood why Andre was on the Sub-Sun. He must have come for these players. After these player warships arrived at the gravity well on the Sub-Sun, they quickly hid behind the planet. Then, they landed one after another. Could it be that these players are here for a quest? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He decided to ask Vinalin about the situation later, as there were many miners on these planets. Jiang Fei did not need to run so far to see Vinalin. Whoosh! When the player spaceships landed, Jiang Fei teleported to the surface of the Sub-Sun. It's so hot! As soon as he appeared on the surface of the sub-sun, Jiang Fei felt as if he was in a furnace. Although it was dark here, the surface temperature was also above 50 degrees Celsius. Although the thin atmosphere of the sub-sun was not enough to block the radiation of the 3 stars, it was effective in keeping the temperature of the sub-sun low in the dark. Maleki, how long does the rotation cycle of the sub-sun last? Jiang Fei asked. After he put away the yacht, Maleki entered his ring. The rotation cycle of the sub-sun is 755 hours. Maleki replied. Jiang Fei nodded. The day of the sun, this time was equivalent to a month on Earth. However, it was not surprising. If the rotation of the sub-sun was as fast as the rotation of the Earth, this place would really become a microwave oven. Even at night, the temperature on the surface of the planet could not be lowered too much. Do you know where the entrance to the underground is? Jiang Fei asked. The miners here lived underground, so there must be an entrance to the underground. I'm sorry, sir. The Nora group has not released any relevant information to the public. Although Malachi could search quickly, he could not find the information that had not been released online. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Although Malachi could not provide information about the entrance, he could follow the players. These people would definitely go down to the underground world. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to lock onto the players. When these players reached the surface of the planet, they kept the spaceship. The players always had this convenience. They can always put away what they don't need. After putting away the spaceship, Jiang Fei wanted to laugh when he saw these players. These players were too poor. Several of them were even wearing heavy spacesuits. Obviously, these guys can't afford a decent carrier, so they can only use a carrier on the level of ordinary people. And the surface of the sub-sun obviously can't allow ordinary people to survive. Just the heat alone is over 50 degrees. It was enough to cause normal people to fall to the ground from heat stroke at any moment. Because of the distance, Jiang Fei could not hear the communication between these players. He could not use mind reading to see what they were thinking. After a short exchange, these guys walked away. One of them was holding a device. It seemed to be used to detect something. Jiang Fei followed the group from afar. He was very patient and quietly followed them. After walking for more than 2 hours, the players finally made a discovery. After fiddling around for a long time near a cliff, a stone door finally opened at the edge of the cliff. Let's go! Let's go in! When the sun comes up, our spacesuits won't be able to withstand the radiation from the stars. One of the players urged. Okay, let's go in first. The other players nodded one after another. Then, everyone entered the stone door. Whoosh! The invisible Jiang Fei rushed in before the stone door closed. As he was far stronger than these guys, he was not discovered. Why did I feel a gust of wind just now? One of the players looked around in confusion. Are you hallucinating? How could there be wind here? Another player said in disdain. Impossible. I'm sure there's wind. The player from before insisted. Maybe we brought it with us when we came in. A short player said. Maybe. The player who felt the wind looked around. It really didn't look like there was wind here, so he had to put this doubt aside for the time being. Let's continue. The player who was holding the instrument continued to walk forward. Because he was close to these players, Jiang Fei's mind-reading ability had become useful. He quickly figured out the purpose of these players to the sub-sun. This was indeed a quest location. These players' quest was to steal a gemstone called the KRA crystal that was produced here. It was obvious that Andre had come here to wait for these players. Next, I just need to follow these players. I think I will be able to see that Andre very soon. Right. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he continued to remain invisible and followed behind these players. Quietly, they walked deeper into the underground. The path that Jiang Fei and the others were walking on was clearly a mine tunnel. The underground was paved with tracks that were used to transport ores and wasteland. However, it seemed that this mine tunnel had been abandoned for a long time. Many places had even collapsed. The collapsed boulders had already pressed down on the railroad tracks. DD. As the players were communicating through the party's voice channel, Jiang Fei could not hear them. Therefore, the entire mine tunnel was very quiet. Other than the sound of the players' footsteps, there was also the sound of the machine beeping. Chapter 2437, Chapter 2428 Cubot People. Jiang Fei followed behind these players invisibly. After walking forward for almost 2 hours, There was a faint sound of knocking from the depths of the mine. Am I going to meet the miners? Jiang Fei thought to himself. At the same time, the players also stopped in their tracks. They were communicating with each other. However, because they were using the party voice, Jiang Fei could not hear them. There are monsters ahead. Everyone, be careful, the players, who were holding the equipment, said in the party's voice. Okay. The other players nodded one after another. Then, two players with relatively good carriers moved to the front. These two people were equipped with laser weapons and melee weapons at the same time. They were among the players in this party who had relatively high combat power. As the group continued to move forward, Jiang Fei and the others soon met the miners. However, these miners were somewhat different from what Jiang Fei had imagined. At this time, the people who appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the players were not human miners. Instead, they were a group of short guys. These guys were no more than 1 meter tall. They had a dog-like head and a mouse-like tail. Other than the pickaxe in their hands, there was also a dim mining lamp on top of their heads. Kobolds? Jiang Fei was stunned. Although the kobolds were also known as humans, they were indeed a primitive species that was protected in the universe. Due to the low level of evolution of the kobolds, they had almost no decent technology. They still lived in the form of a tribe. However, these guys were very good at searching for minerals, and were good at mining. In the early days of the expansion of the universe, many advanced civilizations captured the kobolds to mine minerals. However, with the stability of the universe era, in order to show their justice and greatness, the advanced civilization signed a convention to prohibit slavery and interference with the uncivilized lower civilizations. Therefore, the kobolds became a protected race. However, the 3 resource planets in the Sunfire star system belonged to the Nora group, and the kobolds were not the indigenous people here. Obviously, the Nora group had violated the convention and secretly used kobold slaves to mine minerals. Roar! At the same time, the kobolds who were mining discovered the players who had suddenly barged in. Although the kobolds were very weak and were often captured as slaves, these guys were very aggressive. Once a stranger appeared in their territory, they would attack regardless of the consequences. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Although the kobolds were short, they were still quite strong as they had been mining all year round. Therefore, the stones that they threw were very vigorous. Ding! Ding! The players in front of them waved their weapons to block the stones. However, there were too many kobolds in front of them, so some of the stones that were thrown at them would inevitably slip through the net. Bang! Ah! One of the players, hiding in the back, was hit in the right leg by the stone. This guy was a standard poor guy. The carrier he used was the kind of ordinary person who needed to wear a spacesuit to survive on the subsuns. Therefore, one of his legs was broken with a single hit. Are you okay? The other players gathered around and started to treat this unlucky player's wound. At the same time, the players who were blocking in front also counterattacked. Kill! A stronger player rushed into the kobolds and waved his weapon to start killing these kobolds. Although the stones thrown by the kobolds could break the leg of that unlucky player, these guys were only stronger than ordinary people. Facing these players who had exchanged hundreds of thousands of dollars, or even hundreds of thousands of combat power, they appeared to be vulnerable. A moment later, the player finished off the 40 to 50 kobolds, leaving only the bodies of the kobolds on the ground. After a short while, the unlucky guys' injuries were almost healed, although their carriers were terrible. When it came to healing hard injuries, not to mention the player, even a local civilization with slightly higher technology could easily take care of it. Let's continue. The player who was holding the equipment seemed to be the leader of this group of people. Under his command, these people continued to walk forward. What a pitiful weak race! As Jiang Fei walked past the corpses of these kobolds, he could not help but think. However, in the eyes of the Gamma Dimension humans, how could they not be the same as these so-called advanced civilizations? As the players continued to move through the mine, they encountered a few more waves of kobolds. This time, the players were prepared. Naturally, they would not let these kobolds ambush them again. Therefore, the kobolds did not do anything other than leaving behind a pile of corpses. Beep beep! Beep beep! The device in the hands of the player in the lead was still ringing at a steady pace. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to follow behind these people. He was patiently waiting for Andre to appear. Beep 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 beep! At this moment, the device in the hands of the player suddenly began to ring. Found it! The leader of the players revealed an excited expression. As the players
went around a corner. Jiang Fei and the others arrived at a huge warehouse. Ha ha! We're rich! The players were all excited. They had accepted a bounty quest. This meant that the more minerals they found, the more rewards they would receive. Roar! At the same time, these players were also discovered by the kobold guards guarding the warehouse. These kobold people looked much stronger than the miners from before. Although they were still short compared to humans. They were at least 1.23 meters tall. Moreover, these kobold guards were wearing some simple armor. And they were no longer holding pickaxes but laser guns. Get rid of these guards! The player in the lead shouted. These guys had weapons in their hands. And they posed a fatal threat to the weaker players. Good! A few powerful players rushed forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The kobold guards' laser guns fired. But when they hit these powerful players, only a white light appeared. Although it was a technological weapon. However, the power of these low-frequency laser guns was too low. They could be used to suppress the kobold rebellion. But they could not be used to deal with the players. After all, the Nora group would not provide the kobolds with too powerful a weapon. This was to prevent them from starting a revolt. Crack! 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 The players, brandishing their close combat weapons, slashed and killed the kobold guards wantonly. To be honest, they were not very strong. And they rarely had the chance to show off. Now that they were able to wreak havoc in front of these kobolds, they were still enjoying themselves. Chapter 2438, Chapter 2429 Material Transformation. After a short while, these kobold guards were completely wiped out by the players. Although these guards were equipped with weapons, they were still too weak. Ha ha! The ores are all ours! Those players let out a cheer. These ores could allow them to earn quite a bit of money. Damn it! You intruders! Don't even think about touching my ores! Right at this moment, an angry roar came from the corner of the mine. A 2-meter-tall giant kobold rushed out. Beside him were a large number of kobold guards. Age? I've never heard of such an existence among the kobolds. Jiang Fei was secretly shocked. According to the information he knew, there was no such existence among the kobolds. Roar! Kill them! As the giant kobolds roared, the kobolds' guards rushed forward. Beep beep! At that moment, the instrument in Jiang Fei's hand vibrated. He hid in the dark and looked down. He saw a line of words on it. Apostle number 2. Andre! Breaking the rule material origin. F***CK. He's Andre? Jiang Fei was shocked. He had never thought that this apostle number 2 was actually a kobold. Just how much of a taste does the people in the Gamma Dimension have? Jiang Fei could not help but think to himself. However, Jiang Fei could understand Andre's thoughts. In the eyes of the people in the Gamma Dimension, they were just playing a game. It was completely up to them to choose which character to play. This was similar to when Jiang Fei was playing a game. Many girls would choose a Tauren character. But what exactly is this guy's cheat attribute? Jiang Fei was not very concerned about what kind of character Andre chose. What he was concerned about was this guy's ability. After all, only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. Although he now knew that Andre's ability was to destroy the source of matter, he still did not know the exact effect. Therefore, Jiang Fei continued to hide in the dark, wanting to observe again. F***CK. There's a boss! Kill him! The players were not surprised by Andre's appearance. Instead, they were happy. They thought that this was a quest boss. Killing him would give them additional rewards. Kill! After the players finished off the kobold guards, they surrounded Andre. They held their energy weapons and fired at Andre. Buzz! Andre waved his hand. A solid wall appeared in front of him and blocked all the attacks. What a bunch of reckless things! Andre laughed coldly. Then, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, something that shocked Jiang Fei happened. Right in front of him, the bodies of those players began to disintegrate. What's going on? I just bought the carrier. F***CK. What's going on? The healing potion is not working. The players were shocked. They had thought that Andre was a quest boss, and that they could easily take him down. However, judging from the current situation, they would be lucky if they did not get wiped out, let alone take down the boss. Run! Run! Someone shouted. The players began to run in all directions. However, Andre did not chase after them. Jiang Fei smiled sympathetically. With the violet eyes, Jiang Fei could clearly see that Andre had changed the physical attributes of the players by changing the frequency of the energy string. As a result, Their bodies began to collapse. Jiang Fei was very familiar with this kind of collapse. Even if these players ran away, it would be useless. As long as the collapse began, they would not be able to change the frequency of the energy string in the same way. Then, there would only be one final outcome. These people would be decomposed into basic particles.
It's actually this kind of ability.
At this time, Jiang Fei finally understood how Andre's cheat worked. He could change the frequency of the energy string at will, thus changing the attributes of matter. Moreover, Andre's ability was clearly much more powerful than Jiang Fei's. When Jiang Fei played with the energy string, he needed to calm down and change it bit by bit. Moreover, he did not have much control over the frequency. When Andre used this ability, he could do it with a snap of his fingers. This was the advantage of a cheat. They did not need to do detailed microcontrol. The cheat would do everything for them. All they needed to do was to give a basic command. Therefore, although Jiang Fei could change the source of matter by changing the energy string, he could only use this ability to heal his injuries. On the other hand, Andre could use it in actual combat.
This ability is very powerful, but its weakness is also very obvious.
After Jiang Fei understood Andre's ability, he was happy. This ability could only affect matter, but it could not change the energy itself. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not even need to show himself. He only needed to make a sudden attack in the dark, and a wave of energy attack would be able to kill Andre in front of him. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei was delighted. This apostle number 2 was a little too easy to deal with.
You've been hiding for so long. Aren't you tired?
Just as Jiang Fei was delighted, Andre suddenly turned around and smiled at Jiang Fei's position.
Hee hee. Looks like I've underestimated you.
Jiang Fei smiled as he came into contact with invisibility. The other party could change the origin of matter, so they must be very sensitive to matter. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei was invisible, however, there was a real human in there out of nowhere. How could Andre not sense it? However, even if he was discovered by Andre, Jiang Fei did not panic. He had absolute confidence in killing Andre.
You're very special. You're different from them,
said Andre as he pointed at the players who had escaped.
Yeah. You're also very special. You don't look like an ordinary boss.
Since Jiang Fei was acting as a player, he naturally had to put on a show.
Aren't you going to make a move?
Asked Andre.
Hee hee. Sure.
Jiang Fei smiled and suddenly appeared behind Andre. Although he still had the deadly poison insinuation, he did not plan to waste it on Andre, because Andre could change the attributes of matter. Even if the deadly poison landed on his body, he would be able to easily dispel it. After getting close to him, Jiang Fei directly struck out with his palm. At close range, he consecutively released 3 energy light balls. Jiang Fei had definitely used his full strength in this series of attacks. He had even activated his infinite battle intent domain. He had increased his strength to a fixed point.
Bang!
Jiang Fei's attack instantly hit Andre's body, blasting him into pieces. Chapter 2439, Chapter 2430, The Invincible Andre.
It's that simple?
Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he thought that Andre, who had mastered the ability to convert matter, was easier to deal with than Simon, he did not expect it to be so simple. Just as Jiang Fei was stunned, Andre's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, another Andre appeared behind Jiang Fei.
Interesting. I finally met a stronger person.
Andre's laughter made Jiang Fei's hair stand on end. He quickly turned around and saw Andre twirling his fingers.
Pa!
With a crisp snap of his fingers, Jiang Fei felt his body suddenly become agitated. Soon after, his chest and abdomen began to crumble.
Oh no!
Jiang Fei was shocked. He knew that Andre had changed the particle structure of his body.
Swish!
Without hesitation, Jiang Fei activated teleportation and teleported to another part of the tunnel. As the opponent's method of controlling the energy string was too simple, Jiang Fei had no chance of winning in a head-on fight with the opponent's control over the basic particles. If he continued to fight head-on, he would only end up dead. Therefore, Jiang Fei wisely chose to retreat. He needed a relatively safe place to heal his injuries.
You want to leave? It's not that easy.
At the same time, Andre's body disappeared again. In the next second, he appeared in front of Jiang Fei again.
You don't have to run. Even if you run to the edge of the sky, your body will continue to collapse.
Andre appeared in front of Jiang Fei and did not attack again. It seemed that he came here to watch Jiang Fei's body collapse bit by bit. Perhaps this was his unique hobby.
Damn it!
Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. Then,
He activated teleportation once again. Wow! You ran pretty fast. Andre disappeared as well. When Jiang Fei had just completed his teleportation, Andre had already caught up to him. He stared at Jiang Fei with a small smile on his face. Jiang Fei could not calm himself down to calm down those collapsed cells. Looks like this is the only way. Jiang Fei sighed and hid back into his inheritance space. Huh? Andre was stunned. He saw Jiang Fei's figure disappear again, but he could no longer track Jiang Fei's physical aura. Where did he go? Did he forcefully log off? That can't be. Doesn't he stay offline for 20 minutes during battle? Andre asked in confusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei, who had hidden in the inheritance space, heaved a sigh of relief. Time was frozen here. The particles in his body would not continue to collapse. This gave him enough time to readjust the energy string that had been changed. After spending a good half a day's effort, Jiang Fei finally restored his body to its original state. For this, he had used up a large amount of mental energy. After all, he could not be like Andre, who could only think with one thought. There was a cheat that could help him control the details. F***CK. What should I do now? That guy must still be outside. If I go out, he'll be walking right into a trap. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Time was almost frozen in the inheritance space, although he had been delayed for a long time. When he returned to the outer space, there was only a moment's difference. At that moment, Andre must be outside. In fact, Jiang Fei did not want to hide in the legacy space because of this reason. Although entering the legacy space could heal his injuries, it was equivalent to being a turtle in a jar. At the very beginning, Jiang Fei had considered teleporting to the surface of the planet and then using the yacht to escape from the sub-sun. However, he quickly gave up on this idea because Andre's ability was too ridiculous. He could easily change the attributes of matter. If Jiang Fei dared to escape in the spaceship, he could easily turn Jiang Fei's yacht into a rock and let it fall. However, Jiang Fei was also very glad that Andre had a unique hobby. He liked to watch others crumble bit by bit. He did not like to turn people into rocks or other attributes of matter in an instant. If that was the case, Jiang Fei would also be easily killed. Although he could control energy cords, his efficiency was far inferior to Andre's. Therefore, he could not fight against Andre at all. What should I do? I can't just hide here forever. Right. Jiang Fei was almost worried to death. Brother, I might be able to help you. At this moment, Little Nine jumped out from Jiang Fei's body. Little Nine? Jiang Fei was delighted. After Little Nine returned to the 9 revolving astrolabe, his physical body disappeared, and he returned to the state of a spirit body. In a way, a spirit body was a spiritual energy mass. Therefore, he could move freely in the inheritance space. I can change the location where brother will appear when he leaves this space, Little Nine said. Really? Jiang Fei was overjoyed. If that was the case, he would be able to avoid Andre's pursuit. Okay. Little Nine nodded. Can you get me into space? Jiang Fei asked. No. I can only bring brother back to the 5 directions, Little Nine said. It's okay. As long as you can leave, Jiang Fei said indifferently. As long as he left this place and got rid of Andre, he did not really care where he went. Then, brother, are you ready? Little Nine asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, let's go! With a wave of Little Nine's small hand, a white light flashed and Jiang Fei appeared in a forest on planet Mars. Phew! Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Little Nine, if we return to the outside world, do we have to come out from the sub-sun? Jiang Fei asked. No need. I'm in complete form now. Other than going in and out, I can also send you outside the boundary of the 5 directions, Little Nine said. That's great. Jiang Fei smiled. Brother, are we going out now? Little Nine asked. There's no rush. Jiang Fei waved his hand. There was no point in going out now. He had no idea how to deal with Andre. At that moment, Jiang Fei realized that he had thought too simply. He thought that he could kill Andre with a sudden energy attack. Unfortunately, Andre's ability to control matter was too strong. Even if he destroyed his physical body, he could control the nearby matter to change its attributes and create a new physical body. In this way, any attack on his physical body would be ineffective against him. If it was an ordinary person, Jiang Fei could still use his powerful spiritual power to destroy the opponent. However, the opponent was a cheater and also had a part of the player attributes. This caused Jiang Fei's spiritual attack to be ineffective against him. His physical body could not destroy Andre. and his spiritual attack was ineffective. Therefore, Jiang Fei was at a loss. He did not know how to kill Andre. Damn it! The development team is not giving me any help. Isn't this embarrassing? Jiang Fei could not help but curse. Chapter 2440, Chapter 243. How do I get rid of this Andre? Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, he could not come up with a solution after thinking for a long time. Forget it. I'll go and ask Yuting first. He's experienced and knowledgeable. Maybe there's a way. Jiang Fei finally made a decision. After that, Jiang Fei arrived at the teleportation point on planet Mars. Then, he used the teleportation point to arrive at the town star. Sage Lord? Just as Jiang Fei was about to return to the dragon race's territory, someone called out to him from behind. You are? Jiang Fei turned around and looked. It was a relatively unfamiliar figure. Sage Lord, you don't know me. My name is Ying Kui, and am also a descendant of the dragon race, said the person. Why are you looking for me? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Although this era did not discriminate against the mixed-blood draconids as much as it did hundreds of thousands of years ago, the dragon race still did not recognize their status. Sage Lord, it's like this. Ying Kui then told Jiang Fei about his matter. It turned out that Ying Kui could be said to be a professional petitioner. His meeting with Jiang Fei this time was purely an accident. His original intention was to look for the dragon race's higher-ups to report the situation. He did not expect to meet Jiang Fei by chance. Then, what else could he say? How could he find the higher-ups of the dragon race to file a complaint? Therefore, this guy knelt down in front of Jiang Fei. Unlike ordinary mixed-blood draconids, this Ying Kui was not an original draconid. His parents were not even. His dragon race bloodline came from his great-grandfather. After so many generations, the purity of the dragon race in Ying Kui's body could be imagined. Moreover, Ying Kui's purpose of going to the authorities was not to give the mixed-blood draconids the status they deserved. Instead, it was for the sake of his family's grievances. Ying Kui's family originally lived in a corner of the Saturn star. Previously, because of the retirement of the dragon race, the entire 5 directions of the world developed freely. Therefore, these mixed-blood draconids, who possessed the dragon race's bloodline, had become powerful existences comparable to the ancient mutants. Therefore, they were all doing quite well. However, when the dragon race reappeared in the world, the days of these mixed-blood draconids were not as good as before. They were afraid of arousing the dragon race's disgust. Therefore, they all carefully hid in a corner. However, even so, Ying Kui's family still brought misfortune upon themselves. Everyone knew that the dragon race was lustful. These dragon race had been cooped up on a lonely satellite for hundreds of thousands of years. When they came out, how could they not be happy? However, Jiang Fei had made it clear that the dragons were not allowed to interfere with the lives of humans. Therefore, these little dragon whelps, who were suffocating, turned their attention to the ferocious beasts. As a result, all the girls and wives of the ferocious beasts had suffered. Even though the dragons were not as strong as before, the ferocious beasts had deteriorated even more. Therefore, when they faced the dragons, they still did not have the ability to resist. As a result, many girls of the fierce beast clan suffered. If the person in charge of these little dragon whelps was easy to deal with, then the matter would have passed just like that in order to gain the favor of the dragon clan. However, the problem was that the male dragon clan was famous for refusing to pay up. Therefore, after these guys were happy, they immediately ran away. As for the girls of the fierce beast clan, they were in bad luck. Although the fierce beast clan didn't care much about the girls' chastity, they couldn't stand the greenery on their heads either. However, facing the fierce and powerful dragon clan, these male fierce beasts dared to be angry, but didn't dare to say anything. The only thing they could do was to wait for the dragon clan to leave and beat up their wives to vent the frustration and anger in their hearts. Although this behavior showed that these male fierce beasts were very incompetent and cowardly, as they didn't have much culture. At least 80% of them chose to do so. However, Ying Kui was an exception. His wife had also suffered the evil hands of a dragon clan, and that dragon clan had occupied his wife for a long time. In order to drive that dragon clan away, Ying Kui had no choice but to embark on a long road of petitioning. However, the dragon clan was also famous for protecting their own people. Would they care about a small mixed-blood dragon man? Moreover, this mixed-blood dragon man was a product from 8 lifetimes ago. The dragon blood in his body was so thin that it was almost impossible to find it. Therefore, the elders of the dragon clan did not even pay any attention to him after seeing him. However, Ying Kui's will was very firm. He believed that there would always be reasonable people in the Dragon Clan. There would always be someone who would come and uphold justice for him. Therefore, he had been petitioning, but was never paid any attention to. Of course, there was another reason why Inkue insisted on petitioning. That was that other than petitioning, he had no other way to go. If he were to fight, he would definitely not be able to defeat the Dragon Clan who had seized his wife. He would find someone to help him. His clansmen were all scared to death. No one would help him at all. Therefore, he had no other choice but to go to the higher-ups. Sage Lord, please uphold justice for me. Inkue knelt in front of Jiang Fei and kowtowed like a chicken running through broken rice. Jiang Fei was very surprised after listening to Inkue's words. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not spend much time in the Dragon Clan. Basically, the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen would take care of the Dragon Clan's matters with the Elders Guild. Therefore, Jiang Fei had only warned the Dragon Clan not to offend humans in the beginning. He did not think too much about other things. Now that he heard Inkue's words, Jiang Fei was really shocked. These little dragon brats were really capable. They actually dared to act so recklessly outside. However, if one were to look at it from the perspective of the dragon race, this matter was really not a big deal. In the era where the dragon race ruled over all the races, this kind of thing was basically normal. The dragon race had done many more things that were not even human. However, Jiang Fei was not a dragon born and bred. He did not receive the education of the dragon race, where he was the most powerful. The other races were all slaves. Therefore, in his opinion, the dragon race had gone too far. Sage Lord, please drive away that evil dragon and uphold justice for me, Inkue said. Chasing him away and punishing him is not a problem. However, I have a question to ask you, Jiang Fei said. Sage Lord, please speak, Inkue replied. After I chased that evil dragon away, how are you going to treat your wife? Jiang Fei asked. Inkue was stunned. He had not thought about this question in detail. Before this, he had been wholeheartedly petitioning for the dragon to be chased away. However, he had not thought about what would happen after that. Inkue did not think that his petitioning would be successful. The dragon race was famous for being lecherous and protective. No matter how much he petitioned, the dragon race would not care about him. In the end, petitioning had become a way for Inkue to numb himself. He was only petitioning to give himself a reason to live on. Do you want to beat her? Leave her? Or do you want to forget this unpleasant experience and continue living with her? Jiang Fei continued to ask. Inkue's mind was blank. He knew that the best answer was to continue living with his wife. However, he was afraid that he would not be able to forget about this painful experience. Even if he could do it, the people around him would point at them, reminding them of this unforgettable pain anytime and anywhere. Chapter 2441, Chapter 2432 Evil Dragon Ao Dong. Inkue's hesitation was within Jiang Fei's expectations. He could understand Inkue's decision. To be honest, any man who encountered such a situation would have a knot in his heart. Inkue must have loved his wife very much. Otherwise, he would not have been so persistent in petitioning her. However, even though he could accept this reality now, he could also understand that it was not his wife's fault. However, there was a saying that people's words were to be feared. If in the following life, their husband and wife were constantly criticized by the people around them, Inkue might be able to stand up for his wife in the beginning. However, as time passed, his self-esteem would continue to suffer a blow. In the end, this evil fire would very likely fall on his wife. There were many things in life that could not be explained by right and wrong. Evil people might not necessarily be rewarded with evil deeds. Good people might not necessarily be rewarded with good deeds. In this case, Inkue and his wife were both victims. Logically speaking, after the evil dragon was punished, they should be living a happy life. However, such a situation was almost impossible in reality. Their subsequent lives would also be very unfortunate. How about this? I have an idea for you. Jiang Fei sighed. He was very sympathetic to Inkue. Sage Lord, please speak. Inkue, who was in a dilemma, seemed to have seen the light of day. He looked at Jiang Fei with a face full of hope. I will drive the dragon away and punish him. However, you have to promise to continue to accept your wife, Jiang Fei said. Master, I will do my best, Inkue answered with difficulty. He did love his wife deeply, but he did not dare to guarantee that he would still be able to love her as he did in the past. You don't have to worry. I will erase your husband and wife's memories of this period of suffering. Then, I will send you to a completely unfamiliar environment. No one there will know about this. You can start all over again. This painful memory will disappear with the wind, Jiang Fei said. Sage Lord, can this really be done? Inkue's eyes regained their light. If it was as Jiang Fei said, it would indeed be a relatively perfect ending. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded affirmatively. Thank you, Sage Lord. Inkue kneeled on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. His forehead was bleeding from the impact. All right, let's go to your house first. Jiang Fei raised his hand slightly. Inkue could not help but stand up from the ground. Yes, Sage Lord. Inkue stood up with confidence. After all, in the entire world of the 5 directions, who else had a higher status than Jiang Fei? The dragon race's Sage Lord? With his support, the evil dragon would definitely bow down and plead guilty. Following that, Jiang Fei followed Inkue and flew towards his hometown. Inkue's hometown was located in a remote area. It was definitely not a good place in the town star. The two of them flew for almost half a day before they arrived at the valley. Master, my family is here. Inkue pointed at the small valley in front of them and said. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already sensed the presence of a dragon from the valley. Other than the evil dragon, there were also many ferocious beasts in the small valley. They were probably Inkue's clansmen. Although Inkue hated the evil dragon to the bone, his clansmen got along well with the evil dragon. After all, it was a good thing that there was a dragon in the clan. Moreover, this dragon did not rape his own woman. Why would they not do it? It was precisely because of this that when Inkue went to his people for help, those people either did not want to offend the powerful dragon race or wanted to accept the protection of the dragon race. Therefore, they ignored Inkue and just watched as he was chased out of their home. Let's go over. Jiang Fei nodded. Yes. Inkue led Jiang Fei straight to his own home. Before they got close to Inkue's home, Jiang Fei heard the sound of a woman crying. Sob. The sobbing sound was not very loud, but it was very sad. Why are you crying? What's wrong with me? Who is that man from before? Even his clansmen looked down on him. A man roared. Sob. The female voice did not speak and continued to sob. Have you cried enough? Touch your conscience and tell me how I've treated you. Other than the stars in the sky that I can't pluck down. What do you want that I haven't given you? With the poor look of that man from before, the family was almost unable to open the pot. What about now? Go out and take a look. Which family is better off than ours? The man continued to roar. Sob sob. The woman was still sobbing. When she heard the sound, Inkue's tears flowed down. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed and said to Inkue, let's go down. Yes, Sage Lord. Inkue nodded vigorously. Then, he brought Jiang Fei to his own courtyard. Humph. Your damn man is back again. Last time, I did not kill him because of you. This time, I will not show mercy. The dragon said. Don't kill him. I will agree to whatever you want. Please don't kill him. The woman finally spoke. Ha ha. That's what you said. If you want me to let him go, I can do it. In the future, you are not allowed to cry anymore. You are to serve me obediently. Do you hear me? The dragon said. All right. Although the woman was unwilling, in order to let Inkue live, she had no choice but to agree. Ha ha ha. All right. The dragon nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the room. Because Jiang Fei had hidden his aura, the dragon did not notice his existence at all. He thought that Inkue was the only one who had returned. Therefore, he laughed and walked quite a distance away. Inkue, why did you come back again? The dragon said with a condescending expression. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiang Fei behind Inkue. You? The dragon was dumbfounded. Although Jiang Fei might not know every dragon, which dragon would not know a sage like him? Swoosh! Jiang Fei's dragon breath flashed and disappeared. Plop! After confirming Jiang Fei's identity, the dragon immediately knelt in front of Jiang Fei. Greetings, Sage Lord. The dragon obediently knelt in front of Jiang Fei. He was just an ordinary dragon. In front of Jiang Fei, the difference in status was too great. What's your name? Jiang Fei asked faintly. My name is Ao Dong. The dragon quickly answered. Jiang Fei nodded. He was considering what punishment to give Ao Dong. This punishment could not be too severe. Otherwise, it would damage the dignity of the dragon race. It could not be too light either. Otherwise, this fellow would not learn his lesson. Inkue looked at Jiang Fei with anticipation. Although he knew that Jiang Fei would not execute the evil dragon in front of him for his sake, he still hoped that this fellow would be punished severely. Do you know your mistake? Jiang Fei asked. Mistake?
Ao Dong was confused. In their education, what he had done was not out of line at all. Chapter 2442, Chapter 2433. Heart-devouring goo.
Go back. Find the Great Elder and ask him to reflect on what you have done. Also, hand over all of your personal property as punishment.
Jiang Fei said coldly.
Ah?
Ao Dong was dumbfounded. He had no idea what he had done wrong. However, when he saw that Jiang Fei had come with Ing Kui, he knew that this matter was most likely related to Ing Kui.
A what? Go back.
Jiang Fei glared at Ao Dong.
Yes. Sage Lord.
Ao Dong was so scared that he did not dare to ask any more. The Sage Lord's dignity was not something that he could question. Although he felt that Ing Kui had bribed Jiang Fei and allowed the Sage Lord to punish him like this, he could only go back and slowly study this matter. Moreover, he had to pay the fine first. Otherwise, the crime of disobeying the Sage Lord would be much more serious. Ao Dong was so scared that he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Only then did Jiang Fei turn around and look at Ing Kui. He said,
Are you satisfied with my punishment? I think so.
Ing Kui said hesitantly. Jiang Fei's punishment was very heavy for the dragon race. After all, the dragon race were all money grubbers. Depriving them of all their property would be like taking their old lives. However, Ing Kui wanted the punishment to be physical because that would allow him to vent his anger. However, he himself was a weak party. Jiang Fei being able to do this already showed that he was selfless. If he were to force it any further, that would make Ing Kui appear to be a little ignorant.
Then, go and tell your wife about it. After that, you guys collect your things. I'll bring you guys out of here.
Jiang Fei said.
Thank you, Sage Lord.
Ing Kui nodded. Since Jiang Fei had already punished Ao Dong, this matter could be considered to be over. In any case, Jiang Fei would erase their memories of this matter in the future. In that case, Ao Dong would become a complete stranger to them. Moreover, he would never meet them again. In that case, it did not matter what happened to him next. Ing Kui returned to the room. The moment they met, they hugged each other and cried. After crying for a long time, Ing Kui told his wife about the things that Jiang Fei had promised. Naturally, his wife had no objections. As such a victim, she could not wait to forget everything that had happened before. Then, the two came out of the room. Ing Kui and his wife bowed to Jiang Fei and said,
Sage Lord, we are ready. Then, let's go.
Jiang Fei nodded and flew into the air. As Jiang Fei still had things to do in the 5 directions, he could not bring Ing Kui and his wife out of the place for the time being. Therefore, he first sent the two of them to Year Star, and then found a place to temporarily house them. After that, Jiang Fei erased the memories of Ao Dong from the two of them, and told them to stay here and wait for him. He would bring them away in a few days. After Jiang Fei had settled the two of them, he returned to the town star and flew directly to the territory of the dragon race. At that time, Ao Dong had already handed over all his assets. He had also received 10 lashes from the Great Elder. Although Ao Dong did not understand why, the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen could understand Jiang Fei's thoughts. The current 5 directions heaven and earth was no longer the 5 directions heaven and earth of the past. Although the dragon race still ruled over all the races, they could no longer enslave all the races as they did hundreds of thousands of years ago. Therefore, there were some things that they had to restrain themselves from doing. Ao Dong was clearly the unlucky one. He was the unlucky one who made an example out of others. After Jiang Fei returned to the dragon race's headquarters, he went straight to the dragon palace. At that time, the Grand Elder and the Dragon Queen had also received the news. They knew that the Sage Lord was finally willing to return to the dragon race. They had a lot of things to report to Jiang Fei. However, when the Great Elder, the Dragon Queen, and the higher-ups of the Dragon Clan rushed to the Dragon Palace, they still found nothing. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already gone to the back to look for Yu Ting.
Teacher, are you there?
Jiang Fei asked from outside Yu Ting's room.
Yes. Come in.
Yu Ting's voice came from inside the room.
Yes.
Jiang Fei pushed the door open and walked in.
Did you run into any trouble this time?
Yu Ting asked.
Yes. I ran into some trouble.
Jiang Fei did not hide anything and described Andre's ability.
He can easily change the nature of all things?
Yu Ting was also shocked after hearing Jiang Fei's description. Even he had never heard of such an ability. Although they were both owners of the legendary space, Jiang Fei was different from Yu Ting. Other than inheriting the dragon race's supreme legacy space, Jiang Fei also had the nucleus of will. Moreover, through the nucleus of will's ability, Only then could he change the origin of matter by plucking the energy string. Although Yuting also had powerful spiritual power, he had obtained it through training. He did not have a treasure like the nucleus of will, so he could not comprehend the origin of matter like the energy string.
Do you know of any way to deal with him?
Jiang Fei asked.
If the physical body is infinitely reconstituted, then we have to think of a way to deal with spiritual power attacks,
Yuting said after thinking for a moment.
But they have something on them that can nullify our spiritual power attacks.
Jiang Fei could not explain the player's thing, but it was not a problem to describe the nature of the problem.
Is that so?
Yuting fell into deep thought again. After an unknown amount of time, Yuting suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Jiang Fei and asked,
Have you heard of the heart-devouring voodoo? Heart-devouring voodoo.
Jiang Fei was at a loss. Although he had read countless ancient books, he had never heard of this term.
That's right. This is a kind of ancient poison voodoo. It can enter a person's sea of consciousness through the blood and inject a spiritual poison into the sea of consciousness. This poison is very powerful. It can quickly corrode a person's entire spiritual power,
Yuting said.
That powerful?
Jiang Fei was shocked.
Yes. However, this kind of poison was feared by all the experts in the ancient times. Therefore, we join hands to destroy the clan that used the Heart Devourer poison,
Yuting said. From his words, Jiang Fei could tell that Yuting had also participated in this attack.
Then, can we still find this kind of poison now?
Jiang Fei asked. This was the most important thing. If the Heart Devourer poison was already extinct, he would not have the chance to return to the past.
When we destroyed that clan, although we destroyed all the heart-devouring insects, people still had their own selfish motives. Therefore, a few heart-devouring insects were kept in private,
said Yuting.
Teacher, do you have them here?
Jiang Fei asked with a face full of surprise.
No. Why would I do such a thing?
Yuting's face darkened. He was the previous Sage Lord. With his status, how could he do such a thing? Chapter 2443, Chapter 243.
No.
Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little disappointed. He had originally thought that Yuting would be able to take out something like the Heart Devourer.
Although there are a few guys who have hidden the Heart Devourer, why would I hide such a thing?
Yuting said with a righteous tone.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. He could not help but feel disdainful in his heart.
Since you don't have it, then why are you telling me about this thing? Although I don't have the Heart Devourer, I have the method to control it.
As Yuting said that, he flicked his finger, and a jade slip flew toward Jiang Fei.
Pa!
Jiang Fei took the jade slip in his hand.
This contains the method to use the Heart Devourer. If you are lucky enough to find it, you can use it to restrain Andre,
said Yuting.
But where can I find this thing?
Jiang Fei had no idea.
That depends on your luck.
Yuting waved his hand and turned his back. It seemed that he did not intend to continue chatting with Jiang Fei.
Sigh. If that's the case, teacher, then I will take my leave.
Jiang Fei had no choice but to bow to Yuting and leave his room. After leaving Yuting's room, although Jiang Fei had found a way to defeat Andre, finding the heart-devouring voodoo was like finding a needle in a haystack.
Sage Lord, I finally found you.
At that moment, a dragon elder came before Jiang Fei. This elder was ranked lower than the others, so Jiang Fei could not remember his name.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
The Great Elder and the Dragon Queen are waiting for you in the main hall,
the Dragon Elder said.
What's wrong with them?
Jiang Fei asked.
Sage Lord, you've been gone for several years. There are many things in the clan that are waiting for you to decide,
the elder said.
Oh, all right.
Jiang Fei sighed. It was indeed a little too much for him to throw his hands in the air. Ever since he took over the Dragon Clan, he had not really worried about the Dragon Clan's matters. Following that, Jiang Fei followed the elder of the Dragon Clan to the main hall of the Dragon Palace. At this time, the Dragon Clan's higher-ups, including the Grand Elder and the Dragon Queen, had been waiting there for a long time.
Welcome, Sage Lord.
As soon as Jiang Fei entered the main hall, the Dragon Clan's higher-ups bowed one after another.
Okay.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and walked up to the throne in the main hall. After Jiang Fei sat down, the Great Elder immediately walked out of the class and said,
Sage Lord, the dragon race has recently encountered a lot of issues that require you to make a decision. However, you are always away from the race. This makes it very difficult for us to make a decision. That's right. Sage Lord, you're always so elusive. It's very difficult for us to carry out many of our tasks.
The other elders also came forward and echoed,
Sage Lord, I hope that you can consider the bigger picture and consider more for the dragon race.
The Dragon Queen also stepped forward to pressure Jiang Fei. It was very obvious that the dragon race's higher-ups had already colluded with each other. They had joined forces to pressure Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's act of delegating authority had given them a lot of real power. However, there was no one in the entire dragon race who made the decision. This made the dragon race, who advocated power, feel that something was missing.
I will consider what you said.
Jiang Fei nodded. This time, he did have to stay in the Five Directions world for a period of time. This was because it was not an easy task to find the heart-devouring voodoo that had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. If he could not find this thing, Jiang Fei could not do anything about Andre. Therefore, he had no choice but to stay in the Five Directions world.
Thank you, Sage Lord, for your understanding.
Hearing Jiang Fei's words, the dragon race higher-ups below expressed their gratitude.
Oh right. Let me ask you guys something.
Jiang Fei opened his mouth and asked.
Sage Lord, please speak.
The Great Elder said on behalf of everyone.
Do you guys know about the heart-devouring goo?
Jiang Fei asked.
Heart-devouring goo.
Almost all of the dragon race's elders were at a loss.
This sounds a little familiar,
the Great Elder said thoughtfully.
I seem to have heard the elders in my family mention it when I was a child.
The Dragon Queen also nodded.
Oh, tell me about it.
Jiang Fei was not willing to let go of any information.
I remember that this matter was indeed a long time ago.
The Great Elder thought for a long time. Then, he said,
I remember that when I was still a young dragon, I once heard from my elders that there was once a fierce beast clan that was good at refining goo. Later on, they developed a goo worm called the heart-devouring goo. This thing was extremely powerful. It could even threaten the top dragon clan. Yes.
That's right. So when the dragon clan took the lead, they led dozens of fierce beast experts to destroy this clan and destroyed the heart-devouring goo. But in this battle, many fierce beast experts lost their lives. Even 2 dragon experts lost their lives.
The Dragon Queen continued.
I heard that the 2 dragon experts who died were a couple, and the woman was pregnant.
The first elder added.
That's right. They are the heroes of our dragon race. Although they sacrificed themselves, they removed the hidden dangers for the dragon race.
The Dragon Queen said.
Then, do you know the whereabouts of the heart-devouring voodoo?
Jiang Fei asked.
This.
The Great Elder and the Dragon Queen looked at each other. Then, both of them said in a daze.
Didn't they all be destroyed?
Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. He thought that he would be able to get some valuable information from these 2 people. In the end, these 2 people did not know as much as Yu Ting.
Sage Lord, are you looking for the heart-devouring voodoo?
The Grand Elder asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei did not hide anything.
All right. I will ask the tribesmen to keep an eye out for it,
said the Grand Elder.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. In fact, he had the same plan as the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. If he did not use the Dragon Race's power to search for this thing, he would be too stupid. After arranging for people to search for the heart-devouring voodoo, Jiang Fei discussed some things with the Grand Elder and the others. He planned for the future of the Dragon Race. At the same time, Jiang Fei also made some rules for the Dragon Race's disciples with the Dragon Queen and the others. He did not want Ao Dong to repeat himself.
Oh right. Sage Lord. That brat Ao Dong was whipped 10 times by me. Then, he rushed back to the cliff and faced the wall. Moreover, his personal property has all been handed over. Please take a look.
After everything was discussed, the Great Elder opened his mouth and asked,
Move his property to the East Hall. I will check it out later.
Jiang Fei said,
Yes, Sage Lord.
The Great Elder nodded.
Sage Lord, Ao Dong's ancestors were the couple who died in the battle to destroy the heart-devouring goo. Please consider that his ancestors had contributed greatly to the dragon race and give him a lighter sentence.
At this time, the Dragon Queen stood up and pleaded for mercy.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the Great Elder,
Go and see him. If he realizes his mistake, let him go. Yes, my lord.
The Great Elder immediately nodded.
Chapter 2444, Chapter 2435. The Treasure. After dealing with the administrative matters in the main hall, Jiang Fei decided to take a walk around the planet. Firstly, he wanted to go out and relax. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could find any clues. Anyway, Jiang Fei did not have any clues at the moment. He might as well go out and try his luck. After leaving the dragon's territory, Jiang Fei quickly arrived at the planet.
Jiang Fei, who was flying aimlessly, found a random direction in the air and flew down. He did not have a specific destination. He just wanted to take a look around. After flying for a long time, Jiang Fei did not find anything that was worth paying attention to. Although the dragon race had regained control over the 5 sides of the world, the number of dragons was still too small. Therefore, most of the places remained the same as before. Boom! 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 Just as Jiang Fei was flying aimlessly, the sound of a battle came from afar. Oh! Jiang Fei suddenly became alert. He followed the scent of the battle and flew over. When Jiang Fei got closer, he realized that this was not a one-on-one fight. Nor was it a small-scale gang fight. Instead, it was a battle between 2 ferocious beast races. What's going on? It's already so early in the year. How can there still be such a large-scale battle? Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. Then, he hid his body and looked down from the clouds. He saw that among the 2 species that were fighting below, one was a lion-type ferocious beast, and the other was a snake-type ferocious beast. Both of them were not weak. Their strongest combat strength was already close to the Immortal Lord level. Most of the warriors were around the Immortal level. A beast with such strength was definitely a species that had been passed down from ancient times. Interesting. Why are they fighting? Jiang Fei was curious. Kill! Charge! Boom! 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 Although the battle was very intense, no one was cursing. They were all fighting desperately. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not know why they were fighting. It was just that the battle was very lively. As the battle continued, both sides began to suffer casualties. Moreover, because the battle was very intense, the casualties were getting larger and larger. Very soon, the entire battlefield could be described as corpses strewn all over the place. Holy sh**t. Just how big of an enmity is this? They actually fought so miserably. Jiang Fei could not help but be shocked. He had seen the disputes between the races of fierce beasts. No matter how fierce the battle was from the beginning, when the casualties reached a certain level, both sides had to stop. Otherwise, if they continued fighting, the 2 races would be wiped out. However, the 2 races in front of him looked like they were going to be wiped out. Although they had suffered countless casualties twice, the battle still did not show any signs of stopping. It's about time! There's no need for the 2 races to be completely wiped out. Jiang Fei could not stand it anymore. He was the dragon race's sage lord. Regardless of whether these ferocious beast races admitted it or not, he was also the ruler of the 5 sides of the world. He could not just stand by and watch as the 2 races were annihilated in front of him. Stop! With a loud shout, Jiang Fei appeared. An overwhelming amount of draconic aura swept across the battlefield, causing these people who were red-eyed with killing intent to prostrate on the ground. At this moment, the warriors of the 2 races were already bloodthirsty. They would not kneel on the ground just because Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord. The reason why they were like this was because they could not resist Jiang Fei's pressure. They were all pressed to the ground and could not get up. Who is your leader? Jiang Fei asked. His voice entered everyone's ears. It was like a yellow bell that struck fear into their hearts. It made the warriors, who were originally bloodthirsty too. They quickly regained their senses. God! I am the leader of the Blazing Lion clan. My name is Regal, said a lion-headed man. God! I am the leader of the Earth Python clan. My name is Rock Armor, said a bald man. Why are you fighting to the death? Jiang Fei asked. Well, the 2 men looked at each other. Both of them seemed hesitant as if they did not want to tell Jiang Fei the reason. Hee hee. You guys are even willing to die. Why would you be reluctant to tell me? Said Jiang Fei with a smile. The 2 men were still hesitant. Although they wanted to kill each other just a moment ago, they now had a common goal. What a waste of effort! Jiang Fei laughed coldly and immediately activated mind reading. Under mind reading, these 2 people who had not reached the Immortal Lord level no longer had any secrets for Jiang Fei. Very soon, Jiang Fei not only knew why they were fighting to the death, he also knew why they were not willing to tell him. I see! Jiang Fei nodded to himself. These 2 races were fighting to the death for an ancient treasure. Now that a dragon had suddenly appeared. Of course, they could not tell him. Who did not know that dragons were greedy? If they told him, what would happen to the 2 races? Wouldn't those clansmen who had just died in battle have died in vain? Now, these 2 fellows each had half of the treasure map. Neither of them was willing to hand it over to the other. That was why the battle had reached this stage. Humph! Jiang Fei sneered and said to them, Since you are not willing to say it, let's continue fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Fei rose from the sky and disappeared. his pressure also disappeared. The warriors of the two races regained their freedom. The two clan leaders looked at each other. They did not know what the sudden appearance of the dragon meant. However, with Jiang Fei's interruption, they did not want to continue fighting. Otherwise, even if they were to win, once the dragon race made a comeback, the complete treasure map would still fall into the hands of the other party? However, the two clan leaders had clearly underestimated Jiang Fei. Through mind reading, Jiang Fei had already seen the complete treasure map in their consciousness. He no longer needed the parchment. If the two clan leaders were to blame, they could only blame themselves for looking at the treasure map in their hands too many times. Their subconscious was too familiar with the contents of the treasure map. As a result, Jiang Fei easily obtained the complete treasure map through mind reading. Hee. A treasure left behind from the ancient times? Interesting. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Fei had nothing to do now anyway. Moreover, what if there was a heart devourer in the treasure map? Therefore, he followed the guide of the treasure map. First, he went from the town star to the star. Then, he dived into the vast forest. Jiang Fei traveled through the dense forest at high speed. He carefully observed his surroundings. Then, he compared the contents of the treasure map. Soon, he arrived at the place described in the treasure map. This is it! Jiang Fei stopped in front of a large tree that more than a dozen people could not hug. This tree was too big. It was so big that people could not help but notice it. Therefore, Jiang Fei was almost certain that the treasure was under this tree. Chapter 2445, Chapter 2436. The Strange Underground Palace. Whoosh! Jiang Fei opened up his mind and scanned the tree from top to bottom. Soon, he found the entrance to the treasure. Hee. It's pretty easy to find. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. However, he could not blame the person who had stored the treasure. When the other party had stored the treasure, the tree was only as thick as a person's arms. Large trees of this thickness could be found everywhere in the forest. However, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Most of the large trees in the forest had gone through a few reincarnations. Only this large tree had been nourished by the treasure because it was buried underground. Therefore, it had always survived. After living for hundreds of thousands of years, how could this large tree not be eye-catching? Therefore, as long as he could find the approximate location of the treasure map, he would be able to easily find the entrance to the treasure. Boom! Jiang Fei raised his hand and struck. He wanted to blast open the entrance to the treasure. However, when he struck with his palm, the powerful astral energy disappeared instantly like a clay ox entering the sea. So powerful! Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. The designer of this enchantment seemed to be very powerful. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, its defense was still very strong. After putting away his contempt, Jiang Fei used all his strength and struck the entrance again. Boom! This time, the barrier was finally shaken by Jiang Fei. Although the owner of this barrier might not be weaker than Jiang Fei, the barrier had been set up for too long. Its strength had already weakened. Again! Seeing that the palm strike was effective, Jiang Fei attacked again and again. Boom! 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 As Jiang Fei continued to attack, the frequency of the barrier's vibration increased. Finally, the barrier could no longer withstand Jiang Fei's attacks. After a loud bang, it disappeared. Interesting. I'm looking forward to the things inside. Jiang Fei smiled. Originally, he was not interested in the treasure. This time, he came to explore the treasure with the intention of killing time. After all, the two races that were fighting for the treasure map were not particularly powerful. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's subconscious mind, there might not be anything good in the treasure. However, now, Jiang Fei completely stopped looking down on it. This enchantment was too powerful. Although Jiang Fei was not the strongest in the 5 directions, he was definitely in the top 5. He had spent so much effort to open this treasure. How powerful was the original owner of this treasure? How could his treasure be weak? After the barrier was destroyed, Jiang Fei waved his hand and set up a new barrier. He did not want to be disturbed when he was exploring the treasure. After all, when he had just destroyed the barrier, it had caused quite a commotion. It was hard to guarantee that he would not attract the attention of others. After making all the preparations, Jiang Fei opened the entrance to the treasure. Since the enchantment had been destroyed, it was extremely easy to open the door. As long as a gust of strong wind swept past, the door that had been in disrepair for a long time would collapse. Phew! Jiang Fei waved his hand. A gentle breeze blew past and blew away the dust after the door collapsed. A dark hole appeared. Swish! As the original owner of the treasure was unfathomable. Jiang Fei did not dare to enter rashly. Therefore, he first used his spiritual power to explore the way. Okay. After roughly understanding the general situation of the treasure, Jiang Fei walked in. Hiss! After entering the cave, Jiang Fei felt a cold wind blowing behind his neck. It gave him a creepy feeling. Could it be that the owner of the treasure is still alive? Jiang Fei frowned. The treasure seemed to have been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if he was conservative, the owner of the treasure was only slightly smaller than Yuding. The reason why Yuding was able to live for so long was not only because of his strength, but also because the dragon race had an extremely long lifespan. This was something that other races could not compare to. As he walked into the cave, Jiang Fei saw many murals on the walls of the cave. These murals were mostly about snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Other than that, there were also centipedes, toads, and other poisonous insects. Who exactly left this treasure? Jiang Fei frowned. He did not like the atmosphere here. It was too depressing and too dark. After walking for about 20 minutes, Jiang Fei finally arrived at a hall. This hall was connected to 8 caves. Other than the one that Jiang Fei had walked to, there were 7 other caves. What does this mean? Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, he slowly walked to the middle of the hall. There was a shrine there. What kind of god is this? Jiang Fei looked at the statue in the shrine. It was a man with a bald foot. He had a snake in his mouth, and another snake in his left and right hands. He looked very ferocious. Jiang Fei thought carefully for a long time. But he could not find any memory of this person in his mind. Although he had read a lot of ancient books about the 5 directions of heaven and earth, he did not see many of these strange gods and monsters. When he lowered his head, Jiang Fei saw that there was actually a tablet of the statue under the shrine. Ruyu. Jiang Fei recognized the name on the tablet with difficulty. Due to the passage of time, the 2 words were somewhat blurred. Moreover, they were written in the language of ancient ferocious beasts. It was very difficult to recognize. Ruyu? Jiang Fei thought for a long time. But he could not find any information about this guy in his memory. Forget it. I don't care. But it doesn't look like there's a treasure here. Jiang Fei shook his head. Then, he extended his spiritual power and tried to search the entire underground palace. However, Jiang Fei searched for a long time, but he could not find any trace of the treasure in the underground palace. Although he did not find the treasure, he found a pile of bones. Whoosh! Jiang Fei's body flashed. In the next second, he appeared in a cave that was connected to the hall. There were more than 100 corpses in the cave. The bones of these corpses were arranged neatly in the cave. It was as if they were carefully placed on display. Are these buried with the dead or something else? Jiang Fei was stunned. There were humans and ferocious beasts among these corpses. Moreover, they had been dead for at least tens of thousands of years. This is really strange. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Whoosh! At this moment, a cold wind blew past the back of Jiang Fei's neck. Jiang Fei's hair stood on end. This was the depths of the underground palace. Moreover, the exit had already been sealed with a barrier. How could there be wind here? Whoosh! Jiang Fei's eyes scanned the underground palace. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual power and searched the entire underground palace. However, he did not find anything. Could it be an illusion? Jiang Fei did not believe his own words. How could an expert of his level still have an illusion? Chapter 2446, Chapter 2437 Ruyo. Jiang Fei shook his head vigorously and returned to the shrine. If there's a problem, it's basically because of this thing, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he raised his voice and said, I know you can hear me. If you don't show yourself, I will tear down the statue of your body. Dot! The surroundings were completely silent. There was no reaction at all. All right. Since you do not want to show yourself, then do not blame me. Jiang Fei waved his hand and sent a wave of gang cheese toward the ferocious statue. Boom! Jiang Fei's gang cheese landed on the clay statue and released a powerful energy wave. However, when the gang kiss light dissipated, Jiang Fei found that the clay statue in the shrine was not damaged at all. Well done! Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Now, he was even more convinced that there was something wrong with the clay statue. Clang! Following the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon, the Chungying sword shot out from between Jiang Fei's eyebrows. Swish! The Chungying sword drew a sword in the air and hovered above Jiang Fei's head. I'm giving you one last chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, Jiang Fei said to the clay statue. Gula! The clay sculpture moved a little, but it did not respond. It was clearly provoking Jiang Fei. The meaning was clear. I have a problem. You can cut me. Good. 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 Jiang Fei was extremely angry. He suddenly increased his strength to the maximum and converted all the spiritual energy in his body into metal attribute. Swish! The Chungying sword slashed down with the metal attribute sword aura. The sword landed on the top of the clay sculpture's head. Crack! The Chungying sword had cut into the clay sculpture by 2 parts. However, Jiang Fei could feel a powerful force resisting it. This spiritual power was actually almost the same as his. If he did not rely on the power that he had just accumulated, his sword could not even cut into the clay sculpture by half. Arg! However, the moment Jiang Fei's sword entered the clay sculpture, he heard a howl that sounded like a ghost crying and a wolf howling. Although the Chungying sword had only cut into the clay sculpture by 2 parts, it had still cut into the clay sculpture. The clay sculpture had suffered serious injuries. Swish! Jiang Fei recalled the Chungying sword and asked coldly, "Are you still not willing to show yourself? Are you only willing to come out to see me if I destroy your host?" Silence. The previous wail disappeared and was replaced by silence. Humph. If that's the case, then don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he activated his infinite battle intent domain and his combat power soared to the maximum. No! No! I'm coming out! I'm coming out! At that moment, a voice came from the clay sculpture. Following that, a shadow emerged from the clay sculpture and stood in front of Jiang Fei. This shadow looked exactly like the clay sculpture. It seemed to be Ruoyu's immortal soul. What's your name? Although Jiang Fei had some guesses, he still asked. This would help him show off his strength as a powerhouse. My name is Ruoyu. The shadow replied. Did you build this underground palace? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. Ruoyu nodded. He had no choice now. Facing the powerful Jiang Fei, he had no choice but to hide. The treasure map that is circulating outside was also designed by you. Right. Jiang Fei continued to ask. Yes. Ruoyu replied. What was your purpose in designing the treasure map? Since you are not dead, it is impossible for you to give the treasure to someone else. Right. Jiang Fei said calmly. Hee. There is no treasure at all. It is just a bait. Ruoyu laughed bitterly and told Jiang Fei her purpose. It turned out that Ruoyu was an expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago. He was severely injured in a battle and knew that he would not live for long. Therefore, he built this underground palace for himself and deliberately created a treasure map. After that, the army was disarmed in the underground palace. After the army disarmed the body, Ruoyu's primordial spirit was placed on the clay sculpture. The function of the treasure map was revealed at this moment. It continuously lured experts to this place. The experts who could break Ruoyu's enchantment were at least at the peak of the true immortal realm. Among them, there was no lack of immortal lord level experts. After these experts reached the depths of the underground palace, they all became Ruoyu's prey. At the beginning, he intended to possess them and be reborn. However, his primordial spirit was too strong. Although those experts were not weak, they were still unable to withstand his primordial spirit. In the end, they all bled out from their 7 orifices and died. As such, Ruoyu's plan to possess them and be reborn had been put on hold. Fortunately, the master's lifeblood had replenished Ruoyu's primordial spirit. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure until now. As for the bones that Jiang Fei had seen earlier, they were the masterpieces after Ruoyu failed to possess them. However, ever since almost 100,000 years ago, Ruoyu had realized that no one had come to the underground palace to search for treasures. Therefore, he had been enduring until now. This had caused his strength to drop drastically. Otherwise, when Jiang Fei came down, he would not have been hiding all the time. He had even planned to scare Jiang Fei away. If he still had the strength at his peak, he would have already possessed Jiang Fei. In fact, Ruoyu could not have endured for 100,000 years. More than 100,000 years ago, the world of the 5 directions underwent a huge change. The dragon race went into seclusion, and all the races withered away. Other than the old ones, there were no other top-notch experts among the various ferocious beast races. Therefore, even if someone had obtained the treasure map, they would not be able to break through Ruoyu's enchantment. Naturally, they would not have the chance to come in and possess Ruoyu. Time and fate! After Ruoyu finished speaking, she could not help but sigh. If Jiang Fei had come here more than 100,000 years ago, he would definitely have become Ruoyu's prey. At that time, Ruoyu was definitely not what she was now. She had absolute confidence that she could kill Jiang Fei and then seize his physical body. The body of Jiang Fei's royal dragon clan was also sufficient to withstand Ryu's primordial spirit. This way, Ru Yu would be able to see the light of day again. Unfortunately, there were not that many IFs. Jiang Fei only entered the underground palace today after hundreds of thousands of years. At that time, Ru Yu was already very weak. Although he still had the strength to fight with Jiang Fei, it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Fei. It was impossible to possess her. Hee hee. Jiang Fei laughed after listening to Ru Yu's words. As the saying goes, if a person does not do it for himself, the heavens and earth will destroy him. Ru Yu was doing it so that he could be reborn. Therefore, everything he did could not be said to be right or wrong. Those unlucky people who were killed by him, it could only be said that their skills were inferior to others. However, Jiang Fei was able to survive successfully today. Other than being lucky, his own strength was also an important factor. If Jiang Fei was a little weaker, you would not hesitate to kill him and take over his body. Kid! You're too careless. Just as Jiang Fei was deep in thought, you suddenly shattered the clay body that he had previously possessed. A golden light flashed from the clay body and shot straight towards Jiang Fei's face. Chapter 2447, Chapter 2438. Time was really a butcher's knife. Ah! Jiang Fei cried out in surprise. He had indeed been careless just now. Because you only had a wisp of her primordial spirit left. It was impossible for her to threaten Jiang Fei anymore. Therefore, he had let his guard down. Now that Ru Yu's clay body had shattered, a golden light shot straight at Jiang Fei's face. When Jiang Fei realized that he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Bam! The golden light hit Jiang Fei's face directly. And then, there was no then anymore. The scene became awkward. Jiang Fei had even prepared for the worst. He was ready to escape back to the inheritance space to save his life. However, when the golden light hit his face, it was like a piece of paper being pasted on it. There was no other reaction. Jiang Fei reached out and wiped his face. A shriveled golden object appeared in his hand. This thing looked like the corpse of some kind of bug. However, it was too old. The bug had become dry. The most awkward person at this moment was Ryu. He had thought that he had the victory in his surprise attack. He had even prepared to possess her. However, he had never expected that things would turn out like this. What the H are you doing? Jiang Fei stared coldly at Ryu and asked. Ha 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 ha. I think the atmosphere is too awkward. I was just joking. At this moment, Ryu's face was extremely awkward. Although he tried his best to remain calm, the smile on his face was too fake. You're not going to say anything? Looks like I have no choice but to use force. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and was ready to kill. Although Jiang Fei did not know why the golden light did not work and only a bug corpse stuck on his face. He did not need to think about it to know that this was definitely not a joke to ease the atmosphere. This was definitely Ryu's killer move. However, this killer move was now ineffective. No! Listen to my explanation. Ryu retreated repeatedly. But there was no way for her to retreat. Initially, Ryu had been able to live for so many years because there had been creatures that had entered the underground palace to provide him with a lot of spiritual energy. He had also come because he could stay in the mud embryo. However, now that he had destroyed the mud embryo, it was equivalent to giving up on the place to stay. Moreover, the plan to plot against Jiang Fei had failed. He could not take over the body. In this way, Ryu would become a lonely ghost with no place to stay. I have plenty of time to listen to your explanation. Jiang Fei directly projected his own inheritance space. Then, he rolled back and brought Ryu's primordial spirit back. When Jiang Fei's inheritance space absorbed physical bodies, it would pay a great price in terms of physical size and energy level. However, when it absorbed these spiritual bodies, there were not so many restrictions. As long as Jiang Fei thought that he could deal with these guys, he could absorb them. Otherwise, if he absorbed them, it would cause him trouble. Now that Ryu's primordial spirit had lost its sustenance, there was no way for her to resist the absorption of Jiang Fei's legacy space. Moreover, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was even stronger than his. Therefore, he was not afraid that it would be easy for him to invite the gods, but difficult for him to send the gods. Therefore, he made his move. Where is this? Ryu was confused after being sucked into the legacy space by Jiang Fei. Welcome to my legacy space. Jiang Fei smiled and said, Legacy space? It sounds so familiar. Ryu muttered to herself. Really? I did not expect you to know about this. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Wait! You're talking about the legacy space. You're a dragon. You're the dragon race's current sage lord. Suddenly, Ru Yu seemed to have remembered something. His face was filled with fear. Hee hee. You guessed it all right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Jiang Fei said calmly. Sage lord, we can talk. Ru Yu said hurriedly. Talk? I don't think there's a need. Jiang Fei's voice suddenly turned cold. Then, his mind power surged out. At that moment, Jiang Fei's nucleus of will began to release energy crazily. A large amount of mind power swept toward Ru Yu's primordial spirit. Don't! This is all a misunderstanding. We can talk. Ru Yu shouted crazily. However, Jiang Fei did not hesitate at all. His spiritual power swept over and instantly included Ru Yu's primordial spirit. Then, he began to devour it crazily. Don't force me! When Ru Yu saw that Jiang Fei did not give her any chance, she could only grit her teeth and fight it out. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's inheritance space, his and Ru Yu's spiritual energy began to devour each other. There was no technique, nor was there any room for compromise. This was simply a competition of the richness of the spiritual energy. The loser would be completely devoured. The reason why Jiang Fei dared to launch such an attack was because he was certain that Ru Yu's spiritual energy was not as strong as his. Moreover, Jiang Fei had the support of the nucleus of will. That was why he dared to launch such a desperate attack. In the inheritance space, as there was no concept of time, Jiang Fei did not know how long the battle between Jiang Fei and Ru Yu's spiritual power lasted. In short, in the end, Ru Yu's spiritual power was getting weaker and weaker. As Jiang Fei continued to support himself with the nucleus of will, his attacks became more and more ferocious. Finally, the last trace of Ru Yu's spiritual power was also devoured by Jiang Fei. Only a trace of her soul was left to escape. However, it was also entangled by Jiang Fei's spiritual power. In the end, all of it became a part of Jiang Fei. Humph. So that's what happened. Jiang Fei laughed coldly after devouring Ru Yu. At this time, he had already grasped Ru Yu's memories, so he naturally understood everything. It turned out that the bug corpse that had just pasted on Jiang Fei's face was none other than the Heart Devourer goo that he had been painstakingly searching for. Ru Yu was also one of the Fierce Beast experts, who had participated in the attack on the Heart Devourer goo clan together with Yu Ting. Unfortunately, Ru Yu was not as lucky as Yu Ting. He was not a dragon, and did not have the long lifespan of a dragon. Moreover, when he was attacking the Heart Devourer clan, he was also injured. Therefore, he could not hold on for long. Therefore, he built this underground palace in the hope that he could lure an expert with a powerful physical body over so that he could possess and be reborn. In the end, Ru Yu clearly did not get what he wanted. The people who had been waiting for him could not accommodate his powerful primordial spirit. It was not easy for him to find Jiang Fei. However, his primordial spirit was still lacking in vitality due to the passage of time. He could not directly possess Jiang Fei. In the end, Ru Yu thought of a way. He planned to use the heart-devouring voodoo to trick Jiang Fei. This voodoo only ate people's souls and mental strength. It would not harm a person's physical body. Therefore, if he used it to ambush Jiang Fei, then he would be able to obtain a perfect physical body. However, Ru Yu had overlooked one fact. Everything had a lifespan. Even he himself could not endure the loss of time. He could only use a wisp of his primordial spirit to live in a clay embryo. Would the Heart Devourer goo be able to escape from the butcher's knife of time? Hundreds of thousands of years had passed. The Heart Devourer goo had died a long time ago. Although it had been sealed very well by Ru Yu, it could not withstand the passage of too many years. Therefore, it was only left with a little SHL. In that case, it would naturally not be able to trick Jiang Fei. Hence, the awkward scene just now was caused. Chapter 2448, Chapter 2439 was a dead end. The Heart Devourer goo that Ru Yu had kept for hundreds of thousands of years had finally turned into a dead worm skin. Jiang Fei had to admit that he was lucky. However, on the other hand, it was not necessarily a good thing. The Heart Devourer goo was kept very carefully by Ru Yu. It could not even endure the torment of time. In the end, it had become a waste. After all, goo worms were not magical artifacts. They could not be kept forever. Therefore, there would come a day when its lifespan would run out. No matter how careful its owner was, it could not be avoided. However, the problem was that after Yu Ting and the others had wiped out the Heart Devourer goo clan, they did not leave behind the method to refine the Heart Devourer goo. Instead, They destroyed it. Only a few experts had secretly hidden a portion of the Heart Devourer goo. However, judging from the Heart Devourer goo that Ryu had hidden away, the goo worms that the other experts had hidden away were probably already dead. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei found other goo worms, he reckoned that they would not be able to use them. As such, Jiang Fei was once again in a difficult situation. The method to refine the Heart Devourer GU had already been lost. All the existing Heart Devourer goo had lost their vitality. Could it be that Andre was destined to be invincible? Sigh! Jiang Fei sighed. He did not expect that the clues that he had painstakingly found would be broken just like that. No! I have to go back and ask Yu Ting again! Jiang Fei frowned and made a decision in his heart. After that, Jiang Fei immediately gave up on wandering around because it was meaningless. Even if he found the whereabouts of the other Heart Devourer voodoo worms, all he would get in the end was some dead insect skin. Therefore, he had to go back and find a new solution. Jiang Fei rode his flying sword and flew into the sky. Soon, Jiang Fei returned to the dragon race's territory. Sage Lord! Greetings! Sage Lord! When the Dragon Clan members saw Jiang Fei, they bowed one after another. Okay! Jiang Fei nodded slightly and went straight to Yu Ting's room. Knock! 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 Teacher! Are you there? Jiang Fei gently knocked on the door. Sage Lord! Teacher has gone for a stroll. At this time, a young dragon just happened to pass by. What? He went for a stroll? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He did not expect Yu Ting to not be here at such a critical moment. Yes! Sage Lord! The dragon whelp said. Sigh! Jiang Fei sighed. It was truly a case of a house falling into a storm at night. The more anxious he was, the more things he had to worry about. After leaving Yu Ting's residence, Jiang Fei returned to the main hall of the Dragon Emperor Palace. There was nothing he could do. Yu Ting had gone for a stroll and did not leave a message. God knows where he went. Now, he could only wait for him to return. At that moment, Jiang Fei only hoped that Yu Ting would not be gone for too long. After returning to the main hall, a dragon girl walked up. Sage Lord, the treasures in the East Hall have been piling up for a long time. Look! The dragon girl was clearly in charge of the internal affairs of the Dragon Emperor's palace. Oh! I'll go take a look now! Jiang Fei nodded. The treasures in the East Hall were all confiscated from Ao Dong. Previously, he was busy looking for the heart-devouring goo, so he did not have time to pay attention to it. Now, the heart-devouring goo was basically useless. Before Yu Ting returned, Jiang Fei had nothing else to do. Therefore, he went to the East Hall and wanted to see what treasures Ao Dong had. After he strolled to the East Hall, Jiang Fei looked around. Ao Dong was really a rich man. His family was quite wealthy. All kinds of treasures were piled up in one corner of the East Hall. Sage Lord, after you inspect it, these treasures can be sent to the treasury. The dragon girl also followed. Although the dragon race valued private property, they also had public treasury. For such confiscated property, usually, it was put into the public treasury. Okay. Jiang Fei opened his spiritual power and looked at the treasures that Ao Dong had handed over. As Jiang Fei was very angry at the time, he had confiscated all of Ao Dong's property. Therefore, there were a lot of things here. What is this? Jiang Fei suddenly frowned. He found a strange thing in Ao Dong's property. Swish! As Jiang Fei flipped his right hand, he used his mind power to split the pile of treasures on both sides. Then, he carried an oval-shaped object to the front. It was an oval-shaped ball that was as tall as a person. It was inlaid with precious spiritual crystals. This is the sacred item of the Ao clan! The dragon girl knew quite a lot. She explained to Jiang Fei from the side. Can you tell me more about it? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, Sage Lord. The dragon girl nodded. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, there were two heroic figures in Ao Dong's family. They once followed the previous Sage Lord and eradicated an evil family. However, during that battle, Ao Dong's ancestors were severely injured. Both of them died. I know. These two are still husband and wife. The wife is pregnant. Jiang Fei nodded and said. He had heard about this matter from the Dragon Queen. At that time, he was only leniently punished because of the merits of Ao Dong's two ancestors. Yes, Sage Lord, you are right. The dragon girl nodded. Then, she continued, after the battle ended, Ao Dong's two ancestors passed away one after another. During the battle, they were unable to withstand the damage. Even the dragon's body was unable to keep them alive.
When she said this, the dragon girl appeared a little sad. Then, she continued,
even when she died, the female powerhouse was unable to successfully give birth to the dragon egg in her stomach. In the end,
this dragon egg could only become a dead fetus. Later on, this dragon egg became the sacred item of the Ao Dong family. They inlaid all the gemstones that they could gather on this dragon egg to express their memories and mourn for their ancestors.
Said the dragon girl.
Could it be that this is the egg?
Jiang Fei said, as he looked at the oval-shaped object that was as tall as a person.
That's right. This is the sacred item of the Ao Dong family. That great dragon egg,
said the dragon girl.
I see.
Not only did Jiang Fei's eyebrows not relax, but his frown became even more serious.
Sage Lord, is there a problem?
Asked the dragon girl.
Are you sure that this dragon egg is already dead?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes. Back then, all the elders of the dragon clan wanted to save this dragon egg. Even the previous Sage Lord had made a move. Unfortunately, when its mother died from serious injuries, it was still too young. It could not even reach the standard to hatch. Therefore, even if the dragon clan's experts joined hands to save it, they were unable to save it.
The dragon girl said.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the dragon girl,
keep the rest in the public treasury. I'll keep this for now.
Yes,
Sage Lord.
The dragon girl nodded. Although this dragon egg was inlaid with many crystals and gemstones, it was more of a memorial. Its true value was not very high. In the girl's opinion, Jiang Fei might have kept it because he wanted to return it to Ao Dong. After all, this thing was the spiritual sustenance of their family. Chapter 2449, Chapter 2440, The Strange Dragon Egg. After the dragon girl left with her other belongings, Jiang Fei put away the dragon egg. Then, he returned to his residence in the dragon palace.
How strange.
Jiang Fei placed the dragon egg in front of him and looked at it carefully. At this time, the dragon egg had already become an ornament. Its entire body was embedded with gemstones and crystals. It looked like he was shining brightly. However, Jiang Fei's huge spiritual power could feel a trace of life from it. This trace of life was very weak. However, Jiang Fei could confirm that it existed.
This dragon egg is still alive?
Jiang Fei guessed. However, he quickly changed his mind. If this dragon egg was still alive, then it was impossible for the many dragon elders and the previous Sage Lord Wei Hao to not have noticed it hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Dragon Clan's experts back then were not as powerful as the Dragon Clan's experts now. Back then, the Dragon Clan's elders, who were ranked in the top 10, were all more powerful than Jiang Fei now. Even when they joined hands, they were unable to save this dragon egg. Moreover, they announced that it was already dead. Then, it was definitely dead. Jiang Fei firmly believed that. Moreover, even if the dragon egg was still a little alive, it had already been hundreds of thousands of years. If this had been Jiang Fei's hometown, Earth, it would have long become a fossil. Even if the people of the five directions were outstanding and the Earth spirits, the dragon egg was made of a strange material. The remaining life in it had long been boiled to death by the long passage of time. Therefore, the dragon egg was definitely not going to come back to life. However, Jiang Fei could clearly feel a trace of life in it. This made him very confused. Swoosh. Jiang Fei's spiritual power once again wrapped around the dragon egg. However, the material of the dragon egg was too magical. Jiang Fei could only vaguely feel that there was a small life inside. However, he could not directly see what was inside the dragon egg.
What exactly is inside this thing?
Jiang Fei was very confused. However, he could not crack open the dragon egg because that would not only destroy the sacred item of the Ao Dong family, but also if the small dragon inside was really alive. With this smash, the small dragon would be completely finished.
Forget it. He'll ask you Ting when he comes back in a few days.
Jiang Fei sighed and then put away the dragon egg.
Jiang Fei stayed in the dragon palace for half a month. During this time, the dragon queen and the great elder had something to report to him almost every day. It was as if they were afraid that Jiang Fei would disappear the next day. Therefore, they dug up all the things that the dragon clan had accumulated over the years that they could not handle. Therefore, during this period of time, Jiang Fei was almost as busy as a bee. However, the great elder and the dragon queen still kept finding things for him to do. This made Jiang Fei finally realize the disadvantages of being a hands-off boss. That was because there were too many things that originally belonged to him. Finally,
After half a month, Yu Ting returned. This allowed Jiang Fei to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Therefore, Jiang Fei left the Dragon Queen and the Great Elder and went straight to Yu Ting. Teacher! Jiang Fei stood respectfully outside Yu Ting's room. Come in! At this time, Yu Ting had just returned. He did not even have time to drink his saliva. Yes! Jiang Fei walked into Yu Ting's room. Why are you looking for me so urgently? Is there a reason? Yu Ting asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he told Yu Ting about how the Heart Devourer Voodoo had all withered and died. Yes. Time has passed so quickly. A small voodoo worm really cannot withstand the torment of time. Yu Ting sighed. Teacher, is there still a living heart-devouring goo? Jiang Fei asked. It's hard to say. Yu Ting frowned. If there's no heart-devouring Gu, is there any other way to deal with Andre? Jiang Fei asked again. It's hard to say. Yu Ting shook his head. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He had waited for Yu Ting for so long. He did not expect to receive such an answer. Sigh. How about this? Let me think about it. Perhaps there is another way, Yu Ting said after a moment of silence. Thank you. Teacher. What else could Jiang Fei say at this time? Do you have anything else? Yu Ting was ready to serve tea to send Jiang Fei off. Teacher, there is indeed something that I do not understand, Jiang Fei said. Oh. Yu Ting was stunned. He did not expect Jiang Fei to really have something else. Teacher, look, Jiang Fei said as he released the dragon egg. A dead embryo? Yu Ting was stunned. Although this dragon egg was inlaid with a lot of treasures, he still recognized the essence of it at a glance. Yes. Teacher. Jiang Fei nodded. What do you mean by showing it to me? Yu Ting asked curiously. Teacher, please take a closer look, Jiang Fei prompted. Oh. Yu Ting looked at Jiang Fei. Then, he mobilized his spiritual power and began to sense the dragon egg carefully. This is really strange. After a moment, Yu Ting also cried out in surprise. Teacher, you also noticed it, right? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. This is clearly a dead embryo. But why is there a faint trace of life in it? Yu Ting frowned. This is exactly why I am puzzled, Jiang Fei said. Where did you get this dead embryo? Yu Ting asked. Teacher, it's like this. Jiang Fei told Yu Ting about the origin of the dragon egg. I see. Yu Ting was completely silent. He stared at the dragon egg and did not say a word. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei saw that the sky outside had gradually darkened. But Yu Ting still did not say a word. Teacher, are you okay? Jiang Fei could not help but ask. This. Really? Sigh. Yu Ting wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed. Teacher, what's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. Perhaps this is fate. Yu Ting sighed again. Then, he told Jiang Fei the whole story. It turned out that the parents of this dragon egg had died in battle when they were annihilating the Heart Devourer Gu clan. Back then, they had followed Yu Ting, who was still Wei Hao, through life and death. Although they had obtained the final victory, both of them were heavily injured. And in the battle with the Heart Devouring Gu clan, being heavily injured meant that they had been poisoned. The male of the couple soon died from the poison. He was no different from the other people who had been poisoned by the Heart Devouring Gu. However, the pregnant female dragon had persisted for a long time. Everyone thought that she would be able to lay a dragon egg before she died. Unfortunately, their efforts failed in the end. In the end, the dragon egg did not survive because it was born prematurely. At that time, Wei Hao and a group of Dragon Clan elders tried their best. They injected an astonishing amount of spiritual energy into the dragon egg, but they were unable to save this little life. However, what was unexpected was that although the young dragon did not manage to survive until it hatched, the heart-devouring Gu in the female dragon's body was transferred into the dragon egg before she died. This Gu made use of the spiritual energy that Wei Hao and the others had injected into the dragon egg, and the essence of the dragon egg actually survived. After hundreds of thousands of years, the dormant dragon showed signs of revival. Chapter 2450, Chapter 2441. The Heart Devourer Gu. Teacher, are you saying that there is a Heart Devourer Gu inside? And it's alive? Jiang Fei's eyes widened. He had originally planned to give up on the Heart Devourer Gu. He did not expect that there would be a silver lining. The possibility is very high. Yu Ting nodded. Then can I take it out now? Jiang Fei asked. I'm afraid not yet. This little thing has just woken up. Yu Ting shook his head. It was not that he could not bear to talk about the only dragon egg left by his old subordinates. Instead, he felt that if he took out the Heart Devourer voodoo right now, that voodoo worm might not live for long. Yu Ting was more open-minded about the dragon egg of his old subordinates. If this dragon egg was still the son of his old subordinates, then even if his vitality was greatly damaged, he would still be able to save it. However, this dragon egg had already become the host of the Heart Devourer voodoo. The Heart Devourer had already consumed all of its essence. Now, it was only left with an egg SHL. Therefore, Yu Ting did not need to let Jiang Fei destroy this dragon egg because it was left behind by his old subordinate.
What should I do now? Should I just wait for it to wake up?
Jiang Fei asked.
Of course. I can't just wait. The essence in this dragon egg has already been used up. If you don't do anything, the Heart Devourer will soon die from losing its energy support,
Yu Ting said.
Teacher, what should I do then?
Jiang Fei asked.
Of course. I should refine the GU,
said Yu Ting.
Refine the goo?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Didn't I give you the method to use the heart-devouring goo? There are methods to feed and refine the goo,
said Yu Ting. Although the method to cultivate and breed the heart-devouring goo had been destroyed, the method to raise and refine the heart-devouring goo had been preserved. Otherwise, those experts back then would not have kept the heart-devouring goo in secret. After all, a goo worm that could not be controlled was a poison. Carrying it around would only make him feel uncomfortable.
Let me try.
Jiang Fei quickly looked through the memories that Yu Ting had transferred to him. He found the content about breeding and refining the Heart Devourer. According to the method that Yu Ting had taught Jiang Fei, breeding and refining the Heart Devourer were actually done at the same time. Both required Jiang Fei to voluntarily release his spiritual power for the young Heart Devourer to devour. When he knew that the frequency of the Heart Devourer's spiritual power fluctuation was the same as Jiang Fei's spiritual power fluctuation, the Heart Devourer was already refined.
Teacher, can you help me guard it?
Jiang Fei asked. This method of raising and refining the Heart Devourer was quite dangerous. If Jiang Fei was disturbed, he would become the Heart Devourer's prey. If he was not careful, he would become the Heart Devourer's prey.
Sure.
Yu Ting nodded. Jiang Fei sat cross-legged in front of the dragon egg. Then, he extended his spiritual power and began to send it into the dragon egg. As the dragon egg was made of a very special material, the spiritual power that Jiang Fei sent in was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no reaction at all. However, as time passed, Jiang Fei continued to pour his spiritual power in. However, the dragon egg was like a bottomless pit. Jiang Fei could not fill it no matter how much he poured in. After an unknown amount of time, when Jiang Fei continued to pour in spiritual energy, the dragon egg finally reacted. Moreover, this reaction scared Jiang Fei so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Because the dragon egg was no longer satisfied with passively receiving Jiang Fei's spiritual energy, it began to actively absorb Jiang Fei's spiritual energy. Although Jiang Fei could still actively cut off the supply of spiritual energy, the feeling was still very terrifying. It was as if someone was constantly sucking your blood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was pouring into the dragon egg faster and faster. In other words, the Heart Devourer in the dragon egg was absorbing it faster and faster. In the end, Jiang Fei had no choice but to use the spiritual power stored in the core of his will.
Teacher, is this okay?
Jiang Fei asked worriedly.
Don't worry. I'm here,
Yu Ting said as he looked at Jiang Fei. Although it was his first time seeing someone refining the heart-devouring goo, he was still able to grasp the direction of the matter.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. He still had a lot of trust in Yu Ting. Time passed by slowly. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was continuously injected into the dragon egg. Then, it was absorbed by the Ji worm inside. Jiang Fei did not know how long this process lasted. When his spiritual power was almost depleted, the Ji worm in the dragon egg finally stopped absorbing spiritual power. Not only that, the goo worm also fed back to Jiang Fei. A steady stream of spiritual power flowed from the goo worm's body back into Jiang Fei's sea of consciousness. The spiritual power that originally belonged to Jiang Fei was purified in the heart-devouring gust body. When they returned to Jiang Fei's sea of consciousness, Jiang Fei could clearly feel that the spiritual power was even purer than before. Moreover, at this moment, Jiang Fei seemed to have established a strange connection with the heart-devourer goo. It was as if he could feel the heart-devourer Jiu's thoughts. In Jiang Fei's perception, the heart-devourer goo was very simple. It was so simple that there was not a single distracting thought. In its consciousness, there were only two things: survival and eating.
and eating was to survive. So, in the end, the heart-devouring worm did not have any intelligence. It only had the most instinctive desire.
How is it? Has it succeeded?
Yu Ting asked.
In answer to teacher, it has succeeded.
Jiang Fei stood up. He extended his hand and waved. A golden light flew out from the dragon egg and landed in his hand. The dragon egg only had a small crack. The rest was basically intact, although it was only an empty SHL.
That's right. It's this little thing.
Yu Ting looked at the goo worm in Jiang Fei's palm and nodded. The heart-devourer goo was round and round like a larva that had eaten its fill. However, it was not as white as a larva. Instead, it was entirely golden, as the heart-devourer voodoo itself did not have any consciousness. When its spiritual power was aligned with Jiang Fei's spiritual power, this little thing had become Jiang Fei's remote control tool. Jiang Fei could accurately control its every move.
Alright, since you have achieved your goal, then go back. Although I do not know what you are doing, I know that you are using your method to solve the dragon race's predicament.
Yu Ting said to Jiang Fei.
Thank you for your understanding.
Teacher.
Jiang Fei bowed to Yu Ting.
Go.
Yu Ting waved his hand. After that, Jiang Fei bowed and left Yu Ting's room. After obtaining the heart-devouring venom, Jiang Fei's goal of coming to the 5 directions heaven and earth had been achieved. After that, he did not return to the main hall of the Dragon Imperial Palace. He left the dragon race's territory and went to Sui Xing. Now, Jiang Fei was ready to leave the 5 directions heaven and earth. He had to make a travel promise, and taking Kuei and his wife away, he would bring them to a place where no one knew them and start a new life. This place was very difficult to find in the 5 directions heaven and earth. After all, the 5 directions heaven and earth was only that big. However, in the outer universe, there were many places like this because almost no one knew them there.
Chapter 2451, Chapter 2442. The Sun. After bringing in Kuei and his wife along, Jiang Fei left the world of the 5 directions through the 9 rotating star disk. Because Little 9 had evolved, Jiang Fei no longer needed to enter and exit from where he came from. Therefore, he appeared directly outside the boundary of the world of the 5 directions.
Swoosh!
Jiang Fei summoned his yacht and brought in Kuei and his wife inside.
Sage Lord, is this a divine weapon?
Kuei and his wife were like Grandma Lu who had entered the Grandview Garden. The two of them had never seen such high-tech equipment before.
Hee hee. Just treat it as a magical weapon for transportation.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Sage Lord, this magical weapon is really amazing.
Kuei's wife praised. As Jiang Fei had already erased their unpleasant memories, the two of them did not have any estrangement at all. They were still as loving as before.
Let's go! It'll take you to a place.
Jiang Fei immediately set a target and activated the automatic navigation. This time, Jiang Fei planned to send the two people to the planet that Han Tianyu was in charge of. Firstly, he wanted to give them a comfortable environment. Secondly, he wanted to find a bodyguard for Han Tianyu. During the long interstellar journey, Jiang Fei began to think of a way to destroy Andre. Although he had obtained the heart-devourer voodoo, without a complete plan, it would be very difficult for him to succeed in his assassination. After all, with just a thought from Andre, to change the properties of matter, before the heart-devourer entered Andre's body. Once he discovered it, this fragile little insect could become a stone statue at any time. Moreover, this time, Jiang Fei did not plan to confront Andre face to face. Last time, Andre wanted to see Jiang Fei slowly collapse. So he gave Jiang Fei a chance. If he turned Jiang Fei into stone or glass the moment they met, Jiang Fei would not even have the chance to resist.
I can't meet him. I still have to secretly send the heart-devouring goo into his body. Looks like I have to use those players again this time.
Jiang Fei's mind was active. Now, he was getting more and more comfortable using these players. Long-distance interstellar travel was boring, but it gave Jiang Fei enough time to think about his own plans. Finally, on the 42nd day, the yacht arrived at Han Tianyu's planet.
Yo, brother, what brings you here?
Han Tianyu personally came to the airport to pick Jiang Fei up.
Hee hee. I've arranged for 2 friends to come to you,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Welcome. Welcome.
Han Tianyu was also full of smiles.
Come. Let me introduce them to you. These 2 are Kuei and his wife. My good friends.
Jiang Fei said as he pointed at Kuei and his wife.
Your friends are my friends. In my small plot of land, feel free to ask for anything you want.
Han Tianyu had already become the king of this planet.
This is my big brother, Han Tianyu.
Jiang Fei pointed at Han Tianyu and introduced him to the Inkei couple.
Greetings, sir.
The Inkei couple bowed respectfully to Han Tianyu. Although Han Tianyu's strength was not even considered as trash in their eyes. The problem was that he was the Dragon Sage's big brother. Just now, Jiang Fei was able to say that the Inkei couple were his friends. This alone was already very flattering to the Inkei couple. Now, how could they not give Jiang Fei face?
Alright, the two of you can live here from now on. There's everything here, although you might not be used to it at first. My brother will arrange for someone to teach you the common sense here,
Jiang Fei said to Inkui and his wife.
Thank you, Sage Lord.
Inkui bowed to Jiang Fei.
Oh right. If my brother is in any trouble, the two of you should try your best to help him,
Jiang Fei said.
Yes, Sage Lord.
Inkui and his wife nodded repeatedly. Although some of their bad memories had been erased, they were not fools. Therefore, they understood this little bit of information.
Alright, you guys have a good chat. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first,
Jiang Fei said and turned to leave. After all, his priority right now was to deal with Andre.
Brother, take care. Come and play when you have time.
Han Tianyu did not stop Jiang Fei because he knew that his brother was someone who did great things. He must have something important to leave in such a hurry. After leaving the planet that Han Tianyu was in charge of, Jiang Fei directly ordered Maleki.
Adjust the course. Target the sun. Yes, sir.
After Maleki received the order, he immediately reset the navigation mark and controlled the spaceship to enter the autopilot program.
Navigation mark has been confirmed. Automatic navigation activated. We are warping to the Stargate.
Following a series of electronic notifications, Jiang Fei's yacht entered the long interstellar journey once again. This time, the navigation mark that Jiang Fei chose was not the sub-sun that Andre was on. Instead, it was the first star of the solar system. The environment here was even worse than the sub-sun. It had almost no atmosphere. During the day, the temperature was over 700 degrees Celsius. At night, the temperature here would drop to 150 degrees Celsius. Therefore, the miners on the sun's first star also lived underground. Moreover, they did not even have the chance to come out for a breather. This was because this place was not suitable for humans to live in during the day or at night. After flying for half a month, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the sun's flame star system again. On the way to the sun's bow star, Jiang Fei took out his pocket watch and reconfirmed Andre's location. At this time, Andre was still staying on the sun's bow star.
Sir, we are about to enter the sun's bow star's gravity well,
Maleki said.
Yes. Be careful to avoid direct sunlight,
Jiang Fei said.
I know, sir,
Maleki immediately replied. The radiation from the stars around Sun's head was even more terrifying than that of the Sun's head. If Jiang Fei's yacht could not hide behind Sun's head immediately, it would soon be swallowed by the extremely strong radiation from the stars. After a while, the yacht entered Sun's gravity well. Because Jiang Fei had brought Maleki along this time, he did not have to personally control the spaceship. Under Maleki's control, the spaceship accelerated a few times and arrived at the back of the sun's head. Then, it began to scan the entire planet.
Sir, there is only one entrance to the underground mine of the sun's head. It will enter the dark side in 15 hours,
Maleki reported.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and began to wait for a long time. Finally, 15 hours had passed. The entrance to the sun had finally escaped the direct attack of the star. As there was no protection from the atmosphere, the high temperature that it had accumulated during the day was rapidly losing. The rocks that had been melted by the radiation of the star were quickly frozen. Very soon, the rocks around the entrance had been frozen.
Let's go!
Following Jiang Fei's command, the yacht entered the surface of the sun. Chapter 2452, Chapter 2443. Private Prison. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the sun, he saw scorched earth all over the place. The scorched earth here was not caused by war, but the result of repeated radiation from the star. Therefore, the ground here was like glass, flashing with light.
Has the entrance been confirmed?
Jiang Fei asked.
My lord, it has been confirmed,
Maleki replied.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. Bringing an artificial intelligence like Maleki was much better than bringing him in alone. For example, now that he had found out the location of the entrance, Maleki had quickly hacked into the solar system. Moreover, he had obtained all the access to this place. If Jiang Fei came over by himself, he would have no other way apart from forcefully cracking it. It was almost impossible to enter the solar system without making a sound.
Just as Jiang Fei's yacht approached the entrance, the door to the bottom of the sun was opened. Whoosh! The yacht opened its speed reduction umbrella and rushed into the culvert. After gliding forward for nearly 100 meters, it finally stopped. Sir, we're here, Malecki said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he walked out of the yacht and put away the spaceship. After keeping the yacht, Malachi stayed in Jiang Fei's ring space. This way, he could provide Jiang Fei with the necessary help at any time. After walking for dozens of meters, Jiang Fei saw an old mining car parked there. However, it seemed that the automatic mining car could still be used. Sir, this is the only means of transportation to the underground, Malachi said. Okay, I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he could use teleportation to enter the underground, he had never been here before. Therefore, he did not know what was going on underground. If he were to be embedded into the mountain during teleportation, it would not be fun. Therefore, although teleportation was good, it could not be used casually, unless one was familiar with the target location or could confirm that there were no obstacles. No one would take the risk to use this ability. After getting on the simple automatic mining cart, Jiang Fei pulled down the electric switch. This old electric track mining cart was very low-tech and had a lot of shortcomings. The only advantage was that it was durable. Crack! The buckle that locked the mining cart was released. Immediately after, the mining cart that carried Jiang Fei began to accelerate forward. As it was moving down the mining path, there was no need for electricity to speed up the mining cart. The two simple mining carts began to speed up crazily, under the constant acceleration of gravity. The speed of the mine cart quickly increased to over 800 kilometers per hour. It brought Jiang Fei to the depths of the mine shaft. Although the mine car that Jiang Fei was sitting on was simple, there was actually an odometer on it. The numbers on the odometer kept jumping, recording the distance that Jiang Fei had traveled from the ground to the bottom. Clang! Clang! The metal wheels and the rails kept colliding with each other, creating a rhythm similar to that of an ancient train. How deep is this mine? Jiang Fei frowned, because the mine car had been traveling for a long time. The number on the odometer had also jumped to nearly 20 kilometers. Although it was the distance of a slope, based on the angle of the calculation, the vertical distance between this place and the ground was at least 10 kilometers. What are they mining? How did they dig so deep? Jiang Fei frowned. Time passed by. When the mining car stopped, Jiang Fei looked at the odometer. The number on the odometer was a little more than 45 kilometers. That's not right. These guys are definitely not mining, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although there were companies in the universe that were mining deep-seated minerals, mining such minerals that were tens of kilometers deep was common. Everyone used orbital laser drilling machines to directly mine in outer space. There was no need to spend a huge amount of money digging such a deep underground tunnel. With a heart full of doubts, Jiang Fei walked down from the mining cart. Not far in front of him, there was a gate that was filled with dust. Although the gate was full of dirt, there was a gap at the edge of the excuse. It was still slightly cleaner. From this, it could be seen that the gate had been opened recently. Malecki, can you open the gate? Jiang Fei asked. Of course, Malecki said as he opened the gate. As the heavy metal gate opened, a room that looked like a surveillance room was revealed. The room was filled with monitors, and the monitors were all lit up. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Fei smelled a very unpleasant smell. This smell was like a basement that did not have air circulation. Moreover, there was a foul stench in the musty smell. It was as if two men and women who had not showered for years had enjoyed themselves here a few times. He turned around and looked to the side. On one of the screens, Jiang Fei saw the entrance, where he landed, and also saw the mining car parked at the door. Just as Jiang Fei was about to check the other screens, a figure appeared from behind the corner of the table. Who are you? The person frowned as he looked at Jiang Fei while pulling up his pants. Jiang Fei followed the person and looked behind the table. He saw a woman in ragged clothes with dirt all over her face. She was lying there with a numb expression on her face. Here! At that moment, the man took out a piece of hard bread from the drawer of the table and threw it to the woman. Swish! The woman did not care about the bread falling to the ground. She immediately pounced on it and picked it up to eat. From the looks of it, she had not had a full meal for a long time. Hey! I'm asking you a question. Who are you? How did you get in? The man looked at Jiang Fei and asked. It doesn't seem like you're in a mine. Jiang Fei ignored the man's question and asked calmly. Humph. Of course. This is not a mine. This is a private prison. The man sneered. At that moment, A few guards in disguise rushed out from a few rooms nearby. These people were holding weapons in their hands. They all aimed at Jiang Fei. A private prison. Jiang Fei nodded. He had heard of such things. Many large civilizations in the universe had invaded and plundered low-level civilizations. At the same time, they still wanted to flaunt their benevolence. Therefore, they had cancelled the death penalty. However, some prisoners were extremely dangerous. It was difficult to ensure that no one was safe in any prison. Moreover, once these people escaped, the damage they caused would be extremely terrifying. Therefore, many speculators found a place outside their civilization's sphere of influence to set up such a secret private prison. They collected a lot of money from the major civilizations, and then took care of these criminals on their behalf. Chapter 2453, Chapter 2444. Underground Prison. Because those large civilizations had given up on the death penalty, there was no guarantee that those prisoners would be imprisoned forever. Therefore, they were willing to spend some money to get rid of them. Therefore, there were many such secret private prisons in the universe. Su Yang Star was obviously one of them, because this type of prison was located in a zone that did not care about anything. It was not subject to the laws of the various parties. One could only imagine how the prisoners here would be treated. Moreover, because these prisoners were all super felons, therefore, no one from the major factions would come to claim their human rights. Therefore, whatever happened here was only natural. What a surprise! Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As for the guards with guns, Jiang Fei did not care about them at all. Kid, why are you here? Are you a bounty hunter or a mercenary? The leader of the guards asked. The location of the secret prison was only spread among these two groups. Hee. I'm just here to take a look. Jiang Fei laughed. Humph. You're a mercenary who came to break into the prison. Right. The leader of the guards' face fell. At the same time, the guards also pulled the safety of their guns. Hee. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he ignored these people. With a move of his feet, he disappeared in an instant. Where did he go? The leader of the guards was shocked. Boss! 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 The guards widened their eyes and looked behind the leader of the guards. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. What? What happened? The leader of the guards felt a chill on the back of his neck. He was a little afraid. He carefully turned around and saw Jiang Fei playing with a dagger behind his back. At that moment, the head of the guards immediately understood. The mercenary in front of him was too powerful. He could easily kill him. Those guards with guns were nothing to him. You? What do you want? The head of the guards asked nervously. I just want to go down and take a look. Jiang Fei smiled. Just like that? The head of the guards was stunned. He did not expect Jiang Fei's request to be so simple. Moreover, once Jiang Fei entered the underground prison, he would not be afraid at all. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Okay. The head of the guards immediately nodded. However, Jiang Fei, who had activated mind reading, knew clearly what the head of the guards was thinking. This private prison was installed with a spatial energy suppressor. Once inside, all teleportation abilities would be rendered useless. Moreover, the access to the entrance and exit would be completely in the hands of the guards. Therefore, in the eyes of the head guard, as long as Jiang Fei entered the underground prison, he would be no different from the rest of the prisoners. Although Jiang Fei understood the head guard's thoughts, he did not expose it. Firstly, Jiang Fei, who had Malachi, had already obtained all the access to the entire private prison. Even if he could not teleport, he could come out at any time. Secondly, even if Jiang Fei could not open the door, with his strength, it would not be a problem for him to force his way out. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Very soon, the head guard opened a secret door in a corner of the room. The secret door was not big, only about a meter in diameter. Jiang Fei bowed and looked down. The underground was dark, and he could not see anything. However, according to his spiritual power, the rock layer here was at least 2 kilometers thick. Even if an expert with more than 10 million combat power was sent to this prison, they would not be able to escape. This is the entrance to the underground prison, the leader of the guard said to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and jumped down. Close the gate. Quick. The leader of the guards immediately ordered his subordinates to lock the gate. He even added several locks. Release the information to the public. Tell them that our prison is full. We will not accept any new prisoners for the next 50 years. The leader of the guard said to one of his subordinates. From the looks of it,
He did not plan to continue accepting prisoners to make money in order to trap Jiang Fei underground. He did not even plan to continue accepting prisoners to earn money.
Yes, boss.
At that moment, the guards were also terrified. Therefore, they immediately carried out their boss orders. At the same time, Jiang Fei had already entered the underground prison. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jiang Fei's body fell rapidly. The layers of rocks on both sides flashed past his eyes rapidly. Based on the time of his fall, the thick layer of granite was even thicker than Jiang Fei had imagined. It was at least 5 kilometers thick. After passing through the thick layer of granite, Jiang Fei fell into an empty underground space. The underground hall was very large. Moreover, the surroundings were connected to countless mining tunnels. Finally, it formed a huge underground world. Jiang Fei subconsciously spread out his spiritual power. He wanted to completely grasp the situation of the underground world. However, he discovered that there were actually minerals that could absorb spiritual power here. As a result, his spiritual power was greatly suppressed.
Interesting. It seems that the people locked up here are more powerful than I thought.
Jiang Fei nodded secretly and landed steadily on the ground.
Yo! There's a new customer. Ha. He's quite tender.
Jiang Fei's arrival quickly attracted the attention of others. As a heavy prison that had been open for many years, there was no shortage of prisoners. As his mental strength was no longer useful, Jiang Fei could only use his eyes to observe his surroundings. Although he was underground, the surroundings were filled with torches and dimly lit mining lamps. Therefore, the underground world could not be considered dark. At this time, there were more than a dozen people gathered in the underground hall. These people were of different races. However, one thing that they had in common was that they were dirty. In the underground world, water resources were very scarce. People would fight to the death for drinking water. As for bathing, it was simply an unimaginable luxury. Looking at the dirty-looking, foul-smelling fellows in front of him, Jiang Fei frowned. However, he was here for business, so he could not just leave.
Vitolin, come out!
Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Before he could get down to business, he needed to meet Vitolin first. Then, he needed to attract some players to the Sub-Sun Star.
Vinlan, come out!
Jiang Fei shouted loudly in the underground hall. The prisoners looked at each other. They had lived here for at least a few years. Some of them had even lived for decades. However, they had never heard of a guy named Vinlan.
Why are you in such a hurry to find me?
A moment later, a dirty-faced prisoner came before Jiang Fei. Clearly, Vinlan had already descended on him.
I have found a way to deal with Andre. Now, I need your cooperation,
Jiang Fei said straightforwardly.
So fast. All right. Tell me, what do you need?
As Vitolin could not directly observe the situation in the world of 5 directions, he was still very surprised. Chapter 2454, Chapter 2445. Conan.
I need you to issue a quest for dozens of players to head to the sun,
said Jiang Fei.
What is the specific quest? Do you have any requirements?
Asked Vitolin.
Yes. Don't make a mistake about this.
Jiang Fei nodded. This was related to whether or not his assassination would succeed.
Tell me,
said Vitolin.
You have to ask the players to come to the underground prison of the sun. You can set the details yourself. However, the final result of the quest must be that only one player will receive the final reward,
Jiang Fei said.
That's easy. Is there anything else?
Asked Vitolin.
There's also a side quest besides this quest,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh.
Vitolin raised his eyebrows.
This side quest requires the beheading of a player in order to retrieve the special item dropped by the other party. Can you do that?
Jiang Fei asked.
It's not a big problem. What do you want the player to drop?
Vitolin asked.
A kind of golden bead. About this big.
Jiang Fei gestured to Vitolin. The size of the bead was similar to a ping-pong ball.
No problem.
Vitolin agreed immediately. Then, he asked Jiang Fei,
Is there anything else? Not for the time being.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. Then, he reminded Vitolin,
Don't make a mistake about what I told you. Don't worry.
Vitolin smiled. Then, he said to Jiang Fei,
When do you want these players to arrive at the sun? In 5 days.
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment.
No problem. If you don't have anything else, I'll go make the preparations now,
Vitolin said.
Wait.
Jiang Fei called out to Vitolin, who was about to leave.
Is there anything else?
Vitolin asked.
Tell the development team to give this guy that you possess a player identity,
Jiang Fei said.
Him?
Vitolin was stunned.
Yes. Just like me. If other players see him, they will mistake him for a player,
Jiang Fei said.
Alright. I will talk to the development team.
Vitalin nodded.
Alright. Then I have nothing else to do,
Jiang Fei said. The prisoner in front of him was stunned for a moment. When he recovered, he had a blank look on his face.
Why are you looking for me?
The prisoner asked.
Hee hee. What's your name?
Jiang Fei asked.
My name is Conan. Why?
Because the prisoner had just regained his freedom from Vitalin's descent. He was still in a daze. He would answer whatever Jiang Fei asked.
Conan.
Jiang Fei nodded. He had come to the sun to ask Vitalin to come out. After all, there was Andre in the sun. If he were to discover him, Jiang Fei would have to run away again. When that happened, it would take a lot of time. However, after discovering the underground prison, Jiang Fei's original plan was suddenly fulfilled.
Boy, why should I tell you my name?
As the side effects of Vitalin's descent gradually disappeared, the prisoner came to a realization. These felons were all people who killed without batting an eye. How could they just say whatever they asked?
Hee hee. Because I'm your master?
Jiang Fei smiled. Then, his powerful spiritual power emerged. Although the minerals in the underground prison had a strong suppressive effect on spiritual power. In a face-to-face situation, Jiang Fei wanted to brainwash this guy who only had a little more than 10 million combat power. That was not a problem at all. Jiang Fei rarely used his mental strength to brainwash others because it would cause great damage to their brains. He felt that it was very inhumane. However, this time, in order to complete the mission, Jiang Fei did not care too much. Moreover, the guy in front of him was not a good person. Because he had activated mind reading, Jiang Fei had some understanding of this guy. Before this guy was captured, he was a perverted demon. He would not even let go of a young girl. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not feel any psychological burden at all when he attacked this guy. You? Before Conan could finish his words, Jiang Fei's spiritual power surged into his sea of consciousness. He felt his head dizzy. And then, he was completely stunned. After a moment, when Conan's eyes regained their clarity, he respectfully bowed to Jiang Fei and said,
Master! Okay!
Jiang Fei nodded and threw out a large bucket of water. There were many necessities in his storage ring.
Clean yourself up.
Jiang Fei threw a razor to Conan.
Yes! Master!
After being brainwashed by Jiang Fei, Conan naturally listened to him. Conan was cleaning himself while Jiang Fei looked at the other prisoners. At that moment, all the people in the hall were staring at Jiang Fei. Because he had water, the most precious resource in the underground prison.
Humph! Do you still want to snatch it?
Jiang Fei sneered. The eyes of these prisoners were a little blue. Moreover, they all looked eager to give it a try. If someone took the lead, they would definitely pounce on Jiang Fei.
Kill him! He must have other good things on him!
Someone shouted. Immediately, countless stinky figures pounced on Jiang Fei.
Humph! You're overestimating yourself.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he swung his sleeve and sent all the people who were charging at him flying back.
Boom!
One by one, the unlucky prisoners crashed into the rocks behind them. Many of them spat out blood. It looked like they were badly injured. However, this was still the result of Jiang Fei showing mercy. If he had not kept these people alive, he would have killed all of them with just a glance. However, after this attack, these prisoners became obedient. Although they knew that Jiang Fei had a lot of good things on him, no one dared to have any designs on him.
Master!
At this time, Conan had already cleaned himself up. His messy hair had been shaved off, and his beard had been shaved clean. In addition, the dirt on his body had been washed away. Conan had transformed from a dirty scavenger to a bald, muscular man.
Hee hee! You still look mighty.
Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Then, he threw a clean set of clothes to Conan and asked him to throw away the rag that he had worn for decades.
Let's eat something first.
After seeing that Conan was done, Jiang Fei threw a 2-foot-long giant sandwich over. Almost at that moment, Jiang Fei heard more than 20 gulps of saliva. Apparently, there was no decent food in the underground prison. Chapter 2455, Chapter 2446. The Girl in the Prison. Conan wolfed down the sandwich in his hand, while he enjoyed the delicious food in his mouth. He also enjoyed the envious gazes of his fellow prisoners. In the underground prison, the food of the prisoners could be said to be worse than pig's food. It was a mixture of low-quality nutrient solution mixed with dirty water and the leftovers of the upper-level guards. Not only was the taste pungent, it looked even more disgusting. But even so,
every time it was time to eat. These prisoners would fight over this food that was worse than pig's food. After all, this was the only food they could get. Clang! 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 At this moment, the sound of a gong was heard from the top of the hall. Hula! Hula! Accompanied by the sound of the gong. A large number of prisoners gathered in the hall from all directions. This was the precursor to eating. At the same time, more and more people saw the giant sandwich in Conan's hand. In order to enjoy the envious gazes of his cellmates, Conan ate very slowly, and even made a loud clicking sound. Gulp! Gulp! The sound of swallowing could be heard all around. Because Conan was one of the more powerful prisoners. Although everyone was envious, there were also many who were eager to try. However, no one dared to challenge him. At that moment, a loud roar came from above. You pigs! It's time to eat! Splash! Along with a loud roar, a large bucket of scattered things poured down from the tunnel that Jiang Fei landed on and directly splashed into the hall. Hula! When the prisoners below heard the shout, they swarmed up. They raised the basins or water cups in their hands high up to receive the sour, sticky, and disgusting food that fell from the sky. Some of the prisoners did not even have basins or cups. They simply lifted up their clothes and used the remaining rags on their bodies to take the precious food. Crash! No matter how the prisoners took the food that was thicker than water was still spilled on the ground. The prisoners did not mind the dirtiness of the ground. They simply lay on the ground and licked the sour liquid. Sigh! Jiang Fei sighed. Once upon a time, these prisoners were also ruthless characters. Who would have thought that they would one day end up like this? However, perhaps this was karma. To deal with these people, letting them live so comfortably was probably better than killing them with a knife. After all, before these people were sent in, most of them had committed unforgivable crimes. After a moment, the sour and smelly food was snatched away. It was directly in front of the entrance and exit above their heads. It was licked as smooth as a mirror. Looks like I made the right choice to choose this place. Death might really be a kind of relief for them. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. These guys were living too miserably. Just as Jiang Fei was examining the prisoners, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Jiang Fei turned his head around and saw a skinny figure hiding in a mine tunnel. Whoosh! Jiang Fei moved and chased after it. The skinny figure ran forward quickly. Moreover, it was very fast. Due to its familiarity with the terrain, the person seemed to be trying to shake off Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was too fast. After a few flashes, Jiang Fei was in front of the skinny figure. Ah! The skinny figure cried out. From the sound, it should be a girl. Isn't this place only for felons? How can there be such a young girl? Jiang Fei frowned. Although the girl in front of him had a dirty face and disheveled hair, she did not look more than 17 or 18 years old. She was still an underage girl. What kind of crime could such a person commit? To be imprisoned in such a place? However, Jiang Fei also discovered one thing. The girl's strength was not bad. Her combat power was over 10 million. She was almost the same as Conan. This was also the main reason why she was able to survive in such a place. Otherwise, a woman. This was especially true for young women. In such a place, even if she became the emperor of some big shot, she would not be able to live for long. This was because in this place, that was severely lacking in food. They, who had tender skin and tender flesh, were not the playthings of men. It was more like a good food that could be reared. After being stopped by Jiang Fei, the girl suddenly turned around and ran into a mine tunnel that had a fork in the road. Jiang Fei followed behind her. The two of them chased after each other, and soon arrived at the depths of the mine. This place was very remote. However, there was a small spring. This small spring was an important reason for the girl to survive, because the location of this small spring was only known to the girl herself. She could use water to exchange for some food with the men, although it was not enough to fill her stomach. At the very least, it would allow her to survive in such a harsh environment. Because the spring was a dead end, the girl had nowhere to run after running here. Wait! The girl said as she walked to the spring. Then, she picked up the clear spring water and washed her face. After washing the dirt on her face, she revealed a very pretty face. The girl standing in front of Jiang Fei was definitely not a beauty. However, her pretty face was definitely a sin in such an environment. If she did not have messy hair and dirty face, even with her good combat strength, she would definitely be spied on by other male prisoners. Although her combat ability was not inferior to anyone else's, she was a girl who could not withstand endless conspiracies. Therefore,
Disguising herself as ugly was undoubtedly the best disguise.
Alright. You can kill me now,
the girl said to Jiang Fei.
You came all the way here just to wash your face?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Although I live in such a place, I'm still a woman. I want to be beautiful too. However, in order to survive, I can only keep my dirty appearance. Now that I'm going to die, I want to die with the dignity of a woman,
the girl said to Jiang Fei calmly.
Why do you think I want to kill you?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Hee. I will not submit to your tyranny. You can forget about making me your tool for survival,
the girl said with determination. Then, she added,
if that's the case, I would rather die. Hee. You're thinking too much.
Jiang Fei shrugged. If he was really a pervert, just the girls at home would be enough to make him unable to walk. Why would he have to run around outside all day? After that, Jiang Fei turned around and walked outside. He did not even look at the girl. The girl stared at Jiang Fei's back. A few complicated looks flashed in her eyes. But she did not say anything. Chapter 2456, Chapter 2447 Man-Eating. After turning around and returning to the hall, Jiang Fei saw that the hall was littered with corpses. Clearly, the instigator of this incident was Conan.
What happened?
Jiang Fei asked.
Master, it's like this.
Conan recounted what had happened. It turned out that after Jiang Fei had chased after the girl, a few hungry fellows who had not eaten anything finally turned their attention to Conan. After all, the huge sandwich in Conan's hand was too tempting. Although this kind of simple fast food might not be good for free people. In the underground prison, this kind of food was like a delicacy from heaven. Therefore, these hungry guys could not help but attack Conan. However, the problem was that Conan was not someone to be trifled with. With more than 10 million combat power, he could not withstand a single blow from Jiang Fei. However, in the underground prison, he was a top-notch expert. In addition, he had just finished eating and drinking. Meanwhile, those unlucky fellows were so hungry that their eyes were blurry. There was no way to calculate the difference in combat power between them. Therefore, the first few people who made a move were quickly defeated by Conan. After that, Conan also showed his cruel side. He did not dare to distribute the food that Jiang Fei gave him without permission. However, he could freely control the unlucky prisoners that he killed. Therefore, when the other people who were eager to attack him, he only said one word. And all the unlucky people who attacked him became the target of public criticism.
Whoever helps me kill them, he will not only get his spoils of war, but also these corpses.
Conan's words made more prisoners go crazy. A large number of corpses meant a large amount of food. Moreover, it was high-quality meat. This was very tempting in the underground prison. In this place where food was scarce, cannibalism was nothing new. The prisoners usually did not kill each other, just to maintain this delicate balance. After all, killing people at the same time meant that they could be killed back. Even if they killed their opponents, they could also injure themselves or consume a large amount of physical strength, thus being targeted by others. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, the prisoners rarely attacked others. After all, it was too risky to do so. But now, there were 3 or 4 corpses on the ground. In addition to the opponents that they had killed, they could obtain a large amount of food at once. They might even be able to live on a full stomach for a month. This kind of temptation was very fatal to the prisoners, who were so hungry that their eyes turned blue. Thus, a chaotic battle began. The starving prisoners fought each other, while Conan watched from the side and laughed loudly. Of course, not all the prisoners participated in the battle. Experts like Conan all watched coldly from the side. These people's combat strength was basically above 5 million. They were usually the kings of the underground prison. Although food was scarce and the quality was not good, people like them had never been hungry. Therefore, these people would not personally participate in the battle for a few corpses. After the battle was over, the victors would take the initiative to offer a portion of their spoils of war. When Jiang Fei returned, the battle had just ended. The remaining 4 to 5 people were panting heavily. Their bodies were emitting a strong smell of blood. Other than the blood on the bodies of the dead, almost all of them were also killed. Because of Jiang Fei's arrival, neither the experts nor the victors were in a hurry to distribute the corpses. They all looked at Jiang Fei quietly, not knowing what he was trying to do.
I don't want this to happen again.
Jiang Fei's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone.
Yes, Master.
Conan was shocked. He had thought that his work would be praised by Jiang Fei, but he did not expect Jiang Fei to be unhappy when he saw the scene.
Okay, follow me.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Then, he led Conan into a mine. Although Jiang Fei had killed countless people since he was born, he still hated the sight of people eating people. However, Jiang Fei did not intend to change anything. The people in the underground prison had long lost their humanity. They were just like the pirates. They had no value for redemption, even if they were wrong prisoners. As long as they adapted to the environment and survived here, the mentality of these people would be twisted. In this environment where people ate people, kind people could only become food for others. After Jiang Fei and Conan left the hall, the remaining prisoners swarmed up and began to distribute the corpses according to their rules. In the end, the victors all brought their own corpses. They returned to their own quarters with satisfaction.
Conan, let me ask you, how many prisoners are there in total?
Jiang Fei asked Conan after turning a few corners.
Master, I'm not too sure about that. There are at least 100 people now.
Right. Conan frowned and said. Although everyone knew about every new prisoner in the hall, there were people dying in the underground prison every day. Therefore, it was hard to say how many people were left.
100 people? That should be enough.
Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Then, he said to Conan,
Now, I'll give you a task. Master, please feel free to say it,
said Conan immediately.
I want you to promise me that from today onwards, there will be no private fights in the entire dungeon for at least 10 days,
said Jiang Fei.
Master, this might be a little troublesome.
Conan did not immediately agree with Jiang Fei.
Oh!
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows.
Master, don't be angry. It's not that I don't want to do it. It's just that the food that the guards have dropped is very limited. It's not enough for the people at the bottom level to survive. Therefore, in order to survive, we have to follow the law of the jungle,
said Conan helplessly. If they could not ensure sufficient food, then no matter how much they tried to suppress it, the hungry prisoners would still fight to the death.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Conan was right. When people were trying to survive, they would do anything.
I will give you some food every day. Although I cannot guarantee that everyone will be full, I can guarantee that everyone will not starve to death. If that's the case, can you guarantee that no more people will die?
Jiang Fei asked.
Master, if that's the case, then if there are no accidents, I can guarantee that no one will die.
As an old resident of the underground prison, Conan knew very well what food meant. As long as there was sufficient food, then no one would take the risk to fight with others. Chapter 2457, Chapter 2448. Leslie. After receiving Conan's guarantee, Jiang Fei took out a pile of food from the spatial ring. Although the food was not enough to fill the stomachs of 100 people, it was definitely enough to sustain their lives.
Master, don't worry. With this food, I guarantee that no one will die because of private fights,
said Conan. Although among the food provided by Jiang Fei, most of them were emergency foods such as instant noodles or compressed biscuits. The quality of these food was much better than the stinky mucus that the guards spilled. After sending Conan away, Jiang Fei no longer cared about the distribution of the food. Without even thinking, Jiang Fei knew that Conan would never distribute the food equally. He would definitely profit from it. However, Jiang Fei did not care about that. He just wanted to make sure that no more people died here. At the very least, he wanted the players to remain alive when they arrived. Looking at the prisoners surrounding Conan, Jiang Fei saw that Conan had become the king of the underground prison. Jiang Fei laughed coldly and walked into a quiet tunnel.
Why are you here?
A moment later, the girl that Jiang Fei had seen before caught up to Jiang Fei and asked,
Oh, why do you ask?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He knew that the girl had been following him.
You are different from the other prisoners. With your strength, you can easily rule this place. Moreover, you have food. You can practically become a god in this place. However, you do not have it. You have given all your rights to that idiot, Conan. I guess you do not want to become the king of this place.
The girl analyzed seriously.
Perhaps.
Jiang Fei smiled noncommittally.
My name is Leslie.
The girl suddenly introduced her name. Jiang Fei nodded, but did not introduce himself.
Can I stay by your side?
Leslie looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked.
Why do you want to stay by my side?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
There are many reasons. First of all, you are not interested in my body,
Leslie said calmly, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Her indifference did not match her age at all. Presumably, only in such an environment could such a precocious girl be nurtured.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei laughed. Although Leslie's face had been washed clean,
The smell on her body was still not flattering. Not to mention that Jiang Fei was not a lecherous person. Even if a playboy like Han Tianyu came, with Leslie's beauty and the smell on her body, the young master who had eaten her before would not be interested at all.
Secondly, you have food. This is what I need.
Leslie was very direct. The main reason why she chose to follow Jiang Fei was that Jiang Fei had food. Moreover, there was sufficient food. This was definitely a fatal temptation for the prisoners in the underground prison. It was definitely a fatal temptation.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he continued to look at Leslie, waiting for her next reason.
Thirdly, I want to leave this place.
After Leslie said this, she stared straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. However, there was no surprise in Jiang Fei's eyes.
Interesting.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly. This girl was more meticulous than he had imagined.
Can I follow you?
Leslie asked. She knew from Jiang Fei's indifference that her guess was very likely to be correct.
Then, give me a reason to take you in.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
My combat strength is not weaker than Conan. Moreover, am smarter than him and am better at carrying out missions.
Leslie said bluntly.
But what I need is only a cannon fodder.
Jiang Fei said with a faint smile.
This.
Leslie was dumbfounded. If Jiang Fei only needed one cannon fodder, then her advantage of replacing Conan would not exist. Moreover, she wanted to continue living. Therefore, she did not want to replace a cannon fodder position.
How about it? Do you still choose to follow me?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Yes. Am willing to follow you.
Leslie took a deep breath. She had decided to take a gamble.
Hee.
Jiang Fei smiled and said nothing. He turned around and walked into the depths of the tunnel. Leslie was slightly stunned when she saw that. Then, she followed Jiang Fei into the depths of the tunnel. After a moment, the two of them arrived at the end of the tunnel. Then, Jiang Fei turned around and said to Leslie,
You're very smart. Moreover, your luck is not bad. Are you planning to take me in?
Leslie asked in surprise.
No, I don't need a follower. However, you have chosen a path for yourself.
Jiang Fei smiled as he took out a large amount of food and fresh water from the spatial ring and placed them aside.
This.
Leslie did not understand.
You're very lucky. You have not committed any heinous crimes. Of course, you're also very unlucky to have been born in such a place.
Jiang Fei sighed. Leslie was not a prisoner who had been captured. She was born here. Although Jiang Fei did not know who Leslie's parents were, even if they had committed heinous crimes, Leslie was innocent. Moreover, in this underground prison, Leslie had not committed too many murders. She had also never hunted others out of hunger. This was the main reason why Jiang Fei was able to let her go.
In the next few days, you will stay here obediently. Do not go out. When I leave, I will bring you out. As for the future path, it will depend on your own luck, said Jiang Fei as he waved his hand. A barrier isolated the end of the tunnel, making it seem as if it had disappeared. Thank you,
Leslie said sincerely, although Jiang Fei did not keep her by his side. Leslie, who had grown up in such an environment, knew the importance of contentment. In this underground world where everything was scarce, greedy people were often the first to die. After settling Leslie down, Jiang Fei turned around and returned to the hall outside. At this time, Conan had already taken care of the prisoners. These prisoners had more or less obtained some food, although a few of them were chosen by Conan as the unlucky ones and did not get any food. Because everyone else had food, no one went to snatch the stinky nutrient solution from them. This way, although these guys ate a little worse, at least they would not starve to death. Conan had also gained supreme power through food rations. He had become the king of the underground world. Of course, Jiang Fei was not one of his subjects. Chapter 2458, Chapter 2449 began. Under Jiang Fei's design, the entire underground prison was developing according to his expectations. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. It was finally the time that Jiang Fei and Vinolin had agreed on. The players were about to arrive.
Boom! Boom!
An explosion came from the top of the underground prison. The entire mountain cave shook violently. Almost everyone was covered in dust and dirt.
Hee. Finally.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He used an edge, L-shaped shield to isolate himself from the falling dust and gravel.
What's wrong? What's wrong? It seems like there's a fight up there. F***CK. Did they blow up the cave?
Compared to Jiang Fei's calmness, the other prisoners were panicking. Once the mountain collapsed, they would be buried here. Although some of the prisoners were not weak,
Even if the cave collapsed, they would still have a chance to escape. However, the problem was that the Sun Prime planet was unlike other planets. The surface of the Earth here was hundreds of degrees high during the day and below 100 degrees below zero at night. They did not have a spaceship to leave this planet. If they waited too long, they would be boiled dry. Master, the guards above seem to be fighting with someone. Conan rushed to Jiang Fei's side. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded lightly and did not say anything. Seeing that Jiang Fei was so calm, Conan felt a lot more at ease. He stood behind Jiang Fei obediently and waited for the situation to develop. Time passed by minute by minute. The battle above was very intense. It lasted for nearly half an hour before it finally stopped. Phew! It's finally over. Many prisoners heaved a sigh of relief. Some even had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. These desperados actually began to pray. Almighty God, please bless someone who can successfully break out of the prison. Almighty God, please bless this prison to be broken out. This way, I will have a chance to escape. The prisoners' prayers seemed to have been answered. A moment later, along with the sound of the steel rope being twisted, the entrance above the hall opened. Great! Someone has succeeded in breaking out of the prison. We made a promise. No matter who comes to break out of the prison, we must bring everyone with us. That's right. No matter who it is, we must bring everyone out. The prisoners made a promise to each other. If there was no spaceship, even if the prison was broken through, they would not be able to leave this planet. They would not even dare to go to the surface. In the end, they ended up living in the dark underground. Russell. After a while, a few figures finally flew down from the hole in the dome. Many of the prisoners could not wait to meet them. Kill! However, what greeted these prisoners was not rescue, but the cold slaughter of the players. As the prisoners were not on guard at all. The prisoners who ran to the bottom of the hole to welcome them did not even have time to react. They were instantly killed by a few players on the spot. It's finally starting. Jiang Fei nodded in his heart. Presumably, Andre had also received the news and knew that a large number of players had gathered here. Damn it! Who are you people? Why are you attacking us? At this time, the prisoners finally reacted. Everyone took a few steps back in unison. Ha. A bunch of NPCs are asking us why we want to kill them? What a joke. Why? Because you're just a bunch of quest monsters. A few players who arrived first burst into laughter. Then, they took out their weapons and pounced on the prisoners. No. If we let all these prisoners die so quickly, it won't be fun anymore. Jiang Fei secretly waved his hand. A barrier surrounded the players. For the time being, they could not rush out to attack the other prisoners. Conan, tell the others to leave quickly. What are these guys here for? Jiang Fei said to Conan, who was behind him. Just now. Conan was also scared silly. At first, he thought that these people were here to pick up his master, Jiang Fei. Therefore, Conan was very happy. He thought that he was going to be free. However, he did not expect a group of Ashura to come down from above. Now that Jiang Fei had asked him to organize the others to evacuate, he immediately accepted the order and began to call for the other prisoners. Run! Split up and run! They are too powerful. Let's fight them in a guerrilla fashion. Conan's loud shout quickly woke up the other prisoners. After all, they were all born to be outlaws. Therefore, their mental fortitude was not bad. Although they were shocked just now. When Conan shouted, everyone came back to their senses. Therefore, the prisoners quickly retreated into the complex network of mines. To them, this place was as familiar as home. However, to outsiders, it was like a maze. What's going on? Damn! Why can't we move? The players were also stunned. They did not know that Jiang Fei had set up the barrier. So they looked around in confusion. It should be a passing animation. If we kill all these people as soon as we arrive, wouldn't that be too easy? I guess they want us to search for them in the tunnel? One of the players guessed. That's right. That should be it. The other players agreed. At the same time, they all quieted down and waited quietly for the quest to begin. After a moment, Jiang Fei saw that the prisoners had retreated into the mine tunnel. Therefore, he also released the barrier. As expected, the quest begins. At this time, the players all had the same expression on their faces. Then, they began to group up and chase after the prisoners in the mine tunnel. The overall strength of these players was not bad. Their combat power was basically above 10 million. although none of them could reach the true immortal level. If they were to face the prisoners one-on-one in the underground prison, they would not be at a disadvantage. Soon, these players chased after the prisoners and disappeared into the depths of the tunnel. At this time, a rustling sound came from the entrance of the dome. The second batch of players had arrived. It's actually a PvP mission. Interesting. The leading player laughed. Yeah. Killing other players can actually get additional rewards. It's really fun. It's been a long time since I received such a fun quest. The second batch of players were slightly stronger. A few of them had more than 15 million combat power. However, there were still no true immortal level experts. It's about time. With so many baits, Andre should be able to take the bait. Right. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. He had designed so many things and wasted so much time. It was all for that Andre, who was invincible in both physical and mental strength. Chapter 2459, Chapter 2450. Plan Adjustment. Soon, the originally cruel underground prison became a hunting ground for the players. The prisoners' Azure Purgatory was where the players chased after the prisoners, wanting to kill them, in order to obtain the items on their bodies. The second wave of players were also hunting the first wave of players. They wanted the quest items that dropped from their bodies. The three forces were mixed together, and the entire underground prison was filled with the smell of blood. During the chase, the battle lasted for about 2 hours. However, the number of prisoners and players that died was not many. The reason for this situation was not that the players were not ruthless enough. It was also not because the prisoners were strong enough to resist. It was because Jiang Fei was interfering. Jiang Fei had brought so many players and had them fight here. His purpose was not to watch the show. If the main character, Andre, did not come, most of these guys would have died. Was he not putting on a show for the blind? Therefore, Jiang Fei always helped the escaping party escape from the pursuit at the critical moment, allowing the chase to drag on for a longer period of time. Finally, Andre did not let down Jiang Fei's good intentions. After the players had arrived for 4 hours, he finally arrived at the underground prison of Su Yang Star. Interesting. The development team is really boring. Do they think that they can get rid of us with just some tools? That's impossible. Andre muttered to himself in disdain. Don't run. At that moment, a player chased after a prisoner and ran past Andre. Because this guy was the first batch of players, he did not receive a PvP quest. Therefore, he chose to ignore Andre, who had the player attribute on him. Paw! With a snap of his fingers, a solid stone wall was erected in front of the player. The player was caught off guard and crashed into it, instantly falling to the ground. Damn it! How can these NPCs still have such tricks? The player obviously did not think that it was because of Andre's dirty tricks. So he went around the stone wall and prepared to continue chasing. Thanks, brother! At this time, a player rushed out from the side. He grinned at Andre and then went straight to the guy who just got up. No need to support him. Go after that NPC. The player, who just felt clearly, did not realize the arrival of the god of death. He thought that the player later was kind enough to support him. I'm not interested in NPCs. But you have a treasure on you that I really want. The player, who arrived later, sneered. Then, he exploded and attacked. Before the player could react, his blade had already cut off the player's head. Instant kill. The player from before did not know what had happened until he died. The first batch of players only thought that this was a purely PvE mission location, so they did not guard against other players at all. If they knew that there were PvP missions here, then these guys would definitely not let down their guard. Interesting. Andre sneered at the side. Thank you, brother. The player, who successfully killed the player, grinned at Andre. Then, he picked up a golden ball from the ground and gently weighed it in his hand. Could this be the item that can hurt us? The player's unintentional action attracted Andre's attention, although he didn't really believe that such an item existed. But with the intention of being careful, he still made his move. Creak! The golden ball in the player's hand instantly petrified and turned into a lump of stone. How could this be? The player was shocked. He had no idea what had happened. At this moment, Andre's second wave of attacks had arrived. After eliminating the possible hidden dangers, Andre regained his bad taste. He stretched out his hand and pointed. The structure of the player's body was destroyed. His body began to crumble. The player cried out in pain. At the same time, His eyes were filled with fear. This was what Andre wanted to see. A moment later, the player died in fear and confusion. His soul returned to the safe zone to revive. However, his carrier was basically useless. Interesting. It's time to find the next target. Andre nodded in satisfaction. Then, he began to search for his next target. This guy is too cautious. Jiang Fei, who was observing from afar, frowned. This Andre was too careful. He would not touch anything that could threaten him. When he encountered these things again, he would petrify them and make them completely useless. Looks like I have to change my plan. I have to disguise my little baby. Jiang Fei secretly adjusted his plan and began to implement it. Just as Jiang Fei began to adjust his battle plan and implement it, Andre also began his happy hunting trip. Because his physical body and mental strength were invincible, Andre was not afraid at all. He was not even afraid of anyone's sneak attacks. He just rampaged through the mine tunnel because these cheaters were the holy mother of the Gamma dimension. Therefore, they were still very good to the so-called NPCs. Sometimes, Andre would even save the NPCs that were being chased by players and tear them into pieces. In the eyes of these prisoners who were being chased, Andre was like a guardian god. However, they did not know that these cheaters, who were in the name of saving, were even more destructive to their world. Ignoring the fact that these cheaters were planning to use a destructive weapon, like the black hole weapon. Just their existence and the ability they used were a form of destruction to the laws of this universe. Every second that they existed, the foundation of this universe would be shaken a little. Everyone, quickly run towards the direction of the culvert. There's a guardian god protecting us there. That's right. There's a powerhouse there. Hell, kill those mercenaries. We'll be safe as long as we run to his side. It was unknown when, but rumors began to spread among the prisoners. Andre had become their protector, and these people began to move closer to him. When these prisoners gathered together, the first batch of players who were chasing them naturally followed. The second batch of players also followed, and Andre welcomed them with both hands. He could not be bothered to chase after these players, one by one. Now that they had all come to him, it was more to his liking. Kill! A large group of players rushed towards the culvert. Jiang Fei and Conan followed behind these people from afar because they were also disguised by the development team. Therefore, in the eyes of the players and cheaters, they were no longer NPCs. Chapter 2460, Chapter 2451. The Great Hero. Come on! You bunch of trash who only know how to bully the weak. When Andre saw so many players rushing over, he immediately became excited. He stood at the moral high ground and belittled the players who bully the weak. At the same time, he used his cheat to bully those players. What was the difference between him and those players? Damn it! Let's join hands to kill him! At this time, the players also realized the threat of Andre. They naturally huddled together and prepared to kill Andre first. But the problem was that determination was useless. Andre's cheat was too strong. Even if the players huddled together, they could not be his opponent. Kill! Those players did not realize what kind of monster they were fighting against. They all picked up their weapons and charged at Andre. Hee. Overestimating yourself. Andre sneered. Then, he pointed with his finger. The air in front of him suddenly froze and turned into an unusually sturdy crystal wall. It blocked all the players' attacks. Paw! With a snap of his fingers, the players' heavy tools or weapons instantly disappeared as if they had never appeared. What's going on? Where's my knife? F***CK? It's my pearl. I spent a lot of money to buy it. The players turned pale with fright. They had never seen such an attack method that could forcefully strip away other people's weapons and tools. Boom! A player, hiding in the distance, suddenly took out an energy cannon and fired it at Andrew. Boom! Andrew was blown into pieces on the spot. Although he could change the attributes of matter, he could not change energy. The attack speed of this energy weapon was too fast. The attack of sublight speed made it impossible for Andrew to dodge in time. F***CK? It solved just like that? The player who fired the cannon widened his eyes. He was just casually firing back. He did not expect such a huge result. Oh no! The Guardian is dead. What should we do? Run! The Guardian is defeated. The prisoners were also terrified. If Andre died, there would be no one to protect them. In that case, they would have to face the players again. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed from behind. If Andre could be killed so easily, he would not need to spend so much effort.
As expected, not far away, a large number of particles gathered and Andre reconstructed his body.
How is this possible?
The player who killed Andre was dumbfounded. Actually, it was not only him. Everyone had seen Andre being killed with their own eyes. However, he was now reborn.
Humph. Do you think that you can kill me just like that?
Andre laughed coldly. Then, he pointed his finger. And the player who had fired just now instantly turned into a stone statue. The player's soul soared into the air and returned to the safe zone to resurrect. His carrier could be considered as completely useless. Disperse. Andre seemed to have been angered by the attack just now. He suddenly waved his hand. And the players in front of him instantly dispersed and disappeared into thin air. They turned into a ball of origin particles and disappeared into the air.
This is impossible!
All the players screamed and wanted to escape. This kind of instant kill that ignored everything was too terrifying. They had no way of resisting at all.
You want to leave? It's too late.
Andre snorted coldly. Then, he flicked his 10 fingers. Rays of light shot straight at the players. Once the players were hit by the rays of light, their bodies would start to collapse. Then, in less than a minute, they would turn into the most basic particles and disappear into this world. In less than 20 seconds, the entire culvert was quiet. All the players had been killed by Andre. The prisoners were all dumbfounded. Those who had chased after him earlier were all killed. The guys who had chased after him everywhere had all been killed.
Humph. You guys are hiding there. Do you think I want notice?
Andre suddenly laughed coldly. Then, he turned around and looked at Jiang Fei and Conan's location.
Sigh. As expected. It still has to be like this.
Jiang Fei did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated teleportation. There was only Conan left on the spot.
Hee hee. You ran quite fast. I'll deal with you later.
Andre was not in a hurry. He went straight for Conan.
Kill!
At this time, Conan had already been brainwashed. He had to carry out Jiang Fei's orders.
Bang!
Just as he took a step forward, Conan turned into a stone statue.
There's one more,
Andre said as he was about to chase after Jiang Fei. However, at this time, a pretty girl called out to him.
Hero! Wait!
Leslie stood in front of Andre.
What? Did you call me?
Andre frowned and looked at Leslie.
Hero!
Leslie repeated with a hint of timidity. It seemed that he was scared by Andre.
Say it again!
Andre said.
Hero!
Leslie repeated in a low voice. But it seemed that he was more afraid. Andre was immediately beaming with joy. His expression was so comfortable that it was beyond words. As a serious loser in the Gamma space, Andre had always dreamed of being a hero. Unfortunately, as a loser, it was impossible for him to be a hero in the Gamma space. It was even more impossible for the girls to look up to him. However, now, he had done it. Although he was in a low-dimensional space, he had obtained this kind of satisfaction.
Say it again! Say it again!
Andre was clearly addicted. He had even forgotten to chase after Jiang Fei. Of course, in Andre's heart, he felt that chasing after Jiang Fei was a piece of cake. He did not need to waste too much time. He had to make good use of this opportunity to enjoy himself.
Hero!
Leslie mustered up his courage and shouted loudly.
Awesome!
Andre said with a look of enjoyment.
Hero! This is my gift to you. Thank you for saving us.
Leslie held a pendant in both hands and said to Andre.
This is what I should do.
Andre happily took the pendant from Leslie's hand and put it on his neck. A faint golden light flashed on the back of the pendant. However, the golden light disappeared in a flash. No one noticed its existence.
Hero! Quickly go and destroy the last bad guy. We are here to celebrate your victory.
Leslie smiled sweetly, as if she was no longer afraid of Andre.
I will go and destroy him now. I will be back soon.
Andre laughed loudly and followed Jiang Fei's aura. Chapter 2461, Chapter 2452 Deserve to Die. Swish! As Andre's figure flashed, he appeared in front of Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei was sitting on a chair, calmly waiting for Andre's arrival.
What? Did you give up and run away?
Andre was stunned when he saw Jiang Fei. He still remembered Jiang Fei. Previously, Jiang Fei had escaped from his hands once, so he still had a deep impression of Jiang Fei.
Run? Why would I run away?
Jiang Fei smiled proudly. Andre could not see any fear in his eyes.
Huh?
Andre was stunned. The last time he saw Jiang Fei could only run for his life. Why was he so confident now?
Could it be that the development team has really created a tool that can deal with us?
Andre could not help but have a bad thought.
Impossible.
How could there be such a tool? We have created a cheat through a system flaw. If the development team could really deal with us, they would directly fix the flaw and our abilities would disappear. If that was the case, how could they have done such a superfluous thing?
Andre then refuted his own idea.
This kid must be bluffing.
At this moment, Andre felt more and more guilty as he looked at Jiang Fei.
Are you ready? If you are, then let's fight to the death.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Forget it. I don't want to think too much. This kid might really be weird. Let's just kill him first.
Andre shook his head and made a decision. This time, he did not plan to torture Jiang Fei slowly anymore. He planned to use his killer move directly.
Go to H.L.
After making his decision, Andre did not hesitate at all. He twisted his right hand and wanted to snap his fingers to petrify Jiang Fei. However, his raised right hand did not listen to him anymore.
What's going on?
Andre was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately reacted. He knew that this was Jiang Fei's trick. Therefore, the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile.
Do you really think that I need to snap my fingers to activate my ability?
Andre sneered. He usually snapped his fingers as a personal habit. The true activation of his ability did not require a specific action. Therefore, he gave up on these miscellaneous external actions and directly mobilized his spiritual power, trying to petrify Jiang Fei. However, when Andre tried to activate his spiritual power, he found that there was no reaction from his spiritual power at all. At that moment, it was as if Andre had been deprived of the control of the carrier. No matter how hard he tried, his carrier had no reaction at all.
What's going on?
Andre was a little flustered. Now that the carrier was out of control, he was like a ghost that was imprisoned here. There was nothing he could do.
Have you found it?
Jiang Fei smiled calmly. As soon as Andre came, he had found the Heart Devourer's aura. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not have dared to face Andre face to face. He would have run back to his inheritance space long ago. Just as Andre was talking to Jiang Fei secretly activated the Heart Devourer's power. The Heart Devourer that was hiding in Andre's body began to move. The Heart Devouring goo silently followed Andre's body and entered his sea of consciousness. Then, it invaded his spiritual power and separated his spiritual power and soul. This way, Andre would no longer be able to control his character. He would no longer be able to activate his ability.
Goodbye, Andre.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and directly exploded Andre's body. He did not want to repeat Andre's mistake. When he had the absolute advantage, he would be killed by his opponent because he talked too much. Boom! Following a loud sound, Andre's body was destroyed. At the same time, he was deprived of the control of his spiritual power. Therefore, he could not rebuild his body. As a result, his soul had no place to stay. He could only return to his own body through the game equipment in the gamma space. Want to leave? There's no way. Jiang Fei saw that Andre wanted to escape. Could he agree to that? He had spent so much effort. If he let Andre escape, wouldn't he have wasted his efforts? Whoosh! The inheritance space opened up and Jiang Fei instantly sucked Andre's soul in.
Clap clap.
Jiang Fei clapped his hands. Andre was finally defeated. Whoosh! Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a ball of spiritual power flew directly into the space between his brows. This was Andre's spiritual power that was controlled by the Heart Devourer. Now that it was ownerless,
it was good for Jiang Fei. The heart-rending voodoo was also kept in Jiang Fei's sea of consciousness. It was nourished there so that he could use it again in the future when he needed it.
Whoosh!
Jiang Fei immediately activated teleportation. He turned around and returned to the culvert.
Don't even think about it.
As soon as Jiang Fei appeared, he heard Leslie's scream. At that moment, the girl was surrounded by a group of prisoners. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her clothes were in tatters. Even so, Leslie was still fighting tenaciously. She faced the group of vicious prisoners without any fear.
Leslie, why didn't I realize that you were so beautiful earlier? Yeah, we're all cellmates. Just let us be comfortable. That's right. Instead of letting outsiders have it, it's better to let us have it. Don't worry. The uncles will pity you.
Those prisoners' mouths were full of foul language. Obviously, Leslie, after being cleaned, was a fatal temptation to these guys, who had not seen a woman for decades. Especially after experiencing the great calamity of narrowly surviving. These guys wanted to vent even more.
Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with it. Leslie roared in shame and anger. So what if you die? Do you guys still mind this? A bald man said with a smile. The teeth in his mouth were black and rotten. One mouth could make people sick to death. That's right. Do you think you can be free after you die? Let me tell you. Even if you die, you guys will still have fun. Then, you guys will have to taste the taste of your tender meat. That's right. It's been a long time since I've eaten such tender flesh. These prisoners were indeed insane. Not only did they want to commit adultery, but they also wanted to eat Leslie after the fact. You really deserve to die. Jiang Fei snorted coldly and directly blocked Leslie behind him. You're here. Leslie's originally despairing eyes were instantly filled with hope. After she relaxed, she sat down on the ground. She had just fought with a group of prisoners and had already exhausted all of her strength. The only thing that could support her to continue fighting was her unwillingness to admit defeat. Chapter 2462, Chapter 2453, Home. I'm here. Don't worry. They won't hurt you anymore. Jiang Fei nodded. When he looked at the prisoners, his gaze was extremely cold. At that moment, in Jiang Fei's eyes, these prisoners were already dead. These guys were not worthy of living in this world. They were filled with wisdom, but they were more savage than beasts. Even the most ferocious beasts could not do such a thing. You? What are you doing? When the prisoners saw Jiang Fei, they could not help but take half a step back. They had seen Jiang Fei fight before, so they knew how powerful Jiang Fei was. Humph! Why are you so arrogant? Once our guardian comes, your death will come, one of the prisoners whispered. These guys had already treated Andre as their guardian. Unfortunately, Andre had already been killed by Jiang Fei. His soul had already been captured by Jiang Fei, so it was naturally impossible for him to come and save them. You guys, it's better to die early and be reincarnated early, Jiang Fei said coldly. He did not want to waste any more words with these guys. Therefore, he poured out his spiritual power and instantly drowned the prisoners. In the blink of an eye, the prisoners were bleeding from all 7 orifices. Then, their corpses fell to the ground. Instant kill. It was a complete instant kill. In front of Jiang Fei's powerful strength, these prisoners had no room to resist at all. Alright, let's leave this place. Jiang Fei took Leslie away as promised. From the beginning, Jiang Fei had promised to take Leslie out of this Lish prison. Later, after he changed his plan, Leslie helped him to deliver the Heart Devourer Gu to Andre. He also let the Heart Devourer enter Andre's body silently. In the beginning, when Jiang Fei noticed Andre's cautiousness, he gave up on hiding the Heart Devourer on Conan. He wanted Andre to mistake it for a spoils of war and pick it up because Andre was too cautious. He directly petrified the golden ball that the players dropped after they were killed. Therefore, if Jiang Fei continued with his previous plan, the Heart Devourer Gu hidden in the sphere would also be petrified. At that time, the only magic treasure that could kill Andre would be rendered useless. Therefore, Jiang Fei changed his plan at the last minute. He disguised the Heart Devourer Gu into a pendant and used Leslie's hand to offer it to Andre. This was because whether it was Simon, Andre, or the other apostles, all of them had one thing in common: they were all a bunch of Madonna. These guys were all in the name of saving the weak. In fact, they were enjoying the pleasure of being the savior. Moreover, these people did not use their brains at all. Or rather, they did not really care about the weak. They just wanted to show their superiority. They just wanted to enjoy the feeling of being worshipped by others. Therefore, they could use the ability to destroy the balance of the universe. They could use black hole weapons that could destroy the structure of the universe. Although they were nominally helping the three-dimensional universe, the damage to the three-dimensional universe was much greater than that of the development team and players. After Jiang Fei understood the hearts of these people, he immediately thought of a way. He would use Andre's vanity to make Leslie offer a gift as an admirer. This way, Andre's vigilance was naturally relaxed. Reality proved that Jiang Fei's method was effective. Andre really fell for it. He accepted Leslie's gift. At the same time, he was also invaded by the Heart Devourer Voodoo. Therefore, when he went to find trouble with Jiang Fei, he was killed by Jiang Fei, who was waiting for him to come to him. When he changed his plan at the last minute, Leslie had helped Jiang Fei a lot. Therefore, Jiang Fei naturally could not leave her alone. Therefore, Jiang Fei brought Leslie to the surface of the sun. He then summoned his yacht. Let's go! We are leaving this planet. Jiang Fei smiled. Okay. Leslie nodded excitedly. She was born on the sun. She was considered a natural prisoner. Therefore,
She had never been anywhere else.
Maleki, let's go to Han Tianyu's place.
Jiang Fei ordered Maleki after entering the yacht.
Yes, my lord.
Maleki immediately accepted the order. As he piloted the spaceship into the sky, he also set up a new navigation mark.
The navigation mark has been confirmed. Changing course. The course has been locked. Automatic navigation activated. Warping to the Stargate.
Very soon, the automatic navigation was activated. Jiang Fei's yacht warped to the nearest Stargate.
This is amazing!
Leslie, who had grown up in the underground of the sun, looked around curiously. She wanted to touch it, but she was afraid that it would be damaged. Therefore, she was very cautious.
Leslie, I have a lot of things to do. You will definitely not be able to follow me. I plan to send you to a friend of mine. He will take good care of you. When you get used to life in the universe, you can leave if you want to.
Jiang Fei said to Leslie.
Master, can I really not follow you?
Leslie asked.
No,
Jiang Fei said firmly. He did not want his girls to follow him. Naturally, he would not let Leslie follow him.
All right then.
Although Leslie was not very willing, she still agreed to Jiang Fei's suggestion. After all, after leaving the sun's bow, she had completely lost her home. After a long interstellar journey, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the planet that was managed by Han Tianyu.
Yo, brother, why are you here again?
Han Tianyu said with a smile. In the past 2 to 3 months, Jiang Fei had visited him several times.
I have someone here. She is still not used to life in the universe. Help me take care of her,
Jiang Fei said.
Who is it?
Han Tianyu asked curiously.
Oh, it's her.
Jiang Fei introduced Leslie to Han Tianyu.
Oh, she's hiding in my house?
Han Tianyu laughed.
Don't talk nonsense. She helped me quite a lot in my quest. I saved her along the way,
Jiang Fei said unhappily.
All right, leave her with me.
Han Tianyu also knew Jiang Fei's character. Therefore, he did not continue to tease him.
Okay, after she gets used to the order of this universe, if she is willing to leave, you can give her a sum of money,
Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu.
Don't worry, I'm good at this,
Han Tianyu smiled and said.
Okay, then, I'll be leaving first,
Jiang Fei said.
You're not going to sit at my place anymore?
Han Tianyu asked.
No, it's not easy to have some free time. I want to go home and have a look,
Jiang Fei said. He had been out for a long time. He also missed his parents and the girls who missed him. Chapter 2463, Chapter 2454. The Twin Apostles. After 2 days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei returned to Skoda and was reunited with his family. Jiang Fei stayed on Skoda for 3 months. During these 3 months, he went to his parents every day to greet them. Then, he spent the rest of his time with the girls that he owed for a long time. During this period of time, the entire universe was unusually peaceful. All the wars in the 4 corners of the universe had subsided. Even Vitaland did not bother him. It was as if the world had returned to its former peace. Only Jiang Fei knew that as long as the threat of the gamma space was not removed, they would never be able to find true peace.
Husband, why hasn't Vitaland come to find you? Has he forgotten about you?
One day, Jiang Fei was watching a movie with Bella when Bella suddenly asked.
Yeah. After being free for so many days, I've almost forgotten about the apostles.
Jiang Fei took out his pocket watch. There was no indication on it. Not only did Vitaland not bother him, but the coordinates of the new apostles had not even been sent to him.
Could it be that the apostles have stopped playing?
Ariel guessed.
I don't think so.
Jiang Fei frowned. He had guessed it before. After all, he had already turned 2 apostles into vegetative states. It was reasonable for the remaining apostles to be afraid and give up the game. However, Jiang Fei did not dare to believe it, because the outcome was both beautiful and disastrous. If he said that the beautiful outcome was because the apostles had disappeared, the order of the universe would be slightly more balanced. The universe would be able to hold on for a period of time. However, it was not wrong to say that it was a disaster. To Jiang Fei, if these apostles stopped playing the game, then his value of existence would be lost. The development team would kill him at any moment.
Why do you care so much? Take advantage of your free time and enjoy this wonderful time first,
Sylvie said as she shrugged.
That's true. Now that I have time, I can spend more time with you guys. I really owe you guys for these days,
Jiang Fei said sincerely.
It's okay, hubby. We know that you are all busy with official matters,
Ariel said very obediently.
Humph. You make it sound like he's the savior. It's as if the universe is going to be destroyed without him. Sylvie snorted coldly. Although she said that, she knew in her heart that Jiang Fei was the savior of the universe. If it was not for him, the universe would indeed be on the brink of destruction. In the next half a month, Jiang Fei accompanied the girls for another half a month. Although he enjoyed the peace, what was meant to be was meant to be. Vitolin had finally arrived by his side. Jiang Fei, you did very well last time. The development team is very satisfied, Vitolin said to Jiang Fei as he descended on an engineer. Humph. So what? Jiang Fei sneered. The development team knew that he had no choice but to help. Therefore, Jiang Fei had used him as a coolie and not given him any benefits. Hee hee. Don't be so angry. This time, the development team has given you some rewards, Vitolin said with a smile. Oh, the sun has risen from the west? Jiang Fei snorted. Hee hee. Give up your prejudice on Earth. There are many planets in the universe where the sun rises from the west. Vitolin smiled and said to Jiang Fei, Then, this is the reward given to you by the development team. As Vitolin said that, he handed over a ball of light. What is this? Jiang Fei reached out and touched it. The ball of light entered his body. This is a privilege, Vitolin said with a strange tone. What privilege? Jiang Fei asked. For local creatures, this is a privilege to be immune to instant death spells. For players, this is the protection of being immune to forced logging off. Vitolin said. What do you mean? Jiang Fei was stunned. The apostles that you are going to deal with this time. Their abilities are quite special. One of them is instant death spells. Vitolin explained. Instant death spells? Jiang Fei's eyes widened. That's right. It's just as you guessed. As long as he wants to. You will die immediately. Vitolin said. F***CK? What's the point of playing then? Jiang Fei almost wanted to give up. These apostles that were using cheats were getting more and more abnormal. Now, they even had instant death spells. Not only that, this time, you have to deal with 2 apostles at once. Vitolin continued to say. Deal with 2 at once? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Just one apostle who knew instant death spells was enough for him. Now, he had to deal with 2 at once. Yes. This time, you have to deal with 2 apostles at the same time. The ability that they obtain through the game loophole is life and death. One is the main life. The other is the main death. Vitolin did not let Jiang Fei test the apostle's ability this time. Instead, Vitolin told Jiang Fei directly. This time, Jiang Fei had to deal with 2 apostles at the same time. The twin sisters of the 2 apostles. The older sister was the main life. The younger sister was the main death. The one that Vitolin mentioned earlier was the younger sister who knew the instant death spell. With just a thought from her, the other party would die on the spot. The older sister's ability was similarly exaggerated. Anyone who died less than 10 minutes ago, even if they were crushed into pieces and even their spiritual power was destroyed, she would be able to resurrect them. What the F***CK is this? Jiang Fei was frustrated after listening to her. He said to Vitolin, Can't you ask the development team to improve the game code? The cheat created by this loophole is so invincible. How are you going to deal with it? This is something that cannot be helped. If these apostles can be easily dealt with, then the development team would not need to keep you. Right? Vitolin asked back. Alright. Then, is my privilege to be immune to an unlimited number of instant death spells? Jiang Fei sighed. He had to accept this reality. That's not it. Vitolin sighed and said to Jiang Fei, You can only be immune once. F***CK? Jiang Fei was so angry that he jumped up. What was the use of being immune once? If the other party wanted to kill him, he would die. Being immune once would not even be able to delay him for 2 seconds. This is all the reward that the development team gave. The rest is up to you. Vitolin also felt sorry for Jiang Fei, so he did not want to stay too long. He did not even have the time to say goodbye before he left. You? Jiang Fei looked at the engineer who had recovered himself. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. At that moment, Jiang Fei was really speechless. These 2 apostles had appeared together, and they had mastered the power of life and death. It was simply impossible to deal with them. Even if Jiang Fei could kill one of them in an instant, he would not be able to do anything. If he killed his sister, then his sister could turn around and take his life. If he killed his sister, then his sister could turn around and let his sister be reborn. Facing such a dead end, if there was no suitable way, then attacking rashly would only bring him trouble. Chapter 2464, Chapter 2455. 3 sons. Although the twin apostles were difficult to deal with,
Jiang Fei could not ignore the fact that Vinolin had already sent over their coordinates.
Jaeger twins.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the name and coordinates marked on the pocket watch. The twin apostle sisters were called Aisha Jaeger and Lorna Jaeger. Both of them were inseparable. The chances of them defeating each other were extremely low.
Jiang Fei, are you leaving again?
The girls soon learned of Vinolin's arrival.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Are you going alone again?
Asked the Phoenix Spirit.
Yes.
Jiang Fei had never dared to bring the girls along to face the apostles. This time, he was even more afraid. At least he had a chance to be immune to instant death spells. However, the girls did not have such treatment. Once Lorna Jaeger had the intention to kill, Jiang Fei could not stop her even if he wanted to.
All right then. Be careful.
Although Bella and the other girls wanted to follow Jiang Fei, they were afraid that they would drag him down and put everyone in danger. Therefore, they could only stay at home and take care of the rear for him.
Thank you for your hard work,
Jiang Fei said sincerely.
It's better than anything if you come back alive,
Bella said.
Don't worry. I won't die so easily.
Jiang Fei pinched Bella's smile and turned around to walk into the airport. Soon, the yacht that Jiang Fei was driving left Skoda Star.
Maleki, adjust the course. We're going to the solar system?
Jiang Fei said to Maleki.
Yes, my lord,
Maleki replied. Then, he controlled the spaceship to turn around. Very soon, Jiang Fei's yacht flew towards the solar system. After about a week, Jiang Fei arrived at the sun star of the solar system. This was the battlefield where he had destroyed Andre. However, there was no life left. The private prison here had been destroyed. Both the guards and the prisoners had died. There was no life left on the entire planet.
There's nothing here. Why did Vinolin send me here?
Jiang Fei frowned. He did not want to come here. Vinolin had sent him a message through his pocket watch. He wanted him to take a look first. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the underground prison. He found the place where he had killed Andre.
Oh?
As soon as he arrived, Jiang Fei found a dead body lying on the ground. No! This person was still alive. But he was lying straight on the ground. Jiang Fei quickly scanned this person with his mind power. He quickly confirmed that this person was the Andre that he had killed previously. However, at this time, Andre was only left with a body, although his physical body was not dead. However, because Jiang Fei had taken away his soul, the person lying there was just a vegetable.
The Jaeger twins were here.
Jiang Fei shuddered. If he did not have the means to seize the souls of players, even if he killed these guys, Aisha Jaeger would be able to revive them easily.
You should not have existed in the first place. I should send you away.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. A ball of flame landed on Andre's body and quickly burned him into ashes. After getting rid of Andre's body, Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. He was thinking about the Jaeger twins. The abilities of these two sisters were too heaven-defying. They controlled the fate of everyone. Even if Jiang Fei launched a sneak attack, he might not be able to kill them.
Perhaps I should find an opportunity to observe them first.
Jiang Fei could not think of a countermeasure. He needed to see the sisters with his own eyes. Only then could he find their weakness and take advantage of the situation to attack them. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei took out his pocket watch again. He wanted to confirm the current coordinates of the Jaeger twins. Unfortunately, Vinolin did not update their location at the moment.
Forget it. Let's go to planet number 3 first. Perhaps Vinolin will send a message in a few days.
Jiang Fei saw that there was no response from the pocket watch. Therefore, he decided to go to the Three Suns to take a look. This was the last planet in the solar system. It was also the mineral resource planet that belonged to Nora Company. After that, Jiang Fei returned to the surface of the suns. He then summoned the spaceship and left the planet.
Maleki, let's go to the Three Suns.
Jiang Fei instructed Maleki.
Yes, my lord. We are calculating the route.
Although the 3 planets in the solar system were not far from each other, it was very troublesome to determine the route. This was because the solar system star radiation was too strong. Jiang Fei's yacht could not be exposed to such radiation for a long period of time. Therefore, he had to hide in the dark side of the planet. Only after careful calculation could he arrive at the Three Suns. As little as possible, he would be exposed to the radiation of the star. Soon, after Maleki's calculation, a new route was determined. Then, Maleki piloted the spaceship and carefully avoided the radiation of the star. Then, he quietly followed the sun. At the most suitable location, he sped up and flew toward the Three Suns. A few hours later,
Jiang Fei's spaceship arrived behind the shadow of the three suns. Although it was relatively far from the star, the radiation from the star was still strong. When Jiang Fei's yacht was exposed to the radiation from the star, the shield was severely depleted. Maleki, have you confirmed the entrance to the underground world? Jiang Fei asked. My lord, I have confirmed it, Maleki replied. Then let's land, Jiang Fei said. Yes, my lord. Maleki then controlled the yacht to land on the surface of the three suns. He then entered the entrance of the underground world through the cave hangar. After sliding for a while, the yacht stopped in the middle of the mountain. Jiang Fei jumped out of the yacht and kept it. Open the door, Maleki, Jiang Fei ordered. Yes, my lord. Maleki, who had already hacked into the central control system, immediately opened the door to the underground world. As the door opened, Jiang Fei walked in. The three suns should have the best environment among the three planets in the solar system, although it was still impossible to go out during the day. In the long dark night, the miners living here could go to the surface to get some air. Therefore, not long after Jiang Fei entered the door, he saw a large group of people having a party here. Moreover, the scene was different from what he had seen in the sun. The miners here were neither prisoners nor kobold slaves. They were very normal humans. Ha! A new friend is here. Jamie, give the new friend a glass of ale. The people here were very enthusiastic. They were not surprised at all when they saw Jiang Fei. They even took the initiative to serve him good wine. Come on! Let's take advantage of the cool time to enjoy the fresh air, someone shouted loudly. Following that, the surrounding air vents that led to the surface were all opened. The fresh air on the surface of the Earth entered the underground. The Three Suns planet had a good atmosphere. So at night, it was not so cold that people could not survive. Chapter 2465, Chapter 2456. Secret Clubhouse. Yay! Yoo-hoo! As the air vent was opened, the atmosphere of the party instantly became high. The music became even more explosive. Those who were drinking and dancing became even more excited. Their dance moves became more and more unrestrained. A few girls even took off their coats and threw them away. As the few girls revealed their seductive bodies, the atmosphere of the party became even more intense. People crazily twisted their bodies and gulped down the strong liquor in their cups. They crazily released themselves. Dot! Jiang Fei took a small sip of the ale in his cup. He did not like this kind of noisy atmosphere. However, since he was already here, he did not want to leave just like that. Moreover, Jiang Fei was also very curious. This place was supposed to be a mineral resource planet of Nora Company. How could it be so lively? There were even many young girls here. Amidst the ear-piercing and noisy music, Jiang Fei came to a corner of the hall. There were a few sofas and chairs scattered around. It could be seen that this hall was temporarily set up. However, he had put in a lot of effort. The colorful lights above his head kept flickering, coupled with a relatively dim environment. Many men and women were already hugging each other after the hot dance. They were snuggling up to each other and kissing each other. Their hands were constantly exploring each other's bodies. Hee hee. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Although this place was deep underground, it was no different from the entertainment places on other planets. Handsome, is this your first time here? At this moment, a seductive female voice rang in Jiang Fei's ear. It was accompanied by a strong scent of perfume. Jiang Fei turned around and saw a woman dressed very flirtatiously leaning against his ear. Because he turned around, their noses were almost touching. The woman was bending over. Her snow-white chest was completely exposed in front of Jiang Fei. It was very eye-catching as she breathed. This is my first time here. Jiang Fei nodded. This woman was considered pretty, but the heavy makeup on her body was not very pleasing. Where are you from? Handsome? The woman stepped over the sofa and sat beside Jiang Fei. Her long legs were snow-white and straight. The Universe Empire, Jiang Fei said. No wonder. When I saw Handsome, you look so handsome. So, you're a citizen of the Universe Empire, the woman said with envy. The Universe Empire was the most powerful country in the universe. Their citizens enjoyed certain privileges in any small country or power. Of course, the forces under the Resistance Army were not among them. However, even so, the citizens of the Universe Empire could enjoy privileges in half of the universe. He, Jiang Fei smiled non-committally. He was not only a citizen of the Universe Empire. He was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. He was the actual ruler of the Universe Empire. Oh right. Handsome, did you come here to be introduced by an acquaintance or to receive an invitation? The woman asked. Jiang Fei was stunned.
He did not expect the party here to be a membership-only party. From the scene, although the location was a little special, the content of the party was nothing special. It was just drinking and indulging in a little. On any administrative planet, there were many clubs that had this kind of entertainment. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not see anything special about this place. He did not need an invitation or an introduction from an acquaintance before he could attend the party.
What? You don't have an invitation? And you don't have an introduction?
The woman's face fell instantly. Although she had not fallen out with Jiang Fei yet, Jiang Fei had already sensed her subconscious vigilance.
Oh no!
Jiang Fei cried out in his heart. Although he was not afraid that the woman would have any means to deal with him, he did not want to expose his identity. At that moment, a group of people surrounded a person and walked over. Jiang Fei took a glance out of the corner of his eye and was instantly delighted. This bald, fatty Jiang Fei still had some impression of him. He was one of the 5 big bosses of the Merchant Alliance. After the Universe Empire was established, he also worked in the upper echelons of the Empire. He did not expect this guy to come here as well.
Why aren't you saying anything?
The woman continued to ask. Moreover, her emotions were clearly on the verge of exploding.
My introducer is over there.
Jiang Fei pointed at Xuanke, who was walking over. Then, he stood up and walked over.
Introducer?
The woman was clearly stunned for a moment. Then, she followed closely behind Jiang Fei. She was mainly afraid that Jiang Fei would run away because the lights here were very dim. This woman did not have Jiang Fei's good eyesight. Therefore, she did not see Xuanke and the others who were walking over.
Old friend.
Jiang Fei took 2 steps and came to Zook's side.
Duh.
Xuanke was shocked. He was just about to call the Grand Marshal when Jiang Fei lowered his voice and said in his ear,
Now! My name is Mike. You are my introducer.
Xuanke was such a smart guy. When he heard Jiang Fei say that, he immediately understood that Jiang Fei was hiding his identity. Therefore, he immediately changed his words and said,
Big brother, you are here early. Master Xuanke, do you guys know each other?
The woman who followed Jiang Fei was stunned. She did not expect Jiang Fei to know such a big shot. Although Jiang Fei had mentioned that he was from the Universe Empire, he was still so young. He did not seem like a person who would call a big shot like Xuanke a brother.
Of course. I was the one who introduced him here. You guys have to treat him well. Otherwise, I will not forgive you.
Xuanke was very professional in acting as the introducer.
Of course. Since you're the one who introduced him here, how would we dare to be negligent?
The woman immediately said.
That's good.
Xuanke nodded in satisfaction.
Sir, may I know your name?
At that moment, when the woman spoke to Jiang Fei, she was no longer as frivolous as before. Instead, there was a hint of respect.
My name is Mike.
Jiang Fei said with a fake name.
Oh, it's Master Mike. It's noisy here. Let's go inside and chat. The real good stuff is inside.
When the woman said that, Jiang Fei finally understood that the party at the door was just a pretense. Otherwise, with Zook's identity, why would he come all the way here to attend such a low-level party?
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed the woman into the house. At that moment, Xuanke quietly gave his subordinate a look. Zook's subordinate was also very smart. They had only taken a few steps when the guy suddenly came to Zook's side and said,
Master, there's a message from home. It says that there's something urgent that you need to go back for a while. What a killjoy.
Xuanke pretended to brush his arm and then said to Jiang Fei,
Big brother, I have something to do at home. I'll leave first. I'll play with you next time.
Chapter 2466, Chapter 2457 Fantasy Paradise. Xuanke was a smart man. When he saw Jiang Fei appear here, he knew that something was bound to happen. Moreover, he knew very well what kind of place this was. If Jiang Fei saw something that made him unhappy, when the time came, it would be chaos. Therefore, Xuanke quickly found an excuse to leave so that he would not get himself into trouble.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. He could guess Zook's thoughts. He sighed in his heart that this guy was an old fox. At the same time, Jiang Fei did not stop him. After Xuanke told the woman to treat Jiang Fei well, he left in a hurry.
Master Mike, please follow me.
The woman led Jiang Fei to a secret door.
Beep beep beep.
After the woman entered a series of passwords, the secret door opened. After passing through the secret door, the woman led Jiang Fei for a long time. Finally, they arrived at an inconspicuous elevator.
Beep beep.
The woman swiped her ID card in reality. Then, she checked her fingerprint and iris.
After going through multiple layers of authentication, a hidden button was revealed at the bottom of the elevator. Beep! The woman pressed the hidden button. Then, the elevator started and brought Jiang Fei and the rest down. Jiang Fei silently memorized the time. After about 10 minutes, the elevator finally stopped. According to the speed of the descent, they were about 3 kilometers away from the ground. Master Mike, we're here. Welcome to Fantasy Paradise, the woman said proudly. Fantasy Paradise? Jiang Fei frowned. The name did not sound like a proper place. At that moment, the elevator door had already opened. In front of Jiang Fei was a golden corridor. The decorations here were not comparable to the previous party. It could even be said that any painting used to decorate the corridor was worth enough to open a large entertainment club on an ordinary administrative planet. Young Master Mike, how is it? Is our style okay? Although the woman asked modestly, her tone was full of pride. It's okay. Jiang Fei nodded lightly. Although his family was relatively low-key, Jiang Fei had seen it before. In the outer universe, the Imperial Palace of the Universe Empire, and Jupiter's private residence. How could it not be more luxurious than this place? If one were to include the 5 directions, any of the old dragon's lair would be many times more luxurious than this place. After all, the old dragon's lair was decorated with relics that were tens of thousands of years old, or energy crystals and gemstones. Ordinary gold, silver, and jewelry would not be able to enter their eyes at all. Young Master Mike, please follow me. The woman's attitude towards Jiang Fei became even more humble. After all, when an ordinary high-ranking official or noble came here, they would be shocked by the astonishing wealth here. However, Jiang Fei's indifference was clearly not an act. This was clearly a rich man who had seen it all before. Jiang Fei followed the lady all the way. After passing through the exquisite corridor, they came to a hall. Korea, a new guest has arrived. A man in a suit walked up to them. Yes, manager. The woman who led Jiang Fei nodded. What's the deal? The man in the suit asked in a low voice. However, it was meaningless for him to lower his voice in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could hear everything clearly. Master Shuenka introduced me. I've seen the world, Korea replied in a low voice. Okay, I got it. You can leave now. The man in the suit nodded. Then, he went straight to Jiang Fei and smiled at Jiang Fei. Young Master Mike, welcome to Fantasy Paradise. I'm the manager here. My name is Nelson. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded lightly. At that moment, Korea had already turned around and walked out. She was just a waitress who led the guests here. She was not qualified to stay here for long. Master Mike, is this your first time here? Nelson laughed. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he asked, is there anything fun here? Ha. Master Mike, you've asked the right person. Nelson laughed. Then, he said proudly, this place is called Fantasy Paradise. It means that as long as you have enough money, this place is like a dream to you. A paradise. As long as you can think of it. We can do it. Oh. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Master Mike, this is your first time here. Why don't you pick a female companion and let her guide you through the endless charm of this place? Nelson said. Sure. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Nelson clapped his hands. Immediately, a large screen appeared in front of Jiang Fei. It showed countless beautiful girls. These girls were of all races. Moreover, every one of them was very special. There were all kinds of different types of girls. No matter what kind of preferences you had, there was always one that you were satisfied with. Young Master Mike, choose one that you like. If you are energetic, there's no harm in choosing a few more, Nelson said with a knowing smile. This one. Jiang Fei pointed casually. He did not care who it was. He came here mainly to kill time. Other than that, he was just curious about this place. Once the information about the Jaeger twins appeared on his pocket watch, he had to leave immediately. Young Master, you really have good taste. This is our newest batch of trainees. We haven't received any guests yet. Young Master, you're the first. Remember to give a big red packet after you're done. Nelson winked at Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded indifferently. Then, a girl was brought to him. This girl was the new chick that Jiang Fei had chosen previously. Young Master, I wish you a good time. If there's anything, please press this red button. If she doesn't listen, press the yellow button. Nelson handed Jiang Fei a wristwatch. There was a red button and a yellow button on it. Other than these two buttons,
The wristwatch also had a payment function. After all, entertainment here costs money.
Okay.
Jiang Fei took the wristwatch. At the same time, he noticed that the girl in front of him had a collar around her neck. There were many metal bumps on the collar. After pressing the yellow button, these bumps would release electricity to punish the girl.
Then I'll take my leave first.
Nelson bowed to Jiang Fei. Then, before he turned around and left, he said to the girl,
Serve Master Mike well. Yes.
The girl nodded obediently. It seemed that she was very afraid of Nelson. Chapter 2467, Chapter 2458, Slave Fighting.
What's your name?
Jiang Fei asked the girl.
My name is Casey.
The girl appeared to be a little timid. She seemed to be a little afraid of Jiang Fei.
Okay. Casey. Then, bring me around here.
Jiang Fei said calmly. He came here mainly to kill time. He was waiting for Vitaland to send him the latest coordinates of the Jaeger twins.
Yes, Master Mike.
Casey nodded obediently. Then, she went forward and held Jiang Fei's arm. However, Jiang Fei could feel that the girl's hands were a little stiff. It seemed that she was not used to it. Under Casey's lead, Jiang Fei officially entered this place called Fantasy Paradise.
Master Mike, this is a big theater. There are high-level performances here every day. Of course, if you have a play that you really want to see or an actor that you really want to see, you can also book it, as long as you can afford it. We will definitely do it for you.
Casey brought Jiang Fei into a huge theater. The hall of the theater was specially designed. There was no need for any electronic devices to allow the voices of the actors on stage to spread throughout every corner of the hall.
Okay.
Jiang Fei found a seat and sat down. At this time, a play was being performed on the stage. However, he had never seen or heard of the race of the actors before, so he could not understand what they were performing. However, this did not prevent Jiang Fei from enjoying the performance on the stage. Even if he could not understand the plot, he could still experience the superb acting skills of the actors, the beautiful music, and the singing voice. Seeing that Jiang Fei had sat down, Casey also took the opportunity to sit beside him. If the guests were more interested in the appreciation of these arts, she would be able to relax a lot. About an hour later, the opera ended. Jiang Fei was led by Casey to another room.
Master Mike, this is a casino. If you are interested, I can help you change your chips so that you can enjoy yourself here.
When Casey arrived here, her mood was slightly relaxed. This was because once a man entered the gambling table, he would rarely pay attention to the women around him. Moreover, once he won the money, Casey would also receive a lot of tips. This was something that she had received important tips from her previous training center.
That's fine. Help me exchange some chips. What are the rules here?
Jiang Fei nodded indifferently. Since it was just to kill time, it was fine to have a little fun.
The rules are very simple. It's just that you cannot use your own abilities. Otherwise, you will be treated as cheating,
Casey explained.
Then, how do I exchange the chips?
Jiang Fei asked.
Imperial coins are exchanged for chips 1 to 1. The minimum denomination is 100,000,
Casey said.
Wow, these rich people really know how to play.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although money was nothing to him, he had never been so extravagant before. After all, an ordinary family's annual income was only 100,000 imperial coins. However, this money could only be exchanged for chips with the minimum denomination. It had to be said that this was not a place where ordinary people could come.
How much do you want to exchange for?
Casey asked.
Help me exchange for 100 million imperial coins first.
Jiang Fei directly transferred the money through his wristwatch.
Okay, I'll go and get the chips for you now.
After saying that, Casey turned around and left. A moment later, Casey returned with a tray. On the tray, there were stacks of chips neatly placed.
This is for you.
Jiang Fei randomly picked up a $100,000 chip and threw it to Casey. He kept the rest into the ring space.
Thank you, Master Mike.
Casey quickly thanked him. A $100,000 tip was not rare in this casino. However, it was usually only given after the players had won the money. There were very few people like Jiang Fei who would give the money first. Jiang Fei took the chips and walked towards the center of the casino. This casino was very big. There were many people playing outside. However, their gambling was usually not very big. Each game was about $1 to $2 million. Since Jiang Fei was going to play, he definitely did not want to play around here anymore.
Where are the big players playing?
Jiang Fei turned his head and asked Casey.
Young master, follow me.
because Jiang Fei was generous and did not touch Casey. The girl was not as reserved towards him as before. Jiang Fei followed behind Casey. The two of them quickly went around the gambling tables one by one. Then, they passed through a secret door and entered the core of the casino.
Young master, the people here play a lot of games. You may have to increase your chips,
Casey reminded Jiang Fei tactfully. It was obvious that 100 million chips was not a lot in this place.
It's okay. Let's play for now. We'll talk about it when it's not enough.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Young master, this way.
Casey brought Jiang Fei around a few corners and came to a large hall. There were fewer people here, but the atmosphere was still lively.
What are they playing?
Jiang Fei pointed at the circle of people in front of him and asked.
They are gambling on life and death,
Casey explained. Not far from Jiang Fei and the others, there was a cage with 2 slaves inside. The content of this gamble was to see which of the 2 slaves would live to the end. If life and death could not be determined within 10 minutes, the 2 slaves would be killed. All the gamblers' chips would be taken by the dealer.
Roar! Ah!
The 2 slaves in the cage were fighting desperately. After all, only the winner had the right to live. Moreover, they did not have time to think or delay. They could only use the most bloody method. The most violent way to deal with their opponents was to kill them in 10 minutes. If both of them were still alive, they would be killed.
It's a little cruel.
Jiang Fei shook his head. However, this was how the universe was. On the one hand, the major forces were flaunting their civilization and abolishing the death penalty. However, their higher-ups had secretly entered such a cruel and bloody place. They treated trampling on other people's lives as a form of pleasure.
I think so too,
Casey muttered softly. Although her voice was very low, Jiang Fei still heard it.
Do you also think that this is a little cruel?
Jiang Fei turned around and asked.
Yes. Oh no.
Casey appeared to be very flustered. She did not know how to answer Jiang Fei. Moreover, she was afraid that she would be heard by others. If that happened, Manager Nelson would hear about it. She was going to be in trouble.
Hee. All right. Don't be nervous. I won't ask any more.
Jiang Fei smiled. Girls like Kathy were also pitiful people. They were either kidnapped or sold by their parents because they were poor. If it was not because of her natural beauty, perhaps her fate would not be much better than that of a slave in a cage. Of course, Kathy was well fed and well treated because of her beauty. But the cost was obvious. She was, in short, a poor woman. Chapter 2468, Chapter 2459 Resurrection. While Jiang Fei and Casey were talking, the winner had already been decided in the cage.
Roar! Go to hell!
The muscular slave named Ralph roared. He suddenly grabbed the slave named Yasho and threw him high into the air. The moment Yasho fell, Ralph grabbed him and knelt down on one knee. Yasha's spine was smashed into his knees. Crack! Yatsua's spine was broken, and he lost the ability to move on the spot. Although there was still air coming in and out of his mouth and nose, he was already a dead man.
Jaha! Good job, Ralph. Well done.
The gamblers who bet on Ralph's victory were happy because Ralph's victory had won them a lot of chips. Although to these people, money was just a number, they still enjoyed the pleasure of winning money.
What the hell? What a piece of trash. He was so crazy before the match. But in the end, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. What a waste of my feelings.
In contrast, the people who were betting on Yasho were not happy. Although they did not care about losing some money, they could not vent their anger. Thus, these gamblers began to curse at Yasho, who had already been sentenced to death.
Bang!
Ralph did not stop there. He grabbed Yasha's ankle and threw his body around the cage like he was throwing a broken pocket. After a moment, Yasha's body was smashed into pieces. Yasho, who was already half dead, had completely died.
Sigh!
Jiang Fei sighed. In his opinion, Ralph was too cruel, since he had already won, and Yasho was already destined to die. There was no need for him to torture the corpse anymore.
Young Master Mike, don't blame Ralph for being cruel. There's nothing he can do because the 10-minute countdown is about to end. If Yasho is still breathing when the countdown ends, Ralph will also be killed,
Casey explained.
Who came up with this competition? It's too cruel,
Jiang Fei said unhappily. Although he had killed countless people, he had a purpose for killing people. He was not like this, where he just wanted to watch others fight. He would easily take the lives of others.
I don't know, but the big shots seem to enjoy this kind of competition,
Casey said in a low voice.
Humph.
Jiang Fei snorted coldly.
The big shots that Casey spoke of were those who had been in high positions for a long time and were full of guts. These people enjoyed the legacy of their ancestors, not the empire that they had built with their own hands. Although they were at the top of the various big forces, they had never experienced blood personally. That was why they liked to watch this kind of performance. They liked this kind of bloody atmosphere. However, if they really went to the battlefield in person, Jiang Fei could guarantee that these people were the first to wet their pants.
I'm sorry, young master. I said the wrong thing.
Jiang Fei's cold snort was disdainful of these so-called big shots. However, when Casey heard it, she was scared to death. Although service personnel like them were not gladiators, if someone wanted to kill them or even eat them, as the manager, Nelson would gladly accept it. In short, in fantasy paradise, as long as you had money, there was nothing that could not be done, not to mention a nameless waitress. Even if you were a superstar who was famous throughout the universe, as long as you could pay a sufficient price, they could make that famous celebrity lie on your bed or even on the dining table and wait for you.
Hee hee. Don't be afraid. I'm not talking about you anymore.
Jiang Fei smiled. He sympathized with a poor person like Casey and could easily save her from suffering. However, the problem was that there were thousands of poor girls like Casey in the universe. Would Jiang Fei be able to save them?
Yes.
Casey nodded, but she was still a little trembling. She stood carefully behind Jiang Fei. Her relaxed expression became tense again. At that moment, the countdown ended. The cage was opened and Ralph walked out. Because Yehu was completely dead, he had won the right to live. Although this right could only be maintained until his next match. At least during this period of time, he could freely enjoy fine wine, delicious food, and even beautiful women in fantasy paradise.
Let's cheer for Ralph's victory.
The host was also good at embellishing the atmosphere. He took advantage of the moment when Ralph walked out of the cage and raised his arms to cheer, bringing the atmosphere to a high point. However, the cheers that should have sounded did not appear this time. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly behind the host. These gamblers looked as if they had seen a ghost.
Alive! Alive! How is it possible? If that guy did not die, how could Ralph be released? But? He stood up. What the HL?
While the gamblers were discussing, the host turned around and saw that Yasho, who had been killed by Ralph, had stood up. Moreover, the wounds on his body had all disappeared.
Kill them!
The host was slightly stunned. And then he immediately said to the soldiers on both sides,
Yes!
A soldier in combat uniform nodded, then raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Whether it was Yafu who had just stood up, or the astonished Ralph, they were all hit in the middle of the eyebrows.
Plop! Plop!
The 2 corpses fell down.
I'm sorry, everyone. It seems that the result of the competition has to be changed. There is no winner within 10 minutes. It seems that all the chips will be taken by us.
The host smiled and said to the gamblers below,
F***CK. What the HL? Ralph clearly won. Why is that kid alive again? What a killjoy.
Although the gamblers below were dissatisfied, they did not say anything. To them, losing this little bit of chips was nothing.
Wait. Look. F***CK. What the HL? He actually stood up again.
Just as the gamblers were about to leave, Yatsui and Ralph stood up. The bullet between their eyebrows was automatically squeezed out, and the wound quickly healed. Although they looked confused when they stood up, they seemed to be unharmed.
What happened? Didn't I die?
Ralph and Yatsuki were both dumbfounded. It seemed that neither of them understood what had happened.
Kill them!
The host gave another order. As the manager of this bet, he had to uphold the rules of the bet. If the winner and loser were not determined within 10 minutes, then both of them had to be killed. If the rules could not be firmly enforced, then the bet could not continue. Chapter 2469. Chapter 2460. The Gemini appeared.
Yes!
After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately aimed their guns at Ralph and Yatsui.
Duh.
The soldiers' muzzles spewed out flames, instantly turning Ralph and Yatsui into sieves.
Phew!
The host heaved a sigh of relief. They should be dead this time. Right?
Oh my god! Has God appeared? He's alive! He's alive again! What the HL?
Amidst the exclamations of the gamblers, Ralph and Yashu stood up again. They touched their bodies in a daze. A few seconds ago, their bodies had been riddled with bullets. But now, other than the torn clothes, their bodies were still intact. Their bodies were still intact.
Almighty God! Did you hear my prayer?
Yusha muttered to himself. Ha ha! Lord K. Bless me! I'm invincible. Ralph laughed out loud. Damn it! How could this be? Quickly inform Mr. Bourne. There's trouble here. When the host saw that things were starting to get out of control, he immediately said to one of the attendants beside him. Yes. The attendant turned around and left, while the host continued to lead the soldiers to attack Ralph and Yatsu. Damn it! Have you guys had enough? After being struck down repeatedly, Ralph was furious. At first, he had some instinctive fear towards the host and the soldiers with weapons in their hands. But after realizing that he could not die, Ralph's killing intent burst forth. Ta-ta-ta! Under the dense bullets, Ralph came in front of a soldier and twisted off his head on the spot. Plop! Ralph and the soldier fell to the ground together. However, a moment later, something shocking happened. Not only were the bullets expelled from Ralph's body, but the wound quickly healed. The soldier whose head had been twisted off was even more shocking. His head actually ran back to the cavity and grew back again. Ha ha! You're actually alive! Ralph looked at the soldier and laughed loudly. The soldier was clearly still in shock. Anyone who had their head ripped off on the spot, even if they were resurrected, they would still be scared for a long time. What's going on? Why can't everyone die? What's going on? Could it really be that the gods are divine? The gamblers discussed among themselves. At that moment, the soldiers stopped attacking Ralph and Yazzie. Everyone who had faith knelt on the ground and prayed silently. Those who did not have faith looked around blankly. They were completely at a loss. Almighty God, please help me escape this sea of misery. Beside Jiang Fei, Casey was also praying softly. With her knowledge, she could not understand what was happening. She could only attribute everything to the divine manifestation. No! There's a problem! Jiang Fei frowned. He seemed to have guessed something, but he was not sure. Sister, these people are so interesting. At this moment, a crisp female voice sounded behind Jiang Fei. Sigh. They are all pitiful people. Another female voice sounded. This voice was very gentle, making people feel a sense of compassion for the world. Sister, they are constantly killing each other. You can't possibly save them indefinitely. Right. The clear female voice asked. I believe that I can influence them. The gentle female voice replied. Humph. I think that your efforts are in vain. The clear female voice said disdainfully. Yaga twins. When Jiang Fei heard the conversation between the two girls, he had almost confirmed his thoughts. Only his sister Aisha Yaga's life force could resurrect the dead so easily. Right? After all, even if it was Bella's life core, she could only heal people who were on the verge of death. She had no way of dealing with people who were completely dead. Only the apostles could break the rules of this universe with their cheats. Only then could they completely change life and death without any scruples. Now, Jiang Fei was almost certain that the girl with the gentle voice was his sister Aisha Yaga, and the girl with the clear voice was Lorna Yaga, who had mastered the power of death. What should I do? What should I do? Jiang Fei was about to break out in cold sweat. It was impossible to not be nervous when facing an opponent who had an instant death spell. After all, the opponent could kill you with just a thought. No matter how powerful you were, you would not be able to use it. Sister, look, they are no longer killing each other, Aisha said to Lorna with a smile. Humph! I don't think they can last long. After we leave, they will kill each other again, Lorna said. I will change them, Aisha said firmly. Sister, don't waste your energy. The bad nature of these low-level creatures is not so easy to change. If they want to die, you can help them. We still have business to do, Lorna said impatiently. Even if they are low-level creatures, they are still alive, Aisha said. I really don't understand you, Lorna said angrily. However, she still could not convince her sister. This person is so special. Lorna's gaze turned to Jiang Fei. This made Jiang Fei shudder. Pa! Lorna hopped behind Jiang Fei and slapped him on the shoulder. Hey! What are you afraid of? Lorna asked in Jiang Fei's ear. As she spoke, a sweet fragrance wafted towards Jiang Fei's face. If it was any other time, it would be a pleasure to be spoken to so closely by a beauty. However, at this moment, Jiang Fei wished that Lorna could stay away from him. After all, when faced with someone who could decide one's life and death with just a thought, everyone was nervous. Age? Jiang Fei was shocked by Lorna's slap. Ha ha! You're so funny! Lorna laughed out loud at Jiang Fei's teasing. Then, she turned to Jiang Fei and asked again. Hey, I'm asking you a question. What are you afraid of?
At that moment, Jiang Fei saw Lorna's face for the first time. She was a very cute girl with a pair of ponytails. If it was a normal day, it would be difficult to associate her with the Grim Reaper. However, this girl now had the ability of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Fei's mind was racing. He had to fool her. The only advantage Jiang Fei had now was that he had not activated his disguise. Therefore, in Lorna and Aisha's eyes, he was only an NPC. He was not a player. These apostles were all playing the game with the mentality of a saint. Therefore, their attitude towards the local NPCs was not bad. At the very least, they would not kill at will. This was a good thing for Jiang Fei. Therefore, as long as he found an excuse to fool around, he should not attract Lorna's killing intent. Chapter 2470, Chapter 2461, Facing the Gemini.
Lorna, stop making things difficult for these people.
Aisha walked over at this time.
Am not. This person is having fun.
Lorna pointed at Jiang Fei and said,
Fun? How is it fun?
Aisha asked.
Look, they are all praying for your miracle. Only this guy is scared to death.
Lorna said.
Scared to death?
Aisha also came over. She approached Jiang Fei and asked gently,
What are you afraid of? This place is too strange. Those people have come back from the dead. Moreover, they can't be killed. This is definitely not normal. There must be some strange power controlling this place.
Jiang Fei could not think of any reasonable excuse. However, he could not answer, so he could only say it casually.
Then what are you afraid of?
Lorna asked.
That mysterious power controls this place, but we do not know what it is. Shouldn't we be afraid of the unknown?
Jiang Fei said.
It seems to make sense,
Lorna said.
Don't be afraid. This power will not harm you,
Aisha said with a smile.
How do you know? Do you know about this power?
Jiang Fei asked.
Uh-huh. Of course I know. That's my sister.
Lorna seemed to be very simple-minded. She was about to tell Jiang Fei the truth, but she was stopped by Aisha.
This power is my research topic, although I do not know how this power appeared, nor do I know who it belongs to. It has never hurt anyone,
Aisha continued to say.
Really?
Jiang Fei naturally had to follow her lead. He finally managed to change the topic. He did not want the two sisters to suspect him.
I promise you,
Aisha said with a smile.
Oh. Then, how did this power appear?
Jiang Fei asked.
This power is the benevolence of the God of Heaven. Whenever there is a massacre, the God of Heaven will use her benevolence to influence everyone,
Aisha explained. Lorna, who was standing beside Jiang Fei, could not help but burst into laughter. Jiang Fei turned around in confusion.
It's okay. It's okay. I remember what happened when I was young.
Lorna was glared at by her sister, so she quickly waved her hand.
Oh.
Of course, Jiang Fei knew that Lorna was talking nonsense. However, it was not the right time for him to expose them.
Do you have any other questions?
Aisha asked with a smile.
Does this God really exist?
Jiang Fei asked.
Of course,
Aisha said.
Then, if I believe in her and help her spread her ideas in the human world, will I be able to meet her?
Jiang Fei suddenly thought of a plan.
You? How can you help?
Lorna said disdainfully.
I am the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. My name is Jiang Fei. You should have heard of me. Right.
Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and directly reported his identity.
Oh, you are the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire?
Aisha's eyes lit up. Clearly, she knew about Jiang Fei, the NPC.
If I help the god to spread her ideas, I think the entire Universe Empire will believe in her,
Jiang Fei said.
Sister,
you're reliable,
Lorna said to Aisha. Aisha also nodded. She was an experienced saint. She wished that there would be no more killing in the world. Every day, she wished that she could sell her ideas to others. Now, if she could get Jiang Fei to join her, then her ideas might really be able to be spread across half the universe.
Do you think I can do it?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes.
This time, Aisha nodded directly.
But how do I know that you guys are not swindlers? I have seen this divine power. But how do I know that it belongs to the god that you mentioned? What if you were just borrowing your own knowledge and relying on an accidental natural phenomenon to deceive me?
Jiang Fei suddenly showed hesitation.
That's easy.
Aisha thought for a moment and then reached out a finger. Instantly, a green light enveloped Jiang Fei.
So comfortable.
Jiang Fei instantly felt his entire body become refreshed. Many of the hidden injuries in his body had disappeared. How is it? Do you believe it now? Aisha laughed.
But how did you use this power?
Jiang Fei asked with his eyes wide open. He had put in quite a lot of effort in his acting. Aisha was stunned. She was not good at making up lies. Fortunately, Lorna was by her side.
My sister is the messenger of the god,
Lorna said.
So, it's the Lord Messenger of the god.
Jiang Fei quickly bowed. Then, he asked Lorna,
what about you? Of course, am also the messenger of the god,
Lorna said, as if it was a matter of course.
Oh. Then, I apologize for my rudeness.
Jiang Fei quickly bowed again.
Haha. Not only are you interesting, but you are also very sensible,
Lorna said happily.
Then, may I ask the two emissaries, what do the gods need me to do?
Jiang Fei asked.
The god said that we are hungry and want to eat delicious food,
Lorna said.
No problem.
Jiang Fei immediately agreed.
Don't listen to her nonsense. My sister is a playful person. The god of heaven is kind and kind. She does not need you to do anything for her. As long as you can stop the killing and reduce the death. This is the best way to repay her,
said Aisha after she glanced at Lorna.
TSK. I have to go hungry to accompany you in your acting.
Lorna muttered unhappily.
I will do my best to quell the killing and spread the gospel of the gods. Of course, I will take good care of the two oracles.
Jiang Fei was very humble.
Yay! There's food.
Lorna was immediately excited.
Sigh.
Aisha looked at her sister lovingly. This time, she did not reject Jiang Fei.
Two oracles. The matter of pacifying the massacre can only be carried out when I return to the Empire.
Now, let's go eat, Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
Lorna immediately nodded.
That's good too.
Aisha also nodded. She was also a little hungry. Then, Jiang Fei pulled Casey, who was still kneeling in front of him and praying.
Master Mike?
Casey was stunned.
Where is the place to eat?
Jiang Fei asked.
I will take you there,
Casey said.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the group of people walked out of the casino. As soon as Jiang Fei and the others left, Aisha's divine powers effect range disappeared. The host was very sensitive to the disappearance of the power that was shrouding their bodies. He immediately grabbed a soldier's rifle and fired at Ralph and Yatsui.
The
rifle spat out flames, and bullets poured out, instantly knocking Yarsus and Ralph to the ground. Fresh blood soaked the carpet. This time, Ralph and Yarsus did not stand up again, because Aisha's divine power no longer covered this place. They lost the ability to revive. Killing would never be forgotten because of influence. Chapter 2471, Octopus Sashimi number 246. Aisha and Lorna followed Jiang Fei to the huge restaurant in the Dream Paradise. They had no idea that the casino had resumed its massacre. They only thought that they had been influenced by Aisha's divine power.
Kathy, let's go to a private room,
Jiang Fei said to Kathy. Okay.
Kathy nodded and was about to head to the east side of the private room area when she was stopped by Aisha.
Let's eat here. We can also watch the performance,
Aisha said as she pointed at the piano solo not far away.
All right. Let's eat here then. Please take a seat. Oracle, order whatever you want to eat today. It's my treat,
Jiang Fei said very politely.
Okay.
Aisha and Lorna sat down. As soon as Jiang Fei and Lorna sat down, a waiter came to them with a menu.
Dear guest, what would you like to order?
The waiter asked with a smile.
Do you have anything special here?
Jiang Fei asked as he handed the menu to Aisha and Lorna.
Dear guest, it's such a coincidence that you're here. We've just received a batch of mermaids. Would you like to order a merman sashimi?
The waiter introduced.
Mermaids?
Jiang Fei was stunned. Mermaids were found on many planets. Although the level of civilization was not the same, there was one thing that they had in common. They were all intelligent races.
Yes, dear guest.
The waiter nodded. Then, he extended his hand and pointed. There were a few people eating on the left side of the table. At that moment, a huge long table was pushed in front of them. The long table was covered with exquisite red silk. No one knew what was inside. Swoosh! As the chef opened the red silk, a strange container was fixed on the table. This container was like a stretcher, but there was a fixed bandage on it. A female mermaid was fixed on the stretcher. Her hands were crossed in front of her chest, and her fishtail was tied to the table. She couldn't move at all. The mermaid's mouth was sealed by a thick tape, so she could only make a whimpering sound.
At this moment, the mermaid girl's eyes were red, and her tears kept rolling down. Swoosh! At this moment, the chef lit up a silver-white kitchen knife. He held the kitchen knife skillfully, and quickly moved through the mermaid's tail. The silver-white kitchen knife shone brightly under the light of the dining room. The mermaid girl's scales were quickly peeled off. Due to the intense pain, the girl's body kept shaking, even though her mouth was sealed. Jiang Fei and the others could hear her miserable cries. Swish! 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 After peeling off the scales, the chef quickly made his move. His kitchen knife flashed up and down. Soon, a plate of fresh mermaid sashimi was placed in front of the customers. This is too much! At that moment, even Jiang Fei could not stand it anymore, let alone the others. How can you do this? Even Aisha, who had always been gentle and shiny, was enraged. All of you deserve to die. Lorna was even more direct. As soon as she thought of it, even the chef and the customers at the table died immediately. There was not a single wound on their bodies. Even the most advanced equipment could not find out the cause of their deaths. Sister, please save her! After killing them, Lorna pointed at the mermaid and pleaded with Aisha. Okay. Aisha stretched out her hand and pointed. The mermaid sashimi on the table floated up automatically. Pieces of flesh and blood returned to their original places, including the fish scales that had been peeled off. Then, a green light flashed, and the mermaid girl's fish tail was once again intact. Huh? The mermaid girl, who had been crying in pain, was stunned. Her fishtail suddenly stopped hurting, and even the bloody marks on her body from the bandages had disappeared. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, the restaurant was in chaos. The manager rushed over with a group of people. After all, such a big incident had happened in the restaurant, and several customers had suddenly died. If such a thing were to spread, who would dare to come here to eat? Manager, these 4 customers suddenly died. We can't find any reason for it. The same goes for the cook. A guy who looked like a doctor examined the equipment for a long time, but couldn't find any reason. How could this be? The manager frowned. Manager, this is most likely related to her. A guy who looked like a subordinate pointed at the mermaid girl beside the manager's ear and said, Oh! The manager was stunned for a moment and then asked, Her? Yes. I just heard from someone that the chef had already prepared the mermaid sashimi. In the end, those people suddenly died. Now look at the mermaid's tail. The subordinate pointed at the mermaid girl's tail and said, Yes. The manager nodded. At this moment, the mermaid girl's tail was intact. This was obviously contradictory to what everyone had seen just now. So the death of these people was most likely related to her. Remove the tape on her mouth, the manager said. Yes. The underling nodded, and then came in front of the mermaid girl. Hiss. The underling probably didn't know what gentleness was. He pulled the tape off the mermaid girl's mouth, and the pain almost made the girl cry. Speak. What's going on? The manager asked coldly. He didn't care about the life and death of the mermaid girl. Eating an intelligent creature was nothing in this fantasy paradise. There were many pigmen waiting to be slaughtered in the kitchen. But the mermaid girl looked good. That was why he made sashimi on the spot. It was just a gimmick. I don't know. The mermaid girl was on the verge of tears. What she had experienced today was like H.L. She had never thought that she would one day be served on the dining table. You're not going to tell me. The manager's face darkened. Immediately, one of the underlings stepped forward and gave the mermaid girl 2 tight slaps on the face. Sister, I can't take it anymore. These people are simply uncivilized beasts. At that moment, Lorna was about to explode in anger. She had never thought that these people would be so cruel. How can this be? Aisha's face was also gloomy. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. He knew that Lorna was already tempted to kill. Plop. Plop. Including the manager. The people from Fantasy Heaven all fell to the ground and did not breathe. Witch. This mermaid is a witch. In an instant, the entire restaurant was in chaos. Most of the diners here were used to eating intelligent species. At this time, they were already used to it. However, when they really died, these people were afraid. Sister, I feel that none of the people eating here are good, Lorna said. Sister, don't do anything rash. Aisha wanted to stop Lorna, but it was too late. Lorna's killing intent had already risen. Plop. Plop. The diners in the restaurant fell one by one. Lorna's ability was instant death. As long as she had this thought, these diners would die on the spot. Chapter 2472, Chapter 2463. Settling down? In the blink of an eye. In the entire main dining hall of Fantasy Heaven. Other than the 4 people on Jiang Fei's table. Only the mermaid girl was still alive. The rest of the people, be it the customers, or the restaurant service staff, or the chefs, managers, and the like, all died on the spot. After killing so many people in one go, Lorna still seemed to be angry. Sister! Enough! You've killed too many people! Aisha stopped Lorna. She held her sister in her arms, and comforted Lorna. Sister, these guys are too cruel. They don't deserve to live, Lorna said. Then you can't kill them all without asking the truth? Aisha said. They were all killed by you. Casey was terrified. Her eyes were wide open. The 2 sisters who were originally cute and adorable in her eyes. Now, they were as scary as the Grim Reaper from H.L. Oracle, please calm down. Although those cannibals deserve death, there are also many pitiful people like Casey in this fantasy heaven. They were either kidnapped or sold. They are all unfortunate people. They are not at fault. Jiang Fei also pleaded. Humph. If that's the case, you're one of those so-called superior beings. Would you treat them as food as well? Lorna pointed at the mermaid girl not far away. No. I would never do such a disgusting thing. Jiang Fei was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. If this girl had the intention to kill him, he would not even have a place to run. Sister! Did you not see that he was also filled with righteous indignation just now? Although this was a low-level dimension, not everyone was crazy. Even in the high-level dimension. Is our world full of good people? Aisha was still very protective of Jiang Fei. That was because Jiang Fei was the key person for her to spread her ideals. Alright. Although the anger in Lorna's heart had not subsided, her killing intent had also subsided. She also understood that there were good people in every world. And there were also extremely evil lunatics. She could not kill all of them just because of a few cruel lunatics. After all, there were many innocent people among them. Although what these apostles did was not necessarily good. As the Holy Mother, they still wanted to be good people. Therefore, after listening to Aisha and Jiang Fei's words, Lorna gave up the idea of killing everyone. You guys don't come over. Casey saw Aisha and Lorna retreating in fear. She knocked over many tables and chairs in a row and wanted to escape. What about her? Lorna pointed at Casey and asked. I'll take care of her. Jiang Fei walked to Casey in 2 steps. Then, he reached out and touched her forehead. Casey fell asleep. When she wakes up, she will forget this unpleasant memory. Jiang Fei turned around and said to Aisha and Lorna. What about here? Are we just going to let it continue to exist like this? Lorna asked. I can send troops to destroy this place and rescue the slaves and the people who are being threatened here. Jiang Fei said. This is indeed a good idea. Aisha nodded. Although she and her sister had mastered the power of life and death, they were unable to provide a living environment for those who were suffering. Only a superior like Jiang Fei could provide a suitable home for these people to start their lives again. This was also why Aisha was optimistic about Jiang Fei. Although she and her sister had powerful cheats to provide power and could grant anyone life or death, they were still alone when it came to spreading their ideals. Then, should we return to the Universe Empire now? Jiang Fei asked. No. If we leave now, the killing here will continue. Aisha said. That's easy. It'll just kill all the managers and soldiers here. Lorna was a person who kept her word. The moment she spoke, all the managers and guards in Dreamland fell to the ground. This was the advantage of using the plugin. Lorna didn't even need to confirm everyone's identity. She only needed to lock onto a thought and kill all the managers and guards in Dreamland. Then, the cheat would help her identify these people and then kill them. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say it. The managers of Fantasy Heaven were very cruel. That was right. They would do anything for money. This was a blasphemy against life. This was also right. They even said that the managers of Fantasy Heaven deserved death. However, the only thing that Lorna did wrong was to kill all the managers and guards before Jiang Fei could send troops to take over the place. Sometimes, compared to the cruelty of those in power, the civilians who lost their management were much more terrifying than you could imagine. Alright. Now that no one is bullying those poor guys anymore, Lorna said with a smile. After killing those who did evil, she felt much happier. Let's go back to the Universe Empire. When the time comes, you must send someone to save these poor people. Aisha said to Jiang Fei. Don't worry.
Oracle, I will definitely take care of them properly.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he took Lorna and Aisha away from this underground, rotten world. Before leaving, Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. Then, he took Casey and the poor mermaid girl with him. After arriving at the tarmac outside, Jiang Fei summoned his yacht. Then, the group boarded the yacht and flew toward the Universe Empire.
A few days later, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at Han Tianyu's ruling planet. When Jiang Fei was settling some people, he would basically choose to come here.
Brother Yu, I have 2 people here. Help me take care of them. In a few days, I will send some more people over. They are all kidnapped slaves. Take care of them. If they are willing to go home, provide them with travel expenses.
Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu.
Don't worry. When have I ever made a mistake?
Han Tianyu laughed.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. He did not want to stay too long because there were still the Jaeger twins on the spaceship. If anything happened to Han Tianyu and angered them, Jiang Fei would not be able to save them. Therefore, after leaving Casey and the mermaid girl behind, Jiang Fei immediately drove the yacht away from the planet.
This planet is not bad. The people are living very well.
Aisha nodded in satisfaction.
That console looks okay too. He's quite young and promising.
Lorna's first impression of Han Tianyu was not bad.
Brother Yu is my childhood friend. He's a very reliable person.
Jiang Fei quickly put in a few good words for Han Tianyu. Aisha and Lorna nodded. They only had a rough impression of Han Tianyu, but they did not care too much about him. Chapter 2473, Chapter 2464. 2 plans. After leaving the planet where Han Tianyu was ruling, Jiang Fei immediately contacted Aurelia.
Ah, Fei. What's the matter?
Aurelia asked.
I'm giving you a coordinate. There's a dirty nest hidden there. There are many captured slaves. You can rescue them and send them to Han Tianyu.
Jiang Fei explained the situation briefly.
All right. I will do it now.
Aurelia nodded. Then, he immediately organized a small fleet. Although this small fleet only had 3 frigates, it was more than enough to destroy such a private club.
2 oracles. Do you think I can come out like this?
After everything was done, Jiang Fei turned around and asked Aisha and Lorna.
Yes. It's good that you're taking this issue seriously.
Aisha nodded.
You'd better check it out carefully. I think there are many places like this in the universe.
Lorna pouted and said.
Yes. I will definitely check it out in the Universe Empire.
Jiang Fei immediately nodded and said. Then, he told Maleki.
Tell Jupiter to check out such places carefully. Such dirty places are not allowed in the Empire. Yes, my lord.
Maleki immediately wrote a message and sent it to the Empire's capital, Planet Bizernes.
2 oracles. What are your plans next?
Jiang Fei asked tentatively.
It doesn't matter. Do you know any fun places?
Lorna was a little childish. Just now, she was angry because of the cruelty of those people. However, now that Jiang Fei had asked, her mind immediately turned to fun.
We will just stay by your side. I also want to know how you plan to stop the killing in this universe.
Aisha said gently to Jiang Fei.
This girl's disease of the Virgin Mary is really not light.
Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. This sister Aisha was simply a model of the Virgin Mary. Her mind seemed to be focused on saving the world. It was as if the world could not function without her hard work. Although Jiang Fei kept complaining to Aisha in his heart, he was still very humble on the surface. He said to Aisha and Lorna,
Since that's the case, let's go to Planet Bethany's. That is the capital of the Empire and also the Empire's command center. It will be easier for my orders to reach every corner of the Empire. Moreover, Planet Bethany's is very prosperous. It is also much more fun than other planets.
Although Planet Skoda was Jiang Fei's headquarters, Jiang Fei did not dare to bring the Jaeger twins to his lair. Therefore, he could only bring Aisha and Lorna to Bethany's to look for Jupiter.
Okay.
Aisha nodded in satisfaction. Planet Bethany's was the capital of the Universe Empire. It was also the administrative center. If Jiang Fei wanted to help her spread her ideas, this was undoubtedly the best place to start.
Yes.
Although Lorna was not particularly interested in eliminating the massacre, Jiang Fei had also said that Planet Bethany's was very developed. It was much more fun than other planets. Therefore, Lorna, who was more playful, agreed with him with both hands. After that, Jiang Fei let Malekith adjust the course and headed straight for the capital of the Universe Empire, Planet Bethany's. After a few days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the capital, Planet Bethany's. As soon as Jiang Fei's yacht entered the gravity well in Bizernes,
the Emperor of the Empire, Peter Zhu, had already been informed, although it was not convenient for him to personally welcome Jiang Fei. However, he had also sent his most trusted confidential secretary. Great General, you have worked hard on your journey. I am here under the orders of His Majesty to arrange your trip, said the confidential secretary. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he turned around and asked in a low voice. Oracle and Oracle, do you need to meet the Emperor of the Empire? Is there any use in meeting him? Who is in charge of the Universe Empire? Lorna asked without hesitation. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed by the question, but he still answered truthfully. I am in charge. Then why are you still seeing that puppet? Lorna said disdainfully. This time, Jiang Fei was so embarrassed that he did not know how to respond. Although he was a powerful official, and although he was the actual ruler of the Universe Empire, some of his words were a little too harsh on the surface. Forget it. His Majesty has a lot of things to attend to every day. We won't bother you anymore. Aisha was still more knowledgeable about the ways of the world, so she tried to smooth things over for Jiang Fei. All right then. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the confidential secretary, send us back to the hotel first. We'll talk about the details later. Yes. Grand Marshal. The confidential secretary nodded. Then, he immediately arranged for Jiang Fei and the others to get into the private car. Then, he escorted them to the hotel. 2 hours later, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at a large hotel in the central area of the Imperial City. This place used to be Peter Zhu's property. However, he later gave it to Jiang Fei. Although this place brought Jiang Fei more than $1 billion in income every year. However, Jiang Fei had never paid much attention to it. He had always treated this hotel as a temporary station to come to the capital star. All right, you can go back first. If you need anything, I will contact you, Jiang Fei said to Peter Zhu's confidential secretary after he had settled in the hotel. Yes, General. The confidential secretary nodded and went to find Peter Zhu to report to him. After Peter Zhu's confidential secretary left, only Jiang Fei and the Jaeger twins were left in the hotel room. Jiang Fei, how do you plan to eliminate the killing in this universe? Aisha asked as she stared into Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and said, there are 2 ways. One is quick to take effect, and the other is slow to take effect. Tell me about the quick to take effect first, Lorna said crisply. The quick to take effect method is to kill to stop the killing. Quickly unify the universe. Then, set up a severe punishment so that the people would be afraid of killing, Jiang Fei said. Unify the universe. Aisha frowned for a moment and said, wouldn't that cause even more killing? It's better to be quick than slow, Jiang Fei said. No. Aisha shook her head. As a veteran of the Virgin Mary disease, she could not accept such a thing. As a veteran of the Virgin Mary, Aisha could watch as people were killed in front of her every day. However, she would never kill the perpetrator because she felt that if that happened, she would also become a murderer. This was difficult for her to accept. Then, we can only take it slow, Jiang Fei said. How do we do it slowly? Aisha asked. Make more promotional videos and create some reward policies to encourage people not to use violence to solve problems. However, it is difficult to achieve results in a short period of time. Although Jiang Fei said that, however, he knew very well in his heart that this method was nonsense. Chapter 2474, Chapter 2465. Mallet. I think this is a good idea. Aisha nodded after hearing Jiang Fei's second idea. Oracle, do you think the second idea is a good idea? Jiang Fei confirmed. Yes. This idea is more gentle. It won't cause more bloodshed. Aisha nodded and said, why do you care so much? Just listen to my sister. Lorna shrugged and said, all right then. Jiang Fei nodded. He now completely understood. Although these saintesses had a beautiful dream, they were completely clueless. They did not know anything and only knew how to blindly command. The second plan was very gentle. It would not create additional killings. However, it had a weakness. It did not care about anything at all. If one wanted to stop the killings, the best way was to stop them by killing them. By relying on severe punishment, the people would not dare to have a personal fight. Although this method would imprison people's thoughts and actions, it was the most effective. As for the influence, that was pure nonsense. The race of saints had been extinct since ancient times because those who were thinking of others could not let themselves live. However, for an idealist like Aisha, what she wanted was not peace but peace of mind. Therefore, She did not care how many people would die because of killing. What she cared about was that she could not let the sight of killing taint her eyes. Jiang Fei was even more indifferent. The entire universe had evolved through killing. Moreover, his priority now was to allow the universe to continue to exist. As for how many people would die because of slaughter, he did not care at all. In addition, Aisha had Lorna by her side. Jiang Fei naturally would not refute the two sisters. He immediately asked Malekith to draft an order and sent it to the Palace of Jupiter. The content of the order was to ask the Imperial Army's fleet to stop the war against the outside world. The army to destroy the pirates would also focus on propaganda. They would influence the pirates to give up violence and surrender willingly. The rest of the order was to appease the people. It was nothing more than a reward for good deeds. In any case, it was just a formality. These things would not be of much use, especially when it came to capturing pirates. If persuasion was useful, there would be no such thing as pirates in this world. Aisha was very satisfied with the order that Jiang Fei had drafted. Lorna, on the other hand, had a nonchalant attitude. Although she had some feelings for the Virgin Mary, she was not as sick as Aisha. Very soon, Jiang Fei's order was delivered to Peter Zhu. General, what is the meaning of this? Peter Zhu was stunned. Although he had not spent much time with Jiang Fei, he did not think that Jiang Fei was such a brainless saint. After all, Jiang Fei had killed the former emperor of the empire, Rivendell, to help him ascend to the throne. Moreover, he actually controlled the lifeline of the entire universe empire. Even if such a person was not a sycophant, he was at least a powerful minister. Right? Even if he used his heel to think about it, Jiang Fei would not slap such a mad woman. I don't know, but this is indeed an order from the Grand Marshal, said the confidential secretary. Forget it. Forget it. Let's push it forward first. Peter Zhu sighed. He did not know what Jiang Fei was thinking. But this order did not have much effect on the operation of the empire. At most, it would only delay the extermination of the bandits and foreign wars. If the extermination of the bandits was delayed, so be it. Anyway, the pirates would not be able to cause much trouble, because the strongest pirates had already been captured by Jiang Fei in one go. Those big pirates had either died for Jiang Fei, or they had been eliminated by Aurelia. The rest were just scattered soldiers. They were not worth mentioning at all. As for the war against the outside world, it was even less important. Now, most of the territory in the entire universe had been demarcated. Other than the territory of the Imperial Army, it was also the territory of the Resistance. Only a few remote places were still neutral. On the other hand, the Imperial Army and the Resistance were evenly matched. Aurelia's fleet had not made any battle plans recently. Therefore, the war itself was at a standstill. Therefore, this order did not have much of an impact on the war. The rest of the administrative orders, such as rewards and good deeds, were even less important. These were all trivial matters. Moreover, they were harmless to the empire. Therefore, Peter Zhu immediately approved the implementation of this order. Now that we have dealt with the important matters, can we go out and play? Lorna could not sit still after the confidential secretary returned to report to Jiang Fei. Oracle, what do you think? Jiang Fei looked at Aisha. Let's go out and have a walk. Aisha nodded. Now that the decree had been implemented, it would take some time to see the results. Therefore, they had nothing to do for the time being. Since Lorna wanted to go out and play, it was not good for her to control it. Yay! Lorna jumped up in excitement. Although she had mastered the power of death, her personality was still like a little girl. Therefore, she was still more playful. Those two oracles! Let's go to the most prosperous rainbow street in the Empire's capital star first. Jiang Fei took the initiative to suggest. Okay. Lorna immediately nodded. Okay. You can make the arrangements. Aisha nodded very demurely. She had always maintained the elegance of a noblewoman. Please follow me, Jiang Fei said very respectfully. As for the specific schedule, the confidential secretary had already sent someone to take care of it. Naturally, Jiang Fei did not need to worry about such things. With the full-time staff accompanying him, Jiang Fei brought Aisha and Lorna to visit planet Peens, as the capital planet of the Universe Empire. At the foot of the proper imperial city, there was naturally no problem with the security of planet Peens. Moreover, the news of Jiang Fei's arrival as the Grand Marshal had spread throughout the upper society. Therefore, those second-generation children were also warned by the adults of their families. No one came out to cause trouble for them. In addition, when Jiang Fei and the others went out, they were notified first before they were on guard. There was no idler in the place where they went. Naturally, Aisha and Lorna would not be offended by anyone. Therefore, the three of them played around on planet Bizerns for a few days without any problems. It's so boring. Jiang Fei, didn't you say that planet Bizerns is very prosperous? Why is it so empty everywhere we go? Lorna said unhappily. At her age, she loved to be lively. Everywhere Jiang Fei and the rest went, they would be under martial law. The shop owners would also serve them carefully. Of course, it was not fun. Jiang Fei could not do anything about it. With his personality, if it were him, he would definitely not make such a big fuss. However, the problem was Lorna, who had an instant death spell. He really did not dare to let anything unexpected happen. If this girl were to lose her temper, perhaps everyone on the planet would suffer as well. Chapter 2475, Chapter 2466. Playboy? This place is boring. Let's go somewhere else to play, Lorna said unhappily. Where do you want to play then? Jiang Fei asked. Lorna lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, let's go to the previous planet. I remember that the console there was called something you. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not want to cause such trouble for Han Tianyu. That's fine. Let's go there and take a look. Didn't you say that you wanted to place all the poor people on Shouyang planet at his place? I want to go and take a look too. Aisha also nodded. She was still thinking about the people on Shouyang planet. Sigh. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Aisha and Lorna were going to Han Tianyu's place. There was nothing he could do. Then, let's set off now. Lorna was a child, so she had to do it immediately. Let's leave at night. It's the busy period of the airport. If we go over there, we will be under martial law. It will delay the journey of many people, Jiang Fei said. You're right. Let's leave at night. Aisha was a senior saint. Therefore, when she heard Jiang Fei's words, she had to immediately nod in agreement. All right. Lorna had no choice but to nod in agreement. After that, Jiang Fei arranged for Aisha and Lorna to go back to their rooms to rest. Then, he hurriedly sent a message to Han Tianyu, telling him to quickly clean up the planet and not create any unfair situations. After everything was done, that night, Jiang Fei, Lorna, and Han Tianyu arrived at the airport with the full-time staff. Then, they took the yacht and left planet Bethany's. After Jiang Fei and the others left, the second-generation seedlings on planet Bethany's were finally free. They had been holding back for the past 2 days. In order to prevent these fellows from causing trouble, the adults and their families had even locked them up. This caused the spoiled second-generation seedlings to suffer a lot. Now that Jiang Fei and the others had left, these second-generation seedlings were free. They had come out in a swarm. Moreover, they had been holding back for the past few days. Therefore, after Jiang Fei and the others left, these fellows played even wilder. Naturally, many poor children had suffered as well. It took about 3 days of interstellar travel from planet Bizerns to the planet that Han Tianyu ruled. The name of the planet was also given by Han Tianyu. The purpose was very obvious. It was to commemorate his motherland. In order to give Han Tianyu more time to win, Jiang Fei had to walk for 5 days to reach the gravity well of the planet. As he had already sent a message to Han Tianyu was already prepared for Jiang Fei's arrival. Yo, why did you make it so grand this time? Han Tianyu asked with a smile as soon as they met, as Jiang Fei was unable to explain the Jaeger twins to him in detail. Therefore, Han Tianyu did not know how terrifying the 2 girls behind Jiang Fei were. I can't tell you the details. Have you done what I asked you to do? Jiang Fei asked. Hee. Are you still worried about me? The mermaid girl wanted to go home. I had already arranged for someone to send her back to her mother planet. The girl named Casey was willing to stay. So, I helped her find a job. Now, she has settled down, Han Tianyu said. This person really knows how to do things, Lorna whispered as she held Aisha's arm. Yes, this young consul is indeed not bad. Aisha nodded as well. That's not what I'm asking. Jiang Fei lowered his voice and said, Oh, the content of the communication. Han Tianyu suddenly understood. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Brother, don't worry. Everyone here has always been equal. There's no need to do anything on purpose. That's good. Seeing that Han Tianyu was full of confidence, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Who are these 2? After Han Tianyu finished chatting with Jiang Fei, he noticed Aisha and Lorna behind Jiang Fei. My 2 friends, Jiang Fei said. Girlfriend?
Han Tianyu asked.
No. No.
Jiang Fei waved his hand repeatedly.
Mr. Han, we are just friends with Jiang Fei.
At that moment, Aisha took the initiative to walk up to them.
Oh, I see. Two beautiful ladies. I have offended you.
Han Tianyu politely smiled at Aisha and Lorna.
***. Could it be that this guy is lustful again? Could it be that he is planning to flirt with these two girls?
Jiang Fei was shocked by Han Tianyu's smile. Han Tianyu was good at everything. However, his reputation as a playboy was well known on Earth. If this guy was interested in Aisha and Lorna, Jiang Fei suddenly had a bad premonition.
It's okay,
Mr. Han,
Aisha said with a faint smile. It seemed that her first impression of Han Tianyu was not bad. Even Lorna, who was behind her, was not angry at Han Tianyu's offense. Speaking of which, Han Tianyu had been born rich since he was young. He had a unique elegance that Jiang Fei, a nouveau riche, could not compare to. In terms of combat power, Jiang Fei was 10,000 times stronger than Han Tianyu. In terms of wealth and power, Jiang Fei had even left Han Tianyu behind. Moreover, Jiang Fei also had his unique charm. Otherwise, he would not be able to attract so many girls to surround him. However, when it came to that elegant and noble temperament, it was impossible to cultivate it without the accumulation of several generations. Even if Jiang Fei had so many fortuitous encounters, it would not work.
Let's go down first. This is not the place to talk.
Jiang Fei saw that Han Tianyu was going to continue to strike up a conversation, so he quickly changed the topic. At this time, in front of Aisha and Lorna, Jiang Fei could not stop Han Tianyu. He was afraid that he would spill the beans and cause Aisha and Lorna to suspect him. Therefore, he could only change the topic first. When there was an opportunity, he would tell Han Tianyu the specific situation. He did not want this guy to not be able to strike up a conversation with him and instead invite trouble for himself.
That's true. That's true. Look at me. When I saw such a beautiful girl, I forgot that I was here to pick her up.
Han Tianyu smiled and said. In Jiang Fei's opinion, Han Tianyu's words were sour, explicit, and shameless. Girls should hate him. However, Aisha and Lorna seemed to fall for it. The two of them smiled and nodded. Under Han Tianyu's guidance, they got into his hover car.
***MN. What kind of world is this? A playboy is blind. Some girls really fell for it.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. In fact, he had overlooked one point. If it were another person, they might have attracted two big mouths. Girls would think that he was acting like a hooligan. However, if it was a handsome man, it would turn into a humorous joke. In short, this society was still an age that looked at faces.